multi-billion-dollar failed project.
That's a pity that the tokamaks don't work. I was really looking forward to either seeing that operational.
Did you know that there are more kinds of gravity?
No.
No?
No.
Oh.
No, I'm a computer scientist. You are really way beyond me. I do like physics. I find it really interesting, but this
Well,
feels to me like I've
you
stumbled.
should, you should come often in here. And yeah, there are times when it's a very nice show to listen to. And yeah, for example, vast majority of people go with Newtonian physics, like mass attracting mass and Newton's laws of motion, which they have been debunked and superseded more than 100 years ago by Einsteinian gravity, which is not mass attracting mass, but it's gravity is bending space-time. And the problem with that is that it's like saying I'm taking and bending your freedom. Space-time is a concept. It's not physical. So it cannot be bent. You cannot attribute it to physical properties to it.
Okay, yes.
Bending, yeah,
Mathematically you
bending
can.
is a physical property, and also light. Light cannot be bent. Refraction of light is actually the change in its propagation trajectory, direction. It's a change in direction. It's not bending.
Okay, what's the difference?
Well, it means that, you see, it's a electromagnetic wave, yeah. And for example, the red laser light wave, probably it's about 635 nanometers. That means that when you shine this laser from the air into an aquarium where you have water with salt and sugar mixed, yeah, a very high content, you will see that laser beam when you blow smoke in the air. You see that laser beam going straight line through the air, but when you look at it in the aquarium, you see it entering and then like curving downwards. And that's because when the light changes the medium of propagation, the glass of the aquarium and then the water inside the aquarium, every 635 nanometers, it changes the angle of propagation because it's decelerating. It's changing the speed. It's slowing down. the effect that we see, it looks like it's a piece of wire which you are bending it, but it's not actually bending. It's just like when you fire a bullet, the first 10 meters or so, the bullet really goes in a straight line, because it has more kinetic energy than its mass and everything. But after that, it goes ballistic. It decelerates and it descends until it falls to the ground. And when light is refracting in the air, it's an interesting phenomena that's happening. It's always shooting upwards in the air. And when it's refracting in a liquid, it's going downwards.
Really? Okay. I didn't know that. I thought just based on, I don't know, might be using the wrong word, density or something, I don't know. Or temperature.
Probably, but also the property. There are different properties. I mean, gas and liquids, they are both fluids, but they are really not the same thing. They are totally different one from another.
Right. Can I ask a little question? I was really expecting to be grilled on the model. You just said, oh, it's all fine. You haven't talked about it. I mean, I'm a little bit confused about that. It's just not new for you? You've already heard this before?
Which model? Sorry?
Okay, no. Like I said in the beginning, I had a bit of a thought experiment about that it's actually impossible to ever prove the shape of the Earth. And I know, physicists, they're pretty quick at understanding it, so I'm really wondering, did everyone just understand it from the few lines I said, and are they happy, or?
Well, I did like also this IT stuff and mathematics. And I understand that you can build virtual concepts, models, and they go by logics, they fit logic models and patterns. But
hey, can I ask a question?
It doesn't mean they are real. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Are you surprised that we're not surprised about the mathematical idea that you can't tell the difference, or am I late in the conversation?
Well, a little bit. I had already noticed that graduated physicists, they're really quick at catching on to this, and they say that this is not relevant to math, too difficult. But to be honest, I've never been on this server before. I really didn't know what to expect.
Yeah. Well, I would say, have you ever read George Orwell, 1984?
No, I know the story. Didn't read it myself. Or maybe I did. Yes, I did. A long time ago. Yes.
Because even in that book, the doctor, he says to Winston, do you think it is beyond our mathematicians to have the stars close or far away? So it's like this concept is, it's been around.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you should try explaining it to a layman. They have really trouble with this.
Well, they don't care.
Yeah, and especially the ones that say, "Oh, the Earth must be a globe. It really is," and then you tell them, "Oh no, you can't prove it, and they get really defensive. It's really, really difficult to explain it to them.
Well, imagine spinning on 6 axes.
Mm-hmm.
And you can't feel it.
Yeah. Yeah, it's all curious.
But
So-
yeah, we do have an organ in our ear, the
Yeah.
vestibular organ, and is actually a motion detector. Very precise and complex. It detects very, very slight motions, like if the ground shakes a little bit, everybody runs out the building and shouts earthquake, But we are supposed to be spinning on the ball with at the equator, for example, with a tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. And we are not allowed to feel that speed, that motion at all. Then we are spinning around the sun with 66,000 miles an hour. That motion also we cannot feel. Then the sun is spinning around the Milky Way galaxy, around the great, something like a great attractor in the center of the Milky Way galaxy. This giant, massive black hole. It's spinning with about 500,000 miles an hour. And then the whole galaxy is spinning around the universe, the great attractor of the universe, with, I don't know, 1 million or 1.5 million miles an hour. It's mind-blowing speeds. None of these speeds you are allowed to feel, but neither to see any kind of parallax in the sky, in the stars of the sky. Like when you go on a train and you pass by a forest, when you see that you are getting close to the forest, you see certain trees first. And then once you pass by them, you see first the trees which were behind those first trees, and those first trees that you first saw, they become the last as you go by, So that's parallax, and we don't see this happening in the celestial sky. So
Okay. Because they're too far away, or is there another reason, or?
yeah, that's what they like to say. They are too far away, but how far away? Because you see, when we talk about light source, we have to be aware of the properties of light propagation and the light inverse square. The further you go from that light source, its intensity, its luminosity drops exponentially. So very, very quickly, you will be far enough from that light that that light source does not have enough intensity, light intensity, to illuminate you, to reach your eyes. And yeah, this is actually what's happening also in the world. The sun is a light source which can uh, illuminate a surface uh, of about 12,000 miles in distance. That's the surface area, the length of the surface area that it can cover, illuminate. And anything which goes further than 6,000 miles away from the sun, you don't see the sun anymore.
While nobody's talking, can I throw in an off-topic question real quick?
Sure. Feel free.
Did I hear Ace? You there, Ace?
Hey, Mr.
Hi,
Hinkle.
sir.
What's good, brother?
Oh, yeah.
What's up, man? Hank brought up something the other day that you're going to know the answer to this. What was that girl's name? Lady something that used to be on Free Channel all the time. She's in South America.
Lady G.
Lady G. Okay, yes. Thank
Yep.
you. That was bugging me. Is she
Oh, yeah.
okay, or you heard from her?
I haven't heard from her. I do not know. Last I heard a couple years ago, I'd heard she was on maybe a Hangout. And then
Okay.
that was about it. Last I'd heard, man.
All right. That was just bugging me. Sorry to interrupt. Y'all go
Oh,
ahead
yeah.
with
No, it was Lady Ganja.
Lady Ganja. That's it.
But it was
Yes.
Lady G also. Yeah, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
she was cool. She was good peeps.
Yes, he used to do glass blowing and stuff on cam. I remember her. She was cool.
Yeah, yeah. She was out west blowing glass.
Yep.
That's right.
All right. Y'all go
Yeah.
back to your light
Yeah, man.
discussion
Good
or
to hear
whatever.
you, Mr. Hinkle.
Yeah, same
Hey.
back at you.
All right.
Is Felix G there? I just unmuted you. Miggy wants to talk to you. Or, yeah. Or
No,
whatever.
I didn't know
Right.
if Felix G was why he was muted. That's all I was asking. And what's up, Issa?
Yo,
Yeah,
what's
what's
up?
good?
What you needed?
Nothing much, man. I just didn't know why you were muted. You were hanging out muted.
Oh yeah, I'm just listening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, man. What's good, brother?
Yeah, nothing much, dude. I saw you pop in the server, and I was like, well, "What's going on?" Issa's here.
Fuck yeah.
You still doing music, bro?
Welcome, everyone.
Yeah, man. Yeah, actually, I haven't been putting anything up or playing anything live, but I still play.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, man.
That's good to hear, man.
It's good to see Miggy hanging around listening here. I like that.
Yes.
That's cool, Miggy.
Yeah, man. So
Yeah,
many good folks out here. Fucking right, Miggy.
yeah. You know, we're just kind of enlightening everybody that they really don't know much about anything. So
Uh
they're like, "Oh yeah, I know everything about this. I know where we live."
huh.
Yeah,
Do
I
you
don't think
still
so.
have it in your hand, wig snatching and stuff?
They don't fit in my closet anymore, so we had to rent.
No.
I had to rent
Wow.
a couple of storage spaces.
Yeah.
They were
I
getting too
just
much.
Nice.
I just ordered just now this morning a interface and a good mic, so I'm going to be set up soon here. I'm going to start doing some projects, get serious.
Well,
Oh,
all
nice,
right,
brother.
man. We
Yeah,
can't wait to hear the new mic, dude.
yeah, it's going to be great. So I figured like for something like that, I'm just going to bite the bullet, like even if it takes a little bit more of a chunk than I was intending, I'm still doing better this month than I did this next month. I'm doing better than I did in January. So I'm good. It's great. I don't need much.
If you ever want to join me in my crypto journey, man, just go to my server and I'll teach you the ways.
Yeah. You know what it is? Like, the reason I don't is because I actually need someone to actually walk me through it, and then once I get it, like, but initially it probably is going to take me a little while. So that's why I don't like to bother people,
Yo,
because then if you're doing that kind of thing, you're really busy, and I'll just leave it at that. But yeah, I'll come on sometime.
yo, Miggy, send me a link to your server, dude. I've been fucking with that shit.
Yeah, hey, Isa, just on my name, if you click on it, it'll open up the permanent
Sweet.
link.
Yep.
And yeah, once you get in there, I'll know who you are. But I'm really trying to hook everybody up with the knowledge. Really, it's all it is. And then from there, you can make a decision if you want to invest or what. But just to get your understanding a little bit better on the whole thing, because it's this year and I don't want to get too far off topic, but because of the fact I see it like the crypto space is kind of like what flat Earth society is, right? Like when people are first learning about it, they hear all the bad garbage about it, so they're really like on this really bad tip about it. So they don't know too much about like community tokens and stuff, and it really just paints it in a bad light. And so
Yo, what you know about XRP, dog?
yeah, man, they're well once the, once they deal with the court case, man, it's gonna be
It's interesting, right? Yo,
we
we
can have a
should
good
grab him over here.
conversation on that, man. Like
Yeah,
it's
I
nah,
just joined. I just joined Miggy, so I put the link. I hope you don't mind me putting the link in the live stream. So.
I didn't want to get people in trouble, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't want to.
I trade Terra Luna
yeah.
coin.
You heard they just Biden may come out and make it a fucking national security issue or whatever.
Yeah, he's trying to do. That guy's been trying to do a whole bunch of stuff, man. And people listen. The people speak up, and when they come together, boy, I tell you what, they're just like a balled up fist, dude. You can't do nothing. Like he wanted to push that the mandate that fell down. That didn't go through.
Right.
You know.
The only issue with the crypto, and this has been my issue with it from the gate.
Hmm.
I mean, although I see it, it's like it seems like to me like a romantic, you know, you know what I mean. It just seems like it's destined to fall on its face
Well,
in a
I,
certain sense because of the fact that it challenges the dollar, etc. But I mean, it doesn't mean like, hey, I'm not looking. You know, it doesn't mean I'm not paying attention. I just
yeah,
think, or that people shouldn't pay attention. It's really interesting. You know what I mean?
yeah,
But especially with the whole metaverse shit, and once they get it fucking, because it ain't going anywhere. But it's definitely like if it's allowed to be the threat, and like the whole thing with Bitcoin from that guy Satoshi or whatever, who
hmm
people say that's a fucking anagram for Samsung, Toyota, and Mitsubishi
hmm
as like a threat to like U.S. sovereignty and blah
well,
blah 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 blah.
it's
You know what I mean? Kind
it,
of fucking interesting.
you got a bunch of factions in crypto space, but for sure there's something going on in there that people don't want others to know about it. But like if you know anything about people and freedom and like financial freedom, I'm talking about, like there's a will, there's a way, and they've designed certain community
Oh hell
tokens.
yeah! I mean, I
There,
think it's dude. If you can get like paid in Bitcoin and you can get shit like that, I mean, people. There was one football player that got paid in it, and then during the dip right now, he got rocked. Or but it is interesting, dude. That's so cool. We'll have to talk about it at your server.
yeah,
Yeah,
Hey,
so
there's a lot to talk about actually.
my favorite coin is Terra Luna coin, and so you can burn Luna to create Terra, which is a stablecoin pegged to the US dollar. And so a lot of people don't trust USDT because they don't have the reserves, so maybe a algorithmic stablecoin could be the future and create a drive for Luna demand.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tell you right now, Sasha. There's so many different things that you can learn about crypto that you didn't know before. Right now, people only have a handle of like what the surface knowledge is, and your surface knowledge is your major blue chip coins like Bitcoin, Litecoin, Dogecoin, all that other Terra Luna. Like those are the major coins that you hear about. But once you dig deep, there's a whole universe of like crypto that's going on behind what you think you know, and
Wow.
a lot of it has to deal with people creating community tokens that start from like the ground up. Like you're in it from the day one launch, and you're a part of an investment that takes off from like zero to like 100,000. Like I'm not kidding you. People are becoming rich every day in crypto, and it's I equate it to like the flat Earth in the sense of like you only hear about flat Earth society stuff when you're trying to learn about like the shape of the Earth. Like some new guy. So people that are learning about the shape of the Earth only hear flat Earth society stuff, and they get their head filled with like, oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, flat Earth. It's that disk floating in space, right? That goes up 9.8 meters per second. Like they got this knowledge that they think they know, and then when you have this conversation about what it really is, then they're like, oh, that's nothing what I thought it was like. You know what I'm saying? Like their eyes are open, and
Yeah, yeah.
they're much more receptive to like, oh wow, crypto is really this, and it's not what I've been hearing. And so that's kind of what it is. But there's a
Yeah.
there's a real dogmatic view of like, no, stay away from it, man. It's the devil's coin and all this other stuff. And you can't really change people's mind. But when they get like that, you're just like, all right, man, that's how you feel. Keep on trucking, like
Yeah, a lot of people tell me they think it's satanic, but I try to
yeah.
tell them it goes against the elites and it's for the people.
Bro, they're trying to take it down, man. Like they're hard at work trying to destroy the whole the system. They don't want it to survive. They're trying to regulate as much as they can to where they make it like the fiat currency. Right now,
Yeah.
the fiat, the fiat currency debt slave system. That's what everybody's entrenched in because that's all we have. There is no other alternate. So
Right.
that's the only thing that's on the table. But if you had options, oh boy, man, you could.
Yeah, see if I could buy, sell, trade, and barter in a system that's active. Now, I'm game. Like that's what you're talking about, basically, right?
Yeah, it's
And there's actually protocols that you can use to buy stable coins and then use it to invest in the stock market with crypto. That way, if you don't live in the United States and you can't invest in the S&P 500, you can still invest in the U.S. stocks without actually having to like sign up for it.
How about with resources being involved? How can that be interlinked with crypto? So, in other words, if you are able to if you have a service, you build something, you make something, can you sell it in markets as well?
Tokens that have utility. Like let's say I have a token that I just created, and this token is going to be attached to a service. It could be like
There you go.
I'm a mechanic at a shop, and you could buy my token, and it'll give you discounts to my shop or whatever. Like you know what I'm saying? Like
yes,
it has a utility that you can attach to it.
That's what I'm talking.
People are doing this every day, and they're creating these community tokens that are making millions, guys. And we're here stuck with the fiat currency debt slave dollar. Poor. So if you would have learned that there's a way to become financially free without having to like do some shady garbage like that, that's something that it's like really shady and this is all on the level, then you would go for it. But you're never taught that because you hear all the misinformation. Oh, that's the devil's coin, and you're just like, better stay away from crypto. Like, like it's truthers don't really know too much because they've only heard the flat earth society version of crypto. So it's tough, man. It really is. But you like I say, you can't change people's minds. You have to like if they want to learn, then that's fine. You can teach them and stuff. But then afterwards they can make up their own mind whether they want to move forward and invest or what.
Yeah, I made an NFT even just to see what's up with it.
Yeah, dude, the whole NFT realm, the metaverse realm, like it's about to be popping off.
Here's my beef. Is that see? Here's the thing. First off, that like, do you know that like Ethereum's lawyers were like Perkins Coie, like the fucking Clinton lawyers, right?
Mm-hmm.
For one, and two, everything on Ethereum is so expensive with the gas charges that it's like, go fuck yourself, dude. So it's like the whole NFT thing becomes this big monstrosity of like a, do you know about Polygon?
Yeah, there's different networks though. He said like
Right.
you have Ethereum, you have Binance Smart Chain, you have Cardano, you have all these different networks. So Ethereum is just like one little piece of a huge giant pie. And so if you're speaking of like one thing, that one thing you're speaking of is only a drop in the bucket to the multitude of different other things that operate on a whole another level than the thing you're speaking of. So that one thing could operate the way you're saying it is, but then you look on this other things that are doing like so much different. There's so much innovation happening that it's like so hard to keep up with all the stuff that's like coming out. Yet when you're looking into it, you're seeing like, oh, I know Ethereum's garbage, but I know I go over here and this thing's like blowing
Right,
up
and
and it's cheap and
that's
it's
what I'm
fast
saying.
and
Oh yeah,
yeah.
no, there's shit going on, but I'm just saying, like, in the same stroke, it's like, it's just interesting. I find, I mean, I
Yeah, dude.
definitely,
Like,
you know what I mean? It's like if somebody would have bought Bitcoin back and whatever, and like you made 100 grand on it or for like whatever, then you're gonna be like, yeah, I love Bitcoin.
yeah.
But like, you know what I mean? But, like, and if you miss that boat, then you miss the boat. You know what I mean? But in the same
Well, and
stroke, I think,
that's what
I'm.
these community tokens are all about, though. Like, they're you start with these IPOs from the ground up, and you invest in, like, let's say, I mean, a guy's gonna really that's coming
Dude,
into
I
this gonna like a
remember there was a guy. His name was Gollum, and he used to come and hang out with us in the Google Hangouts back in the day. And he was just like, buy it. He was like, buy Ethereum, buy fucking Bitcoin. It was like, I'm trying to think, what was the price of Bitcoin in 2000 fucking 15, 16?
ooh boy, I'd like to be that guy. Like
Right, and dude was already on it. Like, God bless him. He's probably on a yacht somewhere, just
for
fucking
sure, for sure.
banked out, chilling. But I always think of that guy because I'm like, man, I want to be like, so what's the next coin, dude?
Yeah. I'm like for real, dude. I'm like, and that's the thing, though. He said like every day there's community tokens starting up, so you have an opportunity to be on the next Bitcoin, let's say. So these community
Yo, dude,
tokens,
how about
the
this,
def-
dude?
the
I have,
DeFi space is like completely riddled with like new startups, but at the same time that they're riddled with startups, they're riddled with like scammers and hackers and like all this other garbage. So you really have to know what you're doing
I
so
think
that you don't get.
the only land or the only thing that's gonna be worth shit is anything that's gonna be in the metaverse shit.
What's the difference between an NFT and a coin? Like,
NFT is a non-fungible token, which is digital art, and it could be in the form of digital art, like nice PFP, little like what we have all of our avatars, or it could be something like audio NFT, like somebody singing a song, like a single, or it could be in a video. Like so, NFTs are anything that you could use as digital art on the blockchain,
That's what
and
I want to get into is the music side of it.
yeah. So Issa, that's another thing too. You could like I'm in a whole bunch of stuff right now. I'm in partnerships with a whole bunch of companies, you would say, and so I know people now. Like I'm pretty big in the space now because I'm well connected. But at the same time, it's like I want people to do their own research when it comes to this stuff. So I want to be encouraging people to like look into it, instead of me saying like, oh, it's all of this and let me sell you on this, and I don't want to do that. I'd rather you come and find out what it's about, and then you make up your own mind whether you want to proceed forward or not, because it's to me that I think you can eat you listen, you can stay broke. Okay, you can have that option, stay broke, or you can move forward and try to figure out what this whole crypto thing's about and probably make you a whole bunch of money. But no one's gonna twist your arm and say like, "Oh, go join the crypto." Like, you can stay here if you want. Like, this is up to you. You make up your own mind, though. Like, I mean, 'cause there's so much. What I was looking for, and I already accomplished it. I wanted to quit my job. I wanted to go in crypto full time, and I've accomplished two of those things. I have six figures now, and I'm moving forward into seven. So I'm like, I'm good like now, but I wasn't before because I didn't know any of this stuff. And now that I do, it's like I want to free my truth brothers and sisters. At least I could reach one or two people, at least. But I mean, it is what it is. Like you just
Well, yeah, I just hope it
anyway.
doesn't fall on his face. I don't
would you
know.
say
Is
this is
there
like
any altcoins that you like?
Altcoins?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm bullish on the whole crypto market in general because of the adoption that's happening everywhere. Like you can see, Microsoft just bought 69 or 68 billion dollars in the company Activision because they wanted to be in the metaverse. So Walmart wants to spin up a token. They want to do NFTs. I'm just telling you the recent good news that's happening. So adoption is
Samsung made a digital store in the metaverse.
They did. So adoption is the key, right? So adoption is the key. Right now we're in a bullish, a bearish market. Like the markets are bearish because there's downtrending charts and whatnot. But now's the time if anybody wanted to get in, to get in. It's like positions are low right now, so buy your position right while you can, and then of course when the markets get bullish and green candles start happening, you start making money. But the moment, it's good to kind of research things and think about stepping into the markets because they're low. But anyway, the reason I want to see if I can tie it into flat Earth, but the reason why is because people that are working and are doing flat Earth, I would rather them be financially free and doing what they want and then do flat Earth, because to me that's important. The truth is important, and when you have enough time to do a lot of research without having the hindrance of being somewhere that you don't want to be, like at a job that's keeping you down like all the time, and you're just another cog in the big old machine, then you can think about different things. You can do different things. You can be who you want to be. Like, who do you want to be? Do you want to be a chef, or you want to own a pet store? Like, I don't know what you want to do, but if that's the thing that you really love to do, you can achieve it. But it's just, I see how we were never given a chance to, like all of us. The fiat currency debt slave system never gives you the opportunity to become people like that. If you're not born in a trust fund, or you weren't inheriting a whole bunch of money, then you have to work really hard for everything that you have. So for me, I think being financially free and also being a part of the truth community are the two greatest things that people can actually be a part of. And it
Yeah, but
just
you know what the only problem is, Mickey? You got to sound
yeah,
like it's like you got to be careful because it sounds like it's like what
no,
crypto did. Like it's like it becomes a testimonial about what crypto did for me, and like come join. Like crypto can save you from the and it becomes a message. And I just think it's like I think you're I happen to think like a lot of what I found with a lot of people is that they don't want to hear none of it, and they don't want to understand it. They don't want to think about it. But I'm with you, dude. I feel you, but just be
yeah,
careful. You know what I mean?
yeah. No, I've done the whole kind of like stepping back and kind of analyzing what I'm saying, Isa. But to me, I'd rather it be a testimony of what it can actually do versus something that maybe, like I'm talking about, like smoke and mirrors. Like, well, it's a possibility you guys could be. No, I'm gonna be like, dude, I've seen people dropping seven figures on a token. Like, it's something that I've never seen before. But when I've seen it happen, the potential that money moves some more fluid in the crypto space versus in, let's say, all the regulatory fiat currency system is incredible. It is mind-boggling, and that's why companies are now becoming more a part of it. So it's just my spiel, I guess, is that I want people to realize that the information that's there is there for anybody to look into. It's not like secret or anything. It's just you got to just do your research and figure it out, or get in a conversation about it. I'm all about starting the conversation because that's where it begins. Starting the conversation. So anyway,
Which one helped you make the six figures?
I I don't want to say it over this channel, but yeah, I'll tell you. And the other one.
Okay.
So,
What are your thoughts on Chainlink?
Oh, yeah, it's like I said, I'm bullish about all the cryptos. Anyone, all of them.
I
But
love Chainlink.
yeah, every one has its own utility. Every crypto, whether it be like the big blue chip cryptos or the smaller community tokens, like everything has its own use case. You just got to figure out how, and some are better than others. Like they all vary. So it just depends on what you're into, And
Okay.
so but yeah, anyways, I don't want to rant too much longer. People are gonna be like, "Is this a crypto server or Flat Earth?" So it's Flat Earth server, guys. Just wanted to drop some information on my homies that are here. So, by the way, if anybody does want to talk Flat Earth, I can do that as well. So,
I want to talk
I'll link
flat
there.
Earth. Can you DM me a link to your server? I'm interested in the crypto
Yeah.
too. It's
Yeah.
Dave.
So if anybody wants to find out more, just click on the link on my little profile there. So you click on my profile, and the link is right in there. Just click on that link.
Okay, I got it. Thanks.
question about it.
One, two. Yep. Go ahead, Bushel.
Is are like NFTs kind of like a new way to sort of monetize art? Like for an artist or a musician, could they basically sell their art in a way that's like coins instead of just like prints
No,
and like
they're selling the actual image. It becomes an imprinted digital image on the actual blockchain. It's got its own code to it, its own very unique code that can't be copied or hacked into. So let's say you're an digital artist and you make a beautiful painting and you make an NFT about it. Well, that NFT is on the blockchain forever. It doesn't go away. It's always remains there. And it's very unique because there's only one that you've ever made. So that's why they sell for pieces like in real art. You know, like you go to an art gallery and buy a piece. That's what you're buying. You're not buying a token, you're buying the actual art itself. And you store it on your own wallet that you can have.
well, like how would a like say I make a painting in real life?
Uh-huh.
Is that like represented by an NFT?
It's you have the digital world and you have the actual real art world that people can you can do both. You can say with this if you buy this NFT it'll come with the actual real one, but you don't have to what you're selling is your unique art that you created. So whether it be that you took a digital image of that piece that you made and make it an NFT, or whether it be that you're actually going to sell it on the blockchain and somebody purchases and you know I don't know what you plan to do with it, so it'd really be up to the artist at that point. But you can sell art that you create. Like there's artists that can do great things on digital art. So
And the value is pretty much directly related to like the quality of the art.
no, no,
No?
it's directly related. Have you ever been to a museum and seen people like that do art? Like everything is still it deals with like the how people market things. So let's say I have a party like at a gallery and I'm telling you all these I'm showing you all these pieces of these artists and then all of a sudden this unknown artist comes up and I'm showing you this piece and I'm telling you about this artist and whatnot and this that we know that this artist it's a backstory, right? And then I show you the piece and I'm like this costs this much. I'm basically giving you the value for that piece. And it's up to you whether you think that piece is worth the value that I'm giving it for you. But if you purchase it, then that becomes a floor price or it sets the precedence for anything that artist does. So like let's say I sold it for $10,000, right? Anything else that artist is going to do will have that backing it up. Like he'll have a $10,000 art piece already sold, so people will know him for that. They'll be recognized as this guy made this art piece that sold for $10,000. Like that causes FOMO. People don't want to miss out. So the fear of missing out happens. Then people start jumping in to buy everything that artist does. So you create like hype behind it. So really the value comes in the eye of the beholder that purchases the thing for the amount of the cost that it was set for by the person selling it. Does that make sense? Like if I want to sell you a piece and I'm telling you that my art is worth 100 grand and I'm not going to budge from there and you're just like, well, that's too much. Well, that's fine because somebody might come along and say, dude, that's crazy, I need to have that, and they'll pay that amount. You know what I'm saying? Like, and then it sets the floor price for everything that you're going to be doing um in that sense.
And it
But
applies the same way with like music and every other type of art.
everything, dude, everything, anything in the on the blockchain. So if you have a good marketing team on the blockchain, you can do whatever you want. Like it's great, man. It's
Hey, yo, how are they doing it so that, like, let's say if you put an NFT up of a song,
mhm.
that everyone who downloads the song then gets earnings off of the song the more it's downloaded?
It just like there's a couple of ways they can do that. They back up their NFTs with tokens, so there can be a twofold kind of system. So you can have a token ecosystem backing up those NFTs, so that the NFT that gets purchased also has like a maybe a follow up transaction of like you get this many tokens, and you know what I'm saying? Like it just all depends on whatever platform you're actually doing. NFTs and tokens are they're so versatile. You can do whatever you want so long as it's a solid ecosystem. People can trust it and they can invest in it. And so yeah, you could Issa, the sky is the limit, dude. Especially if you're a talented artist, whether music, paintings or video, whatever it is that's your forte. If you want to make it that big in the crypto space, it doesn't really take much, dude. You can get a following just like that. I mean, it's different because in the real world, dude, there's so much red tape to become somebody, right? Like you gotta go be, to this one art gallery, or you gotta go to this one recording studio, and you gotta pander to these other people that are just maybe they might listen to your mixtape, maybe they won't. Like here, it's like you do what you do, you put your music out, you set the price for what you wanted to, and you create like a little groups or something, and people get to know who you are. Just like in here, if you had NFTs of your music, I would buy it. I mean, it doesn't matter if it was like $2 or $3, but can you imagine selling those singles out to everybody? Blockchain would be just, you know, you'd be artists, I think, have the best advantage right now to make some money. They just don't know how, because a lot of them are not really savvy on crypto, so they kind of shy away from the whole thing. It's like too daunting of a learning curve. But I'm saying, like, just jump in, man. Like, start having the conversation, learning about it. It's a lot of fun, man. To be honest.
So say somebody puts one of their songs on the blockchain for like
Mhm.
whatever, $5. They make $5 from their song, but then they don't have the rights to the song anymore, or
Well, it's just like when you go into the store and you purchase a single, like a cassette tape, like we're back in the cassette tapes, or when they used to have singles, you just buy the single and it becomes yours. You can play it anywhere and outside, and nobody's gonna say, "Hey, that music's copyrighted," because you bought it. So that's
so pretty much anyone can. So the NFT gets purchased over and over and over again.
it can, it definitely can. You can do one-offs, you can do multiple mints. It just depends. You set up the ecosystem for it.
Because that's the incentive then to advertise for the music. You know what I mean?
Dude,
If you,
like.
if you bought somebody's NFT and then you were going to make money, the more items that are sold, you're more interested in telling people about the music. The only problem is
Yeah.
that, like, the issue is that the hustle is, it's like you make something, you put it online, and you basically buy it for the amount of value that you think it's worth in return, which, like you said, sets the value. The problem is, how deep are you willing to go in, especially when Ethereum and gas prices gets retarded.
Oh, well, that's only, like I said, that's a drop in the bucket of networks that you're looking at. So
No, I know, but that's the
when the
thing you
scope,
fall
what,
into when you first
well,
find this stuff.
yeah, yeah, I agree, and it kind of scares people away from it. But then you got things like a Binance Smart Chain network, which is super low fees, man. You're talking about a couple cents to make a transaction instead of like hundreds of dollars like Ethereum. So depends on what network you want to be on, and where.
XLM.
Yeah. Well, XLM, I mean, those are the blue chip coins, but we're talking about community tokens, or being on a network like Ethereum or Binance Smart Chain or any other network, Cardano. And then once you're plugged into those networks, you find out which one's cheaper on gas. You know what I'm saying? And then marketing your stuff would be pennies on the dollar when you release something. Like for a transaction, it would cost like, I don't know, 5 cents to make that transaction. So people would buy your stuff because it just depends on what network you get connected with, and they'll sell your stuff on. So it's yeah, like I said, click on my name, just go to the server. It really doesn't cost nothing. I would be in there talking to anybody. Like I'm more of like just sharing knowledge with people versus, kind of. I sound a bit preachy right now because I'm bullish on the whole crypto space. So that's just me though. But
Well,
Yeah,
it's a
it's
good
me too,
time.
man. I totally agree what you got going on. I'm just sitting back
mhm,
listening, and I'm bullish on crypto as well, and I'm in the music industry also. So
yeah,
I salute you, bro. Like you really
yeah,
speaking my mind for me, bro. Good
dude,
conversation, man.
dude, like when I speak to artists, I'm like, oh my goodness, dude, I'm not talented, but if I was like Issa, dude, I'd blow the doors off this thing, man. Like I'd
I'm
be.
ready to go. I'm ready to go on that today, like
No,
today.
that's the thing, though. Imagine, okay, so how many people does Issa know, like in his circle of people that he knows? Now, imagine those people would invest into him because that's what happens, right? Like if Issa was to come out with the one of the songs that he's ever made and puts it as an NFT, bro, people would buy that. Like I would, and it would be easy, like because he would sell it for a couple bucks, and he'd sell it to me, sell it to Sonny, sell it to and all the people that know him would support him, and that's what it's about. These community NFTs that people make, are other people sharing their
Yeah,
talent.
man.
as well.
That's where I see it, and I appreciate the love, man. Like, and
Yeah.
that's how I see it too. Is the idea that you're all, it's crazy. You ever like go somewhere and like all these people are coming to see a band that you've never heard of?
Mm-hmm.
It's like that kind of a thing. Like where those people are, like I don't know, like how they found each other. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like I have
Yeah,
no
wait,
idea.
yeah, Isa. Like I totally agree. Like actually, what I'm interested in this whole thing in this discussion is the community building that
Mm-hmm.
is possible, the collaboration possibilities.
That's
So, like me as a musician, like that's what I need the most is to be able to collaborate with others and network with other musicians. And with that kind of community, really, it's unstoppable.
yes.
In my experience, that kind of thing is a power that it just doesn't go away, especially if you have collaboration of a co-op of all types of different people because of those common bonds.
Exactly. Which is one of the reasons why I'm bullish about the whole idea. And so when I speak of crypto, when I say the word crypto, it brings to mind like the blue chip token or coins that like Bitcoin and Litecoin. Oh yeah, I know all about that stuff. And it's like you really don't when we talk about like community based projects that people can actually be invested in. Like if I knew Sonny
Yeah.
had a whole bunch of music that he wanted to like mint, I mean I would buy this stuff because it's easy, right? Like I want to support him, but
Yeah.
I don't
So,
know.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
So for instance, what came up for me is you see how like unique Isa's music is, like that unique, like right? Does everyone agree with that?
I do, yeah.
Very unique, like very unique. Well, I also have very unique style as well. And if you bring musicians, artists, whatever you want to call us that make sound like that, when you introduce individuals that are just just unique in their own right, and you put those kind of elements together with all of those influence over a lifetime of however long the individual's been playing at that craft, that's funny. It's called a craft. That's weird. I never realized that.
Hey, could someone put a link to his music in the voice chat if you don't mind?
Pardon me?
I link to the music to Isa music. Did I pronounce it right? In the voice.
Isa? Yeah.
Thanks, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
whatever. Yeah,
subscribed.
Isa. Thanks, bud.
I should listen to more. I like what I've heard. Anyway, so that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. That's what I'm interested in because what I want to do, like who I am, is I want to travel. Like I want to spend maybe 3 or 4 months just going across country with my bicycle, a badass electric bike, and just traveling on the road, like on trail, like being able to go anywhere I want to go with everything I need to survive. Is like been this thing that I've been on this quest for, but also traveling faster and further to go visit people in the community that do the things that we like to do, playing music together, creating those sounds, creating that epic freaking that epic musical project. Not only that, like I think bigger. I'm thinking huge festivals. Like I don't know why at my age that still hasn't gone away. I foresee great things sometimes, and so anyway,
here's the thing. If you want to maybe have it, because I don't want to take too much more time in live stream. So if you want to, we can just hop down to the chill chat.
That sounds good. I have a couple things to do, but I'll pop in there. Absolutely, I have to get outside pretty soon, but yeah.
Well, look, I think we could just stay in this chat for now, perhaps.
Well, yeah, but it usually needs to get back to flat Earth, from what I know of.
Yeah, we don't want to dominate this with this topic, but it is such a great conversation.
Yeah.
So.
Anyway, you guys have the link to my server, so just hop on in there, man.
I'm currently in the process of red pilling Orion on cryptocurrency.
All right, we'll do it in the chill chat.
Yeah, I love talking about crypto.
There's already people going in there. They're watching something in there right now, but there's other voice channels as well.
Yeah, I can go to my my server or whatever because I'm about to hop off of here, but I'll be in there, guys. If you wanna.
All right, maybe we'll see you on there later. I'll see you later, Miggy. Nice speaking with you. Have a great one, man.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
hop
bro.
on your server.
All right, man.
Yeah,
Join
like
me
I'll
over
tell you
there.
what, you inspired me. I'll tell you that much, Miggy. You definitely inspired. Well, you always have inspired me, even when you're flat smacking. You know, like I picked up that 3-point thing, and seems to be you and I were just the ones carrying it. You know, for a while. Now,
Yeah, it caught on though.
anyway, but yeah, have a good. I'll talk to you later.
All right, man. See ya.
Peace, Maggie.
See ya, Issa.
Yeah, man, I might come through in a bit.
Alrighty then. I see a lot of people in here that ain't talking. A whole bunch of them.
And low.
Hello.
Just listening to some new perspectives on crypto.
Ah, I see. Have fun with that. I'm just teasing.
I have a bunch of it. I haven't deep dived it like Miggy and stuff has, so I was just listening. I was sort of on the fence, even though I own a bunch.
So anybody in here think they live on a ball?
I could LARP as a ball earther.
Let's see if there's any real people first.
Yeah, let's start there.
Anybody new in here with
I think
questions?
Lalo Think is a ball earther.
Uh-oh.
Who?
It's not spending.
It says he's not responsible for our assumptions.
Well, you know, when you make an ass out of you and me, it's not much.
He's not responsible for us assuming he's a ball earther.
Sasha's a non-binary earther.
Respect my authority.
Yes.
Confused earther.
Well, you realize we live in a quantum world. You realize this, yes? Quantum world is not binary.
Go ahead and
Define
unpack that.
quantum.
Yeah, unpack that.
Unpack it how? I mean, if you understand how quantum works, you understand it.
Start with
You're
your
speaking in
definition.
generalities. Sorry,
I
Dave.
was going to say, who really does understand all that crap?
Well, I was trying to red pill you guys on crypto, but it seems like you guys took the blue pill. So, not much I can do there.
What are you trying to red pill on crypto? Go ahead.
I was just trying to tell you about it, but you guys don't trust me.
What's this? I didn't know we were doing advertising for stuff on the side. I mean, we're here to talk about flat Earth. I'm not trying to be rude, but I mean, you know.
Yeah. Let's talk about the quantum. Go ahead and explain it to us, Sasha. Because if you understand
every
something, you
particle
should
is
be
in a quantum entangled state, and it doesn't collapse into a superposition until you observe it. So, theoretically, we live in a realm of probabilities and uncertainties. There is no concrete.
Disagree. I disagree with the not being concrete part.
I'm driving on concrete right now, so I disagree also. Y'all
For
go
us,
ahead.
there is a concrete. What's the independent control variable on your quantum world?
No, you don't. Have you heard of the red slit experiment?
The double slit experiment, yes, I've read about it for probably 25 or 30 years, yes.
Yeah. So that proves that we live in a quantum world.
Doesn't prove that listen, that's only just one realm. If you're going to talk about this, you're going to have to set up parameters first. If you're not setting up parameters, then you're just talking out the side of your neck pretty much. So you're going to have to start with principal foundational basis for what you're trying to describe to us. So if you'd like, explain the double slit experiment, and we can start there. Do you know what it's doing? Like, I'm just gonna let you talk. I'm not gonna question you. But if you could explain that to everyone else, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So the shows that particles behave in a wave when they're not observed. So the wave-particle duality
Hold on.
in
This is
all
what I
of
mean. I
nature.
didn't mean to stop you. Listen, let me stop you because if people don't know what the double slit experiment, you're going to have to go into background. Okay, there was an experiment done. This is what they were trying to show. This is the apparatus that they had. This is the setup that they use. See what I mean? You have to get more specific because you're like 50 steps down the road. So people need to know what it is. Like, what year was that? What else was going on? Was Mikkels and Morley around the same time? Like, you know what I mean? Like background data. That we need that set up.
Okay. Well, it all started when they were shooting particles through a double slit, and what they found was if you observe the slit, then it becomes a particle, and the particle ends in one place. But if you don't observe it, they detect it as a wave, so that means it could be anywhere. So unless you're directly observing something, it exists in a superposition where it is a wave and it is all possibilities at the same time.
Okay, so do you know how did they show that information you just said? Do you know how they showed that? With the apparatus is what I'm getting at.
How they showed what?
What you just described. How these
Well, they
particles
had a detector behind the slit.
See,
They had a detection mechanism behind the slit, and so yeah, that's kind of how it worked.
Okay, what was their hypothesis? So look, they had a hypothesis that it was going through a wave, that it was causing obstructions or interference. See, that's what I mean by
Well, the hypothesis is irrelevant. The independent variable was
No.
the
Okay, go ahead.
slit. The dependent variable was the particle, the thing that lands on the particle, and the dependent or the manipulated variable was if they were observing the particles or not.
Yeah, the knower, yeah, the thing with the knower. So, but if someone didn't know anything about what they were trying to look at, so like they were saying, like it's a photon, like a little BB of light, a little packet of information that's hitting, but they couldn't figure out. Here's the dilemma. They couldn't figure out that it was an interference pattern, just like a wave is in through a medium, or if light was not a wave and it was a particle. That's what I mean by the setup of this information we're talking about. So that was the dilemma. That's what they were looking at. Is it a wave or a particle? Well, because they had the knower information of where that particle was being ejected, let's say, through the medium, that if you knew the information when it was occurring, that it actually collapsed the wave function. By having the knower information, observer, at the camera point. Right? So go ahead, continue on. Very interesting. Continue.
Well, my theory is we live in a realm of quantum probability. There is no certainty.
Yeah, we don't care about your theories.
Yeah, you're speaking in generalities, man. We're trying to get you to explain what you think you know, but you're having an inability to do so. If you understand something, you should be able to explain it to a 5-year-old.
Like I'm doing. Like I know how to do it.
Well,
Like,
I don't know what you want me to explain. I don't want to just talk about the experiment the whole time.
Hey, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question?
Yeah, let's go to Q&A. Yes,
If
sir.
if quantum mechanics is real, and it can be either a wave or a particle, could flat Earth be real?
That's very interesting. Well, I have one theory that perhaps flat Earth is in a quantum state at the same time.
but the thing is, we observe it being actually flat as well as observably flat.
Yes, but the
So what
globers
about that
observe it
little
being...
particular issue?
Well, the problem is the globers observe it being a globe, while the flat earthers observe it being
They do
flat.
not.
So
No, I
perhaps,
disagree. They do not observe it being a globe. No one observes it being a globe. No one ever has.
Yeah, they're just projecting their preconditioned beliefs onto what they see. They're not observing it.
Yeah, we only observe, and measurably so is the big problem for the globe, that we measurably show that it's not curving in any direction.
Yeah, so Sasha, I have a question. You're talking about waves and particles. When you talk about a wave, you're talking about a wave in what, of what, and by what? So that's my question. When you say wave versus a particle, and can you define a particle?
A particle is a discrete packet of energy. A wave. Wave is more difficult to define. I would say a wave is...
A wave is medium dependent, right? So when we're talking about light being a wave and a particle, I'm trying to get you to describe what is waving for light to be a wave, because a wave is not a thing, right? A wave is what something does. So what is waving when you're talking about light? And if you're talking about light being a particle of what?
A photon.
So a photon is analogous to an electron, which J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of an electron, defined as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction.
Yes, I agree.
But do you understand?
I already defined particle, Jace. I already defined it.
But you're utilizing photon and electron as a particle, but they are no such thing.
Yes, they are.
Even the discoverer of an electron stated that it's not a particle. It's the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. Meaning it's where one portion...
Particles, actually. They're fundamental particles.
No, they're not. A photon. So you're telling me, if I take a picture, it's collecting photons of light? Take a picture with a digital camera.
I don't know the technicals of a camera, so I can't really tell you that, but... But I do think an electron is a particle, sir.
An electron is a particle. Can you cite that somewhere? Particle of what? What is it containing? Because my understanding from the discoverer of an electron, J.J. Thomson, He defined it as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. Meaning it's where this energy terminates, right?
It has a negative charge. It belongs to the lepton particle family. It's a lepton.
What's a lepton?
In particle physics, a lepton is an elementary particle of half-integer spin that does not undergo strong interactions. Two main classes of leptons exist: charged leptons
He's in
and
the
neutral
particle
leptons.
physics, and see, you need need to set up the background because you're way too far into it. Everybody's going, "What the fuck?" So you got to tell them what that is, that what model that is. That's particle physics, and then what part of it, like. You need to start pulling up some Wikipedia stuff about what you're talking about so you can talk in the realm of which you're trying to portray or whatever the information. You're not giving people enough background. Okay, I'm reading, I'm looking at particle physics, here's where this comes from, set up some foundations of understanding because it's a very complex field, and if you don't, most people are just going blah, blah, blah. I can read a textbook myself. So if you're not setting up the background information of how this stuff was discovered, what they were trying to do, what they're, different groups of different schools of thought on those different topics, right? Major events that occurred that caused them to discover or think they discovered certain things, so that if you don't bring those things up, so be a historian about it. Go look up that information. Have a few pages open. So while you're talking to us or anyone about it, you have reference materials that you can backtrack. So, because we're going to ask you for reference material.
Well, there's this thing known as the photoelectric effect, which actually verifies that particles exist, that photons exist.
So explain the photoelectric effect.
Or like this, tell us like what major event, do it like a test if you're going to test yourself even. Like, so like the question is like, what was the major event where they discovered proton? Like something like that. See, then it's informational.
When you shine light onto a metal plate, there will be an ejection of an electron from the metal plate.
Okay, who did this?
I think it was Albert Einstein.
See, that's where I want you to get information, so you're not just talking like that. See what I mean? Because if I question you, then you don't know. No,
I don't know.
But I know it's real. Have the reference materials available, so when asked, you can provide them.
So Sasha, basically what you're saying is that when an energy hits a metal plate, it releases another energy. So kind of explain to me how particles come into this equation.
Well, because it ejects an electron.
Which we already talked about as not necessarily being a particle, but the terminal end, right? Meaning the termination of the energy.
Okay,
So when the energy terminates...
I don't know all the terms,
So when the energy terminates, right, we're calling that a particle. But just defining it or calling it a particle does not make it one, right? And that's kind of my contention is most of the mainstream wants to quantify things that are unquantifiable in the physical material realm, especially when you completely eliminate the medium in which all of this stuff is traveling, right? So if you try to claim that the medium in which, so define a field.
Oh my god, dude. Come on.
Should be simple.
See the
I can't
pitfalls?
define every
Sasha.
single thing. I'm not a physicist.
Sasha, too. No, you don't have to be, bro. Like, see the pitfalls you would have avoided if you would have done what I said. But you're still not doing it, are you? Oh well.
I'm just trying to understand, man. And I need terms to be defined in order for me to comprehend it.
Right, Napalm? Yeah, Napalm.
There's
doing
no
a good
definition of field in all of science. You know this.
Continue. No, Sasha, we need to start seeing reference information. Otherwise, we're just going to assume you actually don't know what you're talking about.
No, there's no definition of a field because the people who are trying to quantify everything try to ignore the field, even though they try to invoke the field, which is why they don't define it. Because defining it shows exactly all of the holes in their theories.
Can I ask Sasha one question? My mic working?
Yes.
You're good, Dave. Floor is yours.
What's up, Jenny from the block?
Hey,
Sasha,
hey.
I'm just gonna ask Sasha one question real quick. Is there an objective reality that we all can demonstrate and prove to each other, or not? Yes or no?
I think so.
Okay, fair enough. At least you're sort of on the right track there. What's up, Jenny? You got
For instance,
anything?
mathematics is objective.
Well, I'm in the middle of my day. I have the day off tomorrow, and I'm extremely looking forward to it. I'm very frustrated with the human race.
Yep, unfortunately, a large portion of our population is basically stupid, to put it bluntly.
Oh my god, it's so heartbreaking, you guys. It is.
Jenny on her lunch break. I feel so fortunate to be able to hear you when you come on.
You know what? I appreciate you, but actually it's the other way around. You guys are my favorite people. Serious. I can't have conversations like this with other, I mean, some, but not very many. Not very many.
That is kind of heartbreaking, but at least we're here together, so.
So yeah, if it's not, people not even realizing, their actions affect others, and and then, the most heartbreaking thing for me really is the state of health of people. I mean, I'm not a beacon of health or anything, but I mean, I'm pretty proportional, and I think I might be close to my BMI. I really might. But anyway, you have elderly people that just eat a bunch of shit food, and they look horrible, and they can barely move, and it's just like, oh my God, how can this be happening? It's so sad, you guys. It is. And then you have, your Karens and your Kevins, and I need a day off. But most of the time, people are nice. But enough about me, y'all. I'm here enjoying my salad and listening to my favorite people, and every once in a while I get to put in 2 cents. Oh, and I was looking up the definition, well, mostly for how to spell it. Gobbledygook. I'm not even saying it right. Gobbledygook. So
sounds like globe something, doesn't it? Gobbledygook sounds like Globbity gloop.
Yeah, it's spelled GOBBLEDYGOOK. And it says language that is meaningless or is made unintelligible by excess use of abstruse technical terms. Other words, nonsense. It's another word for
It's the
nonsense.
globe. That's the definition for globe speech.
Jimmy, I thought it was spelled SASHA 2.0.
Ooh.
What? No response? Come on, dude. Better come back.
To be honest with you, I didn't hear all that.
I was being facetious. I was just saying I thought gobbledygook was spelled SASHA 2.0.
Get it. Ha.
Dude, I'm not in the right state of mind. That just went right over my head.
He was spelling Sasha 2.0, who was speaking gobbledygook, trying to describe Guano.
It's easier when you're not using a phone because you probably can't see the whole screen. Which I like.
Yeah, man. It's frustrating. I got a question for you guys. What do you guys think about an idea for me to get a laptop? Or not a laptop again.
You have
Do you think
something
it would
like-
fly if I did a GoFundMe?
No, look, you could do it like this. What is it called? End of sale. There's these websites where people. Hold on, let me see if I can.
I'm tired of just a phone. In fact, I want a flip phone and I want to plug in my internet to a computer and get rid of my Wi-Fi before it ruins my brain.
It might be too late for that, but I see where you're
No,
coming
it
from.
could be. You're right. You never know.
It's funny how that is, right?
But do you think it would be appropriate if I if I created a GoFundMe and put it out for people if they wanted to help me?
Well, personally, I don't see a problem with it as long as you don't, post it in the live stream or whatever, put it on the side for.
Right. Yeah.
Why it'd be a problem? Not in my mind. But I don't know what anybody else thinks.
Yeah, I'm not going to go out and run and do it, but it's been a thought of mine because I really would like to get a nice desktop again and an actual desk. I miss it. It's been a couple
Maybe
years.
somebody's got one like in their garage that works well, but they don't use anymore or something.
Yeah, I need to figure out something eventually.
I hear you. I know what it's like to be on limited income. It's not fun.
It's actually pretty crazy. I might I might connect my mom with the idea because my mom's pretty technically savvy, kind of maybe even more than me. And she has a TikTok account for her business. She makes one of a kind leather purses. And so she has 70,000 TikTok followers. If you can believe that shit. So a long story short, my sister put out a GoFundMe and she got $1,500 in a day. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy. So yeah, they had to pull it because they had their money.
That is interesting. I've heard people have done that too, but I've never had any experience with it myself.
Social
Yeah, me
influencers
neither.
make a lot of money, by the way. I have some
What?
social influencers, right?
Oh,
Social media
yeah.
influencers, they make a ton of money.
Well, I don't know I mean, the houses that you see them living in, they don't own those. That would be my guess.
You would be
I don't know.
surprised. So I can't really give you
No,
all the
there's so
details,
many
but
LLC there's a lot of production companies and stuff like that. So
yeah, I can't really give you details, but I have access to certain specific information that, yeah, trust me, they make a shit ton of money.
Thank you, Drace, for saying that. Appreciate you. But yeah, I was thinking about it because, I just don't feel like I can be as effective as you guys without more information at my fingertips. Somebody mentioned that a few minutes ago, and I'm like, yeah, man, I'd love to have a mouse and be able to click, 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 click. All right, I got that for you. It's hard to be organized on a damn phone. I try, but it's hard. Yeah, I mean, at one point, okay, so a long time ago, I had a job as a telemarketer, and it was for AT&T Disconnect. They would call us though. It was inbound. And so I had this massive spreadsheet with all this verbiage and these calculators. I had my shit going on. And I got all kinds of bonuses when I did that job, man. I kind of miss it, but the only thing I don't miss was sitting at a damn desk all the time, and I gained weight. Yeah, I mean, yeah, karma, it is a hassle. I try to be organized. It's not easy. And then you got an internet connection to deal with that's all janky, with the phone. I want to plug in my internet connection into an actual desktop, and I want to get a flip phone.
Hey,
I
Jenny,
mean,
while you're here, why don't you see if you maybe since it's a female voice, you can get Lino Tomo, the Globe Earther, to talk.
oh, okay.
Say hi to him.
Well, karma's here too.
One of you talk to Lino Tomo.
I'm trying. Okay, he's not new. I kind of recognize that name.
He's not new. He just never talks. Maybe he's changed his mind by now.
All right. Well, he's a globe earther, and he must. He's got a somewhat trusted. He's got a link in bedroll. So, yeah, Lino Tomo. Is that how you say it? We don't know because he never talks, right?
That's why
Funny.
I was trying to get you to get him to talk, but evidently it ain't working.
Well, I don't want to confront him on why he believes in the globe and not flat Earth, but I mean, I am interested. What, you know?
Doesn't have to be a confrontation. Just see if you get a
No.
conversation out of him.
Yeah.
I want answers. Tomo, right now. I demand answers.
State your purpose.
Yeah, why are you going around calling it a globe? Answer.
Well, that's the only person I saw in here right now. I thought Jenny would give it a shot, but
Well, I mean, I'd want to know from Lino that why you believe in NASA. That's what I'd want to know.
Yeah, explain yourself.
I mean, seriously, there's like tons of footage of the weird stuff happening where it doesn't look like they're really competent. Like you look at their videos and it's like, oh my God, how did they fucking make it to the moon? I mean, seriously. I mean, I guess I get it.
What a fish story.
Somebody else was talking.
Oh, I was just responding that the moon thing, it's a fish story.
Wait, the fish story?
Oh, it's a Jim Carrey reference. It's what he said about the moon landing. What a fish story.
Here's a laptop for $68. Hold on, let's see.
No, I don't really want to. I don't know. Laptop. I was thinking desktop with a monitor. Maybe I could at some point in the future get two. Damn it, Sonny. Sorry. I probably misspoke.
We'll find you something like that.
Dude, yeah, I need some help. My Flat Earth brothers need to help me. I'm going to ask Helio again, too. We talked about it once. Not too awful long ago, I think, because this has been something I really want to do. But thank you for your efforts. I appreciate it.
Actually, a desktop will be even cheaper, and you can probably get something better because.
Yeah, I don't need convenience. I want something to sit at a desk. That's it.
Here's a desktop, 4 gigabyte RAM, 250 gigabyte hard drive, $216. DailySteals.com.
Really?
Here's
DM
the
me
link.
that link,
Here's
Sonny.
the
I'll
link.
look at it.
There's the link. And you'll find more.
I mean, I don't know if it's that cheap. I might be able to handle that something like that. Honestly, maybe, but yeah, I'm poor and I gotta get stuff on my car fixed too. And I might do the thing with my mom for the car. I might be able to make that happen. That'd be kind of cool. So yeah, she said for me to make like a video about my job and that I help old people.
See that? $216. It was $400 and something. Now it's $216, free shipping anywhere in the U.S.
Yeah, I definitely want to get more organized with a computer with information and stuff.
And this one includes a 19-inch flat screen monitor.
Damn, serious?
Yes. See, you can find super duper good deals, man, actually.
I'm always nervous about ordering stuff like that I don't know at Daily Steals. I mean, what is this website even? Is that a popular website?
I don't know. No, it's just one of probably many.
Oh yeah, an example. I got you. Okay. All right. What's your opinion on buying like ones from like a hawk shop or something? That's probably not a good idea to buy, is it?
Just depends on what it is, and actually, if you know what you're doing, you could build a desktop that would be the best, top of the line, and put the things, put all the devices, the motherboard, and everything in yourself, power supply, whatever it needs, and you would have the bombest, best PC, because you'd have the ability to upgrade it all the time, especially if you bought.
Dude, maybe I should do something like that.
No kidding, man. So when you're talking about a box like that, I know how to do that stuff really well.
Really?
Yeah. My youngest son just built his very own computer.
Okay.
Yeah, you could build it so much better than anything you could buy as a PC. If you don't need the mobility, you could build a really nice PC, man. Like I'm telling you, a gaming quality. The best graphics, the best.
Well, I need to use different shit at the same time, and my phone just ain't cutting the mustard no more. Like the past couple days, I'll try and use my app that I have all my memes organized in and stuff, and it's slow as fuck.
You could have the freaking Jenny Media Center.
I know. At my fingertips within seconds. I need to do it so bad. It's been forever. I can't even remember the last time I had a real desktop.
Here's another site. Hold on. This is only the second one. This is Acer.com. They have a desktop Chromebook desktop, only $300, but that's expensive. That doesn't include the monitor. So try to look for like pennies on the dollar sales, cheap desktop.
You know what? I would almost be interested in building my own, actually.
Cheap desktop computers. Let's see what.
Yeah, it's cheaper if you build your own.
If you build your own, totally.
I definitely don't want a fucking Chromebook. Please, no.
You don't. Who cares any of that stuff? Just build your own. Get like, here we go. Let's see. You could have the fastest computer around, actually. Because when you have the choice to put in anything you want into it, Dell Inspiron motherboard. RY206 531 53 531S desktop motherboard. Let's look at that. That's not
I just bet that there's somebody on YouTube that talks about how to build your own desktop computer.
super easy, man. You could do it
Really? Okay.
yourself.
I bet I could figure it out. I mean,
I built like 2 or 3 of them in my lifetime. Look, they have them as cheap as, it depends on what kind of desktop, what kind of motherboard. So, brand new ones, $84 for a motherboard, desktop motherboard. Get a Lenovo system board socket, $185, so you could get like a nice main board and have enough ability to expand.
so if you were to guess, if I were to just build some beginner starter desktop kind of thing, what would I be looking at for money wise, like $400?
Probably. Yeah.
I can totally handle that, really. It's like the $1,500 car repairs I got to do that's a little much.
Yeah, I would shop around. I see motherboards in here as low as $30.
So 400, would that just be the tower, or would that be like a monitor?
Yeah, you're gonna
and
need
an operating
that stuff is cheap though. So let's see.
Because I'd have a monitor, and you have to have an operating system too.
You can get out of that really cheap.
Really?
Yeah, what the trick you can do there is just go on Facebook and find somebody selling an old Dell for like $40.
Yeah, that's
buy
true.
that and strip the hard drive out of it and use that.
Exactly.
And then you, instead of paying like $200 for the operating system.
Yeah. That is a fabulous trick. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's the way to do it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Buy a box. Just buy a box.
Yeah, I don't need the whole office suite and shit like that. I don't need all that. Not right away anyway.
They're getting rid of those desktops.
Also,
too,
Also, if you go to PC Part Picker, you can check and see if everything is compatible with each other. If you're going to buy like a motherboard, a CPU.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. PC Part Picker. That's fabulous. That's incredible.
You just enter whatever you're going to buy and you can see if it's compatible. I ended up building a gaming PC like 5 years ago for like $500.
Nice. But that was just the tower though, right?
Yeah, and then I went on Facebook and bought 2 monitors for like $30 each.
Nice. Okay. All right. That makes it seem more doable. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, you could build one like a professional one for probably half price of what somebody building it for you. Half the price, the same thing, even better.
Well, you said yourself that it's not that it's not necessarily difficult.
It isn't. No soldering involved. Like all the connections are all standardized, so you can't plug the
You just
wrong
plug
pin
in stuff.
anywhere. Yeah, you just follow some
Connect it.
directions. Yep, just connect it up.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, take
It's
your time, look at it all, and just go over it slowly. It's pretty easy. I taught
Yeah,
it
you
to
can't
myself.
be in the wrong place. Oh, sorry, Jace.
It's all good. I just taught it to myself when I was a teenager, so like you can probably teach it to yourself right now.
Oh man, I taught myself how to do my own acrylic nails. I might be able to handle. I know it's technical and electronics and stuff, but I mean I can teach myself stuff, so I'm good.
Yeah, but because it's not, you don't have to know any of the electronic stuff. It's just plug this into the only slot that fits it.
Yes.
So it's super easy.
That's what I meant to say. Yes, thank you for saying that. That's it. So you kind of can't get it wrong, but that part picker, whether or not they're compatible, that's the half of it right there almost.
Yeah. Because if you have the wrong part and it's not compatible, then it might not fit, and then you can try to force it and it can break stuff.
Or it could possibly not work.
Yeah.
Because you have to have certain drivers for things and stuff like that. I do know that.
Yeah, but you get most of the drivers. You can download the drivers after the computer gets set up and turned on.
Right. But yeah, if I did that, I'd definitely have some verbiage on hand and stuff to paste like you guys all do all the time. It's just really, you guys already know.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to see Jenny 2.0.
Woo! That would be cool. Yeah, with everything going on in the world, it's been kind of weird for a while, and it's kind of I'm kind of new. Well, I shouldn't feel new after almost 2 years, but you can't. It's just you get so weird. So it's been hard for me to like do certain things, and you know what? I've been meaning to watch the movie Groundhog Day because I think I can relate to that.
I love that
But
movie. It's one of my favorites. Also, one of Karma's favorites.
what was the Jim Carrey movie somebody mentioned earlier? Was that the Flat Earth one? What is it? Oh shoot.
Yeah,
Brain fart,
Truman
bad.
Show.
Yes, thank
Truman
you.
Show.
Is that what it was from? I need to watch that again too. It's been a while since I watched that. Those are two kind of similar type of movies almost, wouldn't you guys? Well, no, I mean, I don't know.
Well, the Groundhog Day is more like a very funny and good movie. I liked every single episode I've seen that tries to replicate that has done it pretty nicely.
What
'Cause
do you
it's a
mean an
nice.
episode? Is there a TV show Groundhog Day?
No, but a lot
No.
of modern day TV shows, like for instance Supernatural and Stargate and stuff like that, will have an episode generally that pays homage to that movie and uses how funny those scenarios can get
Ooh.
when you have to relive the same day over and over again.
Yeah. Is there a Mandela effect for Groundhog Day at all, or the movie?
I don't know anything about that. I don't
That's all right.
subscribe to Mandela.
I'm not really into it. I just thought of it as all. That's all. And the reason is because a lot of times when other movies or what have you references something like that, I don't know. That's what made me think of it because they refer to that as residue. I think that I'm using the term right.
I just really like the movie because it has a nice message, kind of, and it's kind of a redemption movie.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Plus, it's funny and good.
I almost got your PC built for about $400 already. Just
Oh
looking.
my gosh, honey. Okay.
Could have it done. Actually, you could do it yourself from the links that I posted. You just start looking. There's your motherboard. There's your memory sticks. There's your CPU, and there's your case. So you just keep looking, and you find good deals.
I
Yeah,
gotta get a refill, but damn, I might almost be able to do that.
you would be able to just take your time, I would say, and you would be able to put it together yourself, and probably for about $500 build yourself one. You could do it cheaper even if you look for those best deals for the other stuff. Like look for a really good deal on a monitor. Like you'll find some really good things. Or just buy the box from someone else. Is it Napalm or whoever that was?
Really?
Yeah, just buy a cheap box from someone on Craigslist or eBay or whatever. Find you a box, find you a monitor, and just build the rest yourself. Yeah, it'll be way better. Yeah, hard drive, and then the other little drives, like will probably be in the case. Like if you get a new enough box from somebody, it'll already have a DVD drives or maybe 2.
Yeah.
That kind of thing will be in the case, but yeah. So I suggest you that. Excellent idea.
Okay, one of the first things I would do, besides get Discord connected to it, is I'm gonna do a soundboard myself.
Where's that dancing video, Jenny?
I know that's on the docket. It really is on the docket. I need to organize my hobbies a little bit more. I've got several.
I want to
But
see the skills. I want to see the skills.
okay, all right. I'm not a professional. Let's get this straight. I'm putting that down. Okay, everybody. It's not like I'm like, yeah. So, but I don't know.
You're not Rhythm Nation like Janet Jackson.
I mean, I can move definitely, but I'm not a professional. So it's like, don't be getting your expectations way up there. I'm just, for the record, everybody. I thought about that. I don't know when, earlier yesterday. I'm like, oh, somebody made it. I think it was Geppy said something about that I'm a secret pro dancer. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm not. But yeah, it just, I don't know. The song just grabbed me, and I was like, woo, woo, woo. Yeah. I need to do that. I do, but I don't have any setup. I don't have like a tripod. I mean, I'm gonna have to finagle my phone in some fashion with books on either side or something. So that's why I haven't done it.
You do what you got to do, lady.
Yeah, and I work 48 hours. Well, we're scheduled 9 hours, but I get an hour lunch, obviously. And I work 6 days too, so a lot of times.
Yummy.
Yeah. So, I mean, when I come home, a lot of times I just like have to, turn off the brain and allow myself to recharge. Because customers sometimes, I'll tell you, they're like, oh my gosh. I roll my eyes inside my head all the time, where I want to just look at them like, really? But I'm not, yeah, I don't know. Testing my patience. I'm looking forward to my day off tomorrow. But yes, I'm getting closer to actually memorizing all the lyrics to the song. And I need to, something else on the doc, I need to find the long lost, the Lord's Prayer, but we use the radius. And Jose, El Baba Yaga came up with it. And I haven't messaged him yet, but it's written down on the to-do list. But yeah, I don't even eat lunch on my lunch. Because I really need to like reset and then pretend I just have another 4-hour shift to go. Because retail really isn't my gig. Yeah, I got, so far I've gotten 2 Kevins. And I've had a couple Karens. And I've gotten white knighted one time. It was pretty awesome. Customer called another customer bitch because she was being one. But I can't say it, but she said it for me. It was quite the event. That's incredible. Somebody jumping up and then hitting somebody in the head with their feet. That's crazy. All right, somebody's going meme crazy. All right, so
I think that's an interesting story. Just someone speaking up who's not working there can really change that interaction from being a super abusive reaction towards the staff, and the staff just has to take it or get fired. It's our
Exactly.
responsibility to stand up against what is wrong and like voice like concerns.
Oh, this lady got all up in her business. Oh, it was quite the sight to see. And, I don't wish bad on anybody, but this lady is just, oh, I don't even want to look at her. And I wasn't when it was all going on. I was just looking at my register. It's like, oh my gosh, I couldn't believe it happened. But yeah, exactly right. And that's why I don't really care for customer service anymore, is because you just have to take it. So someone be an asshole one day and come in and just spew their negativity on everybody. It's like, come on, man. It's like unbelievable sometimes. But it's not all bad because I do get to have great conversations with people in town. So I really enjoy that. So it's just like I just got to grin and bear it. And if it gets that bad, I just have to, say, I'll be right back. And I turn around and get customer service, and then they take care of it. Or a manager. I don't get paid to take care of people's issues. But we deal with issues in here all the time. Not right now. It's pretty quiet from what I'm gathering. The globe, the heliocentric theory, is dead. It's dead. They just want to hold on to the fantasy. They want to be nostalgic. They want to be the bird in the gilded cage with the door open. And they just stay in there. People just want to live the dream. Right? Anyway, I got to run, everybody. TTFN.
Later.
Later, Jenny.
Rapping since 5, one hand in the mic and the other french fries. Don't worry about the size, just worry about my vibes. No, please don't kill my vibes. Please don't kill my vibes. I got winning in my
That was good. I just think you're missing the hook.
I know. I'm working on it.
Oh, the bot's not even in here. Huh. Maybe the bot's getting updated. Okay.
What's up, Glad?
I was just talking about, I was trying to play something through the bot here, and the bot's not even in here, so I still have control, but it's not going to play anything because it's not here.
We don't need no stinking
bots. We don't need no stinky bots.
We don't need no
That's my shot, Conry. That's my shot, Conry. We don't need no stinking bots.
Love that movie. It's hella funny.
Right, old dude.
Sing.
I thought it would be a good time to play some cartoon ball, but it's not happening. Maybe it is. Old dude's typing. Yeah, the bot isn't even here. When I play something, stop it, it's listening, it's still obeying, but the bot's not in the live stream, so who knows where it is. Could it be, again, API issues? Okay. No worries. Who's this Nathan Oakley guy? That's a good, honest question. Yeah, you have to look him up. We'll drop the link for you. Someone will drop the link for you for Nathan Oakley's channel.
Who the fuck is Nathan Oakley?
I'm Nathan Oakley. Who's next?
I'm Oakley Nathan.
No, you have to talk like this. Right, so an independent variable is...
Exactly.
You're trying to give me something you haven't...
I'm Nathan Oakley.
What a day! What a lovely day!
Was that a good one, or was that just okay?
That was pretty good. Mine was probably terrible.
You were good, Glad. You sounded pretty.
Oh, thanks, gee whiz. Thanks for the vote of confidence over there.
I thought it sounded very good. We both probably...
All right. That's enough with that stuff. All right.
What? Wait a minute. See, what do you mean? Stop being racist?
No. Stop crying a river every time somebody doesn't give you props.
I know. Who cares?
You know what? It's true and fucked up.
Who cares about that?
I love you, Sonny.
That's ridiculous. Love y'all.
Love you
sure,
too,
homie.
Sonny.
Thanks, man. I need it. Thanks a lot. Appreciate everybody.
Oh, you bet.
Everybody needs love.
Having a fine day here. Over here. Here. Wait a minute. That's ridiculous. I don't know why us Americans think we can speak British. All of a sudden we have the switch that turns on where we start to pretend like we can speak British. What is that about?
What does British sound like?
I don't
Right,
know.
it sounds a little bit like this, but this is almost it's almost like Cockney.
There's one of them. Yeah, there's one of them. There's one of them.
I used to live next to a guy who spoke Cockney, and he was trying to teach me how to do it, but the drunker we got, it just didn't work. Wasn't working. Eventually, it didn't sound like a language. It's my cool story for the day.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that translation.
Well, Cockney isn't Cockney's like, it's English, but it's really, really terrible English.
It's a dialect.
Yeah.
Can you explain why every conversation seems to end up with a phallic symbol at the end?
With what?
Forget it. I must be the only one who thinks that's funny.
Oh, I get it.
Well, I've heard people saying measure all day and, mine's better than yours and all this stuff. And I was like about to say, I'm going to whip out the tape measure in a minute and we're going to prove it.
It's got like a 3.5-inch one. Call him Captain Rick.
I'll measure all of them and put a Post-it note on your face.
Oh boy.
Then we'll draw straws.
That is pretty funny. Funny
Come
stuff.
on, nobody else laughed at you? I mean, that makes me feel
No,
bad.
somebody else probably laughed. You know what it is they know it's funny, but they don't want to admit it.
Oh, yeah, we laughed. Laughing.
All right, I see.
Yeah,
some of us are laughing, but we're on mute. I just rumpus somebody.
It's okay. Go ahead. Say it again, Dave.
I said some of us are laughing, but we're on mute, so you can't hear us.
Right. And other people are going, Jesus, why do I even listen to these guys?
Some of us are above average obnoxious, like myself, so then we don't have to have the mic open all the time, every time we laugh or say something stupid. Thank God for that.
Okay, I get it. You're hint, I get it.
Y'all want to hear a good joke?
Why not?
Oh, yeah.
The globe.
How did I know
I
that was coming?
I got a better joke. Refraction.
When globe jokes become like now the new norm for dad jokes.
Nice.
Are you trying to laugh like Eddie Murphy?
I know, I got No, I was trying to do the nerd one.
Oh, yeah. I'm not even going to try it. I'm not even going to do it.
I can do pig.
Do it. Wait, hold on. You can do pig? I don't think I want to hear that.
I can make sounds like a pig.
Oh, okay.
I did it. I went camping about, 9-10 years ago. And it was 4th of July weekend, right? And it was like 2 or 3 in the morning, and everybody's finally starting to pass out, and you could hear people like giggling and partying all around the lake and everything. And so I did that pig squeal, and I did it 3 or 4 times, and a whole group of kids came around the lake, and they were with a flashlight, and they were like, "Hey, did you guys hear a pig like over here?" And I was like, "Yeah, I swear I did too." And they were like, "Where did you see it?" And I was like, what are you talking about? And they're like, did you see the pig? I go, no, that was me. And they go, nuh-uh. And they were like sitting there arguing with me. So finally I did it again. They were like, I'll be, and they all just started laughing. One of the kid fell over. That
That's
was
great.
funny.
I can't do a pig sound. I don't think. I can't. Here, I maybe do an eagle sound.
You would have been good in the movie Deliverance,
No,
then, rookie.
it's too.
Squeal like
I
a
just woke
pig,
up.
boy.
So
What'd you say, Dave?
You've been perfect for the movie Deliverance. Remember, squeal like a pig, boy.
Oh yeah.
I can do a really good pig sound. Hold on a second here.
Ooh. It sounded like a pig mixed with a.
There we go.
There you go. That's pretty good.
Who else
I'll be right back, guys.
can get everybody to start doing damn animal noise? How about a donkey?
Okay, now it's the sound effect moment here. Flat Earth Discord Live.
Well, I made a mistake of clicking on a Police Academy sound effects thing for that what's his name, Walker, and it's been stuck in my head all day.
Between the donkey and a pig, it's not much difference, actually. That's kind of. It's a donkey. There's the pig.
I can do a peacock well enough to get the peacocks to come and look at me. I did the peacock thing last time I went camping 2 years ago, and I had the damn peacock eaten out of my hand.
I used to be able to do a crow really, really good. Let me see if it's going to be loud. I'll turn away.
That was pretty good. All right, here's my peacock. The first time I heard that, I thought it was a person. And then when somebody told me that was a peacock, I actually got angry with them because I didn't believe it. And then when the damn peacock came around the corner and made the noise, I was like, I'll be damned. He's saying, hey, you.
I'm I'll have to listen more close and do these hawks. There's a bunch of hawks flying around over these certain areas. Actually, they're all over the whole city now, too. And you know what's interesting? Here, there's flocks of hundreds of parrots now because 20, 30 years ago, somebody, some escaped. They got out into the wild, now they're thriving. They're everywhere. That's pretty good.
You know what? Somebody told me that, and then right about then, a male turkey came around in my front yard and started staring in the front door and the safety door. He almost came up on the porch. I guess he thought I had one of his girlfriends.
What? He's like,
I'm
that's
dead serious, bro. I was trying to imitate that, and the turkey came to my front door.
That turkey was like, that sounded way too familiar. Let's investigate.
And he was like, he was shoving his feathers up, and he was doing this little prissy dance and everything. It was fun.
How'd you know it was a male turkey? Did you check?
There's a big difference between the two, and yes, I know the difference between a male and a female.
Fair enough.
Generally, the males just go, and the females go something like that. As well as they do a lot of that.
They go like this.
I got a bird to actually fly into my Easy Up. I got an Easy Up, and it's, I prop it up on one side so I can sit in there and smoke. And I kept doing that in the springtime last spring, and a bird actually walked in, underneath the Easy Up and was just looking at me all crazy, like, "Are you?" It was pretty fun. All right. Well, I'm not sure what making sound effects has to do with flat Earth, so I guess we can move on, right? Fear Inoculum. That's an interesting name. Yeah, you want to talk? You want to say something?
Can you
How
hear
you
me?
doing? Yeah, I can hear you fine. What's up?
Sorry, it just things don't seem to be working the way they're supposed to be here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Fear Inoculum is just the name of a Tool album.
Yeah, I think, that's what I thought it was. It's an interesting set of words there. That's all. Interesting.
Huge Tool fan.
Yeah, I like Tool. They got some pretty good stuff.
So what's going on today? What's crack-a-lackin'?
Well, we were talking about evolution earlier. What else were we talking about, boys? I forgot.
Talking about evolution, eh?
Yeah, we were talking about all the reasons why evolution is not true and evidence against it. I was reading out of a book earlier too. It's called The Evolution of Frontier. It's pretty interesting.
So, Fear Inoculum, what's the shape of the Earth?
It is a globe.
Okay, what's your number one proof for that?
There's tons. Gravity.
Just
You
say
ever
a
seen
word and
gravity?
it's a proof. That's really your number one?
Oh, yeah, gravity.
So gravity has to do with the shape of the Earth.
I mean, the model that you have on here, that Bozogris, however you say that name, that doesn't work. Like, the sun and the moon have to catch up to each other, and you'd have to explain eclipses.
We don't claim a model. We're disputing the model that we were all taught. So we need proof of the globe model. Do you know when they measured the curvature of the globe?
I don't care about the curvature of the globe. I see it every day out my
So
window.
you don't know. What about
Really?
the actual rotation, the spin of it? You know when they did that?
Say that again. Sorry.
When did they measure the motion of the globe, that it's in motion? You know, it's doing 4 different speeds and directions. You know, ain't like detected any of that.
Yeah. So?
When did they do it? How did they do it?
Well, it was actually Galileo that determined, I think it was Galileo that determined we were moving, that we weren't the center of the Earth or the solar system.
Okay, what method did he use to do
the
that?
motions of the planets, that's been taken care of since then, all through the centuries.
We're going to need a citation. Somebody else go ahead.
I would say that the motion of the solar system, that was determined probably somewhere in 1950s, I think it was. I can't remember. It's been a long time because I haven't had to look it up, because what's the point? It's known. It's not a discovery. It's known now. It's a fact.
Okay, how did they measure the distance to the sun?
By not geometry. God, I just lost my word. By Oh my God, what's the word? I just lost it. It's the triangle thing. Oh my God.
Perfect
I hate
answer. Anyway, you know they presuppose a radius of Earth to get that?
that. No, they didn't presuppose.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, no, they didn't.
Then you could tell me when they
Can you
measured
show me the
curvature of
receipts?
Earth. Then
Can you show me the receipts on that? You made a claim. Can you show me the receipts on that?
the claim? What claim?
That they presumed the size of the Earth. Can
Okay,
you
then
show me?
tell us how they measured and the distance.
No. You made a claim. I'm asking
I
you
asked you
about
a
your
question
claim.
first that you never answered. I asked you a question before that you never answered.
I
So,
answered,
how
and
did
then
they measure the distance
you.
to the sun? Was the question? Don't avoid it.
How did they? It was done by not telemetry. What's the word? Oh my God,
You can't answer.
I have a brain fart today.
Let me know, and he couldn't answer.
Yes, I can. I can't remember the name of the cosine, but it's just trigonometry. There we go. Thank you. I knew I'd get it. Trigonometry. It's just 3 points.
Trigonometry does not measure things. It's a abstract.
Yes.
It's a construct.
Yes, it does measure. See, you can tell the length of one side
measures?
by knowing the
Trigonometry
degrees of the angles and the lengths. So there you go.
Who measured it?
Scientists
And
do every day.
Who measured it, and what was the method used to measure the distance to the sun? Please.
It's trigonometry, and it's been used for centuries. What the hell are you talking about?
So who used it to measure the distance to the sun?
Trigonometry. I don't know who first did it. Let me find out. I will tell you.
You don't know what do you know what a measurement is? A direct measurement?
Yes.
Then the difference between a direct measurement and a calculation.
Yes. I know between those as well. And a calculation
Please tell
can
us
be
the
just
difference.
as correct as a direct measurement. You can actually get a direct measurement from calculations.
Tell us the difference then between the two, please.
A calculation is using trigonometry. A direct measurement is measuring it from one point to point B. But you can get that measurement if the distance is too far and you don't have a measuring device that could measure that.
So you
can I finish? So then what you do is you use trigonometry and you calculate the distance. Now, can you answer my question?
Sure. What was your question again?
My question to you was, you said that they presumed the size of the Earth. Can you show me that?
Can I show you that?
Yes, that they
You were about to bring up Aristosophanes.
That they presumed the size of the Earth. Can you show me that they presumed it?
Yeah. Which person you want to look at? Aristosophanes, Aristotle, Galileo, or Newton?
What?
Which one? Galileo, Newton, Aristosophanes. Which one?
Just send me the receipt.
Send you the receipt.
And you're talking about Galileo. Was how many long?
One that said you're claiming the distance to the sun.
You made a claim. You made a claim.
You never fucking provided
I did.
empty.
I did. I gave you all the information that I know.
A moron.
I'm asking for you to prove that they presumed the size of the Earth.
You wouldn't pass.
You realize you can't prove something isn't.
I could bet you hard cash, and you would lose the bet if pressed or
I
tested
didn't.
on science.
I told you exactly how it works, but apparently you don't listen. So
you just keep mumbling. No.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? It's almost like we have to start them out with a hypothesis, so we don't have to listen to their mumbling and jumbling.
I know, it's ridiculous.
It's
It's
all
like
wrong, you know.
religious doctrine in the back of the chapel.
Yeah, we don't
That's
talk about
literally
religion
what
on
it
here.
sounds like.
Remember? I think it was kind of interesting how he went from like kind of slightly polite and calm to like definitely cognisant and almost aggressive. I wouldn't say he was mean, but he was aggressive. Oh well, he's gone. Well, I guess we don't need to talk about him.
Good job, y'all run him off.
Well, I wasn't trying to. I was going to try to get him to talk again.
No, he's not
You
wrong.
know, I think I was not. I wasn't rude to him, was I?
I just mute people because they need to be muted for a minute. So he ran off. That's him. The running off part is secondary. But yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, but you didn't keep the conversation going, man. You should have kept the conversation. 'Cause I'm tired of hearing y'all talk to each other. Holy fuck!
I want to hear some fighting, damn it.
I kind of agree with Elbow. I hear him.
Okay, then we'll let you have the next one.
I ran him off. I was too mean. I better go away for a while.
Honey, get out of here.
I know, what the hell.
We've got Tiger 131 in here. Let's see if they want to talk. Hello, Tiger.
Hello.
Welcome to the server. How you doing?
Doing pretty good.
What brings you by today?
No, I was just wanting to see what was happening here.
Well, in here we discuss the shape of the Earth. What do you think that is?
Round? A globe, I should say.
Okay. What makes you think it's a globe?
Well, I don't have like direct evidence per se, but
Sorry, you said you don't have direct evidence?
Yes, I don't.
Okay. So what's your best evidence that it's a globe?
I don't know, just seen it in videos and pictures, and I think from that I just believed in it.
So if I show you a picture of Superman flying, you gonna believe that?
No.
Why?
That's what's the difference?
Because it's, well, if you search up Superman, it would say it's fiction. If you search up Earth, it would say it's fiction. That's why.
If you search for curvature?
What?
Yeah.
If you search for curvature, is that also fiction? Like a Superman?
No, because, it says it's not fiction.
It says.
What about?
I know that it says. What about it is in real life there? Because you said Earth is real.
Yeah.
Where is curvature?
What about Bigfoot? If you can search on Bigfoot.
Wait.
A lot of people believe in Bigfoot.
He said that Superman is fiction. That curvature is it is not.
That's fine. Let's bring in something that's closer to Earth, right? So let's say Bigfoot. I mean, there's a bunch of videos of Bigfoot. What about that?
Well, now from what I see, you all are comparing pictures and videos. I'll have to say the same. It's a myth,
right.
and we don't really, have proof of his existence. As I said, I don't have direct evidence, so I'll say the same here.
Right. So
are you saying the same here? Wait. What is the same here?
So it's the same thing. You just can't can't validate the information, can you?
Not really, no.
Right. So it's just.
Can I ask you again? What is the same? What is the same here?
Or Sasha, hold on, Sasha. So okay. So he's saying that he cannot. What he's saying, Sasha, is that it's the same as the Superman or oh my gosh. It's the same thing as a Sasquatch or Superman. It's something that has been told. I mean, one thing they say is fiction, but the other thing they say is real. But he can't verify that. He doesn't have validation to that. That's exactly what he's saying. We can move on to actually speaking more of the nature, right? So they tell you the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959. Do you have anybody ever measured the curvature of Earth, bud?
Are you asking me that?
Yeah, have anybody ever shown you how they measure the curve of the Earth?
No, because as I said, I don't have direct evidence.
All right, so that's one of the claims they haven't never proved. I mean, if they say it's a ball, they should have been able to. They should have been. They should have given this information. The other one is the spin of the Earth. They tell you it spins about 1,000 miles at the equator. Has anybody show you how they measure the spin of the Earth?
No, because as I said, I don't have direct
Right.
evidence.
Right. I'm just asking you things that you should know, that you should be able to verify, right? So how did they come to these measurements? Another thing that they also claim, these are basic claims that they make that are big to the globe, right? Is that we have gas on Earth next to a vacuum, right? We're adjacent to a vacuum, and there's nothing to contain the gas. Has anybody ever, or can you demonstrate a pressure without a container?
Mm, no.
Right, because what happens if the gas doesn't have a containment?
Well, that wouldn't work, I guess.
Right, what would happen to the gas?
It wouldn't be trapped.
Yeah, it would leave, right? So
Hmm.
there's all this vacuum, and which is a lower pressure system. So that violates the second law of thermodynamics. And so these three big claims that they make is an absurd claim, and what you know how they say, you know, that absurd claims needs to be they need to be shown, right? They need to be tested and be able to be proven. But they can't prove none of this, and all you have is the video. You cannot validate, right? They have this video. I mean, and they had videos of globes since 1930s.
Hmm.
Yep. So when Universal Studio had a exact image of how the globe looked, and if you look at the globe, their logo is exactly the same thing. It is exactly how the Earth looks now. So, so how in 1936, which they'd never seen it from out there, how do they have the exact same structure that the globe's supposed to look like now?
Can you say that again?
So, in other words, they have the same image of a globe,
Hmm.
right, in 1936 for their logo,
Hmm.
and it's exactly the same as it is now, the Earth, right? They
Hmm.
have this nice little looking image, exactly the way they had it in 1936, but they never been out there.
Okay. Um. I just have some questions. I've been wondering and seeing different like ways of proving Earth is flat, and one of them has been all the footage like out like in space, let's say in International Space Station. Do you know what you know what I'm saying? And then how all that is CGI, right?
Um, it's unvalidatable. There's only supposedly a few people that actually gone there, right? So
Uh-huh.
we can't validate. We can't say it's CGI. I mean, what else could it be? But we don't make a claim to what it is. But it's definitely something I can't verify for myself or anybody can.
Okay. Um. Okay. What else? I think that was pretty much my only question.
So I mean, the reason why we tell you the Earth is flat is because it's measurably flat, right? We don't just we don't just believe that the Earth is flat. You can actually measure this yourself. Um,
How?
via lasers,
Okay.
right? So
Okay.
so let's say if you have a certain distance, they tell you how much it drops. Right? So it has a rate. They make a claim of a radius. So there's a certain uh, drop per mile that it does, right? And it's squared.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like 8 inches per mile squared. So it's exponential to a certain point, right? That math works to a certain point. I think it's 1,000 miles or so. So in about 10 miles, it drops about 66 feet. In 14, it kind of it goes to about 400 feet. So there's measurements of laser measurements where it hits the target at 10, 11, and 14 feet. If I'm not 10, 14, and 22, I think it is. So, and actually, there's a Guinness World. They've actually been validated by Guinness World Record. So there's that. They also say that 70% of the Earth is water, and as far as we know, as fluid dynamics, hydrostatics, and fluid dynamics, um, I might say that wrong, but anyways, as far as we know, water is always maintained its level, right? So it always maintains a certain amount of level at rest. Man, they say, have you ever seen water curve to like a ball in like any kind of curvature on water,
Mm-hmm.
like a large body of water? Have you ever seen it have a curvature?
Mm, not really, because I haven't been much out to
Right.
places where it's been that much water.
So let's take it let's take a little bit of time. So let's say a cup of water. You ever seen the
Mm-hmm.
curvature on that?
No, I haven't seen courage on cup of water.
A bucket,
No,
pool.
no,
What about a lake?
don't think so. No.
Yeah, and oceans are the same thing. The water always maintains its level. You know, of course, there's waves sometimes, but when it's at rest, the water always maintains its level. Then they say the Earth is covered in 70% water. So 70% of the Earth being water, more likely is flat. So how much of a ball do you have with 70% of the Earth being water?
I don't know.
Can a ball be 30% ball?
I don't know.
Conclusion.
If somebody else can continue, I gotta take care of something.
I would
Well,
just
simply,
quickly
there
add
is
to
no
that.
curvature in reality.
Yeah, I would just quickly add to that since the water is not curving and the amphidromic points or the tidal nodes show us that there's no elevation change to the entire ocean. You also got the land that's also flat. So all of America got surveyed to be flatter than a pancake. And then you have all of these salt flats and other countries that also have a bunch of flat spots. You have too much flatness. So that would mean all of the curve is accumulated in these massive corners. Otherwise, you can't get it into a globe. You end up with like a weird dice, like this. But we don't see these corners anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Um.
And of course, we know the oceans are flat, so that just destroys this idea. So the land's flat, the ocean's flat, everything's generally flat. That means topography and waves and other stuff can exist within that general mean.
Okay. Mm. I just I have a couple of questions.
No problem.
So, rockets. What happens to them? We know when they fly out, because it looks like they keep on flying upwards. So how does that work?
Have you watched rockets go?
In videos, yes.
And do they just go straight up, 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 and straight out?
Seems like so, yes.
That's no video I've ever seen, and I've watched a lot of them. Every single one I see, not a single one goes straight up, and they tell you that they do not do that because
Well, okay.
they
So
claim
I'm
they
sorry.
claim they need to circle the Earth to be able to exit. So, what were
Okay.
you watching?
No. What I meant by straight up is like going up, but of course they're at an angle. What I meant by is them slowly going up. Sorry for that. Like yes, yeah, it is at an angle, circling around the Earth. Yeah.
That's what they tell us, but
Mhm.
you watch it go up and then back down, and they shoot it out towards the ocean, and the distance it's not going big enough distance to circle the globe in this distance. They tell you it's going at insane speeds that are strong enough to rip the whole thing apart, but you have no evidence that it's going at those speeds. Actually, when it's rising in the beginning, it's going laughably slow.
Okay. Uh.
A funny side tidbit is NASA shoots most of its rockets into the Bermuda Triangle, which is like a place where things get lost and people lose their planes and boats and stuff. China also has a similar place where they shoot into their own mysterious triangle where planes and boats disappear. So it's just a funny coincidence.
Okay. Someone's
But
tagging me in chat. Wait.
Look at this. You can launch the rocket. You can look the launch of the rocket going straight up, and you go home, and then you go to the beach, and you take your photo camera, and you check the rate of the air, the curvature, and there is no curvature. And tomorrow you go again and watch the launch of the rocket, and watch it's going up. And tomorrow also you take the camera, go to the beach, and you're checking for the curvature, and there is no curvature. And third day you go to watch the rocket launch, and you watch it's going up, and you take the photo camera third day and go to the beach, and you check the curvature, and there is no curvature. That's the point. Nothing else. And every time when you put everything in the sky, you come back home, you take the photo, whatever, you go to the beach, you check the rate of the dimension of the earth, and it is not that. Every time when you look in the sky, go back to the ground to see what is going on.
Okay.
Because on the ground is reality, because in the sky we cannot. How I can go there and check it out, what is going on there.
Okay. I have another question. Why would these governments or these leaders, whatever, make up the shape of the Earth? What would they benefit out of that?
Okay, you and me see the body tomorrow, that body, and we are saying this body is not dead because nobody has motive to kill this person. Because I don't know the motive, or I don't know the motive of this person. I don't know why this person is dead. That means this person is not dead.
Regardless of their motives for lying to the world, the fact remains that they lied to the world.
But
We
it
can
doesn't
prove
make
that
sense.
they lied, and it doesn't matter that it doesn't make sense to you. That is an illogical.
Does lie making sense that you discovered the liar?
Here, let me try to put it a little simpler. So, if you see a bug crawling on the ground and you say, "What is that?" Someone says, "That's an ant," and you say, "Well, how do you know?" "Well, it's an ant." "Well, I don't want to believe that." "Well, I don't care. It's called an ant. You know, whether or not you want to believe it. Well, why is it called an ant? I don't know, but that's the name of it. You wanted to know the name, that's the name. But why? It doesn't matter why. That's called an ant. That was the question, see? So did somebody measure curvature? No. You sure? Yes. Okay, good. So they're lying about it. Well, yeah, they're lying about it. Why would they lie? I'm not sure, but the fact is, it's not curving, and that's what we need to deal with.
Okay.
It's not like somebody
Good.
telling you the truth is all of a sudden going to turn the Earth into a sphere or flat, right? The truth or not doesn't change the reality that's outside my window, that the Earth measures flat.
Yes,
if you want to know, everybody here wants to know the same question. That would be the easier we will come to the all these things, you know. But no, the government will answer this question.
Yeah, we could speculate. I mean, it could be for control. It could be funding of money. I mean, they get like $60 million a
Why?
day.
Why would Iraq? Why would? Sorry, Elbow. Only one question. Oh, sorry. Sorry, Elbow.
It could be. It could be a whole other things. Yeah, and the thing is, nobody knows because we're not them, right? So we can't tell you why would they lie. Go ahead, touch.
Yeah, why would somebody attack Iraq?
Why would somebody attack what?
Iraq.
Iraq. Yeah. Why some
like
government would attack?
Okay, I don't know. Probably to
Probably because Iraq has the biological weapon, for example.
Yeah.
But
or
we find out that
resources.
Yeah, but we find out. No, this is the story. But we find out that Iraq didn't have the biological weapon. It's not.
I don't know.
It's a true. It's not. It's a true.
I haven't.
Even in England, they make a movie about that. How the person find out how they make a war about that. You know, they make a movie about historical, not movie, historical movie, real movie. Like this happened. You know, and this is happened. You know? No, it's not a commentary. It's a movie, but like on the like a real story.
Based on a true story.
Yeah.
I love those.
Okay, but it's still.
But why would they lie? Why would they lie about attacking Iraq that they have a biological weapon and they didn't have? Why would they lie that?
I don't know.
Do you remember when they didn't find weapons of mass destruction?
I haven't researched into this at all.
Oh, were you not alive back then? How old are you, by the way? In your 20s?
17.
Oh, geez. Never mind. Yeah. So back in the day, America went to war on the pretext that Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction. And this was after somebody completely different, quote unquote, destroyed buildings in New York. Everyone knew that they were lying at a certain point, a few years down the road. Nobody cared.
Wasn't it NASA that pretty much had the supposed?
But that's what he's talking. Hold on, that's what he's talking about, the biological weapons and all that stuff. We went to war under false pretexts. Just about every time. In fact, every time.
Are y'all like talking about Gulf War or what?
Oh no, he was.
Can you tell me one government in Can you tell me one government in history what did good for people and people so proud of that government that every time when they are mentioning history they are speaking about that government? Any country?
I don't think so.
Why is like that?
I can give you another example that's a little bit older. Or when America went to war with Vietnam, it went under the pretext of the Gulf of Tonkin incident, where it was believed that the Vietnamese sunk the American ship, but then later, through Freedom of Information Acts and declassification of documents, it was revealed that the U.S. government did that to their own ship to get pretext for the war.
Okay, but here's the thing. There's, how much to say, a huge difference between a government attacking government and multiple governments spreading a lie to the entire world. There's a huge difference.
Like a mic,
There's a huge
sorry.
difference,
Yeah.
and because of that, me hearing that they don't that they
Now
don't
let me
have a
show you how
reason,
you're wrong.
Can I?
Let me
and
show you how
that
you're wrong. I have
can you all
admissions
stop
from the men who
interrupting?
are
I'm one.
Let him finish.
Listen
Let him
up.
finish. Let him
Listen
finish.
up.
Race.
Look,
Let him
can
finish.
wait.
Let
Can
him
I
get
say
out. Let him
something
get
real
out.
quick?
Yeah,
If
yeah.
you are wanting to discuss, please don't interrupt. I want to say my full message. I've been here listening to everything you all said, so please show some respect back. Let me finish what I want to say. Thank you. Okay.
Yeah, if you're gonna make a bunch of baseless claims, though, I
A few
will
people
stop you
come in here and
eventually.
Well, y'all were the ones that asked first, and I'm just continuing. So if y'all don't want any more, tell me and I'll stop.
No, finish yours then.
Okay, thank you. So, what I was wanting to say was there's a huge difference between government attacking government and multiple governments spreading a lie, and it doesn't just make sense to me why they would spread a lie about the shape of the world we live in.
Yeah,
What
that's an
would they
appeal to
benefit? It
ridicule. It's
doesn't
not
make
logical.
sense.
Stop with the logical fallacies.
What?
That is a logical fallacy, appeal to incredulity. That's not actually logical. So that doesn't actually fly here. I have a quote here from David Rockefeller, who said, "Some even believe we are part of a secret cabal working against the best interest of the United States, characterizing me and my family and me as internationalists and conspiring with others around the world to build a more integrated global political and economic structure. One world, if you will. If that is the charge, I stand guilty and I am proud of it."
Now, what do you think?
I can explain you something. You said all governments. Listen, these my Croatian governments. How my Croatian governments knows that we were on the Mars?
We were what?
How Croatian government, Bulgarian government, Nigerian government, Azerbaijan government, Mongolian government, Peruvian government, how they know that we send it the rocket to the Mars?
I don't know.
How they know that we send it the rocket to the Mars? Because all governments is lying. How Croatian government knows that we send it the rocket to the Mars?
News, I don't know, just sites, I don't know.
Does Croatian government sending people in the space?
No.
How Croatian government lying then about space? Is that Croatian government?
Probably, I don't know.
No. How many governments we have which are going to space? All of them?
No.
No. Okay. And that also all these things what we are speaking now, I will come back again to you again what I said. You will go tomorrow, you'll take the photo camera, and whatever we spoke now, why they are lying, that will not change the reality, you know. There will not be curvature in reality. That is the problem, you know. Whatever we'll speak now, why would they will do that? What this is so big, you know. Whatever we spoke about this now, whatever we touch any issue, wherever we is that money, is this power, is this that hiding the God or blah blah blah. Whatever we came on the end, outside Earth is not curving. That's the point.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing
Okay.
else. because we can, assume everything, some kind of control it is. If you don't know where you are, is that control or it is not? If you are thinking that you are in space, that you are nobody, but if you have some sense, if somebody hiding from you something what is maybe important here, maybe you have some kind of sense on this place.
Okay.
And maybe there is, I don't know answer. I'm only assuming, but that is maybe somebody don't want to know, somebody don't want that we know what they know. That's the point. Why? Because it's not only the shape, but it is the shape on the end. Because shape, it's showing you, is that shape, is it sphere? Yeah, it is. You watch on TV, you watch all these NASA things. It is. You can see every time. It's live streaming. But when you go outside in reality, you cannot find that curvature. That's the problem. How is that possible? They will say it's so big. Then you find out how big it is. Then you make that in a math. Then you take and put that in the math and go to check out in reality, and there is no curvature. And people here can show you so many observations. You can watch that, or you can go check them for yourself. And then you will know what is the lie and what is the true, and why they are lying. Nobody knows.
Okay.
But I think not for your good, for sure.
That's a good point, son. I don't know if I came in.
Oh, I'm telling him whatever we speak here on the end, it's air to check,
Yeah,
because
yeah.
this
No,
is
I was saying that was.
because that he can do it. Other things he cannot do it. He need to believe others, for other stuff.
Yeah, and I was like I was saying, Sasha, a very good point. That not all the governments of the world are perpetrating them.
Yeah, but and all other world, it's taking information, especially space information from main countries. That means Russia, America, China, maybe India, and you have maybe all others are connected, maybe France and UK, but that's it.
Israel too now.
Yeah, and that's it. And that is all governments in the world, space governments.
Why the line? I mean, it's $60 million a day, man. It's a lot of money they funnel. But I mean, that's just an opinion. We don't know.
Or if you want better example, you have present. Do you see humanity and solidarity, or you see the tyranny outside? What do you see?
Mm. I would say.
From the same government, is this humanity and solidarity? We are fighting for something good in this moment because some
Mm,
evil is against us, or we see tyranny and hate and confusion.
I think tyranny and confusion.
Yeah, most confusion, not solidarity. Let's go. Let's do it together because now look what happened to us, and now we need to fight together because you know we are humans, and this is not human thing what attack us, what happening to us now, and why all governments is behaving like this, what they are behaving.
Mm.
But that's not the point. On the end, I told you. Point is that you can find out for rotation. I can tell you immediately. Go outside and you will see that nothing is rotating. But you can say, oh, it's big because of that and this, you know. But you need to stay and take a drone, and if that drone, put that drone hovering, and if that drone doesn't go away from it, that means Earth is not curving. That's fantastic enough for you. And if somebody tell you, oh, because the air also it's rotating with the Earth, that that's on you. You can believe in that. That's it. And you don't need to go even deeper that we have this gas pressure that we cannot have in open system like they are saying it is. Next to the vacuum, not next to the vacuum, into that vacuum like a one dot. Not next. Next, we are near to next something. No, we are into that things, and we are also going to get together with the atmosphere 66,000 miles per hour through that medium, what is not good for the gases in any case. Even if it's half of that pressure, it will not be good. Even if it's 1% of that pressure, gas will go disappear. Not 10 to minus
Is he
17
still there?
solar. I don't know.
What?
Yeah.
So another way of showing that the government lied. Not Einstein, Newton actually wrote a letter to I think it was Berkeley. He told them that that anybody that believes in inert gravity has no is pretty much a moron, right? And he said not to ascribe that inert gravity to him. But what do they teach in the schools? They teach that Newton was the one that figured out
Newton's gravity.
Newton's gravity. So, so why would they do that? Having a
Because
letter that he wrote that he said
Elbow,
don't do
because
that.
he didn't know what he discovered because of that.
I'll come back in a couple of minutes.
Did I miss something? Or did somebody leave?
I think he's gathering his thoughts.
I was thinking, I was writing some stuff down here about like questions to ask before you even get into the question of, what they think the shape of the earth is. Like stuff to clarify where their mind's at and, whether they're being rational or not.
For the most part, everybody is rational until they get to the point where their beliefs get kind of uh, um, shaken, right? So in that part, they kind of lose rationale because they then don't believe that anything could be proven, right? They don't. They get to the point where, oh, I can't even know. I don't even know if I'm here right now. You know, the robot, the sex robot guy. You know that it's just their but when their belief structure gets shaken, that's when they become irrational.
I don't know, man. That kind of rationalism, or yeah, I think I said that right. That kind of rationalization sounds retarded to me, but maybe it's just me.
Essentially, as soon as someone tells you that nothing is 100%, you can't be sure of anything, or solipsism, like they don't know anything, then you do the sex example. You say like, oh, you're standing outside your apartment, you're looking through the window with me, and I'm like, look, your neighbor's having sex with your girlfriend. And he's like, no, there must be some excuse for why that's not happening.
Yeah. That's the point.
Why would she cheat on me, though? But why would she cheat on me? She would
No.
never
It
do that.
must be something that explaining that situation. It is real, but it must be wise that's happening.
Yeah, it could be that she's actually just sleeping with a sex robot that looks like her neighbor. But then like after he goes in there and he checks and there's no batteries and he realizes, oops, it is my neighbor. He figures out, see, he must have fell and just gotten accidentally, just fell onto her and into her. Just it was all an accident somehow. And that was his last resort.
No, after that he said
And
maybe it's all an illusion by a demon that's controlling us.
Oh yeah. When that wasn't when he admitted that it was more likely that that the girlfriend cheated on him with the neighbor, instead of falling into him or into her naked, which makes no sense. It's not very logical. He was like, but it could still be that like all of my senses are being controlled by this otherworldly entity or demon. So I don't know if anything's real. That's known as Descartes' demon. I don't know how to pronounce that correctly, but yeah, it's pretty crazy.
when you live with your life and you have problems also with demons. if you say like that. Or you continue to live your life with your wife.
You would never cheat.
Because why would they lie? Why would she lie? And you take that in always in your head, and you continue to live with her, even if she is every day with somebody else.
All she has to tell him is, "Oh yeah, it's a sex robot, but it lives next door and it's like sentient and stuff, and so it's fine. It's not cheating. It's just a sex robot." And then he'll just be fine with the sex robot coming over from time to time, and doing his thing.
She need only to say it was refraction. It's not optical illusion. And that's it. Hologram.
We talked to Zippy that, well, never mind. Tiger's off deaf, and you got any more questions, Tiger?
Yeah, we love to answer questions.
Let me think.
But don't ask something what even you don't know then.
Sure.
Like a human being, I'm saying. Like, I don't know.
One thing I would tell you, since you came in here, If one of the first things you said you didn't have any direct evidence of the globe, just that one fact should be concerning to you, is it not? Not have any direct evidence.
Well, like scientifically, no. Videos, and pictures. Well, I got that. So yeah,
But you
not
don't
directly,
have
no.
any, not having any direct physical proof of any of the claims that should bother you some. That's all I'm
It
saying.
doesn't bother me because I don't focus on the Earth's shape
Well,
every day.
well, I understand that, but you're here now, so we're trying to convey some information to you.
I know.
And everything we can see and tell, this globe thing does not exist. But good luck in your journey. Just think for yourself. Don't listen to us. Go out to be. You have a body of water near you. Do you live near a body of water?
I think so.
Like a big lake or anything?
I think so. Yes.
All you gotta do is go out to find something that's like 10 miles away that you can see from like however tall you are, like 5, 6 foot. If you can see something 10 miles away, there's no curvature. It's as simple as that. So
Okay.
just think for yourself. I'll shut up.
Okay. I have a question though.
Yeah.
So this, I think, it's not a direct question as to proving Earth is in a certain shape, but this is just my skepticism around the flat Earth community as a whole. Now, I'm gonna compare. I'm gonna compare, and also, please don't think of me as been trying to search up any like arguments or anything. I've been thinking about this. What?
Did you say get paid?
No, not paid. What I meant by is, please don't think that I have, how am I supposed to say it, been trying to find arguments towards the flat Earth theory. I'm not. I just wanting to ask questions that I've, been wanting to ask. So in this situation, okay, so I'm going to compare two situations. So one, we have the government, aka scientists, astronauts, that saying Earth is round, right? Globe. Then we have flat Earth community, or multiple communities, I guess, saying Earth is flat. They're wanting to prove that, and so does the other side. Now, one side. So that what I mean by is the astronauts, the governments, and all that. They are, in our sense, what I mean by "our" is for those who believe in the globe, educated, professional. Well, you do get what I mean by professional. They've studied this a lot. It's been it's a important thing in their lives as scientists and all that. And then on the other side, we have people who, I'm not saying all of them. By the way, I'm not wanting to put any like negative things on people who believe in flat Earth. People who, I'm not saying everyone, do not have not been like educated as much as these scientists. Now, this is
How,
one
how,
situation.
listen, sorry because I'm interrupting you.
Yeah,
Can
it's
I,
fine.
only one question. That one, Mike, one another person asked, can I be science, can science be my hobby?
Yes.
Can I explore and do, let's say that I'm very good sport guy, that I'm doing sport and I'm good in whatever, tennis, and I'm the best in tennis. But with hobby, I like to do science, I like to experiment, and I did all, let's say, 30 years of doing science, but I never graduated, I never go to school, I never finished professionally, nothing, but all in my life I was doing experiments for joy. What I am then?
From what I see,
If I take the same things what the scientists did, but only I did it for myself at home, for hobby, for doing that. What I'm doing, am I doing the same thing what they did, or I'm doing something wrong? I'm not dedicated enough. I need to finish school to do that.
I don't think he knows what science, the definition of science is, really, to be honest with you.
Look, can I
You know
finish?
that what you just said isn't true.
Do you understand me? If somebody proves something, why I cannot repeat that? I'm not so clever to repeat that, or some scientists are so clever because they studied, and I cannot repeat that experiment, or is that secret, or what is going on?
I think
Can we
it's you
let him
not
finish
being.
his question and then we can answer it?
Yeah.
Finish your question, Tiger.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry. Just my question wasn't about saying there's proper scientists. Just this, it's a situational question. I'm just wanting to have like a comparison with. So, yeah, okay. So, and then this is the one situation. The other situation is pretty much the same thing. You have a guy who has had a check, let's say with a doctor, and then he gets two answers. One is from a proper doctor, one who's studied, properly educated, and then he says, "You're fine. There's nothing wrong. You don't need to worry." And then another guy pulls up and says, "Hey, there's something wrong with you. I'm not going to say what type of disease, but there's something wrong with you, your body. I mean, by the body." And he just pulls up out of nowhere. He hasn't studied. He just, he's been in the forums. He's just, been doing stuff by himself. Now, in this situation, I would believe the one who has studied and been properly educated, knows about this sort of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So can that same logic, where you usually follow someone who has properly studied, be applied in this situation? What do you all think? I'm not saying this is the proper answer, just I'm wanting to hear what your thoughts are.
Well, me personally, if two other people besides a doctor told me that I look sick or that I look like I've got some particular disease, but the doctor didn't tell me, I think I'd get a second doctor to give me an opinion, or I would go and do some research on my own. I wouldn't just assume that the doctor was right. I would be questioning, well, maybe there's something not right. If two people told me that, 2-1 makes me kind of think, maybe I should do some research. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, my opinion is that's a false dichotomy. It's an appeal to authority. It's an appeal to credential.
Yeah, I agree.
First of all, we have people from all walks of life here trying to pigeonhole us into your imaginary grouping of fringe people who don't exist in society is just absurd.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And you appeal to an authority, and you don't know even in which authority you're appealing. You said scientist, and if I ask you now, what scientist did to arrive to the shape of the earth, who they are, and how they did it, and what they did it? Because you can speak about scientists. Let's say scientists who proved I don't know what. You can prove how water is boiling. You can prove who was scientist, Pasteur, how germs. You have experiments behind that. When you say like this globally, scientists like authority, that mean nothing. You need to say which scientist did that. If you know, then we can appeal to that scientist and say, okay, this scientist says this is this and this. Okay, let's see how is that working. Does I believe scientist? Yes, I will believe scientist if he has work behind him. That means experiment and everything what is proving his work. If you how to say, add heat to the water, water will boil. If I drop the ice on the water, water will not boil. If birds fly over the water, water will not boil. If I touch the water, water will not boil. That means That water will boil only not because of scientists. It will boil because you will add the heat. But some scientists that discovered before us, and we can try that and do that. Like every scientific experiment, every of them. That means we believe in science, okay? No, we believe. We trust the science because science is empirically proving everything. Let's prove the shape of the earth. But you cannot use science for you need to measure earth. You don't need science. But you said scientists. But if you want to appeal to authority, all these scientists, let's see which scientists did work to arrive the shape of the earth.
So do you understand what he's saying to you there, Tiger?
I think so, yes.
You can bring all the scientists in here. We welcome them. All we need is somebody to show us a direct measurement of curvature, Earth motion, and the existence of our ball Earth in the vacuum of space. You know, that's all we're asking for. And we've been here for years, and nobody's providing anything. They got a lot of
And
bullshit, and they got a lot of degrees, but nobody's showing us any real. Go ahead.
if you want particularly the issue about Earth are more about they are taking astrophysicists and astronomists and that's not science, man.
Mm-hmm.
If
Okay.
you want to look into the science, that's pseudoscience. That they have no experiment for any of their claims.
Do you know
How
where
many
the
real sciences can we name? Like chemistry, biology, biochemistry. Those are the only ones I can think of at the moment. I think there's a few others.
Quantum physics, I think.
Okay, I was going to say, you look in the voice text. I posted the definition of science. You want to check that out, and then tell me where in there does it say that you have to be a professional or some kind of a title holder in order to study science or to understand it. I don't see anything in there about you having to have a lab coat or anything in order to do that and understand what science is.
What about a clipboard? Do you have to have a clipboard?
Well, you definitely got to have the white coat.
He was just saying you don't have to have the white coat. That's why I was asking about the clipboard. You need that either?
Yeah, I mean, is that all important? Like, is the costume really important?
I'm from Oxford, and I know more than you.
So I can give a perfect example. Last night we had a mathematics professor that was in here, actually in Livestream too. And one of our members, who is not a credentialed mathematician, was looking at the equations that this well-known YouTube mathematics university professor was presenting him, and corrected his equations because he was not using the proper circular motion equations. And the mathematics professor was like, you know what? You're right. My math is wrong. So should that person have just accepted what that mathematics professor had presented to him because he's a mathematics professor with credentials and a very popular YouTube channel?
Curvature changes on however we say it changes.
It's kind of the same thing as if your neighbor comes over and tells you that, hey, there's this new law that says you have to give me $100 every month, no matter what. And the city just passed the law. Would you actually give him the $100 every month, or would you kind of like try to figure out if that was actually true or not?
I would figure out.
Very good, right? I mean, that's logical, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So you can understand where we're coming from when we say that you don't need to have a degree or be some kind of special person or have a lab coat in order to understand science or to understand the intricacies of it. It's really not that difficult once you start to read and understand it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not like we don't have degrees. Dr. John D., for instance, is a PhD in spectrophotometry, and so people all over the place have different qualifications and come from different walks of life. It's not like we just appeared one day. We used to have jobs. We went to school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay.
You know, Tiger, if you're thinking that we're saying that millions or billions of scientists are intentionally lying. We're not saying that. We have no idea, but I would assume that most of them just believe it like everybody else does, like you do. Somebody else told them, and they didn't even check the facts of it. The difference is people on here have actually checked for the facts of the globe claims, and they're not there. So there's not millions of scientists intentionally lying if you're thinking that. They just believe it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay. Well, I think that was it. It's pretty dark here. I have to high school tomorrow, so I have to go. Thank you for all those who answered questions properly. It was interesting to hear. And may we meet again, I guess.
Yeah, come back and talk to us again. Thanks for being polite and everything. We appreciate that too.
Yep, thank you.
I don't know. If I was going to say it in Mortal Kombat terms, I'd say fatality.
Fatality.
There you go. Flat Earth wins.
And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free.
Welcome back to Smarter Every Day. Now, a lot of the pictures you see from the International Space Station come from the cupola on the inside here, right? So the cupola is on node 3, is that correct?
Node 3.
Node 3, all right. This is astronaut Don Pettit. You may know this guy. You've done all the city tracking.
Yeah, I've done a lot of cities at night, and then the nighttime aurora and time-lapse sequences of Earth. Many of those that you see have been done in this module when I was at the helm of the camera.
He's the junk. Let me just say it that way. You're the junk when it comes to space photography, right? Can you say that? Say I'm the junk?
No, I can't say that because I get too embarrassed.
I'm going to meet you on the other side, okay? So, seriously, he's the junk. Like, all the really cool aurora stuff, Don's the guy that took it.
Now this is a cover.
Okay.
So we call it a shutter, and it protects the windows from micrometeorites.
Okay.
The shutters are closed, the windows are protected, and also thermally insulates the windows from the radiation environment of space.
So can you shut these things from the outside?
No, you can open and close it from the inside.
Oh, okay, wait. On the inside, you're throwing a lever or something.
Yeah, you're turning a knob.
And it's
open. Yeah.
On the outside.
On the outside.
How do you do that and maintain a pressure seal between them?
O-ring type seals.
No, you don't.
With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals.
Yeah, but how? My brain's
up here. Let's go inside. We can see it.
Okay.
Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So, I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering. It's called real good engineering.
Look at this. Somebody come and look at this. Look at this.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
Okay, one more.
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak.
And what you would do
you
is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So here we have a astronaut who has flown in space 3 times, but yet he doesn't know the procedure. He doesn't know the plan off the top of his head. If there was a leak on the ISS that he's traveled on 3 times, he doesn't know the procedure. Come on.
And then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism.
The reason he don't know the plan is because it's all fake. He was caught by surprise with the question. Thanks for watching, and God bless.
Don Pettit here from NASA. I'm at home due to the COVID-19 virus. That we've got a toilet that you use, and then a machine that goes chugga 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 chug, and then you go to the galley and you make yourself a cup of coffee. And that's exactly what you are thinking it is.
Oh, this coffee smells like shit.
It is shit, Austin.
It's a bit nutty.
Hey, yo, I only know what I see. I seen enough to know what it means to me. Learned from red dirt and I got degrees. Veered off left turns and wild out east, and we're poor and rich and whole. Still wanna know any signs, still wanna know where you are. Our mind made up already, we're not here to watch. We just still wanna fall off the edge and into the dark. So we clench our fists, clutch our pearls to anybody critical about view of the world. Tongue like a slammed door, I keep closed just to beat those doubters of these blindfolded free throws. And the channels love a G up, shoot the heat up, we'll beat up and eat up, and I don't wanna have to read up. Just drop a grenade and put my feet up.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even wanna walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. World gone mad and it's too PC, and they're trying to take away the freedom that I wanna speak. Click, click, cut them off, run them out of town, shut them off. Shh, I don't wanna hear another beat, but my gut got this, then my head take note, cause I know when this story's a slippery slope. So stay in your lane, son. Your songs, I don't care where you're coming from, just a simple answer to confirm a doubt, and then baseless opinions that come out of my mouth. In a nerd, tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. When the so-called experts ever sorted this out, when we're swamped by Muslims, swamped by Asians, different time, same old station, crowd ovation, whip up hatred, that old chestnut, that vocation, do anything to truth but face it.
I don't wanna fall off the edge of the earth. Don't wanna hear nothing. I wasn't real if it's not what I felt. Does it filter it out?
Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter. Flutter, flutter, flutter. Don't tell me what to believe or accept what I cannot see. Fuck you and your facts, I'm free. If you don't like it, leave. I didn't even want to walk in your shoes. What about me? Flutter, flutter.
That one is bumping. I got my freaking professional audio speakers hooked up. That sounds so good now. Wow.
You're coming in real low, though.
Okay.
You got a new microphone or something? Maybe I need to turn you up.
No, hold on a second. Let me adjust 1 second. No, I just moved into the other room, so the fan noise is going to be much less. Just cool.
All right, you're loud and clear now.
Sound better?
Yep.
Yeah, it's good. It's on carpet, and it's in a room that's separate from my garden. So it's a little cubicle to itself in my kitchen, so it's great.
Sweet.
Can't wait till I get my new microphone. I got one on the way. It should be here on the 5th. A microphone and an interface.
Yeah, the one you're talking on sounds pretty good right now. But
Yeah, it's just it's the laptop still, so that's good. I'm back. I'm about 2 feet away, so that's probably good.
Just glance through the list. I don't see any new people on here, so everybody here, feel free to comment.
Well, congrats on gold, Dave. I think very well deserved.
Absolutely.
Everybody congratulating
You, my friend.
me.
Yeah,
Really?
check your tags.
I don't even know how to use any of this stuff. Shut it.
That's okay. All you got to do is, if somebody's really obnoxious, right click and see if you're able to mute them or not. Then make the choice to mute or not mute. And you don't have to. So, I mean, I didn't even use any of that stuff for like months and months and months.
Yeah.
And then finally I saw, you know what? Well, they gave this to me for a reason, and that can be verified with BattleMod. So he's the one that gave me the roles. I'm grateful for the roles. I'm glad we're gold plus together. That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate whoever did that. I just come in here and try to do my part, but it's nice to be recognized.
I think that one was a long time coming, Dave. Congrats again.
Yeah, appreciate it. Enough about me.
That's right.
Dead Air Dave, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the pioneers of the precious metal. So I'll just have you know then.
That was messed up.
The plank owners, that's a naval term. Plank owner is that's the crew that was there when the keel was laid. They watched it all happen from the very beginning.
No, didn't you say Dead Air Dave? What happened?
I'm still here making a delivery at the moment, though.
Mug. I know there's more people in here than just you, though. You don't start talking, I'm gonna start singing.
Yep. Anyway, before I go to the store, I have these old Sansui speakers from the 70s. They're the biggest, heaviest speakers you don't want to be moving these. It's not fun. But when you set them down and you start to play music through them, amazing. And I'm playing it through actually the same era Kenwood. It's not a tube amplifier, but it's an old one from the 70s that came along with these speakers. And other than being like the potentiometer just being a little scratchy, oh my god, this thing can blast. I was actually going to ask you if there's enough dead time. If someone else could play another bumpin' tune, and I'm going to go outside in the hallway and listen. Testing.
Coming to you live.
I've been trying to play Cartoon Ball. Can someone play Cartoon Ball? Any other DJs here? No? Let me try it again then. Okay, Jace. Oh, she's definitely...
I am, but I'm in the middle of getting ready to go get my car out.
I tried it earlier. It's okay. got it here. I tried to play before, it wouldn't play right. Let's see, I had it pulled up here. Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What's up?
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
It has to be.
So that's
Because otherwise it would look too flat, and my bosses wouldn't approve of that. I'll find something that hasn't been played recently.
It's real because it looks so fake.
They have to say that, don't they?
I have a song request, Sonny. I'll drop it in the bot commands.
Oh, okay.
Is it the 10 Flag Commandments? I heard that whoever did that one.
Okay, cool.
No, it's my favorite. It's probably one of my favorites. It's
Alright,
by
let's
Don
hope
Gio.
I'll do my test.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
Alright, I'll test it. I'll test my speaker out in the hallway. Alright, here we go.
Over the years, NASA has given us spectacular photos and renderings that reveal a colorful and mysterious universe.
I woke up, got out of bed and brushed my teeth. I grabbed the phone and start to roam. I seen the screen. Black Earth scratched my head, and what's this mean? Clicked on it, to be honest, yeah, I had to see. CGI, the fish eye, I couldn't believe they use technology to deceive. So many bodies are close-minded. The Simon is solely dying on photos up in the lineup. How can you tell they're not lying? Cognitive dissonance. Yes, it gets real intense. Some might be on the fence. They just can't handle it. Think of the innocence. You're explaining a little bit. You just can't lie to them. Think we will jump ship. Let's go down. Boom, boom. Nathan Oakley. Gravity has a new dance. The hokey pokey. Turns itself about. Yeah, hokey dokey. Cause the double speak always speak when you wanna tell your story. Gravity holds gases down, no container. You just don't understand the math is on the paper. Globe heads get mad, filled up with anger, and tell you you're just a science hater. Hypothesis starts out with something you observe. All I see is flat water, where's the curve?
He's introducing us to two of the artists behind some of the most iconic space art in the galaxy.
Nathan Thompson with pamphlets and Bible scriptures. You can't just look past with the antics and dance it off like it ain't just different creation that is easily taken. They didn't know the whole earth, you're just easily mistaken. ODD, TV, and Eric Dubay, with which it gets it. Let's talk physics and do it that way. Why would they lie? You can easily say, I say easily 4 times. Did you heard it okay? Cause you probably don't pay attention to what they say. And take it in and think again, you're being played. Yeah. Letter, hey, you know, why is it important? Because it is!
Nice. I don't think I heard that one yet.
Son, where'd you find this?
Solid walls, man. Can barely hear it, let alone hear where it's coming from exactly. I love it. It's funny, whenever I come inside, as soon as I close my door, I've never heard anybody's outside, just only barely audible sounds. Really great. I could play music really loud in here, and outside it just sounds like someone listening to a radio. But inside it sounds like a rock concert.
That's good stuff. Those concrete walls, right?
Oh shit, yeah. Big old building. 1 foot reinforced concrete walls throughout. Probably lower down, they're probably thicker. They fixed the building. They, like, from the 5th floor down to the sub basement, they wrapped the main columns. So in over 90 years, this building has been through every major earthquake that has ever been around here. That's quite a few. I'm just waiting for either a flood coming up the street or the aliens coming from the sky.
How long until aliens?
I don't know, man. That's the final card, supposedly.
Has anybody seen that technology where they can make like lights appear in the air by crossing lasers or some crazy thing like that?
Yeah. Is that part of the blue beam technology, or?
We don't have the
I don't know. I just saw a video and I was really perplexed by it because it looked like it could be true. Not that I looked it up or anything, but it just baffled me there for a minute.
But we destroyed that technology.
And it's a painful process to build it back again.
Gonna get me some new bicycle tires. I put over 1,600 miles on these ones.
Hey, do these rovers they put on Mars, do they have telemetry data we can look up? Or is that not a thing?
Most famous achievement
Rovers on Mars. What?
of mankind, of humans. The landing
Oh,
on
I'm
the
sorry,
moon.
rovers.
NASA lost everything. They're claiming there's nothing in their archives, nothing in storage, nothing in a cardboard box someplace that has anything to do with the Apollo missions. It's all gone.
It's all gone.
Why
And
do
even
you
if
know
we
how?
knew where the tapes were, we wouldn't have players to play them.
Seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence, and as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
I was close.
Why do you know how to drive a drone or with using telemetry data? Do you know how to?
I'm gonna
Just spray and pray, Bong. Just spray and pray.
I'm gonna make a copy. I'm gonna make a copy of that. Like, what was it? A 3-minute flat smack where I asked the guy how did they measure the distance to the sun. He couldn't answer the question. He literally went into glitch mode. I'm gonna make a special clip of that one from this morning. It's gonna be awesome.
My favorite one is that guy when they were asking him about the belts, and he didn't even know what they were. He's like, "Well, I guess we went right through them. I guess they just didn't have a problem. We just busted right through them." That was pretty classic.
We must be lucky that day. Yeah. I mean, I didn't feel anything. Did you?
Man, we got through there by the skin of our teeth, brother.
I guess in that particular instance, what you did believe or what you did not believe had an effect on actual reality. Then okay,
That's what you're thinking. Yeah.
So with that logic, you could swim through a gator-infested swamp if you didn't know the gators were there, right?
Was that Edgar Allan or Alan Bean?
Oh, Buzz Aldrin was like, "Why are you asking me, man? We were just passengers."
We're just on a ride. That's when he said ride.
What? You better ask a scientist because that's not what I do. What I do is I walk around, I climb ladders, and I say things they tell me to say. Like I got a script memorized.
How did they manually come into re-entry if they were just on a ride?
Oh, good.
Autopilot, man. Come on.
Oh, look, here's a scientist. Let's ask him. So, excuse me, scientist, what do you do when you have a leak or something like that? Well, when you have a leak, you
duct tape.
Then you have a leak.
The scientist. Yeah, that's the scientist. Is there anyone else that we can ask?
Did you see that article that someone was passing around about how they got a leak up there and they used duct tape to fill it up temporarily until they fixed it?
Yeah.
I wish somebody would get that snippet and put it.
Can we talk to some real NASA people now, or is? Funny. Can we get a real scientist?
Do they exist?
Oh shit! This is it. Oh, this is it. Oh.
No, not a nascentist. a scientist.
So you're a NASA scientist, Don Pettit, right?
Yeah. So because you can see, because you can see the stars.
Oh yeah.
You know, and pretty much all the time you can see the stars.
Yeah. It's not a black void. I mean, it's but there's all kinds of little polka dots.
There's all.
You can, and there's more than stars. You can see planets. You can see moons.
You see the gas Magellan clouds of the
you
Milky Way
see
galaxy.
the Magellanic Clouds.
Magellanic. See, I was.
Yeah.
Well, there's a large one and a small one, right?
Yeah.
And then.
Oh, remember that other cloud that we saw?
Whoa.
Hey, remember when we saw those stars? Yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah, we saw some planets and stuff. Yeah, stuff. Lots of stuff.
Moons?
Do you think this is offensive to globe people like us making fun of NASA? Like, do you think that offends people?
There's no such thing in my world as life, really. That we're very complicated rocks.
Yeah, so there's no life. Do you have any more, Mr. Thaler?
So she's a scientist, right?
I actually think of myself as a very complicated rock. I am made of things like iron and copper and manganese. When you sit down on a mountainside and you're there with a rock, those are your cousins too.
What?
She got stardust.
What are you talking about, man?
She got stardust. Stardust. How can you forget stardust, lady? That's just disrespectful.
Yeah, this NASA expert science communicator also said at some point, science is going to die, and I can't read a scientific paper to save my life. So.
Yeah, well, maybe ask a rock. Ask a complicated rock to help you. Ask a cousin.
That's probably how she got her degree.
So rocks are your cousins. So monkeys are not my cousins, right? Rocks are my cousins. Yeah. All right. Okay.
No. It's monkeys are your cousins, but rocks are your grandparents.
Your ancestors.
You show some respect to this rock.
It would have to be that way in order for there to be monkeys' uncles.
I thought she was gonna say Stardust, man. I was like, how can you not say Stardust? That's like so cool. I mean, what you're saying is that we come from Stardust. Like, how is that not cool to say? Like,
I've seen lectures with her. She does say that at times, but she also says the rock thing. I'm surprised she doesn't say we all come from the platypus, but you know.
I would just stick with Stardust because it sounds magical.
Johnny, this is your uncle. This is your uncle, the monkey. His name is Stardust.
This is Stardust, your uncle from planet.
He was kind of from the rebellious hippie kind of monkey generation.
The thing about platypuses is they have a poison spur. Why don't we have one of those? What happened to that?
Yeah, they sound cool, right? Maybe the platypus is an alien species to our,
It's supposedly changed into all these other species, but they all lost all the defining features of the platypus and became something else, but the platypus never changed. It's just retarded. And it's not like any of these animals wouldn't be like better suited having like a poisonous weapon.
So mammals lay eggs too, right? Is that what happened?
Yeah, he's the only egg-laying mammal because he's the start of this chain. They just hooked this imaginary chain into the other chain at this point. That's why it's so weird.
Oh. I always thought they were just animals in Australia. You know how you got kangaroos, Tasmanian tigers, devils, and then you got a platypus. I just thought it was just another Aussie animal.
Apparently, it's the forefathers of all mammals.
To Australia, huh? I guess it's not Africa. It's Australia.
The best Australian animal is the koala bear. That's my favorite.
Mm. Yeah, same. Want to grow a lot of eucalyptus trees. They love eucalyptus trees, eh? The eucalyptus is an awesome tree, man. It's like the tea tree, but where did trees come from? Sand?
They what? Peas? They came from sand. Yeah, that sounds logical.
Wait. I got it. We come from rocks, and trees come from sand. No, soil. From soil. There you go. Where do rocks come from? They come from stars. And where do the stars come from? They come from the Big Bang. And where did the Big Bang come from? We don't have to answer. Do we? You kind of do, right?
Well, according to Sasha 2.0, everything just sprang forth from the chaos. And then you ask him, like, what makes up the chaos and where did that come from? And he's like,
Yeah. That's like a millionaire explaining how he got rich, right? Oh, one day I woke up and all this money just sprang forth from my bank account. I was like, wow, the Big Bang. I'm supposed to believe that, right?
It's also, what was it called again when you keep pushing the creator back and like, who's the creator of the creator? Who's the creator of that guy's creator? And that kind of stuff. Which is basically what Sasha did. I forget what the name of it is.
Infinite regress fallacy.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah. I mean, if you're gonna start explaining everything, why stop at the creator? Who created the creator that created the creator that created the creator that created? You know.
Yeah, with that logic, Big Bang has more logic, you know.
Hey,
Because
does the first
when you cannot find who created the creator, then Big Bang has more sense.
does the first law of thermodynamics disprove the Big Bang theory? That says that matter cannot be created or destroyed, and their story is that this little tiny point exploded and all the matter came out of that.
Well, according to them, like, some of those laws might have not existed at the beginning, so, like, that's why the gravity is not holding everything to get if you imagine gravity existed at the beginning of time when everything was supposed to be collected into a single point, the gravity well would be so ginormous that it would never be able to escape.
Yeah, and even in their story with that big nonsense. They even claimed that for a fraction of like a millionth of a second or something, as it was as the actual three-dimensional world was unfolding, and it was only two-dimensional for a fraction of a second. They say that time itself didn't exist, but yet the universe was bigger than a single point or something. Like they just make this
Holy
shit up.
shit. The drama, man. The fucking drama. Hey, it's like so, like, and in that split fraction of, you were definitely there, right, bro? I mean, you were definitely there.
Yeah, this is just poetry. This is like reading a shitty novel, man.
It's like, damn, this guy was there. How do you know? Like, in the fraction, what's a fraction of a second? So, what is that? You know, when you blink your eyes? Wow.
1 million times faster.
And I suppose, isn't it supposed to be spinning outwards, centrifugal force, because of the outward spin? Isn't it supposed to be going the other way? Shouldn't be going gravity. This so-called force shouldn't be going down. It should be going up. We should all be flying out into space. So what's going on here? Doesn't make no sense to me. Sounds like a big bogus story to me.
Yeah, not even Super Saiyan God Blue Kakarot Goku can keep up with that. But you were there, right? You saw it, right? Wow. And then what did gravity do? Like, where did it come from? Like,
I was there when they made when God made the flat Earth. But I mean, I was in God, but I saw that, but I didn't see no round Earth. Sorry.
So there I
was. Water. I like water. Water only on this Big Bang. Water only on the air. You know, it's not formed anywhere. Only on the air.
So what about hydrogen and oxygen? How did they like form? I bet they felt really lucky they were born, right? Because anything could happen. Like, wow. Oh, thank God. I mean, thank gravity we made it, right? Oxygen. That's right. Hydrogen. You wanna do this thing? Let's do it. Water. Yeah. Let's call our new baby water. Yes, you are water. Go to the earth and seed it accidentally. Make it look like an accident. Okay. Yeah, right? This asteroid. Here I come. I'm going to accidentally crash into the planet called Earth. That's how all the oceans got here, boys and girls.
Yeah. And only here.
Yeah.
Only here on this small Earth and all universe without water. So shame.
Ungrateful bastards, right?
People.
Yeah. You know the trouble gravity had to go through just to give you insignificant specks a chance at life, right? Kai Cthulhu, like these Matrix Part 2. Come on, new Matrix. These guys don't. They're destroying the Earth. Oh my God.
That's funny. Ungrateful bastards. That's hilarious. It's Globers on ungrateful bastards.
Hey, Sashi, with what you just said a second ago, Sashi, you just made me realize a very key part of this elaborate scheme to get people to believe this nonsense that I think is a very important part we should point out more often, which is that with this fairy tale, the vacuum of space, they don't say that the Earth, their claim isn't that the Earth is the only place where there's water. They claim that there's lots of water out there, quote unquote, more than likely. It's just that it's on bodies of, it's on planets and, places that are just so far away that, we'll never get there. And even with lots of technology, it'll take us thousands of years to even get there. Even if we get up into space, it'll take us thousands of probably even millions of years to just get from one solar system to the other and everything. So they make this claim that it's like, oh yeah, there's other stuff out there, other places out there, but it's just out of reach. You can just look at little tiny pixels of it with this telescope that we say is either in space or something, or it's just this fairy tale. It's so interesting how they keep everything just out of reach, so that the dumb masses, the people that the sheep that go along, They just, they don't think so much about it like, oh, damn, why
don't
can't
have
I
a
go to the
reason
moon?
to.
Oh, because it's too far away.
Yeah. No, you
Oh,
know what
I know they didn't claim that there is a water in the same medium like here, liquid. Maybe they are saying that it's some frozen things, shits there or something. But oceans, I didn't hear that they claiming that
Oh no,
they.
no, you're right. They don't claim that. They just say that theoretically, with the billions of
Yeah,
planets they say are out there, that there's bound to be one that's like Earth or something. That's what they say.
they are
They just think
saying
there probably
something
is.
like on Jupiter on the north pole, it's frozen ice, blah blah blah, something like that.
Yeah, or the
No,
moon's
man.
orbiting Jupiter. Yeah.
What made me snap out of it when I was a Glober was when they said that there was life, right? There was like another Earth-like planet somewhere, and they told us it's because of the light. You know how the light changes red. What is it called? Like, yeah, they said that, and I thought, well, then that would mean the Bible is lying. God is a liar. He didn't tell us he made other life. You know what I mean? But then when I looked at it, it was like, wait, this doesn't make sense, and that's what made me question, like, do these guys really know what they're talking about, what they're doing, or are they just telling us stories? And this is when I was a Glober. It made me question my own, like, like, it's crazy. It's like, what? Well, then that
Long.
would mean yes.
First of
But
all, Bong, you need to understand one thing. You are a small human being. You don't understand. You need to touch the level. You need to finish school, college, university. Then maybe you will get the level when you can reach the point. Like
Yeah,
this
you need to
speaking.
watch more Neil deGrasse Tyson documentary.
yeah, it was that. That's what made me quit, not want to learn stuff. Is because of that idea that, oh, you'll never really understand it until you go to, like, until you go major in the field. So do you really want to do that? Like, no. Yeah, let's just go play football or something. Let's go join the military or something. Jump out of a plane, bro. Yeah. You know what I mean? It's like they make you hate school, then they make you confused. You know what I mean? It's like I don't really want my brain doing this. Like, but you have to. Yeah, if you want this degree, you have to force your brain to understand this thing that doesn't make any sense. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, of
you have
course.
to.
Like for example, you can know how much it's 10 miles. You can know how much is 20 miles, and you can say, I can know how much is 20 miles,
Yeah.
and then
Well,
you,
it's 2 plus 2 can equal to 5, and you have to
yeah.
accept that. And like, nah, I'm gonna go jump out of a plane. What? Why? Like, because it's
Hey,
science.
on the topic of the moon, though, I was just thinking, it's crazy that they'd say, oh, we could send 3 guides there safely and easily, or however we did it back in 1969, and however they claim they did it. But, to say that we can't do that with less money and more efficiency now in the private sector, I mean, I think that's just crazy. That's just
A
absolutely
million
crazy. So
times
it makes
more.
me almost want to line up all the different materials and the totality that they say that they needed to build that Saturn V rocket that they took to the moon, and not not so much the dollars worth back then, but just the dollars worth today, and what it would cost to set that up. Like, what I'm saying is, I think it's you know it's just crazy that more realize that that's kind of ridiculous. 1969, 2022, like,
Yeah.
come on, you're not a little bit suspicious?
Oh, we all are. But I think that's why they make it an issue on TV. Congress, questioning NASA. Why are we going to Mars and not the moon? You know what I mean? I think that's why they make it such a spectacle so that we don't get so suspicious. You know what I mean?
Because moon it's satellite, Earth satellite, it's boring, and Mars it's real planet.
Yeah, we made so many movies about landing rovers on them, and we actually showed people that we landed rovers on them. Remember that?
And we
Well, I
was on
guess
the moon, right? Go somewhere where we was. Let's how to say, explore more. After Mars, we'll go to, I don't know,
But what's so
they
dumb
claim
is
Venus is too hot, but the thing about the moon though is like, well, they don't even have the telemetry data, so it's like you don't even have that key part, to replicate what they say they did. So you don't have
And
the
what is
telemetry data, it's like how are you gonna go there again? The point is they just made it up. Whoever's listening.
Yeah, they're
on
claiming
YouTube.
that Venus is hot. And what is Mars?
I have a clip I want to play just in
Is it
response to
Mars
something what
cold?
Ryan said.
Yeah, they say
Mars,
Mars is kind of like the moon, like
uh,
cold,
Mar-
but
Mar-
How much
Mars,
cold? How much
the
cold is
moon is
Mars?
too close, and it would be
No,
too easy for
listen,
people
this
to.
wrong logic. When we get the temperature of Mars, that will be great logic. What is the
Ma-
temperature on the Mars?
Mars is to keep
I
space
don't
alive.
actually know, but I think it might not even matter just because I think it's a low pressure enough environment that they claim it does that it would shred all of our equipment anyway. So,
Well, right, do you know why? Do you know why it's matter? Because, for example, we can send that technology on the Mars, and so far away, and that is so cold, and that equipment can resist, But we cannot send any kind of robot or something or drone on Antarctica because there is cold.
Well, I think
yeah,
that's
that's a
already
good
wrong.
point.
I think Mars is just to keep space alive, like so that space is alive in your mind and alive in the movies, alive on TV. It's to keep it alive. The moon would be too close and too easy for people to figure out is bullshit. That space is bullshit. So Mars is that, and then you
Yeah, I
got
know.
Mars.
But why is ISS on 1% of distance to what we reached in '69? Why ISS don't go to why ISS don't go 2% of distance?
I think it's a good excuse for them to say, "Oh, we only have so much budget, so we can just have this quote unquote low Earth orbit nonsense and just try to keep us, close to home as far as our imagination goes, but still keep their imagination alive in the vacuum of space."
The logic is this: I could go in '69 from New York to Shanghai, but now I can go to the Manhattan from New York.
Well, now that we have virtual, now that we have the metaverse, okay, now that we have Web 3.0, the blockchain, now that we have virtual reality, augmented reality, and 5, that G, it's going to be a lot easier to visit Mars without having to physically go there.
That's a lie, though.
What's a lie?
Mars. It's not a physical place that you can just stand on.
It's a necessary lie because it serves many purposes. Remember, aliens have to come. Okay, yes, yeah, I think aliens have to come, and Mars keeps the idea alive. Where are they coming from? Oh, they're parked on Mars, and
Well, that's the vacuum of space. It's not Mars. That's the vacuum of space idea. Is that if aliens were to come from somewhere, they have to come from the vacuum of space. So they need to keep that imaginary thing alive in people's minds.
yeah.
So that if they could ever use hologram technology. I mean, this is speculative as far as them doing this part. Someone could potentially use hologram technology to fake an alien invasion, and perhaps a lot of people would believe it because they think the vacuum of space is a real place.
They're gonna have a fake alien invasion soon, and then the people.
How soon do you think Sacrifice?
Yeah, why are you
Well,
saying that with such certainty?
Because I can guess what's going on by the agenda they're pushing out right now, and the fact that they're conditioning the entire world to get used to aliens being a thing. For example, the Pope literally said if an alien were to land here right now, he'd baptize them. So
I see.
What do you think?
I see.
Days, months, years? How far away are we?
Shit, I can't estimate.
I can see something else
you had to take
now.
a guess.
I just know it's gonna happen. I don't know when it's gonna happen. Ask them.
I know
Well,
what
I think
totally.
it's worth pointing out, though, that there's another reason to have the vacuum of space idea in people's minds, I think, originally. And that is that, it makes this ball model work, and you don't really have much of an idea of, evidence of a creator. So we all know that we're inside a container because you can't have gas pressure without a container, nor can you have a vacuum without a container. You can't have one next to the other without a solid barrier. So that means that by definition and by default, we're inside a container. You can't have that container without a natural creator. And once you realize that there's a natural creator, you have very little doubt in the existence of God. So I think the vacuum of space, I think the biggest effect it has ultimately is it just makes a lot of stupid people think that there is no God because we're just spinning around the vacuum of space and there's no evidence of any creator, no obvious evidence of any creator.
Even the children's programs, yeah. But we do know when it's going to happen because Bill Gates said that the darkening of the sun is the purpose. They got to darken the sun before they can bring the demons and the fallen angels out. So they got to they got to push up the chemtrails and get the sun darkened. That's the time period. So we do know.
What do you mean they're gonna darken the sun?
They're going to darken the sun because the demons and the fallen angels, they can't go out in the sun. They have to be in the darkness. They can't use the. They don't like.
I don't think that's true. No, that's not true.
It is. Well, it is true because demons were described exactly like how a great alien would look. And
yeah.
Now, when you guys say these things, are you talking about physical things or apparent things, but not physical things, or purely mental things? What exactly are you talking about?
That's not the reason to darken the sun. Not the reason to darken the sun because demons can move around during the daytime. I mean, if you've read the Bible, remember Legion? It was daytime when that happened. So it's not.
I think we're talking more about fallen angels. Yeah.
There's got to be another reason. Well, what is the sun? What does the sun do? The sun provides carbon, allows photosynthesis for plants, animals. It gives us, it's a life giving. I mean, it's yeah, you know what I mean. It's light, but I don't think it's because of demons.
So, do you have any direct evidence for the existence of these demons in whatever form that they exist?
Well, the aliens that you may believe exist are
demons. Other people before. I mean, I've seen people with demons, and I've spoken to the demons and told them to get out and not to speak, and to be silent. And seen them come out of people. So I know they're real, and I've actually encountered them and had encounters with them. Yeah.
Well, the aliens that you, the aliens that
as well. Yep.
Yeah, the aliens that you may believe exist are actually interdimensional demonic spirits. Have you ever heard of you know this guy named Aleister Crowley, the guy who
I'm very familiar with all this, but I have a better way to ask my question. I'm very familiar with all this, but you guys have seen the two Ghostbusters movies, Ghostbusters 1 and Ghostbusters 2. You've seen those movies, right? So you know that thing that looks like a toaster. Well, they have this thing that looks like a toaster, but it's not a toaster, and it opens up and it absorbs a ghost. It's what they use to catch ghosts and lock them up, And so my question is, it's a trap for the ghost. So my question is, do you have anything like this that would be in the realm of physical reality and tangible evidence, tangible proof that can make it so I wouldn't believe that these things exist? I could know that they exist. Just like how I know that the earth is flat.
Yes.
Well, it's a different thing because
I mean, there's lots of encounters that people have had, and they're on video, a lot of them as well. And I've experienced these things. Actually, you encounter them, but that's demons. That's different to fallen angels. They're two different things. They're not related. I mean, they're related, but they're two different things. Demons control. They live inside people, right? But then you got fallen angels, which are actual fallen angels, which they can't live in the sun. They live in the darkness.
They're in the tunnel, what's it called, the bottomless pit, right? And they're the CERN movement, the CERN thing is the portal that they're trying to open the thing, and then release them.
They're buried in darkness as Azazel, but that's not true. The leader of the fallen angels, okay, he owns the world, okay. His kingdom is in the first heaven, the air. He's the prince of the power of the air. Okay, he took Jesus to our place, so you know what I mean. The sun, being darkened. I don't know who can do that, but God. But that's what I'm saying. Like. They're trying to scare you, they're trying to set up their lying signs and wonders right in the sky. So, aliens, they're calling them aliens and people believe it. People think the earth is a ball. A setup, right? God, we're all going to die in 8 billion years. What are we going to do? Aliens are here to help us. Help us ascend, right? Apotheosis, I think that's what it's called. To become a god. So that we can travel around in the universe, right? Like assholes. Fucking, greed. Absorbing all the energy of the universe. Like a virus. Disease. Okay, I'll just go ahead.
I think I have COVID.
I mean, yeah. You guys seen The Matrix? Human beings are a disease. Humans are here, right? Like,
is it possible to clone humans?
Oh yeah, they breed humans for all kinds of things, man. Like we're just workers, just the labor force. We have to live in a world, right, that allows us to function at peak level, right, performance, and that means mental health. You have to be provided, right, with a world, orderly world, right, with laws and stuff. See, so that you can do the work, so that they can harness the force.
How you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
I'm great.
That's what the Matrix with the 5G and the graphene oxide. It's all part of the same thing. The demons and the fallen angels and stuff. They're going to be using that as a way to the airwaves, using the airwaves and the air rivers, and they're going to be like they're going to be controlling things through the airwaves.
Yeah, I mean, it's all speculation, though, right? I mean, it's all speculation, but yeah, I do suspect it's some kind of vehicle or infrastructure for networking. Networking for us to connect. You know what they're saying? They're saying we're going to share experiences. They want us to be able to share our experience so that you would feel like you were there. See, you will have my experience. I will have your experience. We will always know what each other are thinking, right? This is the plan for the Web 3.0, the Internet of Things. Isn't that amazing? Like one giant, like a hive mind. The Borg.
That's why you mustn't use those masks. You mustn't take the JAB. You mustn't take the test. The test is also the JAB. It's the same thing. And you mustn't do the cereals. I've got stuff in them. The chemtrails, all sorts of foods are full of graphene oxide. So you must try not get involved in any of that stuff. Try get your own food and stuff, and your water and all that stuff. Stay away from the graphene oxide because that's part of the system.
Learn how to garden and grow companion plants and trees. Permaculture, little food forest in your backyard. Permaculture. It's freaking awesome, man. The whole
And
water.
careful of that hand sanitizer. That's the worst as well. Stay away from hand sanitizer. It's really bad for you.
Yeah. Grow a lot of basil and herbs. A lot of lemongrass. It's good for sanitizing.
Hey, there's a mute button. Do you want to try using that?
Sorry, dude. It was unpredictable.
Cough away. Turn away and cough.
You're gonna spread that stuff.
I hope it does get to you.
How you guys
The
doing?
mind virus.
Yo, Gaijin, how you doing, Globetard?
It's Gijon.
Someone just needs to change it by now.
You please.
Jean. Is that French?
Oui.
Oh.
Billie Jean's my love.
So, Sacrifice, what is your best flat earth proof?
I see I'm still questioning.
Well, yeah, you want to be able to teach other people, right? What can you teach them?
Can't change his views, man. That's Sasha 2.0.
Yeah, but you can still educate people.
You can change Gaijin's views.
Gijon.
So who gets like really bad dreams at night, like really bad nightmares and stuff? Because that's all related as well, by the way. If you get bad dreams, you're being affected. You're getting attacked. You're getting. Do you have like bad nightmares anymore?
Wish I had dreams.
Not
I
me.
think it's sweet.
Oh, that's good.
I'd stopped
Isn't
smoking
it-
weed for a few days. I got really bad nightmares.
And if I have a dream, I'm happy, you know, bad or not or good. It's like, oh, a dream. I haven't seen one of those in a long time.
Yeah, don't take it too serious though. I mean, because people take them so serious and they get all upset, you know.
I had a dream. The last dream I remember having was my son was young again. He's like 5 again, you know, running around, and I was like, and then I woke up, was like, no. So it was a good dream. He's taller than me now. Almost 18.
I had a dream that I was falling into hell, and this demon thing, like evil entity, was like taking me there. But then I just laughed, and I thought, that's just a scare tactic, and I just laughed at it, the dream, and I woke up, and I was like, so what? It's all scare tactics, just fear. It's fear tactics. That's all it is. Nothing.
So not even your dream. In your dreams, you're not even connected anymore, right? Like you can't be immersed anymore in anything, right? It's hard to be.
I miss those dreams where I could be able to control things. Not, it just feels like I can't anymore.
Gonna open up that third eye.
I'm happy with that. I'm omnipotent in my dreams. One of the easiest tricks to do is simply just practice every day trying to move an object with your mind. Once you turn that into a habit, you'll start doing that in your dreams, and then you'll know you're in a dream. And telekinesis is a really good basis power to start with in dreams.
I don't support that. I feel like it's going against my beliefs.
Well, I know a pastor who goes in his dreams and he actually he gains
That would be
whatever,
active necromancy
and he can't start
and sorcery
he
and
actually-
magic.
No, I'm talking about a pastor. He actually goes in his dreams and he actually does things for God in his dreams, and he preaches to people and he speaks to people, and the people actually wake up and they have the same dream in his dream. They're in his dream as well. It's like a mutual dream.
I was actually visited by. This was when I was a complete atheist glober, and I was striving away from God, further and further away. And then when I had this dream, I thought I had a dream I was in space. I was in a spaceship, and I was above the Earth. Outside, the Earth was a flat Earth, and I was like, whoa. And then out of nowhere, this thing, the door opened, and all of us were going into the vacuum of space. Everything was getting pulled out. And I was hanging onto this chair or this little compartment of the desk, and I kept holding on until I let go. And once I went out into the vacuum of space, I just seen this bright big light, and it was I'm pretty sure it was God, because right when I saw it, every single hair in my body just went up, and I had it was like the biggest goosebumps ever. Guess you could call it like a swan bump.
I saw Jesus in my dream. He actually came into my room, and it was like I was worshiping, and I saw his eyes. I saw him for real, like it was definitely him. And this pastor guy, by the way, he stopped a hurricane once, a real hurricane that was coming. It just disappeared, and he prayed in his dream, and he actually the witch doctor from actually was conjuring it in Miami. There was a witch doctor, and he flew down to Miami, and he actually confronted this guy, and he actually stopped him, and he stopped his curses and all his witchcraft and stuff. And it was real. It was like all like living, like real. It actually happened. Like he knew it was real, like while he was doing. And he flies
I
in
have
his
a
dreams as
question
well.
for any Globers. I got a question for Gajin. Or any Globers in this VC. I need to ask a question for all of you. Why did the astronauts do testing of fixing the spaceship or the space satellites, and why do they practice these things in water if they're in the if they're going to be in the vacuum of space? I'm pretty sure vacuum of space is not the same as being in water.
Can I answer?
Yeah, you got it, Sasha.
Because it's dangerous to do that in vacuum chamber.
How you doing, Sasha?
Because
It's
it's
very
very
dangerous to do that in a vacuum chamber, so why wouldn't it
Yeah.
not be dangerous in a vacuum of space? So do you get what I'm saying right here?
There will be
Yeah.
even, I think if you do the math, we have vacuum chamber. I don't know what pressure is that. That will be even 10 million times worse. That's my answer. It will be dangerous here on the Earth in vacuum chamber. In the vacuum of the space, it will be 10 million times dangerous.
Right. It just goes to show that they're obviously using some type of editing when they're in that water. They
Yeah.
because you can see some bubbles sometimes.
Well, yeah, it's not only that. They can check that suite. How to say that? Astronomy. My English is bad. How you call suite astronomy?
Sweet.
Yeah, they can use that and go to vacuum chamber and see if he's how to resistible to that pressure. Not to go to the water because water is not so low pressure. But they never
but
do
it does
that.
give them the movie effect of them floating. So I think that's where all the stuff came from.
Well,
They
in
just
space you float, and then they probably floated in the water also.
Yeah, but how you will know that that suite will resist in the vacuum if you don't test in the vacuum?
How do you know what will resist in a vacuum?
The suite of astronauts, how will it resist in the vacuum if you don't test in the vacuum?
How do you know a diving suit will survive in your
How you
vacuum?
will make asbestos, for the fire? How
Well,
you
I
will
thought they
make that?
practice what the astronauts do.
You need to test that medium, I think, first. That if you want to make some material that resisting fire, you need to, I think, test that material with the fire.
Well, there's no fire in space.
No, I'm saying if for the, let's say, the fire worker, that asbestos, I don't know in English, that that material is not burning.
You know how there's nothing in the vacuum of space, and then all of and the sun is not right hitting anything, and then this suit comes out, and then the sun hits the suit, right? Like, how is the suit not on fire?
Well, space is really cold. Space is really, really cold.
Right. That's because there's nothing there. But now that there's a
There's no
suit there,
oxygen.
right?
Also, you need oxygen to start a fire.
475 degrees
has
minus
to come
Fahrenheit.
on, the heat from the sun.
How cold it is?
Right.
How
Okay.
cold is space?
Look, the only reason why
I think space is negative.
They say minus
there are
474
nothing. There's
degrees
nothing.
Fahrenheit.
There are no molecules for you to take a measurement, right? That's when you think it's cold. Okay, but there's a low, like super low. I mean, infinitely low pressure. I mean, virtually infinite low pressure. And then there's the heat coming from the sun, right?
Yeah.
And it has to go somewhere. And it goes to the ISS and the all the metal. It's gonna take. It's going to probably. It's supposed to explode.
In the
But
sun, it's supposed to be like really hot, and on the other side, it's supposed to be really cold, and it's supposed to change like the whole time. While the ISS is going around, it gets hot and cold, and that in that change of temperature, all those things would just be destroyed. They wouldn't even survive one round going once around the Earth once because of the change of temperatures are so extreme.
Yeah.
I have a question. Does we have a pressure differential in aeroplane when it's flying?
Excuse me?
Does we have pressure differential in aeroplane when aeroplane is flying?
Yes. Yes.
No.
What? No?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yo, Sasha 2.0. I'm starting to think that
I thought usually they pressurize the cabin, so there's like no pressure differential.
I'm surprised you could still be a globe after.
You are telling me that it is the same pressure in the airplane like on the air?
I think so.
I think it's a little bit less because of pressure differential in the air. They are adjusting the pressure in the airplane because of air pressure outside, I think.
What? Makes no sense.
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't know.
Well, it
They
obviously
need to
makes
have-
no sense, so I don't understand how you still believe that bullshit.
Well,
are
I'm
you
on the
telling me
fence, sir.
that 14.7 pressure it's also in the airplane when it's flying?
Have you guys ever been on an airplane and your ears feels like they're closing up? What's that?
Yeah.
What's happening there? Why is that happening?
Slight change of pressure.
Yeah.
Okay.
If space is a zero pressure environment, why train in a pressured environment?
When you reach cruising altitude, okay, what's the pressure inside the
I
airplane?
don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? What pressure do we need to breathe? Us, people.
Around 14 psi.
Okay. Do you think that could be the pressure inside the airplane for people to breathe?
It sounds reasonable.
Okay. And what do you think the pressure on the outside of the airplane is?
Much lower than that.
Okay. I think that's what he's asking.
Oh, I thought he was asking if there's a pressure differential inside the plane.
Yeah,
why,
I'm asking.
Why? Right. Now, let's go to space. In order for astronauts to breathe inside the ISS, okay, does it have to be what pressure? Right.
And
now,
you know, you can only have a.
So I think there's a
outside the ISS. Boom.
You can only get a pressure differential inside of a container. Otherwise, you can't measure the gas.
Right. Now let's go to a submarine. Okay, what do we have to do for the submarine when the submarine goes down? What does it have to do for people to breathe? Right. So you see how it doesn't matter where you go, you have to breathe, which means there will be a difference in the pressure if you go in the water or up in the air or in a vacuum. People have to breathe, right?
Yeah, if you go down to the water, you need to have, how to say, I think less pressure.
That's why they're seen with scuba gear.
When you in submarines, right? If you exit a submarine, okay, and you don't control your exhaling of your breath to match your ascent, you will die.
I have
okay? Do you know why? What happens if you don't control the way you exhale, the pressure inside your lungs? What happens to your cells? Yeah.
And now question is, you have the pressure of 10 to minus 17 torr around the ISS. What is the pressure inside of ISS?
And why buoyancy pool, which contains the actual model of the International Space Station itself. Who was that?
Who the fuck? Who just signed their goddamn death? What's that movie?
That was Reckonor. Reckonor.
That was Metal.
That was
it
Reckonor. That was Reckonor. I saw his
I
thing.
have a
on mute.
question. So
that was a purple
I
one.
see there's some new, presumably Globers here. Want to engage them?
Yeah, you're a Glober.
Why?
Well, Wasim's here.
You're
Why
a
do
Glober.
you want us to engage the new Globers?
I thought you would typically do that. I thought that was part of the entertainment here.
Can you tell me who it is?
Wasim.
Do you have some kind of interest in?
Guy, can I ask a question? You realize that this is entertainment for us?
Do I realize it? No. I don't realize it.
You think this is a game? Is that it?
Do you think it is entertainment for me?
Oh, I don't know about you, but generally, everyone here, yes.
General, I can speak about all of these people here for sure. You know, you think
Yes.
that is for us like an entertainment? We want to pull around people, joke with them.
Sasha, I didn't mean to offend you with what I said.
I make you laugh. Is that it? Right?
Yo, who keeps on moaning in their mic?
I don't know.
I'm removing your VC verified role. Wasim. You want me to do that, or are you gonna?
Wait, that was Wasim?
Yeah, that's who's doing it. It's Wasim.
Yo,
Alright.
so Gajin, you're friends with that guy since you were the person who everyone.
John.
No, it doesn't matter. The question still stands.
What's the question?
Why were you referring to that guy, the guy who just mooned?
Why am I referring to him? He's my friend.
Alright, that explains everything.
Because I was just gonna remove his voice verified and maybe ban him.
You should ban Gajin.
Yeah, Wazim. Whatever.
Yeah, it rhymes. Gajin, Wasim.
What you talking about?
You guys ate a steel beam?
Well, maybe it was sacrificed because he has the full Earther tag.
No, it was Wasim. I saw Wasim's light up, so what the hell is your problem?
Joshua, should I ban him?
Yes,
Should I unmute him?
he moaned like 3 times.
Yeah, he's a troll. Ban him.
The moaner.
It's up to you, dude. I'm not a mod. I'm just saying that's who did it because I saw
Oh,
the
maybe
name
you should
light up.
put him on mute.
I mean, you should. He literally just
You can listen.
He threatened the
Right?
safety of the entire live stream because he could have just got a ban.
I'm trying to talk here, man. Shit. You're muted. You can listen, okay? And you can leave if you want to leave, but you're going to be muted from now on. All right? So, welcome to this.
He's gonna find a way to get unmuted, I bet you.
That's all right.
No, it's not, because he's gonna moan again.
I just want him to listen. It's fine. He can do whatever he wants. He'll get banned.
It's okay if he moans again. Like,
all right. Can we leave it?
Yo, rookie, why'd you do that?
Why did I do that? Because I thought it would be funny.
That's so sad.
Why are you moaning?
Because of what he was doing, moaning, so I was imitating him.
So everybody's moaning now? Moaning's just allowed here?
No, I'm not saying that.
You guys are gay.
Why do you still think the Earth is a ball, Dijon?
Dijon.
Well, we're gay now? What?
Dijon. Gay Jean.
Makes no sense at all.
Hey, gay Gene.
Dijon.
You'll think it's
Why are you gay?
Why are you gay?
You are gay.
Because that's France.
You are gay.
Why are you gay?
Who said I'm gay?
Why are you gay?
You are gay.
Who said I'm gay?
You are
You're
gay.
gay.
You said
That's
I'm
like-
gay?
Why are you still a Glober? Yeah. Why are you still gay?
What up, my Nikola Tesla?
Because I have not seen sufficient evidence to convince me otherwise.
What
Really?
would be sufficient evidence to convince you otherwise?
He thinks CGI is convincing is substantial evidence.
Wait. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, this guy can answer my questions for me, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, you think CGI is substantial evidence, right?
Well,
You think
like all
when you watch,
Glovers, he has no claim.
right? When you watch the movie Interstellar, do you just look at it and think it's?
Can you let him answer the question?
Dude, dude, why are you interrupting me?
You answer the question, Guy Gene. What is it?
I
Hurry up.
said Sacrifice can answer for me since he
No,
has been
hurry
answering
up.
for me.
Come on, man. I don't have all day.
All right, I'll stop talking, dude. Stop
What is
avoiding
it?
the question.
Thank you. So I have not seen sufficient evidence to convince me otherwise. What would be evidence that would convince me otherwise? It's a good question. It would have to be substantial evidence. Something like
curvature.
Something like
Curvature.
enough. Something like, for example, if enough people
Curvature.
were able. Okay. Oh, I guess Sasha can answer my questions for me now. Sasha, go ahead.
So he no.
Okay,
Finish that sentence right there. He said when there's enough people who could convince me. So the thing is, he's basically what we call a sheep. He agrees to the majority, and he thinks that just because the majority says this, he thinks that it is right. That's your sheep mindset. You're a sheep person.
Is that true? Is that correct, Guy Gene?
What's up?
Is that true? What he just said? Is it because
I guess
not
so. I
enough
mean, he
people
answered the
know?
question for me, so that must be what it is.
I'm asking you if that's what you were going to say. Sorry for all the interruptions.
Well, it's difficult for me to answer questions if other people are answering them for me.
Okay, you said that if enough people, and then you got cut off. So can you continue from there? Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah.
There's no reason it's logical fallacy.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought somebody else already answered for me.
No. Go.
Dude, why don't you stop being like feminine and just talk, dude? You're finding a way to avoid the question.
Shut up. Right, everybody, be quiet, please. Go ahead, Guy Gene. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
No worries. I appreciate the apology. So, if enough people, for example, started coming out with high quality 4K videos of like, oh my god, I launched my own home rocket, and I can see at a certain height, right? I don't know which height. It's some height which we can calculate. Holy crap! We look down and we don't see curvature. We see a disc. Or I guess it doesn't have to be a disc. It could be whatever, right? But at a certain height, some curvature should be visible.
Do you know what it? My bad.
Enough people.
I mean, that wouldn't be proof for me if a bunch of people did that, right? If a
How many
bunch of people
would
did
you
that.
consider? How many people have to do that in order for you to be audience enough people? How many people? Like how many videos? How many people have to participate?
In order to what?
In order for you to say, okay, is that enough evidence?
Well, it depends on the quality of the video. It depends on how high up they go. It depends on.
All right. The thing is, right here it says if we search them right now, it says if we search them, what is the altitude we can find the curvature? They all have different things, but they all amount to 50 to 40,000 feet in the air. And the thing is, we can.
So basically.
What'd you say? So the thing is, you're asking for substantial evidence, right? You're looking for somebody who has raw footage. So I'm gonna post this in the live stream voice text. I don't have pick perm, so it's not gonna show up. If you want to click that link, that's all based on you. But that's raw footage, 100,000 feet in the air, altitude, and tell me if you see any type of curvature at this altitude. 100,000 feet in the air, double that height.
Well, that's
A
actually
lot
a
of
good
people
point.
Did I say how high up it should be?
If
Right?
they're saying
So
that you can
basically,
see it at
you want to
50,000
people to
feet,
participate, right? No matter what fucking NASA does, no matter what NASA doesn't have, that doesn't matter, right? What matters is that all of the rest of us fucking suckers with fucking jobs and lives, we have to do that.
No. I just gave you an example of something that could be done so that I could be swayed into
I just
thinking.
gave you it, Gaijin. I gave you it.
It's not a necessary condition. It's a sufficient condition.
Gaijin, I gave you the evidence in chat. I posted the thing for you to see for yourself, Gaijin.
So basically, if NASA makes a claim that the Earth is a ball, right, they don't have to prove it, right? We have to prove it. Is that what you're saying? Right?
Do you know the difference between a sufficient and a necessary claim? Or
Gee,
proof,
Jane,
sorry.
can I ask you something? Sorry.
They're saying
You
that
asked-
we have to disprove their claim that they haven't proved. Go ahead.
Big data.
Sorry. Guy, did you ask about
You cut off Sasha.
Big data.
Did you say like that?
Sorry.
You cut off.
Gee?
Can you repeat, Sasha?
Did you say if somebody take the camera, I don't know, take the drone or whatever, and make a recording from the app? You said something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, this one guy went to the airplane. He took the Nikon 5 that good camera, and he had also infrared filters to kill all refraction. You know, and you know what? In that airplane, he has a vision of 1,200 miles.
Is that so?
Yeah. That video?
But no, because that's not high enough.
What would be high
well,
not
Gijon,
high
they
enough.
just said.
So I don't.
Posted, you could.
Okay,
You're supposed to be able to see it at 50,000
listen me, Dijon.
feet. So
Dijon,
where are you
this
getting
is
this
all
from?
right.
It's not
I don't
high
know.
enough thing.
I don't know what height it is. This is 1,200 miles. How big is there?
How big is there?
The
Earth.
How big is the Earth?
The globe.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe it's roughly spherical with a radius of around 6,000 kilometers.
Yeah, and that is in the miles. That is 25,000 miles. You understand miles? So I need to tell you in kilometers. And listen this, and this is view of 1,200 miles. How much view of that is from 25,000 miles?
6,000 kilometers is not 25,000 miles.
Oh my
6,000 kilometers. It's a radius. I'm telling you that it's 40,000 kilometers. Okay.
What's
and
40,000 kilometers?
40,000 kilometers. It's a dimension of the Earth. Circle.
The what?
Circle.
You mean to say the diameter of the Earth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. How much is 102,000 miles? It's near, I think, 2,000 kilometers.
120,000 miles?
Yeah, just they say you're supposed to be able to see curvature from 50,000 feet. So, how high enough is high enough for you?
I'm telling you that
I
this
don't know
is
how
the
high is high enough, but I can
I'm
tell you
telling you,
definitely.
this is
So,
the
but you're
20.
not saying
We can
you keep
see
saying that's not
20
high
parts.
enough. But how do you, if you don't know, then how are you saying that's not high enough?
Because it depends by what
see the
metrics
problem?
or instruments you're using to measure the curvature.
But do you see the
Right?
problem though? They're telling
No,
you
I
you can
don't.
see it at 50,000. You say,
do you
well,
not
that's not
see
high
that-
enough. And then I say, okay, so how high is high enough? You're like, well, I don't know. So it's just you're just moving the goalpost here.
No, because I haven't established a goalpost yet. I haven't told you how high is high enough.
The goalpost
Now,
is
I
the
can sit
radius.
down.
You know what's
Hold on,
not
hold
high
on,
enough.
Hold on. I can sit down. I can sit down and calculate out what that number would be, if you want.
Okay,
I just don't have it
I
prepared
have
right now.
another question. G, I have another question for you. How high I need to be?
Let me ask him this first. Do you believe that refraction causes this ball with this radius to look flat all the time? Do you believe
No.
that?
No.
Okay, so you believe that there is a geometric horizon in respect to the radius. You know that, okay? You believe that, right?
Okay, so if you're gonna ask me if the horizon that we see, why do we observe the black swan, right? Like, why is it further than the geometry of the
That's
sphere?
not what I'm going to ask you. No, because if you say If you say you believe in the geometric horizon, that it's there, right? Then you're way off. Okay, like you're saying way too much. Like he's showing you, you're saying way too much. How high do you have to go to see that it's a ball? Well, if you believe in geometric horizon,
What do you mean when you
we
say I
should
believe in
see
geometric
it
horizon?
as we're ascending in the airplane, you should see the horizon start dropping because of the radius being too small. Okay, but if you believe that it's refraction causing everything to look flat, then you wouldn't know how high you have to go to start seeing the curvature. That's why I'm asking. So which one is it?
Refraction is not making it look flat. In fact, it's making it look more spherical.
Okay, then how high?
Where did you get
Then
that
how
from?
high do you have to go to start seeing the sphere, the curvature?
No, Globe. No,
doesn't
no,
look
how
spherical
high?
at all.
No, how high? How low you need to be that they start to drop?
1 foot.
Because he doesn't want to look at the black swan. That's why I'm asking him how high. You should immediately start seeing.
I can talk black swan all day if you want. Let's do it.
Dude, because the black swan has to do with the radius and how we're not seeing it. That's what the
No,
black
the
swan.
black swan
This
has to.
is
The
what
black
the black
swan.
swan means. As soon as you
Okay,
start going up the hill, you should start seeing the horizon drop
Okay,
down.
let's hear. What he has to say something about Black Swan. Let's hear it. What he has to say about Black.
I don't understand why it's so difficult for flat earthers to understand. 'Cause, I mean, you guys accept that refraction exists, and you guys accept
that was our
the
argument
reason.
prior to Black
Hold
Swan.
on! Holy crap! Let me
It doesn't
finish.
do what you're
Let
about to
me
say it
finish.
does,
Let
though.
me finish. Let 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 me finish. Okay, flat earthers.
No, because all you are is straw man.
Refraction was our argument prior to Black
Is
Swan.
refraction causing the ball to look flat or not? Yes or no?
He said it makes it look curved, more curved, which is false.
Okay, then that's your position. You got to stick with that. All right. Don't talk about us. Okay, if that is your position, then let's go up and then let's look for this curvature that you say is there. Where is it?
Also, again, refraction was our argument prior to Black Swan. So you're just going to hijack what we said after Black Swan comes out, and you start gawking refraction.
What type of refraction is causing that to happen in the Black Swan, Guy John?
I mean, look, man, you do not even have sufficient evidence to be convinced that the Earth is a ball. And yet, look at all this flatness we're showing you. Look at all this evidence we're showing you. You're saying the opposite. You're saying that you do not have enough, but you don't even have any evidence for a ball. You're struggling to find any evidence. NASA has no evidence. Neil deGrasse Tyson says that stuff is always going to look flat, but here you are, grasping, hoping.
His evidence is millions and millions of people saying that it's this way. That is his evidence. If he says that if more people were to come forward and say that the Earth is flat instead of being round, then he would believe it.
Because he's a sheep.
He left anyway, but
he's struggling.
Well, big data.
As soon as you said that refraction makes it look more curved, that was just a blatant lie.
Big data, Bongsu.
What's up? What's up, Sacrifice?
Is there a specific role that grants pick perms? Because if that I posted that video in chat. If he was able to see what it said, I feel like that would have been speechless. So
there is a specific role, but that role is not given out freely.
What, the flat earther role? Because I already had it.
No, the role for Lincoln betting.
Gold plus roll, bro. It's a gold roll and a gold plus roll that gets picked perms for the mainstream, for the live stream. Other than that, if you pass it on to a silver or a gold, and we think it's okay, we can post it for you.
You're still in the fire, Sacrifice. I can't give you the roll. Just hang on, dude. Just send it to somebody. It'll be
I
all
was just complaining. I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, there is a roll. It's just that you're kind of under the microscope at the moment, so hang on. Yeah, just send it to one of the golds or.
There you go, CB. Thank you. That would have been good. Well, Drace, you can't explain everything, dude. You can't just explain it because people don't just listen to words that people say. Okay, it doesn't. People do, but that's only if they're smart. And most globe earthers aren't very smart. They don't like to think for themselves. So you gotta make it. You gotta make it more convincing.
It's not more convincing. It's more like we have to find some sort of a common ground, some sort of a common agreement. Right. And then from there we can move on, right? Because I mean, think about it. How did I start this path? I didn't start this path by looking at the flat earth. I started by looking at the occult, by looking at the way the world is and how things are messed up and why is things the way it is? We shouldn't be living this way. Right?
Yeah.
So and then 12 years down that path, and eventually I stumbled upon, the flat earth because it kept going back to the occult. The reality is the world's flat, motionless, creation by God. And shit, I got to sit there and look at the people that fucking perpetrated the lies and the ones that are putting out the fucking globe agenda, right? They all have ties with the occult as well. So why are the occult lying about the truth?
Yeah.
Right? That's a deeper connotation, right? That's more of where we need to be on why would they lie, right? It's not necessarily on why would they lie just to tell people that the earth isn't what it really is, It's more like they've told you that reality is not what it truly is.
It's just when they bring up the why would they lie? It's the same reason. Why would they lie? Why would you lie to your parents? Because you don't want them to know, right?
When people say why would they lie, that's like they're in denial about everything that we're bringing to them. They're like, yeah, but I don't find a good reason why they would lie about this and what it would benefit, so it can't be happening, right? So they're looking for motive instead of looking for evidence, like a detective would look when looking at a crime. Motive is never used.
Exactly.
It is easier
think about it like you're in the courthouse.
It is easier to fool people than to convince them they've been fooled, right? Like I forgot who said it.
Sci-fi.
That was actually Dan Brown, and Dan Brown said that was Mark Twain. And then there was another one Dan Brown had said about Napoleon saying that history is an agreed upon lie. That was also Dan Brown.
Well, sci-fi.
Yeah, I've always thought that. What's up, Whammer?
Oh no, I just said sci-fi sells better than the truth.
What does I don't mean to like topic or anything, but does anybody in here what do you guys think about dinosaurs?
I think that they were based because the best dinosaurs were the T-Rex, and no dinosaur is better than the T-Rex.
Well, think about it. T-Rex. What does T-Rex mean? It means tyrannical king, titan.
Yeah, Titan king with really short, stubby arms. So he's got this like complex where it's like you better pass him the potatoes. He can't take the potatoes, but you got to pass.
But see, get this. Like these names are named for a reason. Like the Titanus king, the Titan king, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Right. This thing is named this because these giants that were around in the past were actually human, not lizard. Right. And they were giant tyrannical kings that eventually started eating the people of the land. They conquered everything. No one could hurt them. Yeah, the Nephilim. Or Anunnaki, or whatever you want to call them.
Did you guys know that the Tyrannosaurus Rex, that when they found it, they
had plaster. It's like plaster, isn't it?
The legs and the arms are man-made. They only found the skull, the rib cage, the spine, and the tail.
Yeah.
Well, basically, you believe, right, that this thing was walking around with big legs and tiny little arms. That's why we got jokes about it, right? But what if it was a dragon?
Exactly.
Right. And what about human remains? Right? Like, why do
Yeah, but
paleontologists and
see,
all these?
here's the thing. With the dragons, there's specifically two types of dragons. There's a sea dragon, a dragon that lives in the oceans, right? And it breathes fire. It's called Leviathan. And then you have Behemoth, which is the dragon on the land that lives in swampy areas and is terrible.
And where are
It's
these dragons?
Imagine
they died during the flood, and most of mankind has hunted them down to extinction, and they're like hiding in Borneo, probably. It's the
when
last
did
known place of the behemoth, the Mukele Mbembe.
when did they start making up dinosaur stories? See, imagine being a
For the movie industry.
scientist. Yeah, imagine being back in the old days, and you were the one to find giant bones and giant remains of something that looks like a dragon. Now, remember, you don't know what a dinosaur is. We've never made it up yet. But here, you found giant bones, right, of something that looks like a dragon and a human.
Imagine,
What would
imagine you coming
what are you gonna
across a
tell the
woolly
world?
mammoth skull.
Right. What are you going to tell
You,
people? Who are you going to tell? And what people would be interested in keeping this a secret from the public? You think
well,
about how
with
that
the mammoth
works.
skull, you would think it's a cyclops, one huge eye socket in the middle, when it's actually the trunk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So think about the stories that we've been told, and this whole thing about evolution. It's just a big story, right? It's a story that
I
you've
want you
been
to think
told.
you came from monkeys.
Well, how
Or
else are you going to explain what people find? Because you can't really cover, everything. People are eventually going to find stuff, right? And why not train these people to be proper paleontologists? We'll just give them these names and titles, and when they find stuff, they give us a call, and then we can come in and properly tell the story, right?
Now check
Properly
it
do
out.
the research and study and take the bones away. And
Bong,
so,
check it out. Have you heard of the plumed serpent, the feathered serpents, the
yes,
flying snake?
the rainbow serpent. Yep, yep.
Okay. Now hear me out. Over there, like around Papua New Guinea, they still have these things, and they produce bioluminescence on the ridge, right? And all they see is these lights that light up and start flying around, and they've caught a picture of one like over what it was like a dark night, and like the ocean lit up so they could see a silhouette, and it looked like a damn pterodactyl, right? Now these things, thunderbirds, right? Um, firebirds, they could say flying dragons with wings, like over in Europe and stuff like that. But if you think about it, right, those are just the Nakash, the flying serpents. And America is the land of these creatures, right?
Yeah.
So, like all these different things, it's like, all these plumed serpents, you got to sit there and think, was there really a snake with wings? Or was it more of like a pterosaur?
Well, the
And it
the
looks like a snake.
seraphim, the seraphim is a serpent with 6 wings,
Mm-hmm.
and two to cover their legs, two to cover their face, and two to fly with.
also, you got to remember that Joshua, do you know about the origin of Nephilim?
Depends on what you mean by Nephilim, right? Nephal means to fall. So are you talking
The
about the
giants.
fallen ones, the
No, the
fallen
giants.
watchers,
The giants.
or the offspring
The
of
offspring.
the Nephilim?
Yeah,
Yeah, the offspring of the
so the thing
Nephilim
is,
came when these visitors came from other lands or other dimensions and materialized into this realm and took wives, took daughters of men, right? Took women, took our women, and had their way with them, seduced them, taught them all sorts of things. All the magic, everything that we know today was taught to the women so that they could be lured into having sex to produce offspring for these beings.
I don't think this is live stream material.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get back to the topic, I guess. Well,
they don't
it's
want
kind
they
of
don't want to talk
topic.
about the truth.
Well, no, I think it's
No,
part of it's
that's more like
related.
speculation.
Well, aliens. See,
No,
Aleister Crowley, the Lima, right? Music, NASA, JPL. You guys know Jack Parson? Jet Propulsion
Percy
Laboratory.
Jackson.
No. Jack Parsons. Okay, he's the genius that developed the nuclear. Well, he was also a
Jack Parsons
Satanist.
Labs.
I don't
he's
believe
also
in
a
nukes.
Satanist.
I don't believe in nuclear bombs.
Well,
Well,
he's
no, he
also a
didn't create the
Satanist.
nuclear bomb. He created rocket fuel.
The point is Well, anyways, they did a ritual. They did a ritual to try to like bring something in from another dimension using one of these bombs, or they detonated something. And well, that's NASA. See, that's the government. Those are the people telling you the Earth is a ball. And here we are again. You see how it's all part of of a whole, of the whole.
What if
The new
you've
world.
heard of this thing known as ball, right?
Bale or ball?
Ball. This thing called a ball, right? I mean, usually,
Pear? You talking
like
about a pear?
what we know of with balls is we see it on TV being thrown around to try to make scores. The thing
Ball
about
game.
ball.
Yeah. Take me out to the ball game.
So it's like you only really ever see like the ball portrayed on television. Don't mean if it's a base or a basket or a foot. It's all balls. Right? It's a circus. It's just another way to reedify the ball reality they want you to believe in, right?
All religion.
Even though if you look at nature, a ball is very rare. A spherical object is very rare. I mean, you have ovoids, which is not a spheroid, right? An egg is an ovoid. An American football is an ovoid, not a spheroid.
Did we say sphere? I'm sorry. We meant to say oblate. Oblatoid.
Yeah, it's not even an oblate sphere, right? A pear shape is egg shaped, so it's.
You know what Neil deGrasse Tyson said? He said the Earth is not even a perfect ball. He said it was a pear-shaped ball.
Yeah, it's more like an avocado shape.
Yeah, chubby's a good word. It's like pear-shaped.
Yeah,
Then he said hamburger. I think dude's diabetic.
He said it wasn't prolate like a hot dog. It was like flattened at the tops and the bottom, like a hamburger.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is a pseudoscientist, and if you go up to his info, it says he's an actor too.
Yeah, they all have IMDb's.
Yes. Actor. Bad actor.
So
Actor
whenever
physicist.
you run across somebody that's talking about the flat Earth, look them up on IMDb. Make sure they don't have an account there.
Yeah,
right?
they say they're astrophysicists, but they're actor physicists.
Yeah, well, even the astronauts, they all have IMDb sites. You can't make this shit up. I think it's whenever you do an appearance on television, one of those things are created for you.
I think the most shocking thing for me to see was the documentary "Astronauts Gone Wild," and knowing like psychology really well myself, just like seeing how much they are panicking and how much they're just off the top of their head, just making shit up, and like it's just wow.
Yeah, that one astronaut didn't even know about the what's it called, the radiation Van Allen something belt.
Yeah, he didn't know anything about the Van Allen belt, and you're just like making things up as he goes about it, like when you would surely die. Like, I think I noticed something. Maybe I don't know.
If you make a documentary and you have to interview somebody for that documentary, you might get an IMDb account, right?
Oh, that's because I had that documentary. It's actually a show. It's a pretty good show about science. You should watch it. But I really am a real scientist, though. Don't let that fool you. Yeah, me too. I'm a real astronaut. I was in that documentary too. Yeah. Right, guys? Right.
Yeah. Clever, eh? How they set everything up. So mix everything up. You want to have shows about space and science. So that
don't really know the difference between science fiction and science. You know what I mean? It's like kind of like, you know what I mean? One plays off the other. It's like, oh, this because it doesn't make
I'm
me
playing
believe
around
that.
with this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm playing around with this fisheye lens. I might try to do some sort of flat table design with like a tablecloth on it, right? That looks like ocean and land, and then like take it out at the nighttime and put it out here to where it's like elevated a little bit to where you could see the stars. And then like zoom at it and be like, oh, look at this. This is new footage. We don't even have to go to space with spacesuits. Look at this. I'm looking down at it, and then turn the camera around. If you think this is real, you're fucking retarded. I think I should do that.
The thing is, once you wake up and you look at all the bullshit that they put out, it becomes easy for you to just spot the bullshit out of nowhere. But let's say you have a friend that doesn't know the truth. If they just look at it, they're just gonna presume, yeah, this I accept this. This I don't see nothing wrong with this. And it's really frustrating that you have to be. What's that quote that the one that knows the truth is the one that has to hold the power to. I don't even know.
It's like the astronauts on YouTube, like hanging from wires. That's like also is like a big shocker for me. It was just wait a minute. It's kind of clear they're hanging.
Kind of depressing to know the truth.
It's depressing, and then like, what's the mission objective? What's the main reason for this? And then like, to disprove God? Like, is this put on by the Vatican and like the Freemasons overall, like throughout time?
I found the curvature, guys. See that ruler? That yardstick? It's curved.
Yeah, CB. It's a good one. I seen the devil. He's a man in a suit, nothing special.
Have you heard that? Imagine, if you will, there's a precipice. There's a wall of fire behind you. There's water coming in from both sides. And there's a ravine going down to a lake of fire. And you have a man, a rich man, in a three-piece suit handing out tickets to get out of there. Do not take those tickets, because that man with the three-piece suit is the devil. Because he knows his time is short.
He's got a ticket to ride.
Something like that.
We are in a world right now where Satan can reveal his form, and no one even pay mind. It's already happened. Just look at Lil Nas X music video.
Yep.
No thanks.
Now, what tie does Lil Nas X have with the music industry?
Don't know, don't care.
In a world.
The Cyrus family.
Miley Cyrus?
Miley Cyrus, Billy Ray Cyrus.
Oh, I'm gonna take my horse to the Old Town Road.
Why? So you can meet someone? So you can meet a man in a three-piece suit? Is that why?
Yeah, what is that horse, though? Think about it.
The thing is, he wasn't even gay before that song. The people just made him gay.
I'm looking for a vision, right? I am a man in search of a vision. Are you? Go down to the crossroads, right? Is it the crossroads or is it called the Old Town Road now? Yes. The Old Town
Yeah, the
Road.
old town road where the crossroads are.
You will meet.
Some say it's in Georgia, some say it's in Alabama, some say it's in Tennessee,
Sweet
and other people
home.
say it's in Mississippi.
Some say it's just outside your house, your door. It's waiting for you. You know, and it
Some
wants
would
to.
say it's right when you open your eyes in the morning.
Yeah. Right when you step outside, it's like it wants to have you.
I mean,
Wants to
all you
make
have to do is just open your eyes all the way and see that the world is in fact flat.
like salesman, right? Hi. You know, all these ads you see, no matter what you do, is like all these ads just keep popping up. Hi. Like my 3-piece suit? Would you like a 3-piece suit like this? All you have to do. Call us now. We'll get you that 3-piece suit you want so much. You want a car to go with it? How about a house? How about some women? Men? Whatever you like.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
I'm talking about the Old Town Road. I'm talking about making a deal, right?
The hell are you
All
talking
of
about?
it has been given to me, and I can give it to whoever I please. All you have to do is bow down and worship.
You know, there's a few places you can stand and observe no curvature anywhere in 360 degrees wherever you turn. Like, especially when you're up on top of a pinnacle, on top of a mountain, overlooking the valleys, trying to find your house, and you're like, wow, it's flat. I can see the river going forever.
Quick, where do you live? Where's your house? Point it out.
He's gonna dox you, dude. Don't do it.
What's he gonna do? Come here and give me a hug? You can't order
I don't-
pizza. There ain't no delivery.
I don't have a house. I live in the wilderness. I eat grasshoppers and stuff and bugs.
When you turn off the old, you turn off on that dirt road just outside when you're leaving when you're on the reservation and you're leaving civilization and there's desolation and you're on a dirt road, you're going to want to go down to about 5 saguaros and then take a left at the third choya.
You see a big red barn, you've gone too far, you need to turn around and come back.
Don't you ever think there's like any federal agents in the server just gathering information about what we're beginning to know and find out?
Maybe, maybe not.
Imagine them just
No, they're already on my Facebook page.
Did you know Windows, your phone, and Discord are inside your house, and those are 100% federal agents and more? Did you know that? Discord.
Zombies.
Wait, doesn't Discord like record voice calls?
Yeah, but imagine what's in your phone. Imagine what's in your house. Who know exactly who you are and where you live? Imagine Google
No, they
knowing.
record.
Right?
They record the chat channels. They don't record the video or voice. They claim.
Do you have a Google account that's connected to your real name? Yeah, then there you go. There's your federal agents. Right? They're inside. You let them in to your life. Yeah. And you didn't even know it, eh?
No,
You
dude, I
bought
was
it.
talking about. I think you
Bought
heard
it.
me wrong. I was talking about federal Asians, like Chinese people.
Federal agents? Oh, maybe, I don't know. But does China care about us? I don't know. Like, who are you talking
Yeah,
about?
the communists.
Hey,
I like
remember what
communists.
Michael Jackson said? They don't really care about us.
I mean, they're already planning out they're already doing the FEMA camps in China. They're killing the Christians.
If it were not for communists, then there wouldn't be any good guys. I mean, capitalists. So we need communists. We need a bad guy. You know what I mean? So that's why being communist is awesome.
You know what I mean? Even though it doesn't exist, even though neither of them exists, it's like, hey, this is fun. I'll pretend to be the terrorist
It's not
now.
communism. It's stakeholder capitalism. It's virtually the same thing.
Hey, who wants to be king? Yeah, Vikings. Never mind. Right, Ragnar. You guys watch? Anywho, what kind of king leaves his people, abandons his people? What kind of father?
Oh, you mean
abandons
like
his
Joe?
son?
He fled Ottawa and he went to Vancouver Island and he's hiding on Vancouver Island where there's no bridges where the trucks can go.
Oh.
The convoy can't reach them.
That's why I recommend and promote gardening, because those trucks aren't always going to be there, but those plants are.
You know what's a good idea? Something that's a good idea, right? You take a bunch of those storage units, or not storage units, those shipping containers, right? Buy up those shipping containers, put in systems for hydroponics or whatnot, or even soil, and then grow vegetables inside of there. Right?
Oh, man.
You grow vegetables inside of there and you can stack those like hella high on top of a roof of a building on a skyscraper. So you can produce large volumes of vegetables inside of New York City. And it's completely self-contained, right?
Or like drones that go up and down this elevator.
Earth is a closed ecosystem.
Yes, it is. It has to be.
The Earth is a closed system. We cannot
leave. We cannot leave the Earth.
So we have to do something with the trash problem. Yeah, that's what that was about, the trash issue he was talking about when he spilled. The Earth is a closed system. We don't leave, no one can leave.
So many people try to leave, but they couldn't. Such as, for example,
the
Tower of Babel and Operation Fishbowl.
Hey, look at these guys. Smart enough to land on the moon, but not smart enough to deal with rubbish, the trash they make. Smart, eh? They're smart people. Like, if you are smart, we landed on the moon. But what are we going to do?
I like how they recorded the shuttle taking off back and going to Earth. I guess they must have left one man behind to record it.
You bury the trash. That's what you do with trash. Bury those cockroaches. I'll bury those cockroaches, right? Yes, bury it. And stop making
So
trash.
did they leave like a guy behind?
No. Why would they do that? They're astronauts.
Because how else would they record the shuttle taking back off to going back to Earth? They must have left one man behind.
It was filmed in a Hollywood basement.
It's a studio production. Yeah, you can tell because of how perfect everything looks, right, for the time, right? And it doesn't look as good as Kubrick's, but like Yvonne Musk said, it's real. You can tell it's real because it looks so fake. Yeah.
When you come through and you like this.
That's how you make it look real. Because if you make it look too real, people are gonna be like, "Hey, that looks fake." Sorry, Josh. Go ahead.
You can tell it's
Bro, did anyone else see the SpaceX Tesla thing? When they sent the Tesla car into space, that was literally the fakest shit I ever watched, dude. And I couldn't believe there was people that actually saw it and was like, "Wow, they actually sent it to space." That was when I was a globe earther, and I converted to. I had sketchy and shady things about that, and had shady thoughts because that shit just looks so fake.
What about
You
this
kind of
one?
used the word converted. I think you're using the wrong word with that. But hey, let me play the contrarian hypothetical glober for a moment. And in regards to what you said about the cameraman on the moon that they must have left behind because the camera was tilting upwards as they took off. So if I'm a glober, I'd say, oh, they just attached an electric motor to it with a gear system to move it upwards as they left. So you're wrong.
Well, how would they get back the tape to get it back and just?
It was transmitted. It was transmitted.
How does transmissions work in space?
I don't know. I'm a Glover.
Bro, they Bluetoothed it.
How do radio signals travel in space?
How? Yeah.
Well,
No, they don't, because the vacuum in space doesn't exist.
Well, he's talking about like outer space, like in the movies and stuff.
I like how I still have the Royal Troll
I
Earther.
have no idea. I mean, I guess you could build a really big vacuum and try to simulate, the impossible. I don't know. Who would know, right? Who here knows?
It's not good to play God.
Hey, does anybody know? Well, we could do some math, right? You guys want to math it out? Yeah, while you're mathing that out, can you also math out time travel? Because I'd like to go back and fix some stuff I fucked up. Yeah, thanks. I saw it on Marvel and some movies. You guys do that? No? Yeah? You guys don't like space? I mean, time travel?
That's
Yes.
a beautiful background music.
Hey, Crypto.
Hey, how's it going, man?
How you doing? We're just...
As soon as
We're
I
just
came in, I heard you saying something like, all you have to do is worship me and I'll give you everything or something. I was like, bongs back to normal.
Yo, is that Crack Villain?
It is not Crack Villain.
I was about to say.
The guy sounds nothing like Crack Villain, but for some reason the Americans think does sound like Crack Villain.
I mean, you got the same accent as him.
I don't.
Yes, you do.
He's got a West Country accent. I've got an East English accent.
I only know the difference because I met Crypto way before Crack Villain. That's why I know the difference. But every now and then, it's like...
It's just Crypto has like a lighter voice.
If I was to say to you that the Boston accent sounds like the New York accent, would you accept that?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know why.
Well, it sounds different to me because I don't live in New York either.
Yeah.
Different states in the
I
United
can tell
States
the
have their
difference.
own accents.
Anyway.
They do sound alike.
Crypto has a more sultry
Look,
voice.
walking there.
And Crack Villain has a more, like higher, like a tone, like a harsher. I don't know how to explain it. Hollow versus a denser voice. Yeah, that's the one.
Well, if you're just talking about the accent, he's like 30% farmer.
30% farmer accent. Yeah. So that's like somebody from the country versus somebody from the city. Is that not much of a?
You know how pirates sound, like
they're subtle though, right? Yeah.
You know how pirates sound. They're like, "Hi, hearty," this kind of.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
That accent is literally how Cornish people sound from like southwest England.
Is the sun over there for you right now, Crypto?
We've actually never seen the sun. It rains 365 days a year.
Lovely weather.
What about in the
It's not
summer?
rain.
I heard it's cold in the summer.
No, it's actually bloody hot in the summer. We just
lie.
had. Sorry?
That's a lie.
No, I've lived in hot countries. I know what hot feels like. Trust me. It gets pretty warm here. Like, yeah.
Well, I mean, I gotta look at how seasons work again. I know.
I told you we don't see the sun.
Oh, that's hot. That's hot.
Our wet season is all year.
Really?
Are there any other English people that can help me out here?
Yo, Crack Villain.
I don't think he's here. Is he?
Nah, he hasn't been by in a while.
He was here yesterday.
So was your mom.
Do you mean mom?
You mean how?
It's all about timing.
This guy said a mum, as in like a mummy, a mummified figure.
No, I said mom, as in M-O-M.
No, you said mum.
All right, okay. Let me just. You obviously don't know me very well. My mum is South African, right? So in South Africa, they also say mom with an O. So it's not alien to me to use both.
Well, when I hear you say it, I can clearly hear like the difference. You know, there's a different like
mom versus mom.
Well, you're still saying the thing is you're with the MOM. You're saying like a mom, like a
No.
You know.
You gotta do it the American way. Your mom.
So like I would say
That was what I said.
Like I would say doctrine, and you would say doctrine. You know, it's a dork.
I don't say dork. I'm not New Yorker.
Doctrine.
Hey, I'm doctrine here.
How do you say that?
The New York is a dork. They got like a little but
That's
the
what you just
British,
did.
but the British is like doctrine.
No, it's doc. It's just a
Yeah,
straight doc.
you just said it. You just said
there's
it.
no yeah. There's no were. It's just doc. It's not.
Yeah,
doc.
you just said it. Doc.
It's not doc. It's just doc.
Yeah, doc. Are you saying dark or
You're
doc?
adding W. You got like this rolling W sound going on. There's no W. Doc.
Why don't you go with something that's
are
quite a bit more different, like
saying-
vitamins? You know, why do you call them vitamins and we call them vitamins? What's up with that?
Okay, let me just say that we invented the language. We can say whatever the fuck we want, however the fuck we want.
Yeah, but the English accent came after the American. What Americans sound like. You know, the English accent developed that accent just to sound fancier.
Are you saying that the English accent came after the American accent in English, which is the language that we invented?
The original English accent sounds like the American accent today, but but you guys
your evidence
developed
for
that.
evolution right there. See, that's proof that evolution is
No,
real.
dude, do your research on it. Just search it up, dude. That's what it says. The English accent that you guys use today actually came from like because you guys wanted to sound fancier and wanted to separate from
know what?
being.
I just figured out how to separate Australian accents, right, from New Zealand accents and all these other. You know what I mean? I think you have to live
here.
I think you have to live there to actually like learn how to separate the accents, man.
No, it's easy. The way to come on, man, you're.
Watch movies.
Don't you live in Australia? Fuck's sake.
Wait, is it hot in Australia?
Yeah, but we don't. I don't hear enough of the British accent, but yeah, sometimes I can tell the difference.
On the globe Earth, you know that you would be upside down, right? Big data
Two
box out.
British accents. Like I can't tell. Well, look, I know there are a couple, but I can't. I wouldn't be able to tell the difference between west, east. South, east. I know there's
data. You can agree that you're not upside down, right?
Yeah, pretty sure I'm not. What's his name?
Can you tell the difference between a Scottish and an Irish and an English accent, though?
Yeah, I can.
Yes, but I can't tell the difference.
Because Scottish people, they're like Scotland.
Between two English accents, I can't. I mean, three. I think there's a couple English accents, right? Like, because they're obviously you can tell the difference, but then the subtle one.
Let me just sit down before you say that.
And the Irish,
there are two English accents. Just let me sit down before you say that again. Okay, yeah. How many accents are there? English accents?
I don't know. I can't tell the difference between your entire
You gotta put in.
There's like hundreds of English accents. Hundreds.
Yeah, like hood accents too.
I only know
there's like 14 I can name off the top of my head in London.
And there's double that and triple that in the U.S.
What is one of Mary Poppins?
There's more English accents than there are native species of bird there.
Probably.
What is the Mary Poppins? The accent from Mary Poppins.
You guys
not,
all
not,
sound
not,
the same.
not Big Ben Greg's accent, but that area. Like, what's that called?
You know, Mary Poppins is like one of those Jeepers Creepers type creatures that shows up every 13 years or 25 years or so long, like that, right?
What the heck?
But one feeds and the
What the
one
hell?
feeds on fear and the other one feeds on joy.
Ew.
So she's one that feeds on joy.
Ew.
Yeah, Banks residents. You know how the Banks, Mr. Banks accident? What's that one?
Say again. Sorry, I didn't hear that last bit.
Mr. Banks from Mary Poppins. What's that accent?
I have no idea who that is.
I think that's Posh.
Posh.
I think Mary Poppins is like Grey Poupon. It's like no English person has actually ever seen this, heard of this, interacted with this. It's like what Americans think English people do, but English people don't actually do.
See, so you mean to say you guys don't have that admiral that blasts off at every hour with the cannon?
You guys don't actually have flying nannies?
But you mean you guys don't even have legends about flying nannies?
You don't have chimneys to dance together?
There was a legend back in my country where there used to be flying heads.
Well, Mary Poppins is like it. It's exactly the same being. One feeds on fear, the other one feeds on happiness, and they show up every 27 years, and they deal with children. They feed off. One helps and one kills. Like, you know what I mean? Two sides, same coin. Brothers and sisters, maybe. Who knows?
Oh, Santa Claus and Rumpus again, right? Or Krampus.
Yeah.
No, Rumpus is the creature that plagues this place.
Who plays Alfred? What was that guy's name again on Alfred? Alfred on Batman? Plays Alfred on Batman? The new one? The new Batman?
I had Alfred read your books. He told me they suck.
Michael.
Hey, can you stop saying my name?
Hey, he's got that accent. Do you know why we fall down? Oh, what did he say? I don't remember his lines. Alfred, the Dark Knight. What's that actor?
Kane.
Michael Caine.
Kane, yeah. What's his accent?
We've only Lincoln, sir.
Don't go gently into that good night.
Now, what's that accent?
I'm pretty sure it's an English accent. Maybe Crypto can tell you, specifically which one.
Who are we talking about now?
Michael Caine.
Michael Caine. I guess that would just be typical. I guess it'd just be a typical Cockney. That's kind of where I put him. But he's actually not Cockney at all. I think he's actually quite posh in real life.
What about Ivor? What kind of accent is that?
Sorry?
You know, the Ivor non guy, the documentaries, Lost History of Flat Earth, What on Earth Happened.
Crypto Cogney, right? Cogney's like the driver guy. Oh, what the hell is his name? Hi, this is what happens when you ride in a man's car. You put your seatbelt on. What the hell is his name?
know this sounds complicated.
Are there any globetrotters in chat?
What's Jinx's accent? Jinx. Where
Can we get back on track?
Jinx, bro.
Here named Flatty under Orion, but they are not PC verified.
Let's just stop talking about accents. Come on, guys.
Well,
so anyway, Sacrifice. Speaking of, let's just say voices. Your voice does sound familiar as a troll voice that I've heard in the past.
He's been here under so many different LARPing.
Have we conversed previously?
He's also known as Slave and D&D and Discord, and I think Claw and a bunch of others too.
I don't like to be, I don't like to be easily identified because I have paranoia of federal agents.
I distinctly remember not letting you into the voice channel once because you did a voice chat with me and Redford Bear, and we decided that you were too much of a troll to come in.
No, that probably was another person. I don't remember that.
You sure about that?
Yeah, what was my name then?
I mean, I don't fucking remember.
Exactly, dude. You're making assumptions. Well, how would
What
you feel
assumption am I
if I
making?
told you that you sound like a crack villain and then that he was snorting crack? Like, how would you feel?
Then, I mean, you can talk to him about his crack habit.
What?
But yeah, it's definitely you, because that's the kind of thing that the other guy said.
What?
Exactly the shit you just said.
Maybe we should ask
Crack
him for a
villain.
flat Earth truth and then see if he can actually prove it to himself.
Oh, he knows the stuff. He's been LARPing around here for a long time.
Yeah, he's like, you know, it's like, I don't
Okay,
even know.
so they literally blame troll as everything. They think everyone is a troll.
No, but you quite literally are the definition of a troll. You're like a fun troll. It's like you're like the one troll hanging out under the bridge that everyone goes past and waves to in the morning.
I mean, I know I joke a lot, but at least I know the truth about the world, you know.
He's the kind troll that lives under the bridge that everyone smokes out with.
Yeah.
His family and his kids, right? Like, and his wife yelling at him to get the food ready. Oh, hey,
Yeah,
guys.
he pets the goats as they walk by. He doesn't try to eat them.
Yeah, he's a vegan troll.
No, they're guessing I'm a troll from the tone of my voice.
Did someone just say a vegan troll?
Hey, I like you, man. I give everybody the shadow of a doubt. How do you say it? I don't know how to say it. The benefit of the doubt. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
I've just realised that the T in LGBT doesn't stand for transsexual anymore.
It stands for extraterrestrial.
No, it stands for troll.
Okay, guys, let's not be transphobic, okay? That's a subject, a sensitive subject.
No, sorry, trolls are in the LGBT now. The transsexuals have been pushed out. It's lesbian, gay, bisexual, troll. That's it now.
Cool.
So trannies are trolls, or what? Trolls are in, trans are out, right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah, well,
cool.
They're also adding pedophiles to the LGBT.
They should try that in Saudi Arabia first. Just see how they do.
Yes.
No, they should try in Japan since the age of consent is 12.
The idea is to not get emotional. I mean, getting trolled, not to get trolled. If you don't want to get trolled, you know what I mean? Like, how to not get trolled.
I used to be one of the biggest trolls on Discord, and now
You don't say.
I don't feel the need to even troll anymore. There's no point. It's a waste of time.
Did you outgrow it, or did it not serve any?
I feel like
Was
I
it not-
matured. Actually, I matured.
Well, I still troll. I mean, you know, it's
I
like
only
dad.
troll against trolls. I don't troll
Yeah.
against
Like-
non-trolls.
It's like dad trolls, you know, dry and kind of not funny, but still fun, you know.
Hi, Hungry.
Oh, you know, Hungry too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, who? Who?
Pardon? Yes. Yeah.
Who?
Mike Jones.
Why is there an owl?
I don't know. Who? Hoot.
Who? All right. So, is there any glow birthers in here?
So whoop.
Come on, mods, do your job. Let's engage in
I'm
conversation.
somewhat of a globe earther, but I'm also on the fence.
Why am I on the
You're
fence?
not 100%
Why do I have
globe
on the
earther
fence?
indoctrinated, Sasha.
Sacrifice. Do you wanna sacrifice yourself just so we can talk to the new guy?
What does that mean? Are you gonna kill me?
I'm gonna do
Guys,
that.
does my
who's-
mic
who's-
sound okay?
Give a life.
Who's the new guy? Who's the new guy? Maybe we can move on the conversation.
That would be
Who's the guy?
Flatty.
So someone said they were on the fence. Who was that?
Sasha
Oh,
took
that's
one off. I also have on the fence.
But Sasha's not on the fence. He's regressing back.
Okay.
No, well, I kind of am on the fence.
What about religion? Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Sasha, in the past 6 months, I've heard you say you're a flat earther. Then you've said in the chat, me and my fellow globe earthers. And then you're also an evolutionist and you're eating up everything like squirrels on TV.
I am an evolutionist, but I still believe in God.
No. Okay.
See,
no.
Just like I said, the guy's definition of cog death.
No.
Well, in my
world, these words.
You know,
Sasha?
you might have an easier time and less stressful time if you stop having these conflicting ideas in your head at all times. You cannot make evolution reality. It does not happen. That means God makes mistakes.
Sasha, can you tell me where if evolution was true, can you tell me where the fossils in between these evolutions between two different species went from a species to another species? Can you tell me where these fossils are, such as
You guys should take that down to religion
I don't know,
because
dude.
that's a religion talk. So
it's not a religion talk, it's an evolution talk.
You know, there are human fossils in rock, and this rock is dated like 160 billion years old. How is that possible?
Yeah, radiometric dating is not accurate.
I think
it's called Guadalupe woman.
what I'm saying is, I think
modern woman, a
evolution.
modern woman, right? But
Masha,
ancient.
Have you looked into irreducible complexity yet? Have you checked it out?
Have I what?
Have you looked into irreducible complexity?
Yeah.
Okay.
How do rocks order themselves into a state of irreducible complexity?
I would argue that it's not irreducible complexity.
Okay, well, reduce it and see if it works.
Well, maybe we can move this on to something that's slightly more flat Earth related.
Yeah.
But still to do with like the formation of universe or whatever, but in like a flat Earth context. Sasha, how do gas balls form in a vacuum?
Gravity.
No. How do gas balls form in a vacuum?
What do you mean in a vacuum? Like, it couldn't form in a vacuum.
Yeah, of course. So then how do we have Jupiter and
Do
Saturn?
you mean in space? In space, they form because of gravity, but
No, I'm not
a
asking what
complete
happened once they were gas giants and had gravity. I'm asking how they formed.
Well, they formed because gases formed clustered up, and then eventually they got so much cluster that there was gravity, and then they formed the star.
But how did they do that when they had no gravity because they weren't a ball yet?
It was just chance that there happened to be a cluster.
It was chance.
So randomness. So it's all random. It's just random events that just happen.
Like, do you know? So cool. Do you know that there's a chance that I could win the national lottery in England every week for the rest of my life? There's a chance that that's the case. What do you think the odds are of that?
0.0001.
Yeah, like so close to impossible that it's impossible, right? So when you say that there's a chance that Jupiter formed, that's actually even less likely than me winning the lottery every week for the rest of my life.
Well, yeah, specifically Jupiter, but a planet in general, it's actually pretty likely.
But Jupiter's in the sky. According to you, it's in a vacuum, and it formed in a vacuum. So you have a question there that you can't answer.
Wouldn't a better question be, do you have any demonstration or evidence of gravity causing things to be attracted to each other physically?
Okay, well, Crypto, I would ask you, do you know the chances of you being born? It's 1 in 40,000, which is actually pretty unlikely.
Do you know the chances of gas pressure forming a vacuum with no physical barrier between it and the vacuum? Like zero, because it's never been seen. It's never.
That's what I'm saying. It's so close to impossible that it might as well be impossible. Like whether it's likely that I'm born or not doesn't matter because I objectively exist. As close to objective as we can reach with our cognitive functions. Whereas the story that we are told about Jupiter has no objective basis at all. We know that Jupiter is there, we don't know what it is, and we don't know how it formed. But their story that they tell you is less likely than me winning the lottery every week for the rest of my life.
Well, yeah, especially because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, and it's not likely that natural law would be violated ever.
Yeah.
Yes, so unlikely that it is impossible for any practical means.
So we see humans being born every single day. Entropy being violated is something we never see.
I mean, what do you think the chances are that we exist in general? I mean, just the fact that we even exist
100%.
is so unlikely.
So
pretty high because here we are. Like,
we're here.
What kind of a question is that? Like, really, what the hell does that even mean?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. What are the odds of us existing? It's so low.
100%.
The odds don't matter because we're here. What matters are the odds of the other thing, the impossible, existing because we never see it. That's what matters.
Sasha, do you think you're a brain in a jar now? Are you one of those people?
No, I don't.
He thinks we're in a simulation.
No, I don't.
Well, even that doesn't make sense because, like, thinking we're in a simulation, you have to observe something outside of this place to even properly refer to this as a simulation. So even that statement is like purely nonsensical. Like,
Sasha's here to prove the flat earthers are assholes, right? Right, Sasha?
No, I think you guys are nice.
You're here to analyze our behavior and see what you can extrapolate from it.
He's a federal agent.
No, I'm literally just here because I like talking to you guys.
Yeah. Have you ever checked the horizon to see if what we're saying is true or just...
Nah, he just likes hearing our conversations and just brushing it off.
I'm just saying, if you're going to participate
That's
in the
funny coming
conversation,
from you, Sacrifice.
right? It would suck if we hung out for a year and you didn't give a shit about what we thought about what we're talking about, the topic here, right? That would be very disrespectful. But hey, you like hanging out with us, right? That's cool, right? We're good people to talk with, right? We're so open-minded.
You don't hang out with people you don't
Why are
agree
you
with.
taking offense to my beliefs? Like,
You don't
just
hang
'cause I
out with
think
people you
something
don't
different
agree
doesn't
with.
mean you need to get mad.
It would be nice if you let other people participate who care about the thing we're talking about.
Well, you guys called me and said, why do you believe in evolution? So then I started talking.
yeah, so let's go back to the thing you said before, Sasha. You were like asking this of all of us. You were asking this of Crypto. You know, what are the chances of you being born or something along those lines? Can you elaborate on that thought?
Yeah, what I was saying is, why do we exist? Like, why is there something rather than nothing? I mean, why do we even exist in the first place? Like, don't you think it's all kind of crazy? Like, what are the chances of us even existing?
The
Well, yeah, Sasha. I mean, that exact question that you're asking, I think I ask myself that all the time, honestly. I think even more so now than I did before, now that I've come to realize the scope of reality a little bit better, with the Earth being flat and stationary and all. But I mean, like, you know, that's just something that we just all wondered to ourselves. I mean, you know, it's almost. I'm not saying it is, but it's almost pointless to even say it out loud to somebody, except for just for the sake of saying that you're wondering it. I mean, it's just something you wonder. I don't know what to say other than that.
Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Exist to do stuff. That's why. To perform deeds and actions and cause change, effect in this physical world. That's why you exist. To act, to do stuff, to move, motion. You see everything moving, you should move too. You see animals moving, doing their thing. You should probably move and do your thing instead of sitting around wondering what you should do. Right? How about some thinking? Maybe you could start there, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? Well, am I supposed to wake up every fucking morning and go to a goddamn thing that I hate doing called school for 12 fucking years of my life? Is that what I'm supposed to do? And then spend the next rest of my life going to a stupid job? Feels like a dead end. Is that what I'm supposed to do? Am I supposed to go to college and get brainwashed some more? What am I supposed to do? Somebody tell me.
Yeah,
Hey, how
dude,
about
I'm
thinking?
trying to figure out life also.
No,
Like,
thinking.
life
Thinking
is
is not for me. I'll let other people do that for me. What do you guys think I should do? Tell me. I think you should think.
Can I just
No, no,
make
no.
it the probability thing, Sasha? Only applies to a world that came about randomly with no rhyme or reason. Like when you are meant to be created, then there is no probability. It just is what it is.
No, I think even if you think God exists, like there, you still have to ask the question because
I'm not
then you
talking
have to
about.
ask,
I'm
what's
not
the
talking about.
probability of God existing?
I'm not talking about God. I'm talking about the obviousness that this place has been created. That being, we're created beings, which is on purpose. There's not a chance that we're here. We're here on purpose.
I think he
What do
means
you
there's
mean
not a
we're here
chance
on
that we're
random?
here on accident.
I think we were created, but I don't think we were created on purpose. That's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah,
That
I
does
think I'm
not
gonna
make
make
any
this cup.
sense.
Gonna make a cup, right? But who cares? I don't really need it. I don't have a purpose for a cup, but I'm just gonna make a cup. I'm gonna make a house, but not on purpose. It's just, because I'm bored, right? But I gotta live in it. I'm gonna build a farm, a garden, but not on purpose. Maybe I'll do it accidentally because, why, right? Is that what you're saying? Are you saying you do things not on purpose? You don't have a reason to do?
I
You wake
don't
up
think
this morning.
God
Why do you
like
brush your teeth?
purposely created
Did you
each
accidentally
soul.
brush your
Like
teeth?
I think He just created like a canvas for it to
Did you
randomly
accidentally
generate
eat breakfast
itself.
and lunch? Or is that something you did on purpose?
What about this, Sasha? What if I were to say, I think there is a purpose, but I don't think any of us know what it is or have any way of knowing?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
Did you come to flat Earth on purpose, or did you
So then we do have a
accidentally?
purpose.
I mean, I don't know.
Or no, well, I mean, there is a
It
purpose to
depends
life.
on if there's. Yeah, it depends on if fate exists. Like, do you think fate exists or not?
Well, do you think your choices? Do you think you have a decision? Do you think you make decisions? Do you think you have a choice?
Yeah, I think free will exists. Yeah.
Well, there you go. Do you have choices? You could have been somewhere else, but you're here.
Yeah, I mean, I have to go to school soon, so.
You could be hanging out with your friends on Discord or on a video game, but you come hang out here. Your choice, right? Is that your choice, or did somebody force you to do that?
Maybe it was fate.
What's that? Who's that? Is that your dad? Is that your mom? Is that your sister? Cousin?
It's
Who's that? Is that your
from.
grandpa?
I don't know. It's everything.
It's everything? What does that mean?
Sounds romantic.
What is everything? What the hell does that mean? It's everything is everything, and nothing is nothing, and everything came from nothing came from.
I think we're getting a little too abstract here.
What? Oh, you're the one who said it's everything. You said it's fate.
Well,
And you
you
said
asked me
fate
what
is
fate is,
everything.
dude. I don't know what fate is.
Oh, you're the one who brought up abstract stuff. I don't know what you mean by it's fate.
You're saying it's not my decision or my fault that anything I do bad it can't be it must be fate, right? So if I decide to kill someone, rob a store to get rich, it's not my fault. Fate, right? You think that shit's gonna fly in the courtroom, like at, at your trial? You think you can say that? May as well say I'm insane. I plead insanity because fate made me do it. You mean the devil made you do it? No, it was fate. What's that? It's everything.
What if God made me do it?
Well, who says that? Well, I don't say that. Like, I don't kill people because God made. It's like, well, I don't say that. What about the
I
Earth being
would kill
flat?
somebody if
Why
God
is
made me. If God told
why
me to
is
kill my mom right now, I'd do it for God.
why are spheres
Well,
flat?
that's messed up, dude.
Why
No,
do
it's not.
spheres?
Yeah, it is. That's like
Why do
seriously
spheres?
messed up if you do that.
No,
All
it's
right.
not.
Yeah, it is, dude. That's like
It's
schizophrenic
messed up in your
behavior.
human
Have you guys ever
concept of
seen the
brain.
movie Napoleon Dynamite? That's
Yeah,
what this conversation sounds like.
yeah. Build a time machine, right? Gosh, Kip, Kip. Shut,
Oh man,
shut
I
up.
totally forgot
Man.
about the time machine bullshit of that movie. Oh my
I
god,
bet you.
that is like such
I bet you
Glober
I could
bullshit,
throw.
isn't it? Like, oh yeah,
I
this time machine will send you back in time, and the Earth is a ball, and NASA images prove the Earth is a ball.
bet you I could throw this football over the mountains over there. Yep.
Yeah, I bet you could see the mountains from too far away.
Well, back when I was in high school, I used to be able to throw the football way past those mountains, past those oil rigs. You want to see me do it? I can do it. Oh, refraction, dude. What about refraction? Nah, watch this. Grab the steak. Ugh. Throw it at your friend's head. At your nephew's face. Who was that for? Vote for Pedro.
Oh yeah, I want a shirt that has like that same lettering and that same style of white T-shirt, but it just says "Vote for Flat Earth" on it.
I actually put Pedro's face on it, right? And that movie is it's like a cult classic.
Yeah, I remember hearing someone comment somewhere saying that you knew it was a good movie at the very beginning because the opening credits were done with music playing and the opening credits spelled out in food on dinner plates.
Like Cheech and Chong without the weed.
No. Dude, Sasha 2.0 is just a confused moron.
Hey.
Well, I may
Don't
be
call him moron.
confused, but at least I'm not a troll like
Hey,
you.
hey, stop. Don't be calling people moron because that starts shit. Okay? Like, just speak properly. All right? Maintain your.
Well, this
Yeah.
guy doesn't even know what to believe or think.
Why are
This
you
guy,
so angry at him? Don't be angry at him.
he's a lost soul.
I mean,
Yes,
talk
that is
about
true.
the prevention, but don't be like, going at each other, man. It's like somebody came over and told you guys a lie, and then you guys fight over it. You know what I mean? You know how you see two dogs when you walk by? When I'm walking my dog, there's these two dogs barking at my dog. All of a sudden, they start fighting each other. It's like weird. I mean, my dog just keep walking. That's what's happening. I'm not saying I'm NASA. I'm just saying that's what's. John, you know what NASA's three proofs are for the globe Earth? You should look it up.
I should get the victim of lead mod abuse because Dandelion gave me the LARPer role, even though when she was wrong. I'm just kidding. Another doing this thing.
Dandelion is usually not wrong. You know how I know? Because she's a mom. She has children your age, probably older. Who knows? I think I'll leave it on. What do you think?
Thanks, dude.
You're welcome.
Yeah, but that's a little contradicting saying she can't be wrong. She's a human being.
Wrong? I said she usually is not wrong. There's a chance that she could be wrong, right? Like a 0.0001% chance, you know? Still there.
Wow.
You like that? Well,
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
Yeah, you gotta wait for the okay from her. So I wouldn't be talking shit if I was you. Just saying, trying to help you out.
I don't talk shit. I talk piss.
Just trying to give you some advice.
You know, the
Man.
thing about Sacrifice is I actually can't tell if he's a troll or a flat earther. Like, I genuinely can't tell.
I'm a flat earther.
And that's, Sasha, why we know you're not a flat earther.
What?
The fact that you can't tell if he's not a flat earther.
So wait, do you think he is or one?
He's 100% not.
Okay.
Obviously.
I 100% am, but you don't speak for me, you know?
Okay, what are your 3 best proofs to the Earth's flat?
Dude, how many times do we have to go through this, dude? This is like the 4th time.
I've asked you 0 times.
Not from you, dude.
Okay. I'm asking you now.
Alright, first of all, there's no measurable curvature, and standing bodies of water always find their level. The horizon rises to your eye level.
Does it?
And yeah, it does.
Sure?
Excuse me?
You sure?
What is your person?
I'm just asking if you're sure.
Do you want proof?
I mean, yeah, if you want. I noticed as well we've got some new people in the chat. Maybe we can get in some new people. Wasim, the world's greatest debater, is in the house. I see he's come in muted, so he's obviously pissed someone off. Stormfire, I don't think I've met you before. Hello to you. Vagabond, good to see you again. Self-Supremacist, good to see you. Sebster, I don't know if I've seen you before either. And Seb as well. Lots of people actually I don't properly recognise. Maybe someone else can take over. I've got a phone call. Give me a sec.
Wasim played.
Well, can I finish the 3 points?
Yeah, lay it on us. We need the truth here. Go on, Sacrifice. Lay it on us.
All right. And
why is your name Sacrifice?
It's a sacrificial lamb.
My name is Sacrifice because that's what Yahusha was. Anyways, yeah.
Oh.
And my third point, my third final point. Well, I could give like a few more points, but you know, boats don't sail over curvature. I feel like that's the main point globe earthers like to pull up. They think that they're like, go look at a boat. It's gonna disappear over the curvature. But if you just, that's really just all perspective from your eyes. You know, human eyes can't see forever, and it's if you use any type of zooming device, you could use a Nikon P900. Just zooming back into the ship, and you could follow it. You know, it doesn't actually sail over this curvature.
But isn't that just because of refraction?
Refraction?
Yeah, isn't that just refraction? It's just bending around the ball, and it's just letting you see down and over the far side of the ball.
Well, it's not refraction on the ship.
I think that those cameras don't account for refraction.
What do you mean?
It's magic. Yeah, like there's this magic that's causing you to see the horizon farther back, right?
Like
And look.
like the inferior mirage and the superior mirage?
No. It's causing you to see a ball appear like it's a flat plane. That's what refraction means. The reason why it looks flat, why the horizon is back there,
that's not what refraction means.
That's not what refraction is, dude.
It is. Well, that's their refraction. That's their argument.
No,
Terrestrial
no,
refraction.
Yeah, terrestrial.
You're talking about atmospheric refraction.
No, terrestrial refraction. That's their argument. That's the Globers' argument. It's something they made up.
No, what I'm
That's
trying
to. Yeah.
I'm trying to say like about the perspective thing. I'm saying that the perspective makes them appear to sink down to the horizon, the observer's eye level.
Aren't they going over temperature?
I think we should unmute Wassim and see what he has to say.
I think you should wait.
Yeah, I'm just counter trolling, bro. No worries. I'm just joking around.
Yeah, go ahead, man. You were saying, yeah. So you understand how it's not how it can't be a ball.
Yeah, it's a misconception and it's a false teaching that ships drop behind curvature. Because you got to understand the laws of perspective and convergence, the vanishing point, and what you see is usually just angular resolution, and you got to bear in mind the horizon is always fixed at eye level of the observer, regardless of the altitude gained. So
If there was a ball, what should you see as you go up?
Well,
the horizon, as far as the horizon. Yeah. What should the horizon do if you were on a ball with that radius, 2,959 miles?
Well, it should dip down. There should be a dip, because that's what.
Fall.
Yeah, it should curve, a fall.
It should fall beneath you like a ball, because when you're on a ball and you look at it, it looks like a circle. So as you go away from the ball, you should be looking down at it, meaning the horizon should be forming a circle around you as it falls. You're not going to see, this. It's not going to be bumps. It's going to be a circle that's falling all around you. That is the geometric horizon, right? You don't see that. You don't see that ever. The horizon always stays at eye level.
Yeah, regardless of your altitude, which is impossible on a ball. It's literally impossible.
Yeah.
Okay, well, explain night and day then if Earth's not a ball.
Well, you're assuming that the sun and the moon are large bodies of. You're assuming the moon is a large body of rock, and that the sun is a large body of gas and fire.
Well, of course it is. We've landed on it. We know what the moon is. We sent men to the moon.
Well, we actually haven't. That was a hoax. But I'm not going to dive into that whole thing again. All right. What you asked me was the seasons, right? The seasons, the seasoning that you guys.
Yeah, explain those too. I asked you about night and day, but explain the seasons.
Seasoning of food.
Yeah. Explain that if Earth's not a ball. Explain taco seasoning.
Well, the thing is, it literally night and day makes no sense on a ball, because you can see a full moon during daytime, and that would be impossible on a ball, because on the model of the moon and the Earth, the sun, looking at all the shapes of the moons and the phases, If you go to the full moon, it's on the exact opposite side, right? If that
What
was
does that
the
have to
case,
do with night and day?
I'm just saying.
I don't know, guys. Y'all are hitting him.
Got nothing to do with day, has it?
He didn't ask me about night and day, dude.
He literally did.
That's the first question. Tell me where we get night and day from if the Earth's not a ball that's turning away from the sun.
Dude, the sun and the moon are local. They're not in space or anything. They're revolving around us. They're circling around us. If you Google the
space. What do you
Excuse
mean?
me?
What do you mean they're not in space?
Space doesn't exist, dude. Sorry to break it to you.
Space doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm sure you know this. You're a flat earther, right?
What about the space between you and I?
What?
What about the space between you and I?
It's a different type of space. I'm talking about outer space, the vacuum.
But we have satellites in outer space. We've sent people to outer space.
CGI, buddy. And it's fake, buddy. Also, the satellites.
Well, explain GPS. Explain my cell phone.
That's fucking crazy because they do say that. Explain my cell phone. Like, how does
I already had.
if you can explain to me why the Earth isn't a ball, how does my cell phone work? Some people have actually come in here and fucking said that. Isn't that crazy?
That's where I got it from.
That was real popular in 2015.
Is it an Apple or Android?
Doesn't matter. It only works on a ball.
Well, no, it's a grid system that utilizes planar geometry.
It's not even satellites. It's just cell towers.
GPS utilizes a planar geometry.
The further you travel from highways and cities, the harder it is to get a GPS.
Bro, he was mid sentence.
My bad.
Planar geometrical grid system.
All right. Well, the guy who asked me how GPS works on a flat Earth, the further you travel,
I mean, I wish this exercise was about logical fallacies because you don't really have to answer any of these questions at all.
Well, they told me the 3 points.
Yeah, we're just grading him because he's a LARPer.
Yeah, they think I'm a LARPer because of what Dan DeLeon said.
You know her name is not no goddamn Dan DeLeon.
How do I know that?
Because you're a troll.
That's what I'm saying, man. I was saying before, he's the funny
But he's
troll.
the coolest troll in the world. I don't even mind.
That's what I was saying earlier. He's the funny troll that everyone waves to under the bridge as they go to work in the morning.
Yeah, but the difference is I know the truth. I know the truth.
That's why Sasha's heated because he's taking Sasha's spot.
Maybe they can be best buddies.
Sacrifice for you.
Sasha believes in the globe Earth. He doesn't make sense, and he thinks that God created evolution or some shit.
Not. The thing is, Sacrifice actually showed proofs of flat Earth in a one-on-one call for like an hour, so I can't tell if he's actually a troll.
I mean, I like to joke around a lot, but I guess what you old people are missing is humor. So
yeah, like I think he actually is a flat earther because he showed me flat Earth proofs for like an hour in a call. So
yeah, but then the next
supposed to believe you, Sasha. Right.
I'm serious, dude.
Right.
Yeah,
right.
I don't think they're gonna believe you with that tone of voice.
Are you vouching for him? Is that what you're doing, Sasha?
Yeah, when he first came, he actually wanted to talk to me.
I mean, because the way that you guys usually explain it to new people who are like globe earthers, I feel like it's a flawed. You guys do it wrong. Like you guys, it sounds like you guys are attacking them with a lot of big words that they don't understand. Because globe earthers are not that smart and intelligent to know the the radius of the Earth's curvature circumference. They don't know all that. You gotta explain it.
That's the only thing that matters, bro. All the other here's the thing. First of all, you have to set the stage. You need to ask a person why they're here, right? Because when they tell you that they're strawmanning you with a model that you don't uphold, you can tell them, well, that's actually not something that I hold to be true. It's not an argument that I've ever made. Yada yada yada, and then they'll probably say something, probably in the form of an affirmative consequent, something like that. Like we see star rotation, therefore the sphere, blah 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 blah. And what you have to do is disengage them from thinking what they think about you as a flat earther, because that comes with certain connotations, and kind of reset. And then eventually they get frustrated, which is like, for me, it sometimes when nobody else is talking, it's like 5 minutes or less. And then I'm like, glad you asked. I'm here because there's no proof of curvature. What do I mean by that? Well, if you go to Google, you type in the distance to the horizon, it'll give you a formula. And basically, that's like the main claim, because that claim is tied to all of the stuff that they mathematically give you about distances to planets, the size of planets, all this other stuff. So all of that is baked into the assumption that the Earth is a sphere, and this here thing I had you look up on Google is also derivative of that, which means that there are geometric consequences. That's the most important thing. Like, so if you can't articulate that to somebody, then nothing else matters. Like you failed.
No, I don't know why I'm on the fence.
Well, because you larp back and forth from flat to globe
I've
on the
never done
daily.
that, dude. You guys keep on saying that. I've never done that. I've never said I believe I know the Earth is a ball. I never said that, dude. I'm still waiting for the proof, because these are all just assumptions.
And you have like 5 different accounts, and you keep coming in and you talk flat Earth for like an hour, and then you're making like burping sounds on the mic, and it's like you're up to stuff.
I'm sorry, dude. It's a natural function.
That's definitely you.
I was drinking a lot of soda.
I mean,
You're clowning. It's funny. It's okay. I get humor out of it. I think it's funny, honestly.
Yeah, it is.
I mean, I changed my identity a lot because, I'm paranoid.
He's a secret agent man, I think. Are you a secret agent man?
No, that's what I think you guys are, actually.
Maybe he's a secret king. He doesn't want people to know about it.
We just haven't had the person to get that role around lately, so.
So all these people are wrong, and Sasha is right. Is that it? We're all wrong about you, except Sasha.
Wait a minute, right
Big
about
Dad,
what?
I explained the 3 points to you.
That's kind of
The argument's pretty good, but he's so sarcastic too. It's hard to tell.
I know.
I'm not sarcastic. It's just my tone of voice. I know it's weird to hard to guess what I'm meaning.
No,
maybe it's because you're black.
Probably.
You're a troll for sure.
No, we don't.
I'm trying to master that monotone voice.
But needless.
You're too black for us.
Maybe that's the direction that a troll needs to go, in that direction, to be as funny as they're needing to be at any given time. So Sacrifice might be doing a good job at that. I'm just conjecture on my part. Yes, it is conjecture.
I think I'm supposed to be doing like a logical fallacies presentation. I don't know who died and made me the understander of fallacies, but I'm going to go ahead and definitely brush up so that I try to do it justice.
Yeah, Sacrifice, could you speak some more so we can just get a good baseline?
Hey, Elijah.
Well, before I was interrupted by the thing, the person who asked me about the GPS, do you still want to know how it works?
I already told you how it works.
Not really, but
I already said how it works.
Okay.
Hey Elijah, you posted a video earlier, with the lights.
Yes,
You moved
I
them.
did. Yes, I did. What do you think about that?
You want to talk about that? You want to post it again? Talk about it? That's cool.
GPS is global positional system, right?
It's ground positioning system.
What? Wait, the guy at T-Mobile told me.
No, position
My
is
phone.
determined from the intervals between signal pulses received from the widely spaced transmitters. In the real world, GPS just means ground positioning system.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yeah.
So is that coming from a satellite up in space?
Nope. The Earth is flat. Satellites are just antennas on buildings.
Well, if you guys want to talk to a real glober, you should unmute Wasim. Apparently, he has a globe proof.
Oh, all right. I really want to hear the proof and flat earthers trying to go against it. What's his name again? Wazim.
Wasim.
All right, Wazim,
He
you've
was
been
the
unmuted.
guy that was moaning.
Go ahead, Wazim, with your number
Okay.
one blow proof.
Okay, trust me. I have a very strong deductive argument.
Oh shit, he's about 11. How old are you?
I'm 13. I swear by God. Just calm it down a bit. I have a
Oh, you're
I have a very
definitely
strong
lying, kid.
Awesome. Why were
Definitely
you
lying. Sorry,
moaning?
bro.
Why were you moaning like?
You're too. He's too young. He's too young to be here. We can't even have him on here. Sorry. Too young. Sorry, you have to leave.
Yeah, he's not gonna understand anything we're talking about.
No, it doesn't even matter. Like, it's against the terms of service for him to even be here. Wasim, if you don't leave, I'll kick you. Sorry. 10 seconds.
Wait, why? What?
Because it's against the terms of service.
Against Discord?
Yes.
Girls are 13 and
Yeah, 13.
Oh yeah, that
Okay,
kid.
so
That
I'm
did
gonna have to
sound
kick.
too
I'm gonna have to
spot.
kick him. Sorry, guys.
That was a 5-year-old.
He sounds like
I
Macaulay
was gonna kick
Culkin
him
in My
earlier.
Girl.
Who checked
I
him
was
in,
gonna
dude?
kick him earlier, but I
That
didn't.
guy was deaf.
I let him listen. So yeah, just gonna kick him now.
No, I've done it already.
Oh, cool.
He sounded like Macaulay Culkin in My Girl.
It literally sounded about 8. It's like no.
So look, I'm about to like really start going ham on these logical fallacies, guys, because excuse me, can you communicate to someone if you guys don't speak the same language?
No.
Okay, it's not exactly sequitur, but well, I guess maybe it is. Well,
Unless you
okay.
had like Google Translate or something.
Moving forward, so if someone has to relay information to you and it's detailing something that may or may not be true or may not exist in reality, one of the things that you can't accept is logical and illogical fallacies. Why? Well, formal logical fallacies, because it's the form of the argument that's incorrect. There's no need to answer to a form of argumentation that is just fallacious or incorrect. You may as well be speaking another language at that point if you just let it happen over and over and over again. Makes no sense. Like just imagine like I snap my fingers like Thanos and boom, Glovers can only use one logical fallacy against you, and that would be let me guess. I don't know. As a matter of fact, imagine that they just strawman you to death. And that's the only fallacy that they could use. It would be glaringly obvious, and at some point, you would find it pointless to talk to that person.
Just drama in the back.
So that's all of them are important because when you can't have someone have an argument or present an argument or a setup that's just not logical. It makes no sense. Not in the kind of conversation that we're having or in any conversation. Because again, people will go, well, we're not really in debate, so why are you bringing out logical syllogisms, whatnot? It's like, you can be in a random conversation where somebody comes and gives you a fantastical story, and you're like, nigga, you're lying. Everybody knows you're a pathological liar. No, you didn't just do some like no, you didn't just come from a dance competition and you and your team won $10,000. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. This is the kind of shit. Just think back to high school with some of your lying ass friends when it was very obvious to tell that someone was bullshitting you. You know, like as a matter of fact, for the people who are old enough who have any pick any form of media, doesn't really matter.
News.
Your bias doesn't matter either because when you're being informed about some other source, they'll always paint it to be that they're inaccurate about something. And it's easy to spot that. Damn, I think I lost my the actual point to make about the news. But the bottom line is everyone can see when they cover a story, but they include the source, and then you actually go to the source and you realize, wow, the way they've covered it was just completely out of context. Yeah, well, that's just every day. Like people are sick. It's not an accident that people have learned to argue fallaciously through the TV. Stupid shit. Like, where do you think you learned this stuff from? So that to me, it's just very important to learn when someone's committing a logical fallacy and just going, I don't have to go down this road. I don't know if this is even beneficial to the people who are listening. If you can't understand that you're committing a logical fallacy. Because so long as I don't allow logical fallacies, the troll guy will never be able to show his true colors because I'm going to call it out immediately. Because it's something that's inherent in our reality, being able to spot an inconsistency in a story. It's not something that a human can make up. It just is what it is. Comes with the reality that we live in. Someone lies and you're like, yeah, you're lying. No, I'm not. Okay, well, you know what? Fine. I'm skeptical, but I'll give you a chance. Okay. Give me the proof. Yeah, well, you see, but yeah. You're bullshit. Don't worry about it. And then people who throw science on everything, it's so annoying. So annoying. When you're making an observation, you call it an experiment. Like, anyway, never mind. Sunday, supposed to be doing a presentation on logical fallacies. Actually, crypto, if you could be there, that'd be awesome. Help me out. Crack said he would
Sunday?
also help me out. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check my diary, see what I'm doing.
Cool. Could you elaborate and make sense out of what I'm saying, crypto? Because I know you're like on top of when people commit logical fallacies and you're on point too. I don't think people understand because I talk to flat earthers all the time, and they'll they're quick to call someone else a liar, but then they'll employ fallacious reasoning, and it's like, well, what's the point of you being in this conversation then?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like people use it as a debate tactic rather than actually a way to get to truth. And that's not really what it's for.
See, look, you start talking about shit that's real, and everybody goes quiet. Fuck y'all, whatever.
I was listening. I just didn't want to interrupt because I thought you were gonna like start something.
No, I was just on a weak rant that I'm trying to keep together,
Uh,
somewhat coherent because I am drinking my favorite drink, Moscato.
Woo! So is it gonna be this Sunday? Excuse me. This Sunday you're gonna do your thing, the logical fallacy, or is
It
that
might be
somebody else?
it might be the next Sunday, the Sunday after next.
Oh yeah.
I'm not
Cool.
really sure.
What is Moscato?
I look
Practice.
forward to it.
What is Moscato? What do you mean?
Yeah, I don't know what it is.
It's a
I'm admitting my ignorance.
it's a type of wine and usually has like fruity notes of like peach and stuff like that.
Sounds great on ice on a hot summer day.
See, you're actually not supposed to drink it with ice, but obviously I was like, fuck that. I drink it how
Oh, exactly.
I
Something
put
not
it.
be hot either. Try this sometime. Hot Dr. Pepper with Fireball. Doesn't sound that great until you try it.
All right. Okay. All right. Also, a little trick for the tequila lovers. Yeah, go on and put some ginger ale in there. A little splash of that. Change your life.
Laid back.
I just want people to realize that like you know we've been all right. I'm coming, babe. We've been we've been stuck with an entire idea that has nothing to do with us. And before you start talking to someone, you need to let them know that you're separate from whatever ideas other people may have. Because the bottom line is the reason I said I was coming. Anyway, I can't finish that thought. I'll be back. Or maybe not. I don't know.
I've been summoned. I'll be back.
Yeah, Elijah just said the most relatable thing I've heard all day. Okay, I'm coming. All right, honey. Hold on.
I'm waiting for my new mic. I can't wait for it to arrive.
Waiting for the mailman.
Waiting for the mailman for the new mic.
Waiting for the drone. Right. One day we'll be waiting for the to arrive. Oh yeah.
Sonny be like, "Hey, Mr. Postman."
Gonna be a drone with a pistol pointing at you. Please verify your identification. Or a taser. I don't know. Yeah. Taser would be good.
Tase you on your way to the mail camp about right.
CB's
CB is on it.
Yeah. Scan your retina, your eye. Yeah, and then your fingerprints. Maybe even a little prick. Who knows? Hair sample.
That should keep us safe.
Yeah. Safety and security. No matter what it's going to cost, we're going to make sure people are safe.
I definitely think I should be tased for my own if I can't prove my identity on my way to the mailbox.
I think I'll order some Thai food. Should I do the call on the live stream? Oh, that would be freaking fun. And then say, do you know the earth is flat?
Yeah, say that. Yeah, yes.
Okay, so hold on.
Which it always says to make the order name Earth's flat, so that they call that out. And when you go pick it up at the restaurant or whatever, you're like, what's the name on the order? Earth's flat.
Love it.
How do you spell the first name?
Earth.
Oh.
You'd have to spell it different though. Where, when you try to pronounce it. That's actually a really fun idea. I didn't say it right, but I think you guys know what I meant.
Earl. Ear. Yeah. Ear. EAR. First name Ear. Yeah. Middle name this. Yeah.
Some thought.
This. Last name Flat. FLATTE. No.
Flatte.
Not Flatte. Sorry, FLATT. Yeah. Earth's flat. Mr. Earth is flat. You're Mr. Earth is flat here.
That would be awesome.
Earth is flat. What is she saying? I think she's saying the Earth is flat, man.
That'd be awesome.
Your
Well,
order's
that's what
ready.
she said.
Ear this flat.
The Flatte Coffee Shop.
Yeah, it might fool someone. Mr. Flat. Yeah. Mr. Ear this flat.
They were calling it Earth now.
My friends call me.
That's actually kind of ignorant.
Okay, stand by. Hold on, here we go. 1 second. Righty. Here's speakerphone.
Fresh meat.
Hold on.
You get it?
You
can
do it.
Do it.
Hold on.
Do it all night long. Yeah.
Hurry up. I'm waiting all day.
All you guys be quiet. Pretend like you're not there.
Who is it? I'm not here. Shh. What are we doing?
It means be quiet.
Hi, how you doing? I would like to order something.
Of course, we're gonna get for you.
Yes. Let's see. I'm trying to. It's the chicken curry dinner. I'm trying to pull up the menu. 1 second here.
First name here.
Oh, and I'll have have guests in the house. Some of them are kind of unruly. And also, can I have the Thai iced tea? With those little things, I don't know what they are. The bobas. Yes, bobas, please.
Right.
And then, yes, what's the total?
What kind of curry do you want in? Sorry about that.
Let's see.
We have the yellow curry, green curry, and then we have the massaman chicken curry.
The massaman chicken curry, yes.
Alright, with like a white rice, brown rice, or some
Brown rice.
You have Lila.
And say, yeah, Thai tea with boba. Yes, and then I just have one other question about how long?
We can have it ready in less than 10 minutes.
10 minutes. All right, I'm going to be there. And did you know the Earth is flat?
I heard of it.
You've heard of it? What do you think about your Earth being flat and stationary and contained?
I mean, I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah, okay. Well, that's okay. You thought about it now. If you never did before, you sure thought about it now.
For sure.
All right, you have a great day. I'll see you in 10 minutes.
All right, sounds good. See you
Thanks
then.
a lot.
No problem. Bye-bye.
Booyah!
Damn it, no fly lies! You think he heard me?
That's how it's done, people.
Yes, Sunday.
That was pretty good. I'll give you that. That's pretty good.
Now I actually go out into the neighborhood and go pick my stuff up and say, yeah, how about check out Discord, Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.gg. Come and have a conversation with us.
I'm proud to be one of the unruly people in the house with you.
Dude.
It's easier than you think. Just order your pizza, say, hey, did you know that? And now it's on live stream. What a great...
You could work on that name, but you could say like your last name is flat or something like that.
That's true. See, that's fun.
You'll come up with something, Sonny. I think so. But that was the best.
I bet you'd sell more pizza if you renamed your shop to Flat Earth Pizza.
10 minutes.
We should just do prank calls and tell people the Earth is flat.
So now I'm going to maximize my effort. So when I go in a few minutes, I'm going to take my little shopping cart with me. And on the way back from getting my dinner, I'll do some shopping for some other things I need.
Way to be efficient, Sonny.
I have to, man. I only have so much energy.
Right?
Yeah.
They didn't even ask you for a name. They're supposed to take a name for the order. So when you show up, what are you going to tell them? Hey, I'm the guy that said the Earth was flat.
Probably do something funny, like when I'm leaving the door, I'm like, look out here.
Dude, hey, Sonny, when you go in there, hit record on your phone. Dude, do it, please. That would be so amazing.
I carry my phone, but you know what? I probably will start doing stuff like that.
Yes.
Just take it with you, eh?
Yeah, just take your phone with you and keep it in your pocket. You don't have to hold on to it or nothing.
Exactly. I can do that.
It may or may not work. Who knows?
Yep. No problem.
But you definitely planted a seed because he can't unthink that. And he's already heard about it.
Now he has.
So that's awesome.
Phone pizzas are flat and round.
Hey, Sonny, when you go there, give him our Discord vanity link.
That's what I'm going to do. Let me grab a little piece of paper. I wish I had a card made out. I need to get
Or give him a tip with it on there. Write it on the dollar bill. Fuck it.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
Deface government property to defeat those that are committing crimes against humanity.
I will do that.
Hey, that's a good idea. Get one of those stamps that has the address and a QR code.
Yes.
Stamp it on every single dollar you get.
Dude.
All right, I gotta go, you guys. I'll
That's
give you a
great.
report.
All right, bye, Sonny. Good luck.
Maybe a video.
Good luck, man.
Hi, Sonny.
So
I
fun,
hope
so fun.
you
Oh,
catch a lot.
I want to hear Sacrifice make one of those calls. I feel like he's got the perfect voice.
What was that?
I want to hear the Sacrifice Kid make one of those Flat Earth takeout calls.
we need to come up with. We need to do prank calls and tell people the Earth is flat. And I say Bong should do it.
I'll
I
do
think
it.
Bong did.
I don't do that. I don't do stuff like that.
Why not?
Okay.
It's fun.
That would
Hey, wait, Jenny, let me ask you, what would make them prank calls exactly? Because it wouldn't be us telling them the
Well,
Earth is
okay.
flat.
All right, we could do unsolicited phone calls and tell people the Earth is flat. We could just dial random numbers or whatever.
I don't break laws. That's
Wait, we don't have phone books anymore? I haven't seen a phone book and I don't know how effing long. Probably because
numbers.
Yeah, I don't think that's illegal, Bong. I don't actually think that's illegal. In fact, I've even thought about doing that myself, but I just like walking out onto the street because that's more fun.
on my game, you know. I kind of like where I'm at right now. You know, a domestic terrorist. I mean, it's so much cooler.
Oh, right. He does have a little bit of a point, but I mean, you're allowed to call whoever you want, Bong.
I'm a domestic terrorist, man. I like it. You guys go ahead and do that one.
Well, then, if you're the domestic terrorist, you're the perfect person to do it.
Oh no! I got it.
You're already a target.
I've got other stuff I'm doing.
Yeah, I
Like
got
actually
you.
stuff. Like
All right, so what about this though? You know, we come up with ways to make it seem like it's innocent. I don't know, not to deceive anybody, really. I don't know. You're ruining it, Bong. What's up?
We could prank call NASA, possibly.
Really?
Ooh, that would be fun.
Well,
Somebody would have to get a phone.
I think it's kind of cool to deceive them, you know, into believing the truth again or knowing the truth. Like, but you tricked me into knowing the truth. Yeah, but hold on. You shouldn't have done that. You should have just left me alone. Sorry.
Now, that would be unfooling someone, Bong. You wouldn't be fooling them. You'd be unfooling them.
I'm fooling them.
Mm-hmm.
Fooling them to, into.
No, because they've been fooled.
Yeah.
You're unfooling them.
It's easier to fool people than to unfool people. Yes.
Leave me alone. Yeah, I could probably say that better. Thank you, Bong.
Fool me once. You can't fool again, fool again. Anyways, watch this drive. Freaking is more important than being president.
Okay, have you ever heard of anybody, a show called Crank Anchors, Bong?
No.
It's my birthday. Yay.
Happy birthday.
Yeah.
Another.
I'm just saying, I have heard of Cranky Anchors. It is a great show.
Yes, it is. What if we, kind of commandeered that into Flat Earth, maybe? That's what I was kind of talking about. I mean,
Is it?
It's a show about a bunch
anyway,
of people who prank call, technically. Like, that's
the
technically,
guy...
that's...
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was fixing to say, that's the only really way to put it, is, like, it's just a bunch of people prank calling a bunch of people. Like, puppets.
Well, yeah. Well, Muppets.
Yeah.
I think prank calling people is bad because it's going to be associated with like
punks and you know like.
Okay, well, you'd have to do it a certain way. You couldn't just go in half cocked. That's what I was trying to get at, actually. I mean, you're not doing it to ridicule people. That's not what you'd want to do it for. I mean, I would think you'd know that would go without saying so far as I'm concerned, but okay. But I don't know, just kind of an idea to put out there. You never know what somebody can do with something, you know? I mean, geez.
Imagine if Jehovah's Witness started prank calling us, right? People.
Yeah,
Damn,
5 minutes to talk about our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
You're
you're there for the next like 24 hours. So this is why. I think there actually was an episode on Cranky Acres when they did that.
Knock
I think we can hijack that a little bit, man. Somehow, some way. We need more comedy. We need some comedy in Flat Earth. We got the music down.
Like
We
we need
got
to make
that
a
covered.
there needs to be like a comedy like part like a comedy like little
NASA.
voice chat.
NASA has all the comedy we need. All their fails.
All right, well, Indio's working on animations and stuff. Maybe he can do one with the NASA audio.
And,
work.
And videos. The wires, the hair, like the water splashing, all those. The mouse.
Your basic clown show.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think I've ever seen them talk about, much less do, any real science.
Well, they're
I mean,
floating
maybe
around.
I'm missing something, but I mean,
Oh my god, I cannot find any combos for this game.
sucks to be you, man.
Oh flip, I completely forgot my freaking microphone is still on.
Jenny, you were looking for a
What? I didn't catch all that. Yeah, I still didn't get it if you're trying to say anything.
I sent you a PM.
Okay, thanks.
Chugga, 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 chug. Oh, yeah. 4 chuggas, 1 chug.
Yeah, so what do you think about more comedy in Flat Earth, Bong? I take it you don't like that idea.
No, I do. Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I agree as
That's
well.
all I do here. All I do here is make fun of NASA. And the heliocentric model, and all those people are smart enough to figure out shit, but too dumb to figure out like really basic shit. So-called scientists and
Well, I'm kind of talking about like maybe I don't know, maybe a stand-up bit, a monologue or something. You could do something like that, totally.
Or like a little like what are those things called? Like an event, I think that's what they're called. Like a stand-up comic event or something. Like we each tell like 5 jokes or something, and then like we go on to the next people.
Nice.
I'm just saying, like it would just be a nice little idea.
no, I can only do it here because I think I'm anonymous, but
You could still be anonymous.
this is the most I can do.
I get it. I get it.
Like, I don't even want to be on Discord.
Say what?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
broke a lot of rules to be on Discord. Kind of dumb now.
For now.
You don't know breaking rules on Discord.
How you do? You know how
I'm
you have
surprised
rules
I
like
still
don't
have a
do this,
Discord
don't
account.
do that, don't use this, don't use that, don't have a Facebook, right?
Hey, Jenny. Along those lines, something I've been meaning to do for a while, but just haven't because I haven't figured out how to use these video editing programs very well yet. Is just to go into the last few months or so of the Discord log and to simply find the parts where we have funny jokes and funny conversations and just cutting them out and making compilations of jokes that we say here on the live stream.
Oh, well, I wish we could have done that all along. That would have been amazing.
Like you could tell it's a ball because it looks so flat. Why it's not funny anymore?
Wait, I didn't catch all of it. My connection is trash, man.
You can tell it's a ball because it looks so flat.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it.
Right. Yeah. Well.
I mean,
Yeah. Wait.
because I
what?
mean, all my whole life, I never thought about how it did not ever present itself with anything ever as a ball. We were just told it was a ball. That's all.
I
And
never
then
knew balls.
they went to space. I mean,
I never knew balls could look flat. I never knew that. I was like, really?
I didn't either.
Like,
Pretty
what?
shocking.
I was like, oh wow. Still doesn't make sense, but wow. Dumbass. It's not a ball. Then you go on an airplane and you get more confused, right? You're like, maybe the Earth is so big, it looks flat. Really? Are you saying balls look flat? Are you saying spheres look flat? No. Yes. No. No. Yes. They're saying.
That's pretty accurate what you're doing there.
What about water? Is water level? Yes. Water is 100% level.
100%.
Curved? Yep. But then is level curved? No. Wait. Yeah. No. Yeah. No. Wait. Yeah. 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 It is curved. Are you sure? Well, it has to be because the Earth is a ball.
Because it
But
has to.
you were saying no earlier. Oh yeah, at first it didn't make sense. I was like, wait, no. But then I remembered, hey, the Earth is a ball, and then it made sense, and I was like, yeah, it's totally curving.
Dude, that voice, that's epic. Epic.
And then I remembered, oh, that's right, the Earth is a ball, so it must be curving. Yeah, it is. Final answer.
Because it is. Because it is.
I was yeah. Because everybody knows the Earth's a ball, right? And that's why it's curving.
That sounds about right. Okay, Bong, you know how you've heard me talk about how people just aren't aware of how their actions they affect other people, narcissists, stuff like that. But have you ever had like a come across a Karen or I think it's Kevin? Has that ever happened to you?
Not often.
Not often. Oh, geez. Okay.
Why? Why?
Oh, I was just curious.
I don't deal with Karens. I just walk away or.
Well, yeah, you definitely don't want to engage, but let's just say you were like at your place of employment and you had no other choice but to somewhat deal with people like that.
You mean a child?
Hmm?
Yeah. I know how to diffuse those
Kyle.
situations.
A male Karen is a Kyle.
Kyle? I've heard like 3 or 4 different names. I wish everybody would make up their minds.
Yeah. It's like there's nothing anyone can do about it, man. I'm so sorry. Oh look, it's the manager. Let me go ask him. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. And then the manager might come over and help her, and then she might be like, "Oh my god, these guys are trying their best to help me. What am I gonna do?" It's like, I know, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you. Absolutely nothing anyone can do about it. Would you like to buy something else though? Would you like to trade it for something? Just like, you're an asshole. I'm sorry, man. Like, oh, thank you very much. I do my best. I don't know. I haven't dealt with many characters.
Well, that's just good for you.
I stopped working when all this crap started.
Yeah,
I
same
should
here.
start making memoirs, my accounts of crazy people in the world of a pandemic.
Reckonor's kind of a Karen.
What?
Reckonor's like a Karen, right? I would see the manager.
Oh, you want to see the manager? I want to see your manager.
This is not acceptable. Who's in charge here? You need to start treating your customers a little bit with more respect. I want to talk to the manager. What's the manager? Yes, ma'am.
How dare you?
Yeah,
Nobody
you
can
need
believe
to realize how to treat customers with a little bit more respect because people come here and spend their hard-earned money. Like 45 minutes later, right?
I'm just trying to figure people out because, the ego, the sense of entitlement. I mean, we kind of deal with similar things in here. People get their egos offended. Yeah. Nothing in particular. I'm not pointing towards anything for the record. Anyway, who's in here? Do we have any Globers in here or anybody on the fence, maybe?
Guy Jean. Is he still here?
It's hard to keep up with who's new and whatnot. Well, we have Flatty in here. He doesn't have a role. He's going to have to go up to VC check-in.
We don't want to stoop down to Neil deGrasse Tyson's level and start calling people names, you know what I mean? All these, or NASA's level and start lying. Yes. I agree.
I have a question. Is Seb and Sebster, are they buddies? I mean, because Seb is a globe earther, and
Don't all scientists have big ass egos? Just like fucking wealthy people, knowledge. Or what they think they know, right? You people have to come to us, right? And we have to make up terms to explain things to you people. That's their attitude. We astrophysicists believe that versus you people, the sheeple, the guy that thinks he lives on a ball. He's, working
okay,
for.
who's Flat Earth Buddha?
Sounds like a cool guy to me.
Who's doing what? Splattering the Buddha. Is that
No, look at the last text.
Some of that Buddha.
From Adam. He said these things cannot be long hidden. The sun, the moon, and the fact that there is no curvature on the surface of the earth. End quote. By Flat Earth Buddha.
There you go. That's what I figured you were talking about.
That good.
Aha! I see what he's doing. I see you. Okay. Question answered.
Like Budapest, like Bud.
But it wouldn't be Buddha, it'd be Buddha.
Buddha. That sounds cool too.
Betty bought some bitter butter that made her batter bitter. Betty bought some better butter that made her batter better. Try that 3 times.
Can of butter.
Yeah, that.
Better, butter.
That'd fit in there
Better,
too.
butter.
I could put that in one.
Better, butter.
Can I get a batter can of butter? Can of butter? Yeah. Can I get a batter of can of butter? Freaking words, man. Shit. Don't you wish you could just speak to people with your thoughts? Like share your experience. Like connect their thoughts and stuff. Like you know what I mean? Like the metaverse. It'd be so cool, right? Like you all get high
Like,
together.
totally, dude. That would be not.
That was so cool, man.
Just make sure you don't forget the pizza, man.
Hey, you went to Mars, right? Yes, I went to Mars. Hey, you want to share your experience with us, man? That'd be kind of cool, man. Like, no, I don't want to share my experience with. Why not, man? That's kind of an asshole dick move, dude. Hey, this dickhead doesn't want to share experience with us, man. I think we should kick his ass. All right. I'll share it down. Fuck, dude. You know what I mean? I'm just imagining what it would be like if we could do that. I might even start kidnapping people, right, and start forcing them to share their experiences with. Because why not? I'm fucking addicted to it, right? Like, dude, I want to know every experience possible. Can we just kidnap people and do that now? Like, why? Because people could say no. What? We'll just track them down then. You're like, oh, well, how are you gonna do? We got these phones. Maybe we'll even chip them. What do you think? Yeah, chipping. I heard about that, right? Why don't you want to share your experience? Are you some kind of terrorist or something? Hiding something from us? And think you're special? Is that it?
special.
Yeah, they're actually building a machine or whatever technology to do that. So
All right, all these people in here.
Every time I stop talking, you guys do. Quit it.
Yes. Sorry about that.
Don't let it happen again.
I'll try.
I will only talk if it's curvature that we talk about. Sorry. That's me.
Well, how are we supposed to talk about something that we can't find?
Like boobs. Boobs
I love
have
boobs.
curvature. Yeah.
Hang on. Boobs are findable. Earth curvature is not. No, Dan, I don't have any curvature. I don't know why I come here for it, but I certainly can't go to places like Gem Pandas or anywhere on Earth to curvature.
Well,
I know, right? I
that's
mean,
curvature.
who talks about curvature that doesn't exist? I mean, that would be silly, right?
Right. Yes, it would. It would be Narnicorns.
Like butts and boobs.
Right. Those are different. Findable. They're available. They're around.
Okay, that was really exciting. Watermelons. How about that? Is that better? Okay.
What about watermelon?
Curvature.
Yeah. People are allergic to watermelon. Do you know what people are allergic to? Earth curvature.
Pears? Pears? Oh.
Pears?
Pears have curvature, right?
Yeah, they sure do. Little oblong in spots, but certainly curvature. Have you seen that GIF? It's like a thermal image of a really fucked up globe. It's got all these like dents and marks in it and shit. Some kind of globe. We're trying to pass that off as a real model here. Let me see if I can find it.
Saw a potato Earth. With gravity.
Those darn goobers. I mean glowers.
So gravity pulls to the center of mass, eventually making a potato. Got it.
Yep.
You're such a cunt.
This fucking thing. Look at this.
Look at this guy.
All right, check the live stream voice text. What the fuck is that? I know
It's
you
a
guys have
fucking
seen that before
potato.
too.
Yeah, that's it. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, look at that. Isn't she a beaut?
Potato Earth.
Yeah.
The
That's not a
fiat,
potato. That fell down the stairs.
the fiat currency bill with the message about flat Earth Discord has been transferred.
There
They
you go,
had
fucking
to make. You notice that Antarctica is bulging out more than any other landmass.
Right.
Say
Antarctica's a mountain, guys.
It's a zit.
Yeah, and what's above? Is that India, Asia, above Africa? Big old knob up there.
Yep.
Looks like
Holy
it's
crap.
trying to. It looks like it's trying to explode from 4 different directions.
Can't believe somebody made that. Can't believe they posted it on Wikipedia or wherever it was.
Yeah, someone's taking this seriously. Yeah, a lot. I'm sure a lot of people are.
I thought it was a joke, right? And I was like, really? You guys don't get that? I was like, who made this? Like, no, not funny. It's real. Okay.
Right.
All right, that's cool. I'm gonna
Well,
get back
then
to my
anything.
bed
At this
now.
point, anything. Right. Fuck what Neil deGrasse Tyson said. If this is any of what someone thinks the Earth is, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with them.
Yeah.
They can
It's
figure
like-
stuff out on their own. It's
like-
just frustrating. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was like, so I got these herbs I wanted to transplant near the tomatoes. I'm just gonna go back there and do that right now.
Okay, that sounds fine.
But these are not potatoes. I know what potatoes are. Yeah, as a matter of fact, I think I got some potatoes there. I go, you know what?
You know what they would say about this model? They would say it's not finished. Gravity's not done working on it just yet.
Smooth out some of the
Oh
rough.
my god, it's so fucking ridiculous.
What is that pink thing on the line down there? Is that like supposed to be a potato or a jelly bean? A skinless jelly bean.
Earth flavored.
So how did you?
Earth flavored jelly.
How did the shape? Where did the shape come from? How is that math?
Yeah, that's
They're
what,
like,
that's
well,
what
we
happens
have
when you mix math with reality.
Exactly. We have to make it, something like a globe, but with our mathematics, this is what it looks like. Read it and weep, boys.
Put it through this algorithm, and this is what it came out. Okay, so, well, I mean,
Back with the Thai food, the ice.
There you go.
The Dr. Pepper and a small bottle of Fireball. So I've been recuperating for a couple of weeks. I'm doing so much better. A little relaxation. Well, nice. My cannabis is growing like phenomenally. It's growing these beautiful, like perfect little colas, about like 10 inches long.
life is good. Can't complain.
Yeah, it's really nice. The temperature in there is just perfect. A balmy 75 degrees and 40% humidity, just like the doctor prescribed. Beautiful.
Hot today in Australia.
I got a month until harvest. Looking at maybe 4 ounces, maybe.
Yes.
Sir, those don't belong in your colon.
What is going on with that stuff there, man? That looks like.
Do you think it would start to grow other potatoes if you kept it up there long enough?
What?
Homegrown?
A potato.
Yeah, potato.
In the colon. See what Josh said?
Well, it wasn't me that did it. I'm just repeating what Josh said. Yeah, there. I was going to say, don't get mad at me. It
This
wasn't
is
me.
what
That,
you do. You put in colon, potato, colon, then hit enter, and you'll get that little piece in.
Got it.
I get it. But it was much funnier the way I.
Gosh. What a gutter mind.
Missed.
I thought there were potatoes anyway. Potatoes and tomato and damn it, now I kind of mixed up.
Mr. Globehead, Mr. Potato Head. We need to do a Mr. Globehead. That would be great. Where can you stick the Africa in the nose portion? Thank you. Win.
Flat Earth. Win.
Rabbity got you down.
Flawless.
Yeah, I would extract that weed. I'd boil it. You know, the weed. Put in some oil or
Talking about
butter.
that wee.
Yeah, that bag.
Yes, sir.
I would. Yeah, I would heat it up and double boil it. You know, like put in some like coconut oil. But to you, if you want to smoke it, it's just.
I do enjoy the smoking it though.
You smoke
I
coconut
have made oil. I have made oil before. I made some peanut butter. It came out really good.
That's
killer stuff.
Killer, dude.
Make it. Boil it.
Well, y'all can come over and smoke with me if you want to, but I don't know how far away you live.
I'll be there
You're all welcome.
yesterday.
Yeah, hell yeah. Get on over here. I'll pick you up at the airport, bro. And you got to get your own ticket, though.
That's fine. That's just fine.
I know. I'll shack you up for
take any
24
home.
hours and kick you out.
I can't bring any home, though.
Well, yeah. We'll make sure you get high enough that it'll last.
Oh, okay.
Right.
Sounds great.
Okay. I guess we should shut up about this.
It's too bad I'm sober. That would have been fun.
Oh, darn it. You're
Sorry.
not fun.
I'm still pretty fun without. In fact, I think I'm more fun without drugs. I don't know. You guys tell me.
Yeah, you know. Well, yeah. I used to do hardcore shit, and yeah, I think I'm a much nicer person now that I don't do them anymore. Drinking and stuff.
It's good that you realize that.
Yeah, it took me a while. It wasn't something I came to easily. That's for sure.
Well, that means it's sunk in, though, huh?
I'm getting there.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, pretty much. Like I said, I smoke a lot of pot, but that's about all I do. Yeah.
That's nothing.
Not that I wouldn't do something more fun, but I just don't know that I'm young enough to actually recover from it, so it probably wouldn't be a good idea.
Well, if we're talking about vices, it's one of the most productive and healthy ones. Most people don't realize that just because of the addictive nature of fucking everything. But I digress. Anyway, I got to shower. I'll be back, guys.
They have made everything addictive, haven't they?
It's actually not addictive. It's actually a psychological.
It's a psychological thing. Your brain gets addicted to stuff. Okay. Explain it, Bong. Love you guys. I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Great.
What?
I don't know what that was about. He's your friend.
He's your friend. He's our friend.
Sometimes. I'm kidding, of course.
It is a virtue, not a vice.
Yeah,
Not
that
a
Fireball and Dr. Pepper. Oh my God! Yeah, if you haven't tried it, it's freaking great. Roll a doobie, eat Thai food. Yeah, have a little. Yeah.
If you like Dr. Pepper, try Jägermeister and root beer. It tastes just like Dr. Pepper.
Yeah, because it's licorice, and that's what root beer's made out of, is licorice and molasses.
Hey, what happened to
Glad? Did you?
Glad, are you there? Is he gone?
He's busy.
Oh, no, he's there. Yeah.
He had to pee or something. He's in here somewhere, but I don't know if he's at the helm.
And I can't remember which liquor it is. I think it's if you put Di Serona in like Corona, then it's just like root beer, something like that.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is there's a shooter that we used to do when I was my 20s, where you'd sink amaretto and I think it was 100 proof hot damn or no 100 proof vodka or 151 Bacardi in there, and then you just chug it all at once, and it did. It tasted like Dr. Pepper, believe it or not. It's kind of weird. And man, they got you drunk too. Ooh, those are nice
just
nugs.
like you take Jägermeister and Rumpelmints, which is like peppermint schnapps, 101 proof.
Yeah.
And they're called like dead Nazis.
Did you grow these, Josh?
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
man.
agree with that.
Good.
Some purpling in there too.
Yes.
But it stopped growing and the trichromes were maturing. So what I did is I took a lower branch off, dried it out, cured it, and all the trichromes were amber. So I figured now was the perfect time, right? Because the
It's a
trichromes
good
keep
way to do it.
maturing after you harvest. So if you harvest when the trichromes are orange, then it's going to be too bad. Like it's going to be too far gone and going the opposite way. So you want to harvest it right when the trichromes are starting to turn orange.
Yep.
Right? Then they'll all be orange.
Better early than late. Yeah.
Well, it's not necessarily late. It's the curing process which matures the trichromes fully.
How
Then you wind
long
up
do
with
you
better
do it?
flavor that way.
Yeah. In the
Yeah, it always
jars.
tastes better when you smoke it after you age it, rather than just.
Yep. See, I usually hang it like during the wintertime. Like if I harvest during the summertime, it's difficult to do. Like, because you have one day of hanging and then you have to like defoliate everything, take all the leaves off. Because what I do is I harvest and I leave all the leaves on until like the water leaves are shriveled up, and then I snap the water leaves off and then let it go until the stem is brittle to where you can bend the stem and it'll just snap. You'll hear it snap, but it won't break completely. Then you trim it and cut the buds off and put them in jars and burp them. Half hour every day for the first 3 days, 4 days, and then
You mean leave
maybe
them
15
open?
That means
minutes.
open the lid once in a while. That's what burping.
Yeah, for 30 minutes. You mean 15, 30 minutes?
Yeah, about a half hour. Like take everything out of the jar for about a half hour and then put it back in.
Yep. Yeah, that's good, man.
Then
Yeah, it looks.
and then later on, that's like the first 3 days until the moisture content gets down to where you can keep it in there. And then you'll notice like every day that you burp it, the smell's going to improve more and more and more because it's fermenting.
Just letting out the moisture, right? That's still.
Yep. If you don't let the moisture out, it'll mold. So you have to control the moisture on a slow drying process. Get that humidity down to about what 10% relative humidity. Anything past that, it gets brittle. So 15% is a good place to stop to vacuum pack. And then the best way to vacuum pack is get those mason jars and just vacuum pack it inside the jar. That way, it doesn't collapse and crush the nugs.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, we get this coffee brand here. You get them in the mason jars, and I've just been collecting them from over the years and using them for. Yeah. Indoor, like
Because they got
hydroponics.
those food saver things, right? You could put like food inside of a normal mason jar with a normal lid, and you put the food saver top on top of it. You leave you tighten the lid up and then crack it a little bit. Draw a vacuum, and the vacuum will leak around the seal until the vacuum's like drawn and the light comes on. When the light comes on, then you twist it all the way to seal the jar, and then you take the vacuum off, and there should be a vacuum in the jar. Like you don't have to get the special containers. And then that way it will, when you vacuum seal it like that, it will sublimate all of the water out of it and leave it in the air.
Yep, yep.
I think it's still pretty bad in Australia too, the marijuana laws.
Where I am, yeah, it's kind of they're experimenting with the medical, but up in Brisbane, certain areas up there, They're pretty relaxed, but the laws are still in effect. Sucks.
I just think it's fucked up, right? Like these young adults that are going through school right now that are coming onto the flat earth, they need to realize one thing. If you want to succeed in school, you go with indoctrination. If you go against the indoctrination, they're going to kick you out, ridicule you, make fun of you because it is a cult.
Well, didn't we all kind of figure that out by high school? I mean, I did. I don't think I learned that in like before even. I think I was still in grade school when I figured out that it was all just, politics and bureaucratic bull.
Yeah, that was pretty much middle school for me, but I had proof once I hit high school because the textbook given out for world history is not correct given with the actual events written down and recorded in the lexicon encyclopedia. So I was exempt from doing the class. I got an A, passing grade A, as long as I didn't disturb any of the other students that showed up. Like they still made me show up to class. Like they said I could read a book or listen to music in the back of the class, just don't disturb anyone. I go, that's fucked up. And they said, don't tell anyone else.
I wouldn't have bitched. I would have said, sweet.
So what I ended up doing was telling everyone and organized a walkout, student protest, and a riot, and got expelled.
Yep, that's a good way to get kicked.
It's like, why should I even bother fucking attaining any kind of credentials in this school of hypocrisy when they're teaching you falsehoods? Why are they teaching us falsehoods? Will that math that they're teaching you ever come in handy? The only math you really need to know is how to balance your checkbook.
I figured out that I can remember a lot of details about movies because I pay attention, right, to the movie, to the stories. And if you start reading things at school, you start seeing a movie playing in your head, just right, and then you can remember stuff, right? It's like because you kind of replayed it, whether it's history or whatever it is you're doing. And yeah, it's just like, so as long as you remember stuff, it's like, yeah, okay, so the trick is to how do I remember stuff? Just pretend you're interested in it. All right, let's pretend we're interested. Oh, yeah, it's kind of fun, actually. It's kind of a cool story, actually. That guy, 1642. Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue.
Crash landed on an island instead of America.
Yeah, he's like,
dumbass. What is dumbass Dago got sent back home?
yeah. Some navigator, right?
Sorry, I'm sorry if that was racist. It's an old joke that I shouldn't have.
The trick is if you're good at memorizing or regurgitating, like copy and pasting stuff, right? Then you get to be successful. But if you ask too many questions and you give people a hard time, you might not be so successful. You might get flagged.
That must be what my problem was.
Yeah, like this guy's a troublemaker. Yeah, you can give him a shot if you want, but I think it's a risk. We'll just put him down here, but he won't be making any trouble. Something like that. Thing. Yes, too many questions. What does that mean? Right? Means
I think I got in trouble probably on a daily basis for butting my nose where it didn't belong and questioning the teachers and stuff. I'd always be looking for a hole or a crack to stick my little, foot in to get attention in class, which I'll admit, I was attention whore, probably still am, but.
That's called bad behavior. Naughty behavior.
Naughty.
That's bad.
Well, then how come Santa Claus still came to my house? That's a good one, I thought. Sorry. Sorry if there's anybody in the audience who still believes in him. I apologize, but spoiler alert. I think if you're 13, you probably figured it out by now, but I could be wrong.
Listen,
Look,
Listen,
if Santa came to your house, that's proof of Santa. Great.
look, well, this is what I mean. Yeah. Michelle Thaller says of NASA says it's not okay to think that the Earth is flat. It's not
My
okay.
cousins are rocks. I think of myself as an
Yeah.
intelligent rock. Yeah, she's real intelligent, all right. Like a box of rocks. I'm sorry. Did I cut you off?
No. All right. It's not okay to think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't be thinking now. Don't think now. No, do what you're told.
Are you thinking? What are you doing? Are you thinking? No. Better not be.
I
Write down the answer.
think, boy.
Listen, just write the answer. Go with the flow. Do you understand what that means? No. It's your
I don't want
funeral,
to say. I
buddy.
think I'd probably get.
Yeah. You know what
And
happens
I
to
had an answer.
troublemakers? Go ahead. Yeah, I was just gonna. Yeah. Oh, you get sent to the office. Yep. Take a letter home to your parents, explaining how they need to fix your behavior at school. And your parents sit you down and tell you, look, I know you hate going to this place that we send you every day to be taught by these strangers, okay? But you need to behave.
Oh, behave.
I got sent to the office a bunch of times. Sometimes I knew why, and sometimes I didn't know why.
But I really never cared.
Yeah. Conditioning the mind, to think a certain way, to respect authority.
It didn't work on me. I'm still not very respectful of authority. And as far as I'm concerned, for damn good.
I mean, I think it all helps it helps everybody feel good about it, right? Like everyone is doing their best in their field, right? And they're considered experts, right? So you feel good that you're an expert, whatever you are, but you also feel good that there's somebody out there who's an expert at space, you know what I mean? And what's going on up there so that I don't have to worry about it, right? Like,
So, a little side note, in my quest for more botanical information in my research, I discovered a whole row of banana trees. Thank you very much.
oh, yeah.
We'll
Did
be
you
waiting.
say banana?
We'll be waiting for those to ripen here. I'm going to keep a close eye on them.
Yeah. Bananas are the best.
I got a couple of small ones. They're still very green, but we'll see.
You can use a banana.
Most of the world doesn't grow bananas, so fortunate.
You can use a ripe banana to root as a rooting agent. You just stick it into the banana and put the banana in the ground.
Seriously? Oh,
Do you know that you can stall a car with a banana?
Yeah, hey. Yeah. Well, you just stick it in
Put a banana in your tailpipe.
No banana in the tailpipe, do you?
You know banana in my.
Bananas are very
I think
useful.
I've literally seen Beverly Hills Cop probably 150, 200 times. It was like my favorite movie for like probably 10 years.
Something like that, right?
And I've been starving for so long. Now when I eat regular food, I get full so fast, man. I can eat like 6 or 8 bites and I'm like stuffed. I'm like, what the hell? Difficulty gaining weight.
Yeah, me too. That's the first time in my life I've ever had this problem. but Crohn's disease will do that to you, I guess. Why are you losing weight? Is it you're just not able to put the food down and fast enough to keep your weight up, or you mean you got some kind of issue or
Nervous
something?
disposition? I don't know.
Really? Well, I mean, some people like that. My grandma's like that. She gets nervous and stuff. She won't eat.
I'm very high strung physically, like physically active, like I move very fast, and I literally I have to slow myself down is my goal for most days, is to slow myself down.
That might explain why you have trouble sleeping. Are you there?
Calm down, yeah. I could stay.
I
up
used to always find trouble falling asleep because my mind would be racing so.
Plus I have pain issues, and I'm a side sleeper, and right now I can't sleep on either side because both my shoulders hurt that much. So I'm having.
Man, that's got to be tough. Luckily, my shoulders don't hurt yet, but I got back problems too, so I have to sleep on my side, which I always slept on my belly, which is. I don't know why I slept on my belly, but I did. It's probably the reason why my back was screwed up.
I used to sleep on my back. Now I'm having to get used to it more, but now I kind of lay on the side and lean back a little bit, and I can handle that for a while, but not all night. There's no position I can get in where I can sleep comfortably all night. It's just not possible.
Yeah, I'm the same way. I toss and turn at least 3 or 4 times.
But that's all right. I can lay there and meditate and just stay still, so I'm still resting.
Yeah, that's true. There's been times where I was up most of the night, mind going crazy, but yeah, I still felt rested quite a bit.
Yep. That's why I like the stronger the cannabis medicine for me, the better. Like, I'm gonna roll one now.
I just had a delivery, got here a few minutes ago. That's why I kept micing out. You know, it seems like a lot of us do get high. I've noticed not all of us, but I mean, I have noticed that it seems to be a trend. Not that that's a problem, don't get me wrong.
Bunch of fucking drug addicts is what you guys are.
Well, hey, you know, could be worse things.
Dude, it's gonna be so fucking cold up here. It's gonna be -40 tomorrow.
Say what?
It just got hot, really hot today in Australia.
-40. Really? Yeah, it warmed up here in California too a little bit, like maybe 5-10 degrees different.
Oh, shut your shit up. I don't want to hear you guys talking about warm weather. What's wrong with you?
Hey man, hey man, don't be fucking jealous because I got better weather than you.
Yeah, I'm fucking jealous.
Well, you can fucking move out here just like I did, man. Shit, what's up?
Hey, we all take turns, man. Hey, I mean,
I'll tell you what, you give me your place out back east, and I'll let you have my place over here on the coast, and we'll switch for about a year.
So hot today.
Makes you feel any better? It's 56 degrees here right now at nighttime, 7 o'clock. Brrr.
It's already down. It's probably 60 by now out here.
I think the beach is probably in Sydney.
Isn't it? I mean, honestly, I've never been to Australia, but isn't it pretty much like 60 to 80 degrees all the time? Or does it get? I know it gets hot, but I mean, isn't the weather fairly like average?
No, man.
And you get a lot of rain, right?
Yeah, I don't know that they get any snow. I don't know. I've never.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is it's a fairly warm area, right?
Yeah, we got mountains here in Sydney. It snows there, and it gets cold. Seasons.
Yeah.
Happen in
Right.
LA.
What the fuck? You're in Australia, Bong?
Yeah, in Sydney.
What the fuck? I never knew that shit.
You couldn't tell by the accent?
Damn Chinaman in Australia.
On Wednesday, it's going to get down to 41 degrees. That means frost in the mountains.
Shiver me too.
A couple thousand feet, 3,000 feet, there'll be frost if there's enough moisture. So
Is that the full moon?
Hills. And the next few days, freezing. Yeah, even snow possible.
It'll be.
This is the coldest. This is the coldest like it gets here. It's the coldest time of year. But that's nothing compared to where QE is. I'm sure he's nice and warm and toasty.
It's 60 degrees here. It's freezing.
What'd you say?
Shut the hell up.
Could you speak up a little, sir?
Shut the hell up.
Shut the hell up. Damn numpty.
It was 60 degrees here today. It was a great shooting day, but we're headed for a winter storm Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. We're gonna get jacked up.
Uh-oh.
Lots of snow.
Yep. Ice, snow. It's gonna be for around here. It's probably gonna be a major thing.
I mean, you're on the East Coast, then that's
Yeah, East Coast. They're all about that, man. They know what the deal is.
Get your galoshes ready, huh?
I don't got any galoshes. You Google, friggin' googly moogly googly.
What the hell are? I mean, I think I've heard that before, but what are galoshes?
Python boots.
My Python boots are too fight.
You mean like stage shoes or stage? Like you're talking about those high.
Fuck that. If anything, I'll have hip waves if he's gonna go.
It's Stinkfoot, baby. Stinkfoot, darling.
Don't go where the things go. Stay away from that yellow. do.
Underrated
about
guitar
you.
player right there, boy.
I don't know about you, but I'm all right until my toes get cold. Then I'm miserable.
Yeah, that's not a fun thing.
Yeah, if your feet are warm, and you got a hood on your head till your toe is warm. Yeah, I like that shit, man. Put on the foul weather gear.
It was really nice today, dudes. Here it was 60, 62 degrees, sunny. It was beautiful.
Just like here, it's about the same weather.
Really?
62 degrees.
Wow.
Yeah, it was like 64 here. It's
Well,
nice.
it depends on where here is. I'm in middle Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
Arizona.
Well, no, duh.
You're in the heartland, brother.
No, but the thing is, it's like
I'm from Missouri.
we're having a little reprieve on the cold weather right
now. How's the search for that curved adjacent going?
I don't. You ask them.
Nice.
That's a
I like how I get to laugh out of you every time we say it.
We had Zanuck in there the other day. I let him onto the show because he's been banned for like a year on Nathan's show. But I let him in just to see what would happen. And he said that there are no 90-degree or right angles while using a sextant. Yeah, he did. Yeah,
I think I heard that. Yeah,
Wait a minute. Go to Nathan's show. He clipped it out, man. It's freaking hilarious.
Was that the last live one?
I think. Hold on a second.
I think I heard it. Yeah, I was listening along. Actually, when it was over, Helio played it. We heard it here.
Oh, you're kidding me?
Oh,
yeah, that's what it was. That's
was on. We were going to listen.
Perhaps he mistook the sextant for a quadrant, or even an octant, or even perhaps a fucking astrolabe.
He wouldn't know the difference between his ass and a pipe wrench.
I know. You should hear the 3-minute flat smack I did earlier.
There's a difference?
It's in episode 2220 today, and it's at about, I don't know if it means anything, but the time is like at 57 minutes. That's the start of a freaking funny as hell episode on here earlier.
The quadrant is something that can be made real easy, right? All you need is a plumb bob, which is a string with a weight at the end of it. And you know those cardboard pieces you get with the pizza? Cut a quarter of that out, right? So you fold it in half, cut it, and then take half of that and cut it, right? And then do divisions, 4 divisions. That's called a quadrant. And then you line the top of the mass, like the top, the straight piece up with the sun, and that'll tell you the angle of the sun, right? That works on a 90. That's the only way it works, to find the angle.
You can't get a 90 other than a flat baseline, so it's all over.
Yep.
It sure is fun watching them step and fetch and do the Texas 2-step and the evolutionary 5-step and shape shift. It's a whole lot of fun.
Now see, baseline, otherwise known as adjacent.
Exactly.
Yeah, you missed it this afternoon. I was reading this evolution book about how evolution's crap. It was pretty
Evolution.
interesting.
What's that?
Exactly.
This can't be. See,
Well,
something has to exist to be
That's
crap.
that's a movie with David Duchovny and
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Something has to actually exist to be crap. Evolution doesn't even exist. So.
Exactly.
Well,
that was good.
There is
Hey,
a type of evolution that kind of does work, and that's the namesake of evolution, which means to unroll, like to open up a scroll. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Evolve. It means to unroll a scroll, to open a
Was
book.
that Rookie? Was that Rookie earlier that was reading about the trilobite? That's the next thing. The eye of the trilobite.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
still
about.
exists right now. The eye is impossible. It couldn't have happened in stages. The
Yeah,
trilobite.
The trilobite is still alive.
That's not evolution, dude.
No, I'm not.
The trilobites are still alive in Arizona, man.
It's still alive.
Yeah, living trilobites.
Well, what does that have to do with evolution?
Because they try to claim evolution, they can't. If you look at the trilobite, there's no way in hell. It's so
They
complex.
can't
It's
claim.
found at the
so
very beginning.
every time I
They're
hear
brain
evolution, I hear like pixie dust. So when they try to prove pixie dust, then what? You guys aren't getting it. It doesn't exist. It's
Doesn't
undefined.
Yeah.
Try to define it. Somebody define it right now. I'm talking about the scientific theory of evolution, please.
Please. Let's hear that.
So we're not equivocating, right? With change, right? To evolve, like people use colloquially when they're telling stories, or he's evolving. No, I want the scientific theory of evolution right now. That's what I thought.
Yeah,
So none of this linguistic
evolution is caused by the bend the axis of spin.
Evolution is caused by. Okay, what's evolution?
I was joking.
Things don't evolve, but
Yeah, check it out. I just posted Arizona. This was taken in Arizona. Or actually, no, this is near St. George, Utah. So triops found living in Arizona, right? It's a freaking trilobite. So them saying that they're fossils caused by millions and millions of years of, without the flesh not rotten for a long period of time is how it's formed. About bullshit. It's like an instantaneous thing. It takes less than 40 years. You know how I know? Because I have a fence post that was petrified and it was put into the ground. It was a normal fence post put into the ground. The top of the stump rotted off because this was in Oregon, but the bottom of it petrified. Turned to stone. Yeah, if you look up evolve in the entomology, it just means to unroll, right? While revolution means to turn around. So there is no revolution because the earth does not revolve.
A damn cashew milk spoiled son of a bitch.
Wait, Sonny, how was it picking up your food when you told them you're a flat earther?
Yeah, so are you the one I spoke to about flat? He's like, yeah. I said, yeah, I want to give you this bill here. So on a dollar bill, I wrote Flat Earth, 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.gg. Discord. And I filmed myself writing that down and then handed it to him. Yeah, check it out. He goes, good to know. Good to learn new things. I'm like, yep. Have a good one.
Nice, dude.
It was fun. Flat smack while picking up food. He must have thought, wow, that's crazy. Here's a flat earth. Give me an address to have a conversation about flat earth and it's tipping me.
So they were cool about it. They didn't judge you. They're like,
Yeah,
oh,
there
that's
was like
cool.
a captive audience. He was there by himself at the counter or something like. It was real mellow.
That's funny.
Just being casual.
Yeah, Sasha, I think you just have that effect on people.
What effect?
More people attack you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't know why.
Really, you don't know why?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sure. Probably because I believe in evolution.
No.
Yeah, something like that. When you say gay stuff,
No. Oh God.
they're like, why don't you hang out with your own kind? Why do you come here and hang out with us? Like, we don't even like people like you.
Is that
How do
frog?
you know? How do you know I'm not one of you? Perhaps we're more similar than we are different.
You just said you evolution.
Yeah, so what?
And then you're a fucking monkey. You're a monkey. You're a fish. You're a fucking amoeba. You're all kinds of things, bro.
Yeah, so are you, dude. We all are.
Amoeba fish monkey. The amoeba fish monkey.
What it was in the South Park? He said a monkey fish frog.
Amoeba fish monkey phenomenon.
And by the way, Sasha, religion and politics are allowed, but please do not try to force your beliefs on others or disrespect other people's beliefs. So we don't actually believe we're monkey people.
No, he was saying that about me, dude.
You said you are.
Well, I don't believe I'm a monkey. I think I'm a human, dude.
No, but you can talk monkey. You can talk monkey, right?
Yeah, we all can.
Monkeys are cosmonauts.
Yeah, dude, they sent monkeys to space. Did you know that?
The first astronauts. Yeah.
We're not allowed to talk about monkeys because of.
Sorry.
Monkey see, monkey do.
No, it has to do with something that I got yelled at for.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask, how long until the monkeys in the zoos turn into humans?
They are. Haven't you seen the orangutan?
Well, it depends. If they keep getting food, then they have no need to evolve because they don't even have to fight in nature.
So
what about the ones in nature? Shouldn't they be more involved and advanced than the ones with the cave?
Citation, please. That more food causes more evolution. Can you give us a citation?
Whoa, what's evolution?
Exactly.
Oh my god.
Ask Sasha,
I knew that was
We're
coming.
getting it. I know. Hold on. I'm not getting it.
Is Sasha 2.0 again? Post the scientific theory of evolution in Livestream. Citation, please. Yeah, I'd be laughing too because it doesn't fucking exist. That's how funny it is.
I know, but congratulations on picking the racist selection of that. Did you ever check out like Darwin's son was a heliocentrist? Of course, they're all Ku Klux Klan crowd. All the racists are on that side. Wow, go figure.
He was the one that came up with the tidal locking bullshit with the moon.
He was having a big
Yeah, I had a
fight
clue
with
clock one time.
for Einstein stuff.
A clue clock, huh?
Clue clock.
He had
Cuckoo
big
clock.
fights with Einstein. What was his name? Hold on.
I got you on that one. You got.
Yeah, you did.
Was it title locking that numpty came up with? 1 second. George. His name was George Costanza. No, not George Costanza. George. I think his name was George.
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
I'm pretty sure you're right.
George
I think
Darwin.
so. Yeah, something like.
Double checking facts here. Let's see. Charles Darwin's toddler son. Wait a second.
Wasn't he supposed to be an engineer?
10 children. Wow.
George.
So he was born.
Woo, he been busy.
That's why he's going bald. All that testosterone. He's getting busy.
Yeah, same thing happened.
Title friction. And the moon.
Wait, it's not locking. It's friction now.
Yeah.
Too bad it doesn't happen on.
They might as well just say it's on cogs, hanging from the sky.
No, it's title locking. That's what it was. It's the same. It's sort of the same.
Locking. I love it.
Hey, QE, by any chance, do you remember that R prayer that Jose did forever ago? It was like the Lord's Prayer, but about the radius.
Yeah, I remember hearing it. Do you want me to recite it?
Well, no, I kind of want it for my my own records.
Oh, that was back in
Can
the
you
day.
recite it?
I don't know where that is. You'd have to catch an old show or something. I don't have that. Well, wasn't it Arwen who came up with that nonsense?
No.
George Darwin.
Hopefully, we're talking about the same thing.
Go ahead, say it again.
Sorry.
Okay, so it was supposed to be like in R we trust. It was supposed to be like after the Lord's Prayer, but it was instead we trust in the radius instead of trusting in God.
I think Arwen came up with that nonsense.
Oh, well, I am like highly mistaken because I thought it was Jose Meza.
It might have been. You'd have to ask Jose. I don't know.
I know.
I seen Jose the other day. He was in my chat.
I'm gonna just message.
Good luck.
Well, if I keep putting it out there, maybe somebody will say, "Hey, yeah, I do have that."
Yeah, it's possible.
Because trying to find it in years of live stream, thousands of hours, that's not going to happen.
That's impossible.
Yeah.
Well, you could get real lucky, but yeah, more than likely you're going to spend an eternity.
Yeah, you could get pretty lucky. It's beyond luck.
So we have more numpty globe numpty.
That's like throwing a box of tiles from the Scrabble game up and expecting them to fall into, like some kind of theory or some kind of perfect.
From George Darwin, used Laplace planes, also called proper planes, in his study of tidal evolution. He used tidal and evolution in the same. Oh,
Hey,
shit.
Saucy, when you take that thing,
Hold on,
when you learn biology, and they show you like the embryonic stage that shows a common ancestor, that's actually not true.
I'll be quick.
I'll be quick. Frog embryo looks nothing like a human
Somebody's
embryo, which
rumpus
looks
and
nothing like
sunny.
Fuck.
Yeah, that.
Joshua, shut up. Hold on. Okay, let me read this. I'll be quick. I promise. The Laplace plane approach is adapted here to the formalism. This is by NASA, actually. W.M. Kaula, K-A-U-L-A, and P. Goldreich. Like Darwin, the approach assumes a three-body problem, Earth, Moon, and Sun, where the Moon and Sun are point masses. Tidal potential is written in terms of the Laplace plane angles. The resulting secular equations of motion can be easily integrated numerically, assuming the Moon is in a circular orbit about the Earth and the Earth is in a circular orbit about the Sun. So they assume those two things. For Earth, motion distances greater than 10 Earth radii. The Earth's approximate tidal response can be characterized with a single parameter, which is a ratio, a love number times the sine of lag angle divided by another such product.
I thought you said this was supposed to be fast.
Is for low parameter values, it can be shown that Darwin low viscosity.
Do you have a sentence that sums it up?
Schubert's model
Still it or shut up.
You're melting.
My God, man.
Never mind. Okay, that.
You said enough.
Yeah. After the first two commas,
that was enough.
That was enough.
Assume.
I'm just
right.
fucking with you, Sonny.
Back to the embryos. Yeah, they come from Haeckel. Haeckel's drawings. They were debunked like 5 years after they come out, but they're still in textbooks.
Yeah,
that was back.
That's what I was.
That was back in like, I don't know, when was Haeckel? Like early. Let's find out.
1900s, isn't it?
Yeah, or 1800s.
18,
Ernst
late 1800s.
Haeckel. Ernst Haeckel. Let's see where he is. He lived from 1834 to 1919. So in between there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
and
was
people.
debunked. Go ahead.
People still try to use his work, but
That's what I just said. It's
don't.
still in some textbooks. Yeah. For whatever reason, I don't know what they're talking about because is that supposed to be evolution or something?
No, I think it has to do with critical race theory.
Oh, the race part. Yeah, the title of that book. That's pretty funny. Yikes. Thanks for being quick, Sonny. I grew a small beard.
Holy shit. You're not growing a beard.
Did you want to just finish the chapter? Or because I think you do actually have time right now. I hate to say it.
Hell no. You look it up yourself if you want to read that boring shit.
All right, super. Good
Where's
answer.
the Globers when you need them?
You're one.
You're one.
And listen, partner, as much as we talk to you, we don't fucking need you.
Oh, that's gonna mean.
Does that hurt? Does that hurt your feelings? Well, stop
hurt
lying
my
to us.
feelings.
Admit
Yeah,
it's
that
flat.
was mean, bro.
Whatever. You gotta stop lying to people. Is Earth flat?
I don't think so.
God damn it! See, you're done. It's done. What am I supposed to say, dude?
I know. Just when I think you're doing better, Sasha, you disappoint me over and over
Well,
again.
I said I don't. I'm on the fence. Honestly, I'm not really sure.
You're on the fence. Come
I
on,
don't want to
dude.
talk to you ever, Sasha.
It's because of evolution.
You got hemorrhoids already, so come on, get off
It's
the
the
fence.
evolution that's making me die.
You're sitting on a barbed wire fence.
Just a bad brain, dude.
Hey, Sasha, I think I know what it is. You can't break free of the lie of evolution, right? You need evolution. Because of the Big
Evolution,
Bang.
what's that?
They needed to explain the Big Bang, right?
Well,
So
they
he
need it.
believes in evolution.
That's my point. What's it?
Well, I don't have evolution to explain the Big Bang. I have God to explain the Big Bang.
Big Bang, what's that?
The creation of the universe.
Post the scientific theory of the Big Bang right here.
I mean, I think you know what the Big Bang is.
It was invented.
You think I know, so now you're into divining complete strangers' thoughts.
All right, fine, I'll post it.
So, support your claim. Just post the scientific theory of the Big Bang right here. It should be easy, right? Big Bang. No,
It was
I don't want a
invented.
complete reference. I want the theory in citation. Go ahead and pull it out and identify the different parts of the hypotheses that made the theory.
Well, I mean, you couldn't do an experiment on the Big Bang.
Well,
since it
then there's
happens
no
so-
theory then. Because scientific
Well, you
theories
can't do an experiment
require
on gravity, but it's still
because scientific theories require to be a scientific theory experiments. So thanks for admitting there is no scientific theory. Appreciate it.
Bro.
You don't know what a scientific theory is. That's the problem. So what is a scientific theory, Sasha 2.0?
You better get this.
A theory is like
No, a scientific theory, not a colloquial theory, a scientific theory.
a scientific theory is a prediction about a cause and effect relationship.
Nope. That's
No, that's
involving a manipulated variable.
That's a hypothesis.
Oh, pick me.
All right, I'll pick you. Go ahead.
Okay, ask the question again so I make sure I don't screw it up.
Okay. What is define a scientific theory?
Scientific theory is a hypothesis that's based on some true evidence, but isn't actually provable in scientific terms, like by the
Negative.
scientific
That's not
method.
a scientific theory.
Isn't it just
Okay.
scientific?
Tell me, explain it to me. That way I'll know for now.
The scientific method.
Dropping an apple.
Dropping an apple.
Refraction.
Refraction.
Refravity.
Scientific
Yeah,
theory
it's
has to do-
observable, testable, repeatable. It's gone through that process.
It's more specific.
It was me that
Well,
said it.
sorry.
You guys aren't going to get it. He's going to have to tell you.
It has
You
to
want
do
me
with
to
the
just post
findings.
I'll
Test
just go ahead and
it's a
post
theory
it.
that's
Okay? I'll just
substantial
go ahead
using
and
the
post it.
scientific method.
I'll
Can
just
I
go ahead
try?
and post it, right? Do you want me to just post it? Here we
Can I
go.
try?
So,
No, wait,
That might
let
be
Josh
easier.
try. Let Josh try.
We're not
so
going
it's
to get it.
29
That
minutes
looks-
after the hour. Scientific theory from Chemistry About summarizes a hypothesis, a group of hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. From quarks to quasars, scientific theory, same fucking thing, consists of one or more hypotheses that have been supported with repeated testing. Scientific American. A scientific theory is an explanation of some aspect of the natural world that has been substantiated through repeated experiments or testing. From the University of Rochester Physics Labs, a scientific theory represents a hypothesis or group of related hypotheses which has been confirmed through repeated experimental tests. That's a scientific theory. And if you didn't know that, you would fail 5th grade general science.
And you'd be like a queen search since experiment is the king of science. You'd be.
Why does everybody always pick on me because I failed 3rd grade, man? That's so wrong.
You're the freaking single queen, or maybe whatever.
I was directing this towards Sasha 2.0, by the way.
I know.
I know, but I thought I'd take an opportunity.
We know.
Well, since we know a scientific, I must have been posting this for about 6 years now in this genre. I'm shocked that people haven't got it yet. Why would I even have to post this?
I'm not going to memorize that paragraph, okay?
It's not a paragraph. It's just a fucking sentence.
Yeah, well.
Because I tried explaining the shit.
I wasn't that far off, though, was I? I mean, I kind of got twisted a little bit. I wasn't that far.
If you didn't say repeated
Don't
experiments,
answer that question, QE. It was just pure comedy. Don't.
Well,
I know you're gonna attack it. And you're gonna shoot it.
If you didn't say hypotheses for the 3rd fucking time in experiments, then you weren't close.
Yeah, I'd like to point
Okay,
everyone
you're right.
to 28 minutes after
All right,
the hour and just look at what I typed.
Hey, that's copyrighted.
What? Wait a
minute. I don't want to miss the copyright part. Where are you posting it?
It's like his
You got
ownership of the
patent on file.
scientific method.
Does QE believe in God? No, I don't believe in God. I know it for an absolute fact. Have a whole web page on it and been teaching on this for about, in this genre, let's just keep it here.
6 years.
6 years. Total, about 14.
There's scientific proof of God. So there you go.
I agree with that statement completely.
You don't have to agree, or it's not agree or disagree issue. It
Hey,
either is.
I'm trying to get sympathy here, okay? Give me a break.
So you just go to my website, right?
QE doesn't appreciate sympathy very much, but anyway.
No.
All right,
I
I'll
don't
remember
suffer
that for
sympathy,
future.
man.
It's like take no prisoners.
Yeah, what you're QE, not XO now. What happened there?
No, QE will be. No quarter will be given. No will be taken.
Yeah, they were going into evolution about how it's some BS earlier, pretty hard. Looking for you.
Evolution, what's that?
Yeah.
I've
Cool
been saying
story.
that now for about 14 years and still haven't got an answer.
Yeah, no, they were in agreement with you, but you were missing the big talk earlier. Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that. I was busy. So when my website pulls up sometime this century, I'll go ahead and give you the link for Proofs of the Creator.
Is it? Are you still having problems?
It's not fucking pulling up quick. Davey!
What?
I fucking told you 2 weeks ago about this shit.
Bush League, bro.
Yeah, I'm starting. I'll tell you what.
It loaded fine for me. Are you talking about like on
You're yelling
phones
at,
and
but
shit?
I'd be terrified.
Really?
Yeah, here, look.
Mine's
I'll post
still
the link.
buzzing.
Everybody, try this out, okay? Give this a
Yeah,
one,
you pulled
two.
it up on your phone. That's a little different game.
Yeah, for sure. Livestream voice text, ready, go.
Okay, everybody post the Globe Terminator at the same time. Let's see.
My favorite. Oh, I actually took some snippets for my sound effects board from
up
that
really fast for me, like-
new Mortal Kombat game.
All right, I exited out. Something must be going on here. But it's still slow. It's still, yeah, there you go, Sonny. Thanks, man. Ah, fuck it. I'll just post it again.
You know why? It's because you have a pretty good looking movie at the top.
A
lot of megabytes on that.
There's lots of good stuff on.
But it's super dope.
On QE's website. You got to go there. If you haven't been there, you're lame. You got to go in there and do some studying. I want to see some more. Like, well, I know you don't have time. Never mind.
Looks really good though, QE. Nice
Thank you.
streamline. Yeah.
Appreciate it. Yep. I tried my best. I didn't design the website though.
Right. That's okay. That's all right.
Just the information inside it. A scientific law, the whammer, is a description of a what or an is. Period. And it's not scientific law either. There's no scientific in law. It's a natural law. There's no science in laws.
Yeah, what is that? I just was reading that. It just says that up on.
Yeah. Laws don't go through, natural laws can't go through the scientific method. It's non sequitur. And there is no thing as such thing as a working theory unless you're talking colloquially. You either have a scientific theory or you don't. Period. You're
Okay,
either
so
pregnant or you're not.
Go ahead. Okay,
no,
so
there's plenty of scientific.
hold on. I have a real
theories
good question. Sorry. How do we, like, what's an example that we can give a Glober that's real simple of a scientific theory, right? That we can just say, well, this, that's a theory, right? And then they can be
Germ
like,
theory.
oh, okay, germ theory, perfect, perfect.
Now, the
And what is it?
virus part of that, hold on, just relax. Before you get verbal diarrhea.
You're right.
Yeah. So the virus part of that is it's outside the realm here. Germ theory, I'm talking bacteria.
Right.
I can't speak to the viral part of it. I have no expertise in that area. I do have expertise in the bacteria part.
Well, I'll tell you how they refine it. The viral search, it has to go through Koch's postulates, or else it's not infecting anything.
Yeah, I don't even speak to it because I have no hands experience with that. So
No, I asked one of the top dudes, my buddy's uncle, for the updated, basically, postulates that they're using as some type of scaffold to base, to go ahead and base their, whether or not they can validate if they have a virus or whatnot. And the guy couldn't answer me. And he's this Nobel Prize winner and whatnot. It was the weirdest thing.
are you talking into a pillow or do I got you low?
No, he's talking to Hello, but yeah, Kerry Mullis told everybody before he mysteriously died in 2019, what a surprise, that the test was not a valid test for anything. So he was the...
Dude, they didn't
PCR
even
test?
update.
Yeah, the PCR, Kerry Mullis.
PCR, yep. Kerry Mullis, he was all that in a bag of chips. He also said mathematics has nothing to do with fucking science either.
Yeah, he used to be here at UCSD. He used to surf up in La Jolla.
Oh, yeah, he's certifiable, man. He was high speed.
Oh, wait, they don't even have an updated version of, say, what's his name? Koch's postulates? That's what is bizarre to me. There's no commonly shared shared thing to go ahead and figure out whether or not you have a virus or whatnot. You can validate it, make sure it exists. Like they don't have any updated. That's what got me. It's like it doesn't even exist.
Do we have any experts on virology in here?
Yeah, me no.
Then
well, no, I was speaking to the expert. That was.
Bit. I haven't worked hands-on with it, but I worked in the medical field for 12 years, and I'm a freaking nosy sucker.
Right.
So I ask a lot of questions. I happen to be mixed up with a bunch of high-tech nurses and doctors all the time, every day, 8 hours a day, and I ask a lot of questions. So, on the viral, yeah. So the whole thing about this is, it could be summed up in a really short sentence. They do not have a gold standard because a gold standard cannot be created with a PCR test, period. So they don't even know what the test is testing for if it hasn't gone through the 5-stage step of Koch's postulates.
Lovely.
Flat out.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving on.
So Sasha 2.0, did you get that website?
Yeah, I saw it. I didn't really read all of it, but I mean, yeah, I saw it.
That's probably a good idea. Do you know the difference between belief and knowledge?
Knowledge is something that's confirmed.
Yep. And belief is something that is not confirmed. Very good.
Yeah.
So I don't believe it. I know it is absolute fact.
Okay, yeah.
And I gave you 4 proofs on that website. There's many more, but that's all I need.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with you. I was just curious what your position was.
Yep, that's my position.
You could just go to the one little piece of that, the information part alone, and it just like totally demolishes.
Listen to Sonny.
Yeah. I've been paying. I paid attention.
You did. The first number 1, number 2, and number 4 proof is all based on information, essentially.
In
Number
QE, are you saying you have a scientific fact?
Scientific, yes.
Proof of God, scientific fact, yes.
Yeah, I provided an experiment. Did I provide 1 or 2? I think I didn't provide an experiment. I provided a hypothesis for DNA. That's, well, duh. You would have to, how did I put it? Confirm the null. The null is in your court, in other words. It's impossible, so done. And the second proof, quantum eraser, that's experimentally validated. That's it. It's over. Yep. Yep. So scientific fact, yes.
So they cook things up through this scientific law idea, huh?
There is no scientific law. It's a misnomer.
Well, why is it here? I hear it.
Well, because they used linguistics and they called things like turkey squirrels. They don't really exist. Scientific and law are 2 different things. Natural laws describe, whereas anything scientific explains. So, and has experimental validation. Let me show you. The laws of thermodynamics, right? They're absolute. Now, I'm not saying that laws aren't true. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is laws are not scientific because they can't go through the scientific method. You follow?
No, I follow.
Scientific theories are experimentally validated cause and effect relationships. There is no cause and effect relationship with laws. It's non sequitur. It just is, right? There are what's or is's or existence questions. Now they can be described mathematically. That's fine. There's no problem with that. But science, badminton is more scientific than natural laws are.
Okay, so
How about that? Go here's a good idea. Before you go, and ballers, if you're listening out there, before you train wreck yourself like you're gonna do anyway, let me give you a little advice. Go on my channel, go to the playlist, and then go to scientific education, and make sure you listen to those videos, because you got to know your enemy, and I'm definitely your fucking enemy. So go listen to them, because if you don't, I'm going to compromise you in about 10 seconds, 15 with interruptions. Got it? Sunshines. Clowns.
So the scientific theory explains the why or how.
It should explain the how and the why, not the what's and the is. Any monkey can do that.
Just interesting, like this.
Interesting, isn't it?
They've
So
reasoned
let me
it
ask you
out.
a question. If you think that's possible, what is the hypothesis for the second law of thermodynamics? What's the cause of entropy? Please, floor is yours. I want the hypothesis and the experiment. I'll tell you what, it'd be easier sprouting broccoli from your fucking armpits than to provide.
Hold on a minute. We're going to connect directly with the red line to God for that question. Hello, God. Are you there? You want to know what the cause of entropy is? You're the only one that can answer it, so that's why we called.
Yeah.
What was the question? I'd like to get embarrassed.
Yeah. I need the hypothesis and then the experiment validating the second law of thermodynamics.
Good luck.
Can I start typing on the keyboard?
You can start typing. This is going to be fucking hilarious.
When you're typing, keep yourself
Here,
muted.
somebody put the sound effect on. No, I was actually reading something about it just earlier today and yesterday. That's why but I don't remember enough about it to actually say anything about it. I was just giving you.
Should be readily available, even if you don't know anything about it. Just put hypothesis and experiment for the second law of thermodynamics. I never did it. I don't know what it says. Honestly, I've never done. I'm not going to do it now because I'd be belly laughing through the whole thing. It'd be like asking the fucking Keller Yellow if they're Democrat or Republican.
That's a hell of a category error. Shit.
That reminds me of a meme.
Color Yellow is a libertarian.
Did you like that, Sonny?
Yeah, I think we should do a thing where we see if you can come up, or who can come up with the most contrary freaking category error.
Oh, that's easy. Curved adjacent.
The most opposite of like category errors.
Yeah, curved adjacent. That's the most obvious one. That's the most simplest one. Yeah.
That's pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Solidity, second law. Wait, I'm reading something here. I'm reading something in this book about second law of thermodynamics. That's
Who invented the second law of thermodynamics?
Who invented it?
Nobody invented it.
They discovered it. It was Clausius,
Yeah, it was
Theodori, Lord Kelvin. Those are the main players.
See.
Yeah, you'd have
I know
to
I saw something in here that was literally a phrase from somebody that wrote a book about it.
You'd have to ask the creator how they created the.
The fuck is
Other
Lord
guy
Kelvin?
too. What I'm missing a name here. It was the first one. Had to do with the heat engine. What the hell was his name?
But thanks for.
Ooh, I like the sound of this.
Yeah, only the creator could tell you how, like, how is
Sterling?
electromagnetism
No.
created?
Nope, not Sterling. Carnot.
I can't remember. Yeah.
Carnot. CAR N-O-T.
You know who G.N. Lewis is, Kiwi?
Who?
G.N. Lewis.
I know
And
who
M.
C.S.
Randall.
Lewis is.
No, I'm talking about a professor of thermodynamics.
Nope.
Wrote a
Don't
book
know.
in 1961.
Nope.
I'm just curious.
Nope. Don't know. So Carnot, Clausius, Cara Theodori, and Lord Kelvin.
Well, you might agree with some of this, QE. It says here the second law points to the creator.
When you look at this Carnot, you got pressure and volume and temperature. Uh-oh.
He's not the only one. He probably got that off of what the heck's that famous scientist name? Not scientist or physicist.
Descartes? No.
Oh, what's his? I'm getting rumpused. Probably fucking Sonny.
Sorry.
I knew it.
About the thermodynamic processes.
Yeah, Penrose wrote some stuff on. Let me see if I can search that. Hold on a second.
See, doing
Roger
Davies
Penrose said some crazy stuff about second. I'm gonna find it, man. It's pretty funny. Even he realized it. Hold on. I should probably just type his name into this.
All this stuff is really good refresher, though, like, because then you get the background information.
It really is. Anytime Kiwi's around, I gotta refresh my shit.
I used to post this all the time to Baltards or evolutionists, and they
Roger Penrose, Nobel Prize winner.
Roger
Kelvin.
1931, August 8th, 1931, Colchester, UK. He was University of Oxford.
He's kind of
The
posh.
discovery of the black hole formation is a robust prediction of the general theory of relativity.
Yeah, he's a numpty in other areas.
Black hole is
You're
a
just on tech.
compact object with a gravitational force so large that nothing can not even light can escape it. In 1964, Roger Penrose proposed.
All right.
Method.
Just relax, Sonny.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Yes, Sonny.
Let me put,
Sir,
let me
yes,
put
sir.
this- Sir, yes, sir. I'll put it in there. I like to point everyone.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. Sir, yes, sir.
50 minutes after the hour from Professor Roger Penrose. Fine-tuning odds less than 1 in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd. The odds against this special initial state coming about by chance is less than 1 part in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd. This number's beyond imagination.
Wow.
This is fine-tuning. This is an incredible precision and organization of the initial universe. The second one, Professor Roger Penrose, The Emperor's New Mind, page 343, 1989. How big was the original Phase Space Volume W that the creator, he just fucking mentions it, had to aim for in order to provide a universe compatible with the second law of thermodynamics? And with what we now observe, this now tells us how precise the creator's aim must have been, namely to an accuracy of 1 part in 10 to the 10th to the 123rd. Not 10 to the 123rd. 10 to the 10 to 120. This number.
10 times the magnitude, 10 times magnitude of 10 to the 123rd. That's 123 zeros.
No, that's no.
10 times
No.
10 times 10.
No.
Read it to us.
No, it's almost unreadable.
That guy, no.
I don't. Can somebody put this into numeric notation?
Yeah.
Here we go. I got it. Damn. 10 to the 10 is a massive number. Just that.
123rd power. So it's just simple 10 times 10. There you go.
Don't waste your time. It's he's just telling you it's fucking belly laughing.
I can imagine it. That's all you can do is imagine it. It's such a huge number. So Wow, that's not just a little precise, is it?
No,
That's
I don't think so. So
Dude,
there you go, Professor Roger Penrose, and he's on the. That's a hostile witness right there. He even come out and said it. The creator twice.
That's wild. That is so damaging to the the other side. Their side. I mean, like, if you line up the hostile witnesses on their side, oh my God, they're completely demolished. Like,
Wait, the answer is infinity. That's the actual answer. It says infinity.
yeah, it's getting better and better. It's so fun, man. Every time Matthew Learns comes in here and I'm here, he leaves in frustration and in freaking.
I kid you not. The calculator says infinity on Google.
No, infinity doesn't exist in mathematics or reality. It's just conjured. So it doesn't help anything. It's up. It's it. So it's been over for a long time. It's been over for about 6,000 years. Ever since anyone could like put two reasonable fucking thoughts in their mind.
Really?
Because as soon as you think of something, that's the end of atheism.
Uh-oh. The end of the philosophy side.
Because I know Sonny's gonna fucking rumpus me. As soon as you think of something, because atheism, the only thing that can exist in atheism is matter or energy. So if I think of something, let's say a pink elephant with fucking red polka dots. As soon as I think of that, atheism is dead. Because you're going to have to give me the chemical formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or milli, electron, volts, kcals, or kilojoules for my thought of those polka dotted elephants.
We need that red polka dot. We need the evidence of that red polka dot pink elephant.
If you can't do that, you're screwed. That's how stupid atheism is.
But try not to think about that elephant.
Go ahead, you can rumpus me while I'm gone.
That QE mentioned it. Try not to think about
come on.
See, you thought about
But
it.
wait, you said infinity is a rubbish statement.
They already got it.
Yeah, I think he's here.
Yeah, it's awesome though. Right on. How's everything else going? About to be freezing over there. That's great. You go from like 100-degree temperature swing. I know I grew up in that area. That's pretty crazy. Here we get it too. There's been almost from freezing to over 100 degrees before.
Can you even define infinity?
Anyway, Sonny will stop talking about just anything right now. I have a selection of clips of conversations from the 24/7 Discord live here on my channel. So
oh boy.
Get a chance. I'll drop a link. Not that I really care. They're not allowing anybody to subscribe anymore, so it's like whatever. Who cares? I never needed it or assumed it was going to make money. That was the last thing on my mind. I'm just waiting for someone to buy the flat Earth yacht. Now we can go sailing around the world, around Earth, around all that water, and do observations on the way. I like to do that.
Sorry.
For a couple of months, you know.
Yeah.
And you could all take turns. It could be a co-op. You put so much money in, what you get in return for what you put in, is you get to go travel with the freaking boat for 2 or 3 months to the most beautiful exotic places you could have never imagined ever seeing. That's what I'm talking about. Go out
Here's
there.
something in this book that I've got. You want me to read it just so that I want QE to criticize it or not, if he doesn't mind. Okay, it says the second law of thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics is also called the law of increasing entropy or disorder. The first law of thermodynamics speaks of the quantitative conservation of energy. The second law of thermodynamics, herein called the second law, refers to the qualitative degeneration of energy. That energy decay is also called entropy. Entropy increases as matter or energy becomes less usable. The second law may be expressed in several ways. It is a very broad and very general law, and because its applications are so varied, it may be stated in a great variety of ways. And that's a quote from somebody. There's a reference. It says, here are the 3 most important applications of this law. 1. Classical thermodynamics. The energy available for useful work in a functioning system tends to decrease, even though the total energy remains constant. 2. The statistical thermodynamics. The organized complexity order of a structured system tends to become disorganized and random, disorderly. 3. Informational thermodynamics. The information conveyed by a communicating system tends to be distorted and incomplete. And that was a reference by Henry Morris and Gary Parker in What is Creation Science, whatever. It says basically the second law states that all systems will tend toward the most mathematically probable state and then eventually become totally random and disorganized. To put it in the vernacular, apart from a higher power, everything left to itself will ultimately go to pieces. I said that earlier, did I not? What do you think about that, QE? Where'd you leave? What happened? Did I kill the chatter?
Yeah, dude, you killed it.
You're good. I'm just getting ready to go to sleep.
My bad. I thought it was interesting. I thought I'd read it. I finally found the beginning of the part on the second law. So
I figured
because he was asking about.
I'm fucking with you, dude. I'm joking. You're good.
He's about to go to sleep. Starting to fade out. Either that, or I was like, QE's got to take care of some domestic situations. Never mind.
All good.
Nice to hear you, QE. Sorry, Rookie. Didn't mean to rumpus everybody. My bad.
What was that? He said that?
No, I did. I said that. I was rumpusing. No, I think QE's feelings got hurt because he thinks I rumpused him. He's kind of sensitive.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say. I thought you meant. No. Okay.
I'll tell you something. QE is probably the roughest debate without a doubt. I mean, these guys are walking into a tsunami.
Yeah, you know, some people are afraid to even stay in here whenever he's in here. So, you know, I mean, I
That's
see
what
both sides.
happens when you know this shit like the back of your hands, dude. It's rough.
Yeah, we have a good relationship. You know, it's when you can be like cool around somebody, even if they like tell you like, "Shut the fuck up, Sonny." Like, Leonard tell them, "Shut the fuck up" back, and then we both laugh about it. It's great, man. You just
Yeah, so far everybody's been cool. I like that. I like that about being on here.
time to butt heads with people, man. Like it's all lighthearted banter, the way I consider it. It's a lot of fun. It's nice to have that kind of community where you can kind of joke around with people and have people rib you, talk shit about you, get over it, like move on, continue on with the single purpose of the server, right? So,
Yeah,
awesome.
exactly. I thought you were going to say single serving something. I was waiting for like a reference.
See, you can't try to guess like where I'm going, can you? And that's not going to be easy.
Yeah, but I was thinking ahead, wasn't
But I've enjoyed listening to you and talking with you, Rookie, for the last week or so, man. It's been really freaking engaging. Like, I appreciate
Oh,
it.
I see. So before that, I was just a shitty conversationalist.
No, it's not that. It's just like, honestly, really, I'll just be completely...
Well, I was really shy before.
Oh, I don't notice, man. Like, honestly, you wouldn't think so, but I'm shy too. But so what? Like, I don't play those kind of games with myself anymore. But anyway, like, what was I gonna say? Oh, well, that's what I was gonna say. Listen, at my age, I have an attention span of a gnat. Sometimes it's not all the time, but sometimes I have really bad problem with short-term memory. So, like.
Dude, you gotta start hitting the gym, Sonny.
What's that?
Gotta start hitting the gym, bro. That short-term memory will come back. I'm telling you, dude.
Wait a minute, I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Gotta start hitting the gym, bro. That short-term memory will come back, dude. I had that same shit.
What do you mean at the gym? I work out every day, man. I never stop working out.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Oh, well, never mind, dude. You're still losing your mind?
I go out and what?
Okay. So you're still forgetting?
I do pretty good, bro. Listen, I can play songs that I've played for 40 years.
So
That I learned 40 years ago. I can pull those up out of nowhere. Like, so it depends on what it is. Honestly.
It's the stupid shit, dude. I forget it too, man.
So a lot of the superfluous had to go. So that's what I've done, and we do have control of that. So I did massive house cleaning in my own mind. Like once you get hip to flat Earth, you realize where you really are, and then you go, you know what? It's time to do some house cleaning because there must have been a lot of fucking cobwebs up there with all the stupid shit that I used to like read, regurgitate, was like had exposure to all the media, all the propaganda on all the movies and everything, you know? So it takes a lot of working backwards because, listen, I didn't discover flat Earth, the whole realm of flat Earth, till I was 58 years old.
You're 58?
No, I'm older than that now. I'm 5 years older than Dad.
You're in your 60s?
Yeah, I'm in my mid-60s, and I'm still young as I was when I was 25 or 30.
You sound young.
Yeah, I still am. That's why. So what? Like, yeah, does shit hurt a little bit more? Yeah, but listen, I've always been, you probably can hear the obstinance in my voice. I don't give up fucking anything. If I put my mind to it, I will not stop. Period. Like, so I have to watch out for that.
Dude, just face it. You can't keep up with a young dude.
I have this motivation of, I'm not fucking afraid of anything. I'm not afraid. Like,
hey, you're a guitar player, right?
Listen, how much freedom do you think I have by not being afraid? I can do anything I want, anytime I want, anywhere I want.
I know you.
Yeah.
How dare you make us all feel bad like that?
Yeah, listen.
How dare you?
And I still don't give a fuck. Like, so nobody bothers me. You know why? Because when I'm in that zone, I'm living in the natural world fully. And I have command of myself, where I'm at. It doesn't matter where that is. I'm not afraid to be out in the middle of the forest by myself. I'm not afraid.
You're not afraid to be out in the middle of the forest by yourself?
I take care of myself in the natural world, and nobody fucks with me because there must be an aura around me or something.
Do you wear a chain?
What's that?
Do you wear a chain while you're out there in the middle of the forest?
I don't need one. Most of the time I wear a little knife, but just a little tactical knife. And when I'm on my rig and I got my bike and shit, I got a knife and I have my pepper spray, so like, most likely
You're supposed to go out there without any weapons, man. Just
pepper spray somebody.
hardcore, dude.
Kick them in the legs. You know, I don't want to have to poke any extra holes in people if I can avoid it. So I've never gotten into a situation like that. But I can go places where people don't go. Like, people aren't able to go. They're not physically capable, and I am.
Does everything still work in your 60s?
Yeah, man, everything's still working. Like, yeah, totally. Still working, yeah. All of me is still working.
Hey, Sonny, man.
Yeah.
I got a dope ass guitar strap I want to send you, buddy.
Sell me? I'll buy
No,
it.
no, send to you. I'm not
Send
selling
me.
you.
Okay. So, okay, yeah. I mean.
I need a new
Yeah, I
guitar.
mean, you're a guitar player, right?
Yes, I am. I
I've
like
heard
the
you play. It's been a minute, bro. But I've heard you play.
I like the wide leather ones now, but I have a really nice old one that I bought years ago that's still pretty cool. I have a couple of cool straps. Like, I have a blue lizard strap. Hold on, I'll
Here, I'm gonna DM you really quick. Hold on.
Where did that one go? Hold on. What did I do with the blue lizard one? I put it somewhere. That's strange. Where'd it go? I have guitar straps that are 40, 50 years old.
Wait, I already sent it to you, actually, the photo.
You probably didn't. You sent me a guitar strap?
No, I just sent you what, you know.
Alright, man. Yeah. I'll send you
Just
back.
send me your address, dude. I'll send you one.
DM me something. I wouldn't mind getting involved. Listen, I've talked to people on here. We got a lot of good ideas. One idea is to make these solid epoxy guitars with anything you want inside of them. So they're clear, plexiglan, whatever you want to call that stuff.
Solid? You're gonna make it solid?
Solid epoxy Lexan. You pour it, and you can pour it around anything. So that means you could take pennies. You could
Would you
take
like dressing for your words?
put a layer of clear epoxy Lexan, and then put marijuana leaves in there, and then put the second layer on top, and mold it. Put it into a mold. Make you a clear guitar with anything you want in it. Dollar bills, like silver dollars.
But can I get high off my guitar after I put the marijuana leaves in it?
No, you're just going to be able to look at
I don't think that would be a good idea. That might be
Get high by
toxic to
looking at
the
it.
environment.
Every time you play it, you go like, wow, these are these leaves I grew, for instance, or put full-on buds in there. That'd be cool.
Hey, Sonny, take a look at your DMs, dude. Do you want a red one or a black one?
Hold on, let me look. Wait a minute. I don't even know. Who am I talking to? I'm just like...
Whammer, bro.
Whammer. Okay, man.
Your short-term memory, dude. Keep up.
Are you the whammer?
Hey, you got to remember, you know, we got to remember a lot of people, so it's difficult.
Who's
sometimes.
Whammer?
We
Who's
apologize. We don't
You
do
gotta
that.
keep up, bro.
I just friended you. Shoot, man, that's
I'm
rad.
kidding, dude. Relax.
That red one looks bad with my walnut SG.
Oh my god.
Stole.
That's sick, right? You like that?
Whammer.
What's the other one? A black one?
Yeah, the other one's a black one, and it flips into a strap.
Into a what?
Into a strap. It goes from a sleeve to a strap.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah,
Whammer.
me and my buddy created it.
The
Do you remember
black.
me?
I don't care. You know what? Send me the red one. I'm bold like that shit.
You want the red one?
Red one. Yeah. Give me a red one.
Just send me where you want me to send it. Man. I'll get
Yeah,
you.
I'm gonna send you a DM right now. Send it to.
It's kind of cool, right?
Yeah.
You can put your pics and your money or whatever the fuck you want into your Viagra. You can toss it in.
You whammer.
Just like this.
What up? What up?
It's garbage man.
What up, man? Dude, I lost my other account, bro, so I lost the whole thing, so.
Nothing, dude.
That's really nice of you, man. What part of the plane are you at, man? Because I want to start
Hold
jamming.
on 1 second. Let me add you, Garbage, or add me, Garbage.
I friend accepted you there, so you know you could put Sunny and just put this in parentheses.
Yeah, I know Vammer for a very long time by his logo image avatar.
I'm what?
Hello,
I
Gifty
know
Gift.
you in here for many years. Hello.
Yeah, yeah. Sonny
Yeah,
knows that too. His short-term memory's fucking
I
bad.
have. No, I have talked with you,
Yeah.
Whammer, before. Yes, I have. It's just been a while, I think. Did you take a break?
Yeah, I took a big break.
I
Yeah.
thought, so, man. I did too. I kind of went off the deep end.
2018, 2019, you were in here.
Oh,
Yeah,
I was in here, dude.
Yeah.
and 2020 is when I came in. So
Yeah, I've been in here for a minute,
going on
honestly.
2 years now. Shoot, that's amazing. I can't
Yeah,
believe
you
it.
were in here too, bro.
Been a year and a half. It seems like, doesn't it? Like short amount of time in here in the Discord is like a longer amount of time. It feels like a lifetime, man.
It feels, dude, I can't believe I've been in here for like 4 years or something.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I mean, flat out, it's been like 4 years.
Yeah, man. Listen. I'm willing for promotions because I'm gonna start doing some projects. I just since is it Bong that's in here? Hold on. Sometimes I get lost. I'm looking at mail and I forget who's in the panel. It's probably Bong. Are you still in here, Bong? No. Yeah, you are. Duh. Are you awake,
The
Bong?
old globe heretics.
Because isn't it the next day for Bong from me on the West Coast? Yeah, the next day. So it might be late. It might be in the middle of the night for Bong. Could be. What time is it for you, Get?
Oh, it's 5:15 a.m.
Shoot, it's morning for you. See, it's
Yeah.
it's just mid evening. It's only 8 o'clock, so
Yeah.
a couple hours, 4 hours, I'll be going to bed. Or actually, I'm gonna work on my bicycle. Oh,
I'm
look, that's
already in the car park at work.
dang. See, that's so weird for me, man. That other people are all living their lives, and it's not the same time or part of the day.
Yeah.
So that's the distance involved over the plane.
Mm.
People ask about like why are there seasons? How do seasons work on a flat Earth? Well, they seasons work on a flat Earth just like they always have because the sun and moon are moving
Yep.
over the top of us as it always has, and we know light only comes from above the horizon, not below it. Thanks.
They have concentric and eccentric orbit. Yeah, that's how season work.
This is a really cool strap I got. It still looks almost new. Hold on. Let me get a picture of this.
Rauchi, is that you, Garbage Man?
Yeah, that's me.
Hey, what up, brother?
I remember you
Nothing,
from
dude.
quite a while ago too, actually.
Yeah, I changed my name to this.
Rauchi.
Yeah, I hope you can appreciate. It used to be Jesus Incarnate, but I changed that.
Yeah.
That might be good because I kind of got I don't know, and I'm not even Christian, and I kind of like.
It wasn't religious, dude. It was more of like a pun on. I think you can kind of understand with my picture why was that.
And a lot of times people
So you are not a globe heretic then?
No, it used to be.
What?
Wait, does heretic mean that you're for the globe?
That you're opposite. You're a blasphemer
So
to the globe.
heretic. Oh, okay. No, I am a globe
Yeah.
heretic.
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't
It's
know
a
what heretic
compliment.
means.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude.
I have to talk with the moderator to make this role, the globe heretic.
Yeah, I
I
would love
wanted.
that.
Yeah.
We need to shut them down, dude. NASA.
Yeah.
2 million. How many millions they make per hour? Is it per hour or per day?
Per hour.
What
a
kind
couple
of fucking
million.
question was
2
that? What?
million.
They still don't pay their astronauts that. I mean, apparently, was it like $5 an hour to go to the moon?
There's no way they're paying him that little for all that quote training.
Dude, I'm not kidding you. It's bad, man.
How
I
bad
mean,
actors
why
are
would you
they?
pay astronauts when people are paying like Jeff Bezos? Fucking, they're
Obviously, no one's paying anybody, but I mean, that was the official number, wasn't it? Don't you guys remember that the astronauts that stepped on the moon only got $10 an hour?
I mean, it's all
Actually,
about the clout. Yeah,
here's a question: If
Well, have you seen
NASA's
any circus coming to town and giving free tickets?
Yeah.
No.
Exactly.
Well, tickets for what? Tickets to enter?
We
Or
get
for
a
the
free
ride?
circus.
For the show, yeah.
Fair,
To
man.
go to
Yeah.
the circus, yeah.
It's more
Yes,
possible for
hey.
us to show you a bearded elephant that's going to cook you dinner than the globe Earth.
Nice one.
I ain't seen no elephant cook me dinner, and I wouldn't eat that shit.
So
Why not? Have you seen elephants paint? Bro, they do self-portraits better than I can do.
I've seen them dig poop out their own
Dude, they
butthole,
can
man.
paint, bro.
Yeah, two things. Calm down and stop saying those kinds of words. Thanks.
What, poop and butthole?
They can paint badass. Elephants are.
Let's see how
pretty
G-rated
incredible.
we can get.
I mean, I'm pretty sure every
Well,
5-year-old knows what poop and butthole is. I'm saying I've seen
They
videos.
don't pay
That's
just.
true.
They don't pay just portraits. Elephants.
They have
It's
an
just,
imagination. I'm pretty sure they have some type of imagination.
They paint also acts.
They do what?
An act?
They are painting acts, yeah.
Yeah,
Like things
I've
that they
seen
are
them.
doing.
It's like they're pretty self-reflective. They draw themselves as well a lot.
I
Like,
saw one last night. An elephant painting. An elephant riding another elephant.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah.
Beautiful. Elephants are cool.
Can any of you tell me why, with all NASA talking about how they went to the space, yet for some reason their technology that brought them to the moon was destroyed? Why is big tech trying to get into this shit now?
that's a good little maneuver, isn't it? It's a good little.
Why is big tech trying to get into space, and what's going to happen to these quote millions of people that they want to send up to quote Mars?
It's never gonna happen.
They're gonna plug them into the Matrix.
If you got that much money, what else you spend it on, you know?
Oh, the
You
world
just
is
make it and make
going
it look good.
corporative.
That's the thing, isn't it? When they fake it, they make it look like shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was
what are they
Stanley
gonna do?
Kubrick
Not
faked the
even-
moon landing, right?
These dudes aren't even trying to fucking I mean, they are, but you know what I mean.
I don't know. Stanley Kubrick, man, he's like such a stickler for like perfection. He like
Check the
filmed
live
that shit on
stream voice
location,
text.
man.
Yeah, check the live stream voice text, please, for the elephant video, and then I would love to start talking about the Earth at any point.
Religion is the most powerful weapon.
I can't do it.
Other
Some
than
people try to say
gullibility.
this is cruel. I don't think it's cruel that the elephant's painting. I don't think that's cruel.
How is that cruel? Who said that?
Oh, there's a whole fucking argument out there, dude.
It's so ridiculous. Look at how much fun they're having.
Oh, you just set off class.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done with this subject.
Yeah, me too. So ridiculous.
Gonna make me pound my fists here.
That elephant looks happier than me.
Living its best life right there in that moment.
Dude, that's why the Buddha was all about the elephant. And these other, pretty sure these dudes knew about the elephant, man.
Elephants help lions out when hyenas are going after them.
Have you seen that one pack that hunts the elephants, dude? There's like a pack
Yeah.
out there that hunts big elephants, dude. It's gnarly.
They really eat peanuts, the elephant?
Sure, bananas, whatever. They'll eat a lot. You know, whatever you get. They like food. You know.
But they don't like going to
so smart.
space like
No,
monkeys, huh?
Russia sent them.
So I'll put it to you this way: so if they sent a monkey up there, they're like, "Oh, that's cool, whatever, not animal abuse." If they send an elephant up there, they're like, "No way he could survive those conditions in the G-forces, and we're not going to do it. It's animal abuse." It's like, what's the difference, guys? 1,500 pounds? Okay, well, deal with it. No, I'm just kidding.
The elephant has a bigger memory.
That's true. Hey, Mr. Anderson, how are the elephants abused to achieve that? How? What is that you're talking about? Are they whipping them off camera?
Like domesticated, but no.
Any any bull earthers in here we can abuse?
Yeah, because if we don't find somebody to abuse, I'm gonna have to start abusing you.
Only globe heretics.
No globe earthers in here?
No.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I like having fun with them, you know. It's fun.
I do have a globe question. How come two radiuses on the NASA website, but they use only one radius for the curve formula?
What'd you say? I didn't hear that.
So how come there's two radiuses on the NASA website, but there's only one radius for the curve formula?
Oh, I have no fucking clue.
Good question.
It's an oblate spheroid, right?
Wait, link that. I want to see it.
I have no clue, dude. I don't know. I just know the Earth is flat. That's all I know. You know what I mean?
I know the Earth is flat. Like, I know that I need water to survive and sleep, right? It's one of those things. It's that ingrained and obvious and everywhere. Huh?
Yeah.
Common sense.
It's common sense. Exactly.
Yeah, but the Globers have turned common sense into an oxymoron these days.
Well, they read too many textbooks, you know what I mean? And then everyone knows who writes the fucking textbooks. So, you know what I mean? You know, they're brainwashed. That's it.
Dude, that's the public school system.
We got to figure out a way how to take that brainwash out of them and make them wake up. You see what I'm saying? But some of them are too far gone. It's like whatever. Who gives a fuck? Like
it's draining.
Yeah, like baby boomers, 650s, 60s. They're too far gone. There's nothing you could do. Nothing.
Wait a minute. I'm one of those fucking boomers, so shut the fuck up. Wait a minute. No, don't judge a book by just the era, because there's some of us that have broken the mold. So yeah, I'm here to testify to the fact.
All right. I mean the majority. Okay, the majority. But they 50, 60 years worth of watching.
It's not good enough just to go along with your generation. That's my message. You gotta break the mold. You gotta buck that fucking system.
That's right.
Well, I didn't mean to insult you. Are you really a baby boomer?
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
You sound like you're 30.
Huh?
You sound like you're like 30.
Okay, boomer. I know.
Yeah.
Because I am.
Look at that piece of shit. NASA inflatable system. That's like some inflated air, some low. I mean,
It looks like it's like a big bouncy toy pile of poopies. Right?
Look at that. I mean, it's just ghetto, dude.
Or chocolate soft serve. Okay, let's be nice.
It's ghetto, dude.
Tasty.
What is that?
That's a harmonic. Somebody's buzzed.
What does this do for the country? That's what I want to know.
It makes it better place, man. When you hear that,
It's entertainment, man. Why do you come?
Hey, dude, I'd rather listen to that than the government.
No,
Right.
It looks like a literal piece of shit. You know how shit.
Right.
Watch
I think
it.
that's why they have it up there.
Wow.
What? Yeah. Wow. Oof.
Sounds like you're dragging teeth onto a railroad track or something, man. That's
mic there. Hold on. If I step back, how's this? Hold on. Over on the other side.
It's still a harmonica even over there.
Oh shit! Shut the front door.
I'm sorry.
It's got to be with something else, you spoiled brat. You.
How long did it take you to learn to play the harmonica?
The harmonica, I played my whole life since I was probably like 5 or 6 years old. I played a harmonica.
No, but
I got dizzy. I didn't like it.
How long do you think it would take you to like get good at playing it? I'm saying, you know.
I've been good at harp since quite a long time. I could play little diddlies like "Oh Susanna" and stuff like that when I was a little kid. Probably by like 10 or 12 years old, I could probably play like 6 songs on the harmonica.
Okay. I used to play the piano when I was a kid.
But to play the blues, like I didn't learn how to play the blues on the harmonica until I learned how to play it really well on the guitar.
Oh, okay.
That's when it clicked in together.
Can you play the mandolin? The mandolin?
I can play the mandolin. I can play anything with strings on it, man. I'm telling you what.
Cool.
Even something with one string. I'll play blues on one string. So it doesn't matter if it's a violin, a mandolin, a banjo. I'll end up playing lead instrument on that.
You ever played a lyre? Lyre?
No, but I played the guitar with that's transcribed from the lute and harpsichord.
Okay, that's
guitar
barely
music.
similar, yeah.
So I make my guitar sound like a lute or a mandolin.
Have you ever made or built a guitar?
I built electric guitars. I fully rebuilt my Stratocaster that I have. It was gutted, literally where the back, where all the electronics in the front under the Stratocaster, where the pickups are, that whole thing was completely hollow all the way through. I rebuilt it completely.
Very nice. Is it true that, at least with electric guitars and basses, that if you start messing with a tension rod, it's going to start fucking up for the rest of the time you own the piece?
No, it depends on how you set it up. If it's set up properly, what I'll do is I'll check for level first, that the neck is level.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll start doing fine work on the frets themselves. But you have to make sure the fretboard is straight as possible in the very beginning. Yeah, so I build my own tools and everything to do that.
You're a Renaissance man, partner.
Yeah, I've done that since I was a little kid. Because see, before when I was a young adult, I just joined the Navy. Before that, all there was magazines. So I've been playing guitar, and I would pick up magazines because I was fascinated with the electric guitar. I just started playing electric guitar, and I went in the Navy after that in my mid-20s, and I started rebuilding my guitars, the electronics. I would order parts through these magazines because there was no internet yet. Literally. Internet didn't exist. So I'd look through magazines and find electronics and stuff, how to hot rod your electric guitar. Like how to make it sound better. So I figured everything out, man. Listen, I have my guitar does everything a wah-wah pedal does. I have almost every setting for the guitar you could possibly imagine. It's crazy. And I built it myself through directions, diagrams. It's nothing so fun, man, when you can make your guitar squawk like a Telecaster or sound like a dreamy Stratocaster sound from the last 50 or 60 years, all the way up to modern times, you know, like. So that's what I've always striven for. Is that a word? Striven. Okay, I'm coining the term, what I've always striven for. That's the right context. I coin that term. Anyway, never mind about the guitar repair. Luthier, topic. I can show people how to do that shit too, real easy. I can almost rattle it off. I can describe it in words almost just as well as I can build it. That's pretty amazing. So you can make this on your volume, right? So you're going to use it as a high taper. So what it does, it's like a high pass filter. So you can make it. You could put on the 1 and 3 tabs. You could put a resistor on there, but on top of the resistor, you're going to straddle it with a capacitor. This is going to make the taper of your volume work like it's supposed to. And with a little simple inductor and a capacitor and resistor pair like that, you can turn tone control into a mid-range boost, and it's passive. How about them apples? I know every trick. I'm a guitar electronic technician, like I'm an expert at it.
Dude, I was an expert at Guitar Hero on Xbox.
Guitar Hero. Guitar Hero.
I really was an expert. I'm serious. I'm no one could beat me.
It's fun shit. And then like in the last few years, about the last 10 years, I've been fascinated with tube amplifiers. So I've like worked on those and built a couple, and like got the one I have now. I've totally redone it so it doesn't resemble anything like the amp it used to be when it was first made. Like I turned it from like kind of a shitty smaller, too small sounding box. It sounds like a big badass freaking it sounds like a rock monster, man. I can play with this amp on any stage, even with a bunch of Marshall stacks. This fucker is loud, and it's only a 15-watt tube amp. So I turned it into a giggable amp, which is really cool. I also made it so I can play it at bedroom volume as well. So when you can make an instrument, see, that's all part of my instrument, the amp and the guitar. It's all like a unit that I've developed, all my pedals, like how I set the pedals up, which order and stuff like that. Look, it's all part of this refining. It's really quite technical, you know. It's fun. It's a lot of fun, especially when you start getting the sound that you go, wow, holy shit, people tell you, I never heard that come out of a guitar before, including myself. So yeah.
Thing is, it takes. I mean, maybe some people naturally can hear pitch, but most people can't really hear pitch. It gets crazy. It really does. Like,
Yep, so stand by because I have a new mic and an interface on the way in the mail right now. I can't wait. I'm just going to start doing
Oh, I
everything.
thought you were going to say that you just got it in the mail and you were going to open it up and let us hear it.
I just ordered it. No, I just ordered it. Just this morning. So it's on.
So are you praying that Amazon will send it to you overnight? I'm just
No, I don't care about that. I always rather wait. Just get it free. I'm not paying for their delivery if I order it. Yeah. So that'll be good. I got something where it can't really be broken. You know, it's like studio quality, and so that's what I'm looking for. Something I can also use in a PA to mic my amp or something. You know, for instance.
Yeah, that's right.
Lay down tracks and start doing projects. Eventually, do my own beats and things like that.
Hey, Sonny.
Yeah.
Rolling my boulder wants to 1v1, so which one of you guys wants to do it?
Whoever, Whammer, are you a rookie? I don't care. I don't have to be in the light right now. I'm kind of winding down. I have other projects I'm doing, but I want to listen.
What's your question, Rolling my boulder? Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up?
Well, I'm curious to hear like how people came to like what evidence convinced them personally and how they feel like it works. But the
Hey, Dave.
conversations up here sometimes get chaotic. So I was looking for something kind of
Dave,
calm.
you got wait. Hold on, Dave. You got to mute when he's talking because it's echoing back everything he's saying.
Okay, my bad.
Yeah, could you try it again, please? I missed that.
Oh wait, you talking to me or him?
Not Dave. I'm talking to you, Roland, my boulder. Yeah, talking to you. Could you repeat that? Because I couldn't hear it.
Yeah, there was some background.
A couple Daves, so I don't know.
Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, no, it wasn't you. It was somebody else. So yeah, if you could repeat what you said, I appreciate it.
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of talk about the flat Earth ideas and what evidence felt kind of convincing, but I'm feeling kind of low key, so I didn't want to get into a 10 people like heated argument, and I didn't really want to defend the globe either. I just wanted to hear some stuff.
Convincing. We've shown it to you.
It's not going to be a 10-on-1. No, I'll guarantee that. It's going to be chill, you know. So we had a show up here tonight, and we want you to feel free to like ask questions. So if you have any questions, feel free. You know, if the moment arises and you decide that you're ready to ask, go ahead and ask anytime, man.
I was just watching some video. I don't actually even know who the guy is that's talking, but he started talking about flat earthers collectively, and he was saying like they think this and they think that, and I cut the video off because it was starting to frustrate me, and I felt like he was speaking like for people in generalities, and then I decided to come back over here, and I wanted to hear you guys talk. Like I didn't want to hear other people talking for you.
Cool. It's cool.
Yeah,
So,
that happens a lot.
Who wants to take that? Napalm. Yeah, Napalm. Go ahead and take that, man. I'm going to back off and listen.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that happens a lot, right? You'll find these prominent YouTubers and stuff that like to say what flat Earth is, but if you've noticed, you know, you've been in here for a while, Sisyphus, and you've noticed that, you know, what our arguments are and the evidence that we have to back it. And typically you'll see these videos from these YouTubers that are just trying to gather the general population and give them a straw man of what flat Earth actually is, and then just beat up on that straw man when really no real flat earther believes the bulk of anything that they claim we believe or that we know, right? Did you notice that when you were watching the video?
Yeah, I see sort of, because that's another thing is like talking about like the term flat earthers is maybe too general, because some people have said the things that are in the videos. So in that sense, it's not straw man, but a lot of other people like maybe don't agree with that. So I don't know whether they're straw manning or just speaking about like like a small sample size where they talk to a couple of people, and so it's hard to tell
Yeah.
whether it's a bona fide straw man. This video I'm watching only has like 20,000 views, so it's not a like mainstream thing. It's some video of some conference where some guy was giving a talk. But
Oh, okay.
one
Yeah.
question, I guess one of my bigger questions is like a personal question I have is that I hear Globers come in, and a like very common question is like, give us a model. Like, what's the flat Earth model? How's it supposed to work on flat Earth? And there's a big pushback of like, we don't have to show you a model to debunk the globe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And on the one hand, the like logic of that is sound. If you've legitimately debunked the globe, there's no need to provide some like counter evidence. But like, if I got convinced that the Earth was flat, like if this evidence started to like add up to me, and I was like, wow, I'm sort of a flat earther myself, I would have this like
It's
burning
gonna add up, brother.
curiosity of like, how's it supposed to work? And
Sure. Yeah. So typically, we really like to stick to the things that we know, right? And when it comes to a model would necessitate that you know all the ins and the outs of the Earth. And we're just limited on that, right? We can't really investigate the 60th South Parallel, right? The Antarctic Treaty. And we really don't have the capability to go super high, right? So we have limitations. And in order to build and construct a model, for it to be a working model, you need to know all the parameters, and we just don't know all of that, right? And we admit that. We admit that we don't know. But like you said previously, falsification is independent of replacement, right? So if no curvature is found, we can say unequivocally that it's not a globe, right? Because the globe model gives us certain parameters, it gives us certain measurements. Those we can go out and test. And when we've done that, we found that those measurements are not correct. Nothing in nature supports the globe model. So that's all we're saying, right? We don't need to replace one story with another story, because the last thing we want to do is replace one story with another story that's not correct. We're all on a journey we're all on a journey to find the truth. And as long as we stick to wanting to find the truth and we're honest with ourselves, we may eventually know all the ins and the outs and be able to construct a model, but I don't even know if that's possible.
Yeah, and I want to say, when I use the word model, I'm not really restricting it to like that the normal ways people use that, like to come in here and say build like a model of the flat Earth and predict moon phases and stuff. There's quite a few other aspects of physics that that I've heard in here sort of debunked, or that it can't work that way. And like a lot of that stuff kind of goes against my understanding of the world. And so it's like, it's part of being here is sort of like saying most of the physics that I know about the world is not true. And here's the real physics. But the real physics seems like a very like sort of napkin-y outline of like something. And I want to know more. How are objects supposed to move? Like the relative density arguments, how does that predict how to aim and fire a cannon or artillery? And there's like a lot of questions I have about, if the physics I was taught isn't true, well then
Well, nobody does any of those things
Well,
accounting for things like Coriolis, though, anyway, so there's no problem.
yeah, everything that currently takes place regardless of the shape of the Earth, right? Because everything that you've even spoken about before, like artillery, all of that, when you dig down and you look at the documentation from the military, or you even look at documentation from NASA, they assume a flat, non-rotating Earth for everything.
Yeah, that's not even my issue. I've come in here, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 nights, different nights, and tried to talk about like Newton's laws of motion, and people like fight back and are like, "That's bunk, that's trash." And I'm like, "That's how artillery works," but like, they're like, "No, it's not." And so, yeah, okay, I'll even like say flat, non-rotating Earth, but like the laws of motion, as I kind of learned them, are bunk. What replaces them? How do you explain the trajectory of the cannon shell?
Can I ask one question and I'll step back?
Yeah, go for it.
What about the third motion? The third law of motion would literally fit just fine with flat Earth. And that was my question. What about the third
That
law of motion?
was the equal and opposite. The numbers of them I don't always remember. That was the equal and opposite one, or at rest tend to stay at rest.
No, so the first one's at rest stays rest, and the first one's potential, second one's kinetic, and then the third one is in order for something to push off of something, equal force is exerted, something like that in that general sense.
Yeah, I haven't thought much about that one. I mean, I would accept that they might all work on the flat Earth just fine. When I say like model, my question is, how do you model the trajectory of an artillery shell with relative density? Like,
We haven't. We don't need to because it's all been done in the ballistics studies about ballistics. That's all you're talking about. That's artillery shells or ballistics.
yeah, but
They use the same patterns that they've always done. They've done. Do you know they've done artillery shell tests at the turn of the last century where they showed that there's no rotation of Earth. Like they shot cannonballs straight up. They a lot of times came right back into the muzzle.
right. That's all fine, but does relative density tell you everything that you need to know about the like downward
Why do we need to
component?
replace? Why we don't really need to replace anything? The natural laws all fall into alignment with everything we are saying can be verified.
People don't do any of these things presuming a globe in the first place, though, so there's nothing to replace that way.
You're misunderstanding that. You think I'm like trying to say globe versus flat or rotating versus not rotating. And
what if gravity is just not being defined properly? Like you're saying there's a downward force, gravity. Okay, yeah, there's a downward force. Does a centrifugal force and like something holding gases in without a container, does that have to be included in the definition? There's a downward force. Okay, there's a downward force. Why all the extra stuff? That automatically disproves you're already trying to tell me that I am going to say gravity is wrong. If you're going to give me all of those definitions as the single definition of gravity, yeah, gravity is wrong. I'm not going to agree with gravity if there's a spinning centrifugal force and we're flying out of control through the universe from a big bang. But if you want to tell me that like we're on a plane, what's underneath it, I have no damn clue. What's keeping us down, I have no damn clue. When I jump up, does something pull me back down? I don't know if it pulls me back down, but I go back down. If that's the definition of gravity, then okay, cool, I'll go with gravity. But I'm not going to say that I'm being held on Earth by a centrifugal force and that there's no air pressure, the atmosphere, our gases is our barrier between space. It's just not no possible way.
Right. So the gas maybe has to be held in with some kind of membrane. Whether it's spinning and Coriolis effect type stuff. But then you're the first person that I've heard say there might be a downward force. It doesn't have to be gravity. Every other time I've been here, people have fought with me that like F equals ma is not even a true thing, and I like that's such a useful tool to me to predict the trajectory of anything, ballistics or otherwise. Like it explains a lot, and I feel like people want to debunk that and say that's not true, and then it doesn't seem like there's any interest in replacing it, and I feel confused by that. Like sincerely confused by why you would debunk things and then not want to replace them with an understanding of how stuff works.
Can I interject real quick? Am I still echoing? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, man, go on.
Yeah, I can hear you.
I was just going to say, you obviously haven't talked to Whitson. He talks about the electrostatic downward force that, it's, according to him, I don't want to misquote him, but it's a measurable force, and it's got something to do with electrostatics. So go watch some of his videos, He goes through stuff like that. When you're talking about replacing something, try to think about it as we got taught a bunch of bullshit. Now we're trying to discover what it really is, and we're doing scientific experiments on it. So I'll shut up.
That's actually the exact spirit that I'm like trying to come here with. Is suppose it is all bunk, then what's real?
Yeah.
And I want that to make sense.
Okay, so here this might help just real quickly. You have to get used to that there's going to be large gaps between what you can know exactly as a fact without question and the things that you cannot be answered readily, right? So if you get it used to that state of mind, because what it feels like is it's an insecure position to you. I know this because that's the way it is for all of us here on this side. We all learned the same exact thing that you did throughout your whole life of education. We call it indoctrination here. So we learned all these same things. Now, you're going to have to get used to the idea if you want to move on in your search for truth. Get used to feeling like it maybe feels a little insecure that you don't know all the answers, but you got to take into account this fact. If you don't know the entirety of something, you cannot build a model of any kind that's going to anywhere near match reality itself. So we use reality as the guidelines, and reality in the way that natural laws such as the first and second law of thermodynamics, laws of of specific gravity, which means relative buoyancy, density, the electromagnetic forces, the electrostatic forces, the things that are actually forces, that are measurable forces, that deal with volume and square inches and so forth, such as the buoyant force. These are real forces. So see what I mean? There's lots of things we do know, and we're learning more every day, but if you don't get used to having that empty spot where you don't have a replacement, we don't need to replace a fairy tale with another fairy tale, because that's all it would be. It would just be hearsay, which, as you know, is never accounted for in a court of law. Neither is motivation, by the way. So there you go.
So how do you discriminate? Like you cited the laws of thermodynamics, you've cited like electromagnetism, but then, and I think people here like believe those things are true, but then like gravity and space and are not true. How do you discriminate?
Okay, I'll tell you real briefly. How do you discriminate? Because see, certain things you can tell by actually things that have never been violated in the natural world. That's why they're called laws. They're actually axioms, because you don't test an axiom. You don't have a hypothesis. You only discover these axioms out in the natural world because they occur every single time, every time you check, and has never been not the same. So how we separate it is, can it be proven or not? If you're talking about things in the sky, it's not a scientific question. You cannot perform a valid hypothesis for things that are in the sky. So what Earth is the problem. If people are thinking what Earth is a scientific question, it is not a scientific question. And so also here's the other fallacy that is done most of the times for people that just coming into this, is the belief that Earth is some kind of shape. A shape is inherent in something that you measured to know what the entirety of, so you can claim a shape. Earth is not a shape, it's a realm. So it's about changing your mind, or at least suspending your own bias for long enough to go, what if things are not what I was told? And what if these people are telling me it is measurably flat and stationary?
Just
Maybe
for a
I should
moment,
listen
dude.
to
Just
that.
suspend your
Yeah.
belief for a moment.
Maybe. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that's what I want to tell you. And so that I'm going to leave you with that onto your own investigations, and I wish you well.
Hi, before you go, I tried to pay careful attention to places where I agree with people here, and I thought your definitions of law and axiom were spot on. So just want to say that.
Yeah, so Sisyphus, when it comes to things like gravity, right? You say you use it for X, Y, and Z. What is your definition of gravity, or your understanding of gravity? And do you have any scientific proof for that? Meaning, do you have some sort of hypothesis test for something you experience in the natural world, and then a experiment where you're actually manipulating variables to prove that what you're experiencing or what you see is the cause of the effect?
No. Somebody earlier, I didn't notice who was talking, but somebody said there's a downward force that pulls me down, and like that could be gravity to me. Like that could just be the name of the thing that pulls me down.
It
The
was. I was just gonna say this is the gizmo, and I was just gonna say it's not necessarily that I believe that something is pulling me down, but I do go down. I just wanted to make that clear. I can't say something's pulling me down because I don't feel resistance when I go up. I just reach a distance of a
Okay.
certain height, and then I go back down.
Right. So a good way to kind of explain that, right, is everything has its place of rest, right? Its place of inertia, where it is resting. And when energy is exerted upon that to move it away from its place of rest, has a tendency to go back to where it naturally wants to be at rest, or its equilibrium. So,
Third law of inertia, by the way.
yeah. So, even somebody jumping, right? You're naturally at this state. You're naturally right here on the ground. You exert a lot of energy to pull yourself away from that equilibrium, and you're going to naturally want to go back to it. This happens in both directions for various things. And the thing about, throwing the globe model out the window and starting to think with a different perspective is you start to realize that there is an actual up and an actual down that everybody is experiencing. And there's no story that needs to be told as to why we're allegedly sticking to a ball. If you weren't told that you were in a ball, allegedly on a ball, and you were just walking through nature, you would have no inkling or no question as to why a rock is resting on the ground. You would just inherently know that that's where it's supposed to be, that's its natural resting place, and that's where it finds its equilibrium. Only when you introduce this model of a globe do you think wow, what is holding this here? You would never have that question if it wasn't implanted in your mind that you're on a spinning ball flying through space, right?
I think that might be too hypothetical of a question for me. I'm not sure. I was taught these things pretty early on, and I don't know that it'll be possible for me to imagine what it might be like if I hadn't had them taught to me. I guess the best I can do is read about like ancient stories of people's ideas about how stuff worked. And I don't know, would I have been one of those that kind of went along with the current thoughts, or would I have been a unique thinker and thought a different thing? I'm not sure.
Yeah, because, to me, looking back on it, right, the only thing that would lead me to even question why things are where they are in nature, like how they're ordered, would be if somebody introduced me into this model of I'm on a ball and it's spinning. Because the first question you have, at least the first question I had when I was a child, and the teacher's up in the front of the class and here's this globe, this is where you live, and they spin it around, and it's like, whoa, 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 wait a minute. I know when I go outside on the merry-go-round and we spin around, we fly off. So my first question is, how the heck are we sticking to that thing? Because it goes completely counter to everything that we know and we experience when we're told that. So then there needs to be an explanation for that. And that's where gravity comes into play.
But not
Now,
everything, right? Like there's
what,
a lazy Susan at Thanksgiving and I want the salt, so I spin it around to me and nothing goes flying off of it.
This is way more serious, dude.
I'm just
Yeah,
saying the idea that spinning things make stuff fly off of them. Not
So when you're
all
when,
experience of spinning stuff is that way.
so when you're a child, right, and you see that lazy Susan, I know when I was a kid, I spun that thing a little too fast from time to time, and shit fell off of it. Because you're a child.
And you got scolded, and if you were me, got scolded and told not to do that and to spin it slower, or ask for the salt to be passed is what I got told.
Right. So you're kind of proving my point there, right? Where it's, everything that we experience, we would never ponder this question as to why am I on the ground? Why am I here where I am? If it wasn't for somebody telling us that we're on an object that's spinning and that's curving and that's going in 5 different vectors. Only when you introduce that idea do people start to question why things are sticking to the ground.
I don't know. I think I dispute that because I'm fairly curious. And if nobody had taught me anything, I think I would wonder why when I threw stuff up in the air, it came back down. I would probably, if no one taught me anything, I don't know if I'd be able to come up with a relative density explanation or Archimedes principle or any other explanation of it, but I'd probably wonder why it came back down.
But here's the thing. Those principles, right, that you're talking about, and those concepts are very easy to grasp, right? Relative density, specific gravity, Archimedes principle. These are things that you can go out and experience and do for yourself and test and prove to yourself that this is what happens in nature, right? And if it wasn't for the introduction of the globe model, you're on a ball that's spinning, why would you question it any further than those things that you can test and prove for yourself? Do I think there's other things at play? I actually do. Can I prove those? Not necessarily at the moment, been working on it. I think there's other factors that are at play when it comes to why we have the density strata that we currently have, for lack of a better term, right? Why things organize themselves the way that they do. But I don't I don't think if you would have had this model in your head or taught to you as a young child, that you would even question it past relative density specific gravity, right? Like that covers it pretty well for most people. Can we go a little bit further? I think we can.
Yeah, for me, I think the like a big step in your direction is when I can like calculate the trajectory of something, baseball, artillery. And not that I'm going to fire artillery, so I'm never going to test that. But if I can sort of
Right.
calculate the trajectory of something with relative density, then that'll be a big step like towards you guys. That's kind of where I'm coming from.
No
So when
spam,
you're
no.
so where does gravity come into play? I mean, all you're talking about is rate of drop, right?
Right, but rate of drop is different for different things. So
Right.
It
So let me ask you a question, and this is why I wanted you to kind of define gravity and what you think it is, because I want to figure out where does what you think gravity is and its relation to the Earth itself. Where does that come into play when you're talking about shooting things with ballistics?
So okay, my sort of working definition of gravity is that it is a force that's associated with a specific amount of acceleration. Now this
So go ahead.
I don't want to like try to prove gravity because I'm not a like devout gravist. Is that the name for them? Do you have a name for people that
I don't know if there is a name for that, but
I'm not an orthodox.
let's just say you're not married to the current theories on gravity. Maybe that's
No,
a better way to put it.
I never have been. But I haven't like really thrown it out quite the way that you guys have because it's useful. I'll just throw out another example.
Well, we're not saying
an
that there's
electron.
no rate of fall, right? What we're
Yeah.
saying is that there's no necessity for the alleged bending and warping of space-time, because those are two privations. Those are two things that aren't physical, and you cannot attribute physical attributes to them, meaning it's a reification fallacy to say that you can bend space or you can bend time or you can bend the combination of the two together. This is like me saying
you're talking Einstein stuff, and I have like the barest understanding of what he meant. So I can't. It doesn't make much difference to me whether that's true or false or right or wrong. It doesn't. I have never used anything that Einstein did to calculate or predict or understand anything.
Sure. Yeah, you don't need to, right?
I've read stuff and that I had no reason to doubt, and it seems sort of consistent. But I guess that's kind of what is my litmus test of truth, is like how consistent is the idea when I use it over and over and over again. And you asked me to define gravity, and I said it's sort of a useful construction. And if I could like use an analogy, to me, an electron is a useful construction. I don't really believe in electrons. I mean, I've never seen one. I have no way to measure one. They can exist or not exist. But like my understanding of them does serve me well. Like I can understand things about electricity by thinking about them as if electrons are real. And I can understand how stuff moves by sort of imagining that gravity is real. And so it's useful, whether it's true or not.
Right. So I guess really the biggest thing is kind of a semantical thing with you, right? The problem is we use rudimentary language, right? Lots of us say gravity isn't real, but the problem is we're not saying that what you see in nature isn't taking place. All we're saying is the current explanation we're giving for why these things are taking place isn't correct. right? So it's not like gravity doesn't exist, right? And I'm with you on the whole electron thing. I mean, if you really look into it and you find, J.J. Thomson, who discovered the electron, he defined it as the terminal end of one unit of dielectric induction. When I think about those words together in a sentence, nothing comes to my mind that would relate that to a particle. But most people are going to tell you that an electron is a particle. I don't think it is. And we may be on the same page with that.
That's sort of the classical. That's definitely the classical understanding of an electron is like a tiny marble, and a proton is another tiny marble, and they interact, like orbit around each other. But a more modern understanding of them is not that at all. But you can even kind of like throw all that out and do quite a lot of electrical engineering and not care.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yep. Yeah, it's true. We can construct things with the rudimentary understanding that we have of the way things work, right?
And to Gizbo's question, my idea of gravity, I think, would work on both. I don't think it depends.
Let's go ahead and rephrase that for me, so that I can really understand what you're saying.
Rephrase
when your definition of gravity, or what you like to think of it as.
For the most part, things that I do are on kind of a local scale, and I don't know anybody that is in their right mind that would disagree with flat earthers about how things work on a local scale. Until we go out miles and miles, it doesn't make any difference. You can take it to be flat or curved, but the curved model is so freaking big that if we're only talking about a football field, who cares? Right. So if we're talking about like how football goes on a football field, how a quarterback throws it, it doesn't matter about flat or curved. So that's what I mean by it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but even miles and miles, right? So can you give me an example of where the curvature of the Earth is taken into account when we're talking about any type of electromagnetic propagation, any type of radar, sonar, any type of ballistics, anything like that? Do you have any citations or anything like that you could give me an example of where we, the point in which we need to start accounting for this curvature that's allegedly there, but nobody can find?
I don't know. And like doing just a quick off the cuff sort of thought experiment about thinking about ham operators, they're bouncing signals off the ground and off something in the air. And I think you could have sort of two parallel plates or something that they could bounce off of or whatever, or you could have two kind of concentric spheres that they could bounce off of. So like I off the top of my head, I don't think I can offer you what you ask. Like I don't have a good.
That's fair. That's fair. That's an honest answer.
Personal like that I can offer there.
That's fair. All right, I'll accept an honest answer. That's cool.
Napalm might want to interrupt, but there's other new people.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Well, I can stand down. This has been, a pretty good conversation, and I hope we can talk like this again. Because
likewise, man. Look for me in Chill. I'm in Chill pretty often, and I'm pretty.
Okay, I'll hit you up with a friend request too.
Yeah. Sounds good, man. We got new people in? Who do we got? Sorry, I'm not looking at it.
CB announced 3 of them if they made it. I don't see them though.
It looks like 2 of them dropped, but we do still have Davidus. I'm gonna go with Davidus.
I'm gonna say Dovidas.
Dovidas, yeah, that makes sense too. There's also a Flatty with a P, PH. He's been hanging around for a little bit, but they don't have VC verified. I invited to check them in, but no response. So I guess I'll try one more time. Flatty, if you need to get speaking perms here, join VC check-in 1. Thank you.
Good job, CB.
Thank you, Dave.
Oh,
yeah, good work,
I have some
CB.
good news to report. So Yeah, so I did hear from Jose, and I did get the R prayer. I got a screenshot even. I'll share it. See if the date is on that. Nope, he screenshotted it. Okay. But yeah, that was like, I swear that was like from a good 3 years ago. So instead of the Lord's Prayer, it's the R prayer. The letter R.
So read it real quick for us. It's too small for me to see it on my screen.
I know. Okay, I can. I gotta rotate my phone. Hold on. R. Aristosthenes, whose sticks measures the heavens, hallowed be thy name. Thy circumference come, thy radius should be done on earth as it measures in the heavens. Give us our daily shadows and forgive us for assuming the distance to the sun to give us the globe. Amen. Oh, shit. Okay, my dream is that we all memorize it, and when appropriate, we just all chant it. I don't know if you guys.
That's Jose's prayer. Isn't that funny? Earlier this evening, quite a bit earlier, there was this guy, and one of us asked, I don't know who that was, but it was the moment of a lifetime here on Discord. One of us asked this guy, oh shit, hold on, I'll remember. Hold on. Boomer moment from Sonny. Continue the conversation. I'll remember, don't worry.
Anticipation.
Oh, I got it. Thanks. That was it. Enough. So we asked this guy, did he realize what he was saying was flat earther entertainment? He said, no, I don't realize that.
Forgive me for saying this like this. I'm retarded. I didn't get that. Fuck. Sorry, Sonny.
No, just a glober acting stupid and talking a bunch of nonsense, and then we
You
stopped.
mean some
You realize
gobbledygook?
your entertainment for us. Do you
Jeez.
realize that? Realize that word. That's the active word there. Do you realize? No, I don't realize that.
Wow. No, I don't realize that. Okay, I'll get you a little bit more. Okay. Oh. Yeah, that's kind of witty humor. I have to give a little bit of hats off to that. Kind of like last night we were talking about the illusion of choice, and I gave an example of, parents asking their children, do you want broccoli or do you want Brussels sprouts? And Helio said, no, it's broccoli and broccoli for us. It's funny, but it's not really funny. One of those things.
Yeah, it was funny actually. And I remember that it was funny.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
But you reach people differently. So, we got the music part covered. We got the straight up facts covered.
We got the comedy covered.
No, we need to do more comedy. Catch people comedy. And the R prayer, oh my gosh, you guys, to me, that's hilarious. And that's old. Like I said, that's at least 3 years old. So it's been in the digital graveyard for who knows how long, unused and unutilized.
Wait a minute, what has been?
The R prayer.
Oh, the R prayer. Awesome. That sounded great. Should read it on top of the hour every hour on 20.
Yeah, right? The daily flat earth prayer. Oh, I love it so much. Oh man, laughter is the best medicine, y'all. And I plan to not have wrinkles for as long as possible. Fuck.
Gotta eat You got vitamin D helps. I think vitamin D.
Really? Okay.
Just go eat some greens.
Well, I think you're just supposed to go out in the sun.
Go out and eat some fresh clover. Just grab a handful of fresh clover and flowers and all those yellow little flowers and those clover.
Really?
And eat a big mouthful of that. Chew it all up and drink all the juice.
Clovers? Okay, I don't think yellow ones. We don't have those.
Well, they're clover. The flowers come up little yellow flowers.
Yeah, I know what you meant. I know you meant the flowers, but I don't think it.
Vitamin C.
Well, maybe I'll notice them now that you said it.
Well, not until it gets warmer in your area.
Well, yeah. Yeah, I'll just throw them in my kale slushy. No problem.
Yeah, man. And actually, what I'm trying to find and I can't find is wild lettuce because it's the best pain reliever in nature.
Really? Would that mean like maybe romaine lettuce? Or what kind of lettuce you talking about?
No, wild lettuce. It has to be wild lettuce.
Oh, local to your area.
No, it grows everywhere. Probably more abundant in your area, like wild dandelions. Probably more abundant. and so it's the one that bleeds. Like if you cut a part of the stem, it's gonna milk. You're gonna see milk.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about, like with dandelions.
Yeah, no, these aren't dandelions.
I know, but like dandelions.
Like it, but the wild lettuce. So if you cut a part of the stem or any part of the plant, but I think these have spines all over them, so they're very spiny. Look like something you wouldn't want to touch, but they're the most healthiest thing.
Well, with kale, you're not supposed to eat like the rib part. Like the. I don't know if that's the right terminology, but
yeah, kale's mostly for decoration, actually.
No, it is. It's very healthy to eat.
Nah, but
it's for decoration, maybe for you.
I used to work at a country club. They use it for decoration.
Yeah, that's exactly what they use. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
But it's actually good for you.
No, I know.
Yeah. But I eat it with a bunch of stuff. I blend the shit out of it, so it's kind of like a delicious shake, but no dairy. I can't do dairy anymore. I just can't.
Hey Jenny, there's Nath 2G in here. You want to try to talk to him or her? Nath 2G, hello, welcome to the server.
Hey. Identify yourself. Hey, what's going on? We're just chilling and we're just kind of talking about random stuff. How you doing tonight?
Guess you don't want to talk right now. Y'all go ahead and talk about kale or whatever.
Just so you know, we're not gonna put you down to a debate or anything. I mean, we'd like to hear your opinion on why you think it's a globe. I would. Seriously. I don't challenge people.
Did you just say you think it's a globe?
Hell no.
That's what
we can't assume that he thinks it's a globe. We don't know. We hadn't talked to it. Might be a floating.
Well, not everything we're told is true.
The person might have to be a closet flat earther. You never know.
Who?
They may have to be anonymous for whatever reason.
Who?
The
napalm.
Yeah. Nath.
What's up? Oh shit, have I been unmuted the whole time? Am I hot micing?
You might be.
No, I was just talking about the guy below you. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, but my keyboard might have been hot micing, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
It might have been my goofy butt. Don't pay attention to me too much. I was talking something. I don't know. I wasn't looking. Okay, you guys know I have a phone, and a lot of times I don't look, and I'm trying to get to make sure I know everybody's voice, Wasn't meaning to be weird and cause crickets or anything. But what's up with people coming into a voice chat and not even saying hello? That's weird.
Hello.
Oh, wait. No, not you. The new person.
Not you.
Sorry,
Not
man.
you.
Sorry, man.
The Earth is flat. Don't make it weird, bro.
Yeah.
I guess people are
You're
scared.
not important.
What's going on? It's
Okay,
Clovers.
a digression.
I said,
Forgive me if
hey.
you've heard this before. I think I said it one other night, but why did Beethoven kill all of his chickens?
They were crossing the road? I don't know.
Because they were Bach.
Yeah, he asked them who was the greatest composer of all time, and they said,
Bach,
"Buck, buck,
Bach.
buck, 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 buck."
I've heard that.
I have a joke. What's a penguin's favorite family member?
A polar bear.
Antarctica.
Wow.
Nicely done.
I just
Wow, that's a flat Earth joke. Holy cow. To me, it is anyway. I mean,
Yeah.
nice. Bravo.
It was a good joke. I'll admit it.
Mm-hmm. I second that.
Hey, Roland, my boulder, that last thing you posted in text there, should that be red flag to you that they give that excuse that they're simplifying it to presume it's flat and non-rotating? Is that what you're meaning?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Well, their excuse for the reason that's in those documents is it simplifies their math and derivations, right?
Right.
But that's another way of saying they're just doing it the way they need to do it because it really is flat and non-rotating.
Thank you. That is
Well,
well
that's the thing. I think they could do it a different way, but it makes it like a lot harder because
I guess what I'm trying to
usually
say is there's no
they
need to
list
add the
it.
globe assumptions that's there anyway. You know what I mean?
So I was talking over you. Say it again.
There's no need to add the spinning and stuff when it's not in the curve there. You don't need to do the globe math. You just do it like as it is.
Well,
I'm
yeah,
saying that's too simple.
I think for a lot of things, you can treat the system either way. Like it can be flat and not spinning, or a globe and spinning, and in the end, it basically works out the same. So why make so much trouble for yourself?
Here's the caveat. It only makes sense if you're flying with physical shit over a physical flat surface because
well to me
run into the ground or fly off into space.
what it says to me is somebody hijacked something.
Well, I just want to add that just from a third party perspective, you have one camp saying flat earth is some crack pipe crazy conspiracy theory. And then you have, these articles saying it's flat and non-rotating. So it seems like a bit of a contradiction, right? Why is this crazy crack pipe conspiracy theory in all these documents,
It's quite the coincidence. There's a whole lot of coincidences.
Good point, CB. Good job.
Yes. Thank you.
My only answer is that when I do any kind of like math like this, I don't want to deal with rotating frames of reference. It's really hard to do. So if I could somehow wave it away and say like I don't want to calculate it with a rotating, like anything on a merry-go-round, any rotating frame of reference is really frustrating and difficult to get right. So if you can simplify that away and still have a good enough answer, then you certainly would. And it would be really dishonest. It would be very dishonest to publish any of those papers and have made that simplifying assumption or any of the others. Usually that's in a paragraph of 5 or 6 things that they simplified. And it would be very dishonest to publish your paper and not list those things. I don't think that would be right.
So let me ask you a question, Sisyphus. When do you think rotating reference frames, the spin, or the curvature of the Earth would come into play?
I guess I would say somewhere around the 1 to 10% level. Like if you calculated it without
Look,
a
I'm
rotating
trying to.
frame. Go ahead.
I'm not necessarily trying to say within the mathematics. I'm talking about when you're doing something, right? When do you think it would be pretty critical to account for Earth curvature and Earth spin?
Yeah, the only way I know to answer that question is if I did it with and without, and they were within like 1% of each other, then I'd say it like probably doesn't matter. And if I did it with and without, and they were like more than that, like 10% or 20% different, then I'd say that the simplifying assumption was invalid, and you should do the more complete calculation. That's the only way I know to answer your question.
Yeah, so let's say you have a business, right? You're in the business of selling very large machinery, and
Can you hold on 1 second? I'll be right back. Just give me like 1 minute.
Yeah, no worries, man.
Okay, did you guys happen to take note? I was trying to follow along. I apologize, everyone, but what was he referring to at the very end when he said calculation? I mean, what's that supposed to be about?
I think what he was trying. Yeah, Jenny had a question about what you were referring to in the calculation, and I was. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you were just going to say, if it's more than 10% difference, then I would probably need to take it into account, right? As far as within your equations and whatever you're dealing with.
Oh,
If
so you're
it's-
just talking about a variance.
This really
Yeah.
applies to like
Okay,
any
thank you.
simplifying assumption. Like if you
Oh,
say,
yeah,
well,
yeah.
I don't want to do this like complicated stuff, and you simplify, then well, that might or might not be valid. And if at least one time you do both the simple and the complicated, and you see basically the same answer, then why would you ever do the complicated again in that context? Like if you change the context, then you may
Okay,
have
when
to
you say
redo
the
your thoughts.
complicated, what are you talking about there? Are you talking about the rotation and the spin of the Earth? Is that what you're talking about?
In this particular setting, yes, but the idea of
Okay, but
using
there's more than
simplifying
one
assumptions,
movement. Sorry. What were you
the
saying?
idea of using simplifying assumptions is like valid across all kinds of.
Okay, that's great, but there's more than one motion, though. There's a problem with that. And it's called the 3N body problem. But there's more than one move, more than 3. There's like 5. So that's a big problem. Big problem. And that's a problem that, globers and flat earthers can't disagree on, that it's a problem.
I mean,
you can't
the 3
just
you're talking
separate
about
it to make a point. You can't just separate one motion to make a point on something. That's ridiculous. Is that what you were doing? You guys, is that what he was doing?
No, so I think what he was trying to do is just give an example of when like angular velocity would be more than 10% of some variable in his equation is when he would think that it would be necessary to take that into account. Otherwise, you can just stick to the more simplistic math. And you can correct me if I'm wrong on that.
Well, yeah.
Let me like you're almost exactly right. If we calculated if a baseball pitcher stood at home plate and threw the ball to the outfield, and we like calculated where it landed, it's the like where it landed thing. If we calculate it making assumptions like that flat and stationary, and then we calculate it with all this like rotating stuff exactly, and the ball lands in the same place, then why bother doing all of the rotation calculations? It didn't affect anything. It didn't affect the outcome of the calculations.
Right. So what you're saying is like, if you were really into baseball, let's say you're a coach in a major league team, and you really wanted to figure out how the ball is taking its path from the pitcher's mound to the plate, you would probably find that taking into account the angular velocity of the spin of the Earth and or the curvature of the Earth is probably so small and insignificant that it can easily be left out of the equation, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So let's
But
say
then other times you would do the calculation both ways, and it wouldn't be like that. And
right.
If you're gonna say like how far does the pitcher have to throw the baseball before it matters, I actually don't know.
Right. No, I'm not going to say that. What I was going to say, and right before you left, is I was going to say, let's imagine we have a business and we make this large equipment, right? And this equipment is used by millions of people a year. All right. And we sell this equipment to somebody else. And the people purchasing this equipment have a vested interest in making sure that the people that utilize this equipment are safe, right? We're talking millions and millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people that are involved in this equation. My hypothetical situation here would be you and I are constructing airplanes and people are purchasing those and flying those, right? So when it comes to spin of the earth, angular velocity, and curvature, do you think long distance air flight, air travel, this might be something we need to account for, especially if we're starting in, let's say we take off somewhere in Greenland where the angular velocity might only be, let's say, 200 miles per hour, right?
Yeah, I actually looked into this exact question very, very briefly.
So then we're taking off there and we're landing on the equator, right?
Yeah, I'll even spot you. Why not just take off from the North Pole and have zero angular velocity? Zero, like,
sure.
Well, you guys, you sort of still have angular velocity, but you don't have that like linear component of momentum that you will have at the equator.
Because once we take off, let me ask you that: Are we we leaving the inertial reference frame? Are we still in an inertial reference frame?
I mean, I think I have kind of heard the flat Earth arguments here, and
No, just
sort of
aside from what arguments you've heard, let's just talk it out. Let's think logically about it.
Okay, I think you're still in. Well, like, okay, let me back up a step because we're getting very specific.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's an inertial reference frame or a non-inertial reference frame,
mm-hmm.
Like at some point we're using these words casually, but if the Earth is rotating, it's a non-inertial reference frame. It's just that often it's so insignificant that you can just assume it's an inertial reference frame and everything will kind of work out. So
then you're one second. So then you're pissing in the face of Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I don't care. I'm happily do that. I don't care about him.
Sure you do. Sure.
No, I really don't.
So one of the biggest globe priests tells you that the Earth turns underneath a football, and you say, "Well, he's wrong."
The
right?
Earth does what?
He's wrong. Is he wrong?
The Earth turns under a football?
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what
Yeah, he made the claim. He made the claim. I think one Super Bowl, a kick was missed by just a few inches, and he tried to equate.
You're invoking somebody that like I don't like very much, and I'm never going to use him as a source of anything.
But you're denying the globe claims, right? The globe claim that
I don't know. I don't think that he's right very often. So I'm not. He doesn't speak for my claims. So
why is he allowed on national television speaking to children?
I don't control anything about national television. So
then he's lying that the Earth didn't turn underneath the football.
Lying, thinking that he was making some clever joke. I have no idea what the context was, but I don't.
Listen to him.
That the Earth turned underneath the football. That was the context. That was the context. The Earth turned underneath the football, so
the Earth turned under the football between the time that the field goal kicker kicked it and it got it. And he's full of
yes.
I already like disowned him. I don't. I promise not to cite him as a source. I'm not going to defend him to you.
Then you're denying globe claims. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If you wish. I mean, I have my own. I have my own like set of of
Yeah,
like
your own. Yeah, so an observable reality isn't an opinion, right? You can't say, "Well, I think
sure it is.
it isn't." How
People
can
disagree about what
observable
they
reality
saw all
be?
the time.
It's ridiculous, right? So go ahead, Napalm. My bad.
No, you're
But
good,
I
Elijah.
just
He's at the
I wanna
forefront of
just
your
tell you
movement. How
guys.
could
I just
you?
want to tell you guys, like, I'm not here to explain Neil deGrasse Tyson or whatever the
No, but
science
you're
guy.
defending the same model. You're defending the same model, my man. So I mean, when he's the one out there punching out the new answers for the globe, and this is what
That's as unfair
this
to
is.
me as if I tried to tell
It's
you
not
that
unfair.
you're defending every theory that every flat earther has
Oh,
ever
it's a
told.
big difference. There's a big difference. You can't
How
compare
so?
the two. It's a huge difference between flat
This,
Earth.
yeah,
We all basically don't share all the same points, whereas
this
on your side,
is,
it's pretty much uniform.
yeah, it's actual globe rhetoric. It's actual globe rhetoric that the globe turns underneath stuff. So you're throwing away the pendulum then. Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, like it or not, he's your priest, and you have to follow him.
That is not at all.
So,
He's
so the
telling
pendulum.
you your
Right.
model,
Hey,
and
guys,
you're denying your model. So
guys, let's go back to just having a discussion, right?
Yeah, I somehow it's slightly twisted to like I'm trying to convince you guys of the globe, which I'm much more
let's
here to like
let's
learn
unpack this.
and
Yeah.
listen than like try to teach or convince you of anything. But when people ask me questions, I try to answer them honestly.
So let's unpack this a little bit, right? So we have NASA documents, right, that are derivation and declination of a linear aircraft. Where
Can you remind me? I lost the thread of our. I don't remember what we were talking about.
we were talking about airplanes taking off from the North Pole
okay.
over the
Yeah.
equator,
Okay. Right.
right?
Yeah, thank you.
So would you say when you lift off of the ground, you are leaving the inertial or non-inertial reference frame? Do you know which it is?
I mean, I don't think you're changing reference frames. I think that we can do this problem entirely within one reference frame. We don't have to change reference frames while we think about it.
Okay, so let me ask you a question and then we'll get back to the airplane stuff. Does anything ever leave the reference frame that the Earth is in?
My answer is that reference frames are themselves just mental constructions that we use to solve problems. There's one reference frame. There's like one real.
But
frame.
So here's the thing: you can even model this on a small, right? So if you have a turning or a spinning object, and you have something that's residing on that object, it will move, and it will move with that object, right?
So, like a kid sitting on a merry-go-round?
Yeah, let's say a kid's sitting on a merry-go-round and they have a ball in their hand, right?
Okay.
And they throw that ball. Is it going to go directly across to the person directly across from them?
I honestly don't know. I remember I said calculating stuff in rotating frames is hard, and I don't like
difficult, right?
Yes,
but there's good visualizations for this, and this is something you can do on the playground, right? You can do it on the playground. You can figure it out.
But what I can't do is just think it right now. And so Richard Feynman.
I'll let you know.
But Napalm, you didn't.
Yeah, Richard Feynman. He had this 3-step problem solving method that I laugh at because it's funny to me. But step one is write the
Feynman
problem
himself
down.
is laughable. Feynman's pretty fucking laughable. Let's be honest. Sorry, pardon my French.
so write the problem down.
No, I'm good.
Let's go back to
what we were talking about. We're kind of obfuscating here a little bit.
But yeah, I just highlight something as well. Your original question to him was, can anything ever leave the Earth reference frame? He then answered that reference frames are just conceptual. So not really answering the question if anything can actually leave the Earth's reference. And then
Right.
the inconvenient truth for Mr. Boulder is that when you look at Coriolis effect, meaning that the Earth turns underneath you, it's described as having two reference frames, a spinning reference frame and then a non-spinning reference frame once you're in the air, no longer attached to the spinning surface. So even in
but you're
the
being
mainstream Coriolis, it's described as two. We all agree in this room it's conceptual. It's based on your point of view, whether you're on the spinning object and seeing the world spinning, or you step off the spinning object and look at the spinning object, you've just experienced 2 points of view or 2 perspectives on a specific thing or 2 reference frames. One, the entire world was spinning around you while you stood on the merry-go-round. And the other one, when you stand next to the merry-go-round watching it spin, the world is no longer spinning for you. Those are definitely 2 distinct reference frames. So like Napalm asked you, is there only one reference frame and you can never leave it, and therefore you disagree with Coriolis effect? Or are there 2 reference frames and you're simply trying to avoid discussing the second reference frame?
I'm trying to follow what you're saying here. On the playground, sitting on the merry-go-round, then you believe you're in a rotating reference frame, and then an observer standing on the ground next to the merry-go-round is in a non-rotating frame. Is that what you're saying?
Just check out the GIF, bro.
Does that make sense to you?
I think so. So then your question is, in this example that we're talking about, the person that's on the merry-go-round jumps up, and when their feet leave the merry-go-round, is your question, when should we consider them to be in the, like, after they jump up, they're on the merry-go-round, they're spinning, they jump, when do they move to the rotating frame? Is that your question?
Not really. My question was quite simple. Do you believe that there can be 2 reference frames? In fact, it was Napalm's question.
Yeah, I'm not sure. To me, reference frames
Can you have 2 concepts? Can you have 2 concepts, or can you only have one concept?
Dude, I'm not sure. This feels like a sort of trap of some kind. I really don't understand what you're asking, and
answer the question, man.
I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible because you like to take a specific word out of a sentence and fixate on it. So I'm going back to Napalm's question from probably 2 minutes ago, where he said, do you believe there can be 2 reference frames? Because at that point you were busy arguing there can only be one. Since then, we've both agreed it's conceptual. A reference frame is based on your point of view or your reference towards something. When you're on a spinning merry-go-round, you are turning in a circle. When you are standing next to the merry-go-round, you are no longer turning in a circle, meaning 2 different points of view, meaning 2 different references. That's a very simple example of there being 2 reference frames next to a merry-go-round, one moving or spinning and one not spinning. So the original question was, can there be two reference frames when discussing the Earth? And can you ever leave the first one?
the answer to your first question is yes, and the answer to your second one, I guess, is no. In my mind.
So there are 2 reference frames. You just can never leave the one.
You can have as many as you want. You can have 10 reference frames if you want.
Well
you can
done.
construct as many as you wish for.
Correct, because it's conceptual. But it's also point of view related. So if
But you
I'm
talk
on an
about
airplane,
leaving one, you're in all 10 of them simultaneously. So like everything will work out.
Incorrect. So are you both on the merry-go-round and off the merry-go-round simultaneously? Are you in both those reference frames simultaneously? One is spinning around in a circle. One, you're stationary looking at something spinning in a circle. And you think that you're simultaneously in both.
Of course you are. I mean, like the physics of how things move will work out the same way, regardless of which reference frame you use.
Incorrect. So you think being on a merry-go-round and standing stationary next to the merry-go-round are completely identical?
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is if I'm on the merry-go-round and there are people playing catch over there next to me, I can understand the motion of the ball that they're throwing, even from my rotating frame of reference. So, like, I can bring the people playing catch into my rotating frame of reference and understand everything about how the ball will move back and forth between them. So, they're just mental constructions, and you can do the calculations no matter what frame of reference you want to pick. And you don't have to like move between them. That's like made up. You don't have to move between frames of reference.
So now take your example of playing catch and play catch on the merry-go-round with a person across from you.
Yeah, I think that's what the GIF is showing, and it's pretty counterintuitive, but I don't think I dispute it.
But let me just try and explain why this is fallacious. Is like if you had a game and you had two characters, and you can choose to either be in the point of view of character one, or you can choose to be in the point of view of character two. You're saying I can exist in both characters' point of view simultaneously because character one can see character two. Simply because I'm on a merry-go-round and I observe some other people playing catch in the park does not mean that I'm in their reference frame from their point of view. And them seeing me spin on the merry-go-round does not mean that they're in my point of view or in my reference frame, but they can obviously see me spinning around. That doesn't mean we share the same reference.
I mean,
my
what
reference would be
what is a reference? Maybe you and
point
I
of
don't
view.
agree on what
Point of view.
Just point of view.
Do you disagree? What would you call a reference?
It's the like basis on which you're going to do the calculations of motion and trajectory and acceleration and stuff. It sets the like thing that
Based
you're
on?
going to compare against.
Based on what? Based on your point of view?
Based on whatever
based
point of
on
view
what?
you want to use. Like that's the thing. That's what the reference frame is the like sort of set of things that you assume, and because you've got to have like motion relative to something.
Let me help you out.
All the motions that you observe are relative to a reference frame. Like that's what it means to me.
It's a set of coordinates. There you go.
Here's the definition.
Well, it's more
frame
than
of
just a
reference.
set of
A
coordinates.
set of
Because
criteria or stated values in relation to which measurements or judgments can be made.
why am I going to trust Google? I don't need to Google it. I know what it is. I use it. I don't
Dude,
want to Google it.
that's what I'm saying. It's a set of coordinates. That's what it is. That's what a reference.
But it's more than just that.
It is. It is just that.
But it's more.
But from those
plus some stuff.
What's
from that set of coordinates, your point of view would determine that you're in that reference frame or the other one, based on your coordinates, based on your point of view. So this is exactly the crux of what we're trying to say here, is that if I'm driving in a car, I suddenly open the door and jump out the car. Am I still in the same reference frame as the car that's speeding along the highway without a driver? While I'm rolling along the tar, am I still in the same reference as the vehicle?
To me, the question is, how far are you going to roll after you jump out of the car? And
no, but wrong question. Are you still in the reference of the moving car that no longer has you in it?
Dude, if this is your only point, we're never going to like come to agreement because we don't seem to define what reference frame is the same way. And I don't know how to like go forward from there.
This is the part that I wanted to actually comment on earlier. When you say you don't need to parrot what your priests tell you, that's like saying I work for a company and we have a refund policy and I don't need to follow the refund policy. You would have to, if you're part of that company and they tell you no refunds, you can't then say, oh, I give 10% refunds because I don't agree with Neil deGrasse saying no refunds. If that's your company and that's your philosophy on refunds, you have to stick to it.
But I disagree with him on many things. So I don't know why I don't know why you're saying I have to agree with him. I don't. Like, just as point of fact, I don't agree with him on, like, that football thing that he said is just bunk. It's stupid. So
You can't disagree on every point we somehow get to. You're disagreeing on like every single point, my man.
How long do you think you would keep your job? Sorry, Raj. How long do you think you'd keep your job if you decided to change the refund policy above the CEO's decisions? Would you keep your job?
I disagree with people at my job constantly all the time. I'm very contrarian, just like here, and I still have the job. So I don't know.
And if it's policy,
you don't even know the globe model.
I don't know
that's
what.
the point. Yeah.
Yo, rolling my boulder. I got you a university citation right there. If I don't know, man. You want to read it for me real quick? I kind of circled a little bit that I wanted. Yeah. Yeah. That's uni.
All right, let me look at it again. Let me look at it.
All right, go for it. Take a look. The link is above.
And to add, you can't say Earth doesn't spin underneath planes, helicopters, yada yada yada, but it does spin underneath a pendulum. That's not how that works.
Oh, okay. Sure. I didn't know. I guess I didn't know what you mean by coordinates. When I read that whole sentence,
No,
I don't.
It's just a set of coordinates. You know what I'm saying? That's it.
Yeah, but like at the end of the sentence, it says that is to say positions and velocities and the clock. So I'm like good with it.
Okay, cool. Right.
I thought you meant like just positions, but if we include velocities, then I'm good. And then
I like Newtonian mechanics, so I like F equals ma. I like load G. So
yeah, I'm sorry, I misunderstood what you meant by coordinates.
I'm pretty classical mechanics.
But do you understand velocity means if you're either spinning or stationary, you have two different reference frames because you have different sets of locations and two different velocities. Is it starting to make sense to you yet?
I hear
why
what
we
you're
keep
saying,
laboring
but
this
it doesn't
point.
have to be that way. You can just have one velocity. You don't have to decomposing. You don't.
Incorrect.
It
Okay,
isn't incorrect.
explain
You
to me
don't.
how does standing on a merry-go-round and spinning at 15 miles per hour in a circle and standing stationary next to the merry-go-round, how do those two have the same velocity?
I never said that they did. What I'm trying to say is you don't have to decompose motion into a rotational velocity and a linear velocity. You can if you want, but it's not required. You can just have velocity that changes with time, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with just
that's
having
acceleration.
velocity change with time.
That's acceleration.
Sure. So I'm just saying it's not required by anything to decompose motion into rotational and linear. You don't
We're
have
talking
to.
about reference frames, and reference frames have the coordinate systems and velocities. So if my vehicle is traveling at 100 miles down the highway and I jump out of it and I hit the tar and I'm no longer traveling at 100 miles per hour and I'm no longer in the coordinates of the vehicle, am I still in the same reference frame? Am I still in the same?
Yes, of course.
What? You're still in the coordinates of the vehicle while you roll on the tar and watch your vehicle crash into the barrier at the end of the highway. You think you're still in the car?
No,
without a
you're
doubt.
not in the car. Dude, why are you mixing up words like this? Are you trying to trick me?
Why are you saying coordinates that I can be both in the car and out the car and I'm sharing the same coordinates and the same velocity?
You can be in the coordinates used to describe the car the entire time. You're not in the car, but you can remain in the coordinate system. The coordinate system goes out to however far you wish it to, in infinity. I don't really get the confusion. The car is a reference frame, and it describes coordinates for everywhere. you can go 10 miles to the left of the car, and you're still in
Perhaps
the
you don't
coordinate
understand
system
what
of the car.
coordinates are very specific, like a longitude and a latitude, and you get a very specific coordinate.
Who brought longitude and latitude into
Not
this?
all coordinates are the same, because I need them to be the same so I can continue to argue that there's only one reference frame, even though you already conceded that there can be multiple, because it's conceptual based on a coordinate system and velocity.
Why?
So which one is it?
Why are you
One.
trying to be tricky?
Why longitude, latitude, X and Y, it's the same thing. Don't try to like sit there and say that he's not using the right one when you know what he's saying. X and Y.
I honestly don't know what he's saying, and I feel like he's trying to be tricky on purpose, and I don't really like it very much.
Tricky.
It's uncomfortable.
You're saying
it's
that
uncomfortable when your lies
you
are being
seem to
confronted.
don't understand how coordinate systems work at all. Like you seem to have a very
projection
fundamental
much.
misunderstanding of
Projection
what a coordinate system is.
So if I say here's my coordinates,
you can't
it
shut
means
up.
everywhere
Just go ahead and mute,
simultaneously.
dude.
No, okay, all right. Let's just cool it. Let's diffuse. Fuck. Who was talking? Napalm or I don't know, Roger or someone.
No, Solar was talking to.
No, well, I don't.
They're
I don't
not
think
vibing.
that this guy has
they're not
sufficient
vibing.
honesty to progress. Yeah.
Neither one of us thinks the other is being honest. Apparently,
It's cool, man. I've heard you talk before. So, what's your name now? Rolling my boulder.
Roland Sisyphus. I got banned somehow, and nobody seems to know how, so I had to make a second account.
Bro, we told you how many times,
That's
bro? Did I tell you?
understandable.
I told you this. Mike told you this. No one banned you. It was just.
Well, yeah, no, I mean, but like, I
We had
couldn't get
some
back in,
issues.
so I don't know
Yeah.
what. Like, I'm not. It's not an attack. I
You
don't know
weren't
what happened.
banned. The problem was there's too many people online at that time. We can only have 5,000 people on the server at a single time.
We can move on from like I don't. If you don't want to talk to Solar, it's all good.
No, I do want to talk to Solar.
Okay.
I just.
All right then.
I don't know. I got frustrated.
All right, man. Just regroup. We're just discussing Coriolis. I kind of came in like midway in the conversation, so that's why I'm keeping my mouth shut. I don't know what the fuck you guys were talking about. Besides, I know it's Coriolis.
I was actually supposed to go to bed a half an hour ago. I just get addicted to talking to you guys because it's very interesting.
It's man.
Roland.
Stick around. It's fun.
But Roland, I just want to know what exactly with his argument are you saying is incorrect?
Solar's argument?
Yeah.
He said that I'm in the car, I jump out of the car, and I leave the coordinate system of the car. But to me, the coordinate system of the car extends beyond the car. And you can...
So wait, we're talking about to you? Is it to you, or is it what's agreed upon? I mean, we can't discuss what you think. I mean, give me a break. We're talking about the globe Earth model.
I'm actually talking about like the laws of motion, whether it's a globe or flat. Like at the level of the car going down the road, who cares whether it's flat or globe? Like it works the same.
That I agree. That I agree, bro. There's no difference because it works.
And one of my biggest goals being here lately has been like I want to understand the like common laws of motion, whatever they are, or theories of motion or hypotheses of motion. I don't care what words we use. I just want to understand how to talk about things. If we throw a baseball out the car window, what math can I put on it to predict where it will go? And then I legit, if we like get there, I'm gonna go throw balls out the window and like come back to you with like what happened. Like, but I don't want to just go throwing balls out the window because that's stupid. I want to understand the like physics that we agree on. I really want that. I want to learn the physics of this world. Solar's like coming at me like I'm here to trick or deceive or lie or something, or prove the globe, which is just not true. I'm not that way. But I mean, I do believe it's a globe,
No,
but I'm not trying to convince anybody of it.
Right.
You guys were just discussing.
Does the air
go
on
ahead.
your spinning ball? I don't know where he's at with the Coriolis. Does the air spin with the Earth, or does it lag behind? And now I am gonna get like specific with you, but I want to answer first.
Yeah, so the like blunt answer is I don't know.
Okay.
And, like when I try to think it out for myself of what it might do, I suspect it's sort of a combination. Like at the surface of the Earth, it's probably spinning with it, and then as you go higher out, maybe not as much. I got there by like if you take a glass of water and you just start spinning the glass, then the water next to the glass will spin with it first. And so maybe that's how it works. Maybe not. I don't know. You're asking me questions I don't actually know the answer to.
Okay, all right. I mean, it's fair enough.
But the like glass of water and spinning that is kind of how I came to the idea that maybe it spins with the Earth close to the surface and not far out. I don't know.
I want to call that the viscous layer. However, I have to Google it. I have to go back to my notes and check.
That sounds like a pretty good word for it.
Because if you have flow in a pipe, okay, if you have like laminar flow in a pipe, the velocity at the edges of the pipe is actually zero. The fluid is not moving. That's touching the pipe.
Sure,
and
I
the
can
fluid
agree.
in
That's
the
like how
center
a tire
has the
is not
highest
moving where it touches the asphalt, right?
Asphalt?
A tire where it touches the asphalt, it's not moving. It's like stationary on the asphalt.
Yeah. Well, but like you have fluid that's flowing on a pipe, so that first layer doesn't move.
Yeah, I'm with you. That makes
sense.
sense.
That's what they say, right? That's what the main. And you can put dye and shit.
It's like not intuitive, but like it does kind of make sense after I start thinking about it. Sure, I can believe you.
Describing the water like you did, that the inside layer of the water next to the cup would be spinning similarly or a similar speed to the cup, and then there would be a little bit of a lag as you get further and further away from that drag force that would the surface of the cup is actually dragging the water. What's found to be evident on the Earth, though, is that we have jet streams. The air is actually traveling faster eastward. So if you turned your cup and the water started accelerating faster than the spin of the cup, would that make sense?
Well, no, but I'm not trying to model all of like the pressure and temperature and climate and weather and I don't know, like what the air does is stupidly complicated. This is a really trivial like thing that I did to try to get some sense of what might happen, but I already disclosed. I don't know if it's accurate.
Sure. And, just to clarify, I'm not trying to get you in any kind of a gotcha. I'm just trying to get to a single point of agreement. And if we disagree on something as simple as can one reference frame be two reference frames, or is two reference frames all reference frames? If we can't even agree that one is not two and that two is not n, then effectively it's very challenging to go forward on any other kind of nuanced point. So what I was trying to elucidate was to get to a point where we can either agree or agree to disagree. But if we go around in a circle where one time you claim one is actually two, and then in the next sentence you say two can be infinite number, then we're not going to make progress. So the point that you just explained well, logically, was that the air next to the Earth, logically, should be traveling a similar speed, and as you go higher, it would get slower because it's further away from the object turning. In real life, we find that the winds aloft, meaning the jet stream at above 30,000 feet, is traveling more than 300 miles per hour faster than the Earth is claimed to spin. That doesn't make logical sense after considering how you just described the water in the cup or how the air layers would move. And as the ball spins, kind of like an athlete running on the outside track, you cover a greater distance. which means as you go up in the Earth's atmosphere, the air would actually have to be traveling faster to maintain the velocity of the air layers lower down that are closer to the Earth. So it doesn't fit with the logic like you explained. It would obviously drag behind. If the Earth is the thing that's spinning and the air is being dragged along with that rotation, the air should never outpace the ground that's causing it to spin. Do you agree with that?
Give me 1 second to think carefully, because it's a fairly complicated question, and I haven't thought about that before this moment. So hold on.
It's okay if you don't know either. It's okay if you don't know.
I think that if we had a system where there's a globe Earth, it's just perfect sphere with an atmosphere around it, everything's at rest in this frame, and then we start the globe Earth spinning, then it's going to do exactly like the cup did and exactly like what you're saying. So I think under the statements that you made, I completely agree with you. The only place I might disagree with you is I don't know if we have accounted for all of the things that are actually happening. I don't actually know even what the jet stream. I don't even know the Glober explanation of what the jet stream is. So,
but
I can't even go there. Like you could tell you guys probably know more about the Glober explanation of the jet stream than I do. I can't I can't go there really.
If
And that's the good part about all this.
Well, what's that? I didn't hear you.
If there's
That's the good part about all this.
I just wanted to say, you're sitting there saying that there has to be something around it in order to keep it enclosed, and so everything can maintain the same speed all the way around. Well, then how are we going into space then, dude? You can't have both. You can't have both excuses and say it's okay. One violates the other. It is or it isn't.
Well, I'm not. I don't know if I know what you mean, but on what Solar said, I agree that the outer layers, under this sort of simple picture of how it works, I completely agree with him and how he says it would behave. He was looking for a place we agree, and I think there's one.
Yeah, and I agree also that there's many other variables, confounding variables that may make it not as clear a picture as sometimes we try to explain. But the reason I brought it up was you described a cup, and you said if I turn the cup, in your brain it made sense that the inside layer touching the surface of the cup would be spinning at a similar speed, and then there would be a loss, or the inner vortex would not be traveling faster than the original cup that inserted that motion. So if I turn the cup in a circle at 10 miles per hour, the inside layer of water might be at 9.5 miles per hour in a circle. And then as we get closer and closer towards the center, it would be more like 5 miles or 8 miles or less than 10, which is the cup that's turning. Because the water is also not attached to the cup. If the cup was empty and I rotated the cup at 10 miles per hour and I put a little ant on the cup, then that ant is definitely moving at 10 miles per hour because it's attached to the cup, or it's walking on the surface of the cup. So therefore that velocity would be transferred to the next object. But the moment that ant fell off the inside of the cup, that ant could no longer continue to rotate at the same speed as the cup because it's no longer attached to that cup. And that's perfectly sound, 100% demonstrable, repeatable 1,000 times out of 1,000. You're going to get 100% success rate that the object that you're inserting the motion with, and then the subsequent reaction to whatever medium it's in or whatever medium it's containing, there will be a lag. So you described that 100% perfect. Now on the Earth, we find no lag. we actually find that the further you go away from it, you're actually entering higher velocities than what the Earth is said to be in the first place. And there's no logical way that I can turn a cup at 10 miles per hour in a circle and I can get the inner vortex to spin at 3, 4, 5 times that speed. There is no way to demonstrate that. But that is what we experience.
You say there's
So that's
you
just a
say
head
there's no
scratcher.
way to demonstrate that. And that's a really strong statement to me, because even with the water in the cup, I wonder if I could use heaters or other ways of introducing energy into the system that actually would do that. I don't know. Your claim that there's no way to do it is a very strong one, and I can't disprove you. You might be right,
It's just
but
based on F equals MA. So what I'm trying to explain here is, like, for example, if I apply 100 Newton force to a truck, that truck will start from stationary and will start to pick up speed. If I continually apply 100 Newtons to that truck, is it logical that the truck will accelerate to 200 or 300 Newtons if the force being applied to the truck is only 100? When you actually think about it, you'll see that it'll take a
accelerate.
long time. Yeah, go ahead.
I don't know what you mean about would it accelerate to 200. I don't know what that means.
Could it demonstrate more than the force that was applied to it in the first place? If I apply 100 Newtons of force to something, can I register 200 Newtons of force?
Absolutely not. Obviously not. But
all right,
but
so
the place where we might
that's the
disagree.
analogy of
But
if
if
the
you have
Earth is
a friend,
imparting 100 Newtons
but if
of
you have a
rotation
friend
speed,
pushing on it as well, then
that's increased force. That's increased force. So if you start with 200 Newtons, then we both agree you can get to 200 Newtons if you start with 200. But if you start with 200, you can't get to 400.
Right. You and I don't agree. You and I don't disagree on that at all. I think the only place we might disagree is whether we had properly accounted for all of the forces and sources of energy. And at that point, I don't know. I just have this
Now, but this is
little angel demon on my shoulder saying maybe not everything has been accounted for, but I can't account for it all right now. So
that little angel demon is just saying, I can't agree with the flat earther because if they're right on this, I may need to take other things they say more seriously. That's what's going on subconsciously.
Every time I can agree with a flat earther, I do, and we have. So I don't just counter you guys for the fun of it.
So, what I'm trying to explain by these forces is, if the mass stays the same and I'm applying the same force, the acceleration or the velocity will remain the same. Do you agree? If force is constant and mass is constant, is acceleration constant?
Absolutely. How could it be otherwise?
That's what we're busy talking about. So if I'm rotating a cup at 10 miles, I'm applying a force of 10 miles per hour rotation to that object. The mass, the cup, has remained the same. So the force is constant. The mass is constant. Can you have double or triple the acceleration? No.
Of course.
You just agreed with me. All right. So now this is what we experience with jet streams traveling faster than the spin of the Earth. There is no force accounting for that. And no amount of heat applied to a spinning cup will cause the water to spin faster. No amount of barometric pressure applied to that water will cause the water to spin faster. The force being applied to the cup is the rotational speed of the cup. And then it is dragging the contents along with it. So the force we are measuring and the mass remaining constant means the acceleration must remain constant. And this is the logical process that when you start to follow it, you'll see that the globe there's little threads, there's loose threads. As you start to pull on one thread, something else doesn't make sense, or something else is an ad hoc solution for something. If F is constant and M is constant, A cannot be more than what it was to start with. So going back to the original point, we were talking about reference frames. So the reference frame of the cup turning at 10 miles and the water inside the cup turning at 8 miles per hour will have two different velocities, therefore two different reference frames, because they won't be identical. And that's how simple it is to understand the coordinate system linked to a velocity to give you a reference, a point of view reference frame.
Yeah, I pretty much follow your logic, and I think we're just maybe never going to agree on what a reference frame means or what that system is. I don't know. Maybe one day. We should keep trying. It'd be awesome to agree.
Yeah, sure would.
It's the GLAT.
What's going on here?
You know, GLAT is the whole like.
Fuck that guy.
He's the disease vector by which I came here.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
All right then.
I'm the germ path.
I'll take that back then. Thanks, GLAT.
Hey man, he's giving you something to do.
Yeah, he's cool. I like him.
Before GLAT was the flat Earth brain worm.
What's that?
That's what goes into the Glover's brains when they get flat smacked enough that worm starts digging into the center. They can't ever get rid of it.
Feeds on brains. It's like a tapeworm.
What are you talking about, Mike? Who's avoiding your point?
What? I'm not Mike.
Well, whenever he fixes his fucking mic, he's part of the broken mic gang.
JD, I'm not broken mic.
What?
I'm having a conversation in text, JD.
All right. All right.
I said weight doesn't propel anything. He's saying we can use weight to do work. I didn't say we couldn't. I said weight doesn't propel anything. I can use weight to do work. I know that. But that's not what I was talking about. That's just gaslighting.
Oh, okay.
Well, guys, we seem to have hit a lull, and I really was supposed to be in bed like quite a long time ago, so perhaps we can call it a truce for the night.
Never.
Yeah, cool.
Of course not.
And think about the question, why would the Earth turn underneath a pendulum and not underneath a helicopter or a plane, a football, right? Think about it when you're in your bed.
I will think about that, and I will try to come up with what I think might be some kind of reasonable answer, or admit that it's nonsensical. I don't know.
Yep.
Rolling my boulder.
While he's sleeping, the flat Earth worm is at work in his brain.
Digging away.
That's some
You just better be careful that the
Trek
Sisyphus worm isn't at work in your brain. Just saying.
Yeah.
Rolling my boulder.
That's some Rapicon shit. We're gonna put this worm in your ear.
Rolling my boulder. Can you explain why you think the globe Earth is a...
That sounds like sacrifice.
It is sacrifice, and
why are you unmuted,
I am
bro?
not about to answer a sacrifice question after I have said goodnight.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead and leave.
Good chatting with you,
Next
Rogan.
stop, bye.
Later, guys.
Have a good night.
No,
man.
thanks for the active
Your whole
chat.
thing got debunked.
Peace, bro.
Every day I wake up, it's flatter.
I just told him his shit got debunked right before you left.
He just hand waved.
You're about to get debunked, son.
He just said, "Be gone, two fly. Don't bother me."
But you know how many ways? Oh, go ahead, Roach.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. No, I just want to go ahead.
I just wanted to say how long do you have to try and explain to someone that 1 is not equal to 2 or that 2 is not equal to 1 regarding reference frames.
Exactly.
This
That's what I
baffles
wanted
my
to say.
mind.
Dude, what are you talking about?
It's more like teaching rather than explaining.
Do not bring mathematics into this.
No.
But teaching would imply learning.
Can you?
And it doesn't
Or-
seem like they learn.
Yeah. You want to? Hell yeah.
Is there any Globe Earth moderators?
Yeah. Post it on live stream. I am sure. Go ahead, man.
Yeah, I
Show me
moderate Globe Earthers.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's
Sure,
your ticket?
Here, I'll tag myself Globe Earther. Where? Hold on.
Based in Chungus pills.
I got you.
Can you explain why you think the Globe Earth is true?
Okay. Because you see the stars
topic.
move. That's I have to go there. No shit. Because the
Have
stars
you,
are moving.
have you ever went there?
And I said
I
the
saw it
truth.
on TV.
The problem. I said the stars are moving.
You never
You
went
saw it
there.
on TV, Cyrus.
Well, I'm gonna go there next after you guys debunk the stars because I said the right piece of information. I said the stars are moving.
Oh,
Thus, Earth is a ball because the
is it
stars.
mod
checkmate.
play? Is it
That's
mod
done.
play Globers?
Well, let's do it, man. I could ramp this shit up. I'll take it to Einstein, and space time is fucking
How
bending,
does
guys.
Polaris 10 degrees off the horizon work on a flat Earth?
Oh no, Mike went to this. All right, he got specific on you guys.
Well, it's supposed to be the center of the flat Earth, and how would it ever be 10 degrees off the horizon if it was the center? It'd always be directly above you, wouldn't it?
Refraction. Perspective. By that logic, an exit sign above your head will always be above your head, even when you walk.
Perspective. Well, yes, if it's the very center of the realm, there's no way it could ever be on the horizon, bro. Maybe you missed that point.
Walk far
Damn,
away.
son, where'd you find it?
Let's see what other old school questions or hold on rebuttals we got.
I do love these
Only one person. Only one person. Roger. Kudos, Roger.
Dude, Roger is a champ, bro.
Yeah, he's the only true warrior in here. What's up? Everybody else was like, damn.
Talking shit. Clearly talking shit.
Of course he's talking shit.
I've heard
Based
every
in
argument in this
Chungus
game. We'll do
Every
neutrinos
single one.
next. We'll do neutrinos next.
What argument have you heard them bring up for the sextant without them simply saying they don't need a flat base, they don't need a 90?
Well, they just say you just draw a straight line. Just draw a straight line, man.
Straight line, man. What's wrong
So
with you?
what is curves? You just draw a straight line and then you got your angle, bro.
Yeah, look through the sextant. Just read that angle.
It's an apparent line, you know?
Yeah, bro, it's a map. You just draw a straight line.
Actually be flat. I mean, but that totally disregards the fact that you have to ignore curvature to be able to navigate with a sextant and report a land chart.
Honestly, my
best
best proof for the globe is the gravitational waves that we just detected from LIGO. You know, so that's my best. What's
My
your rebuttal
best
to
proof
that?
for the globe is that FOIA doc is
And
from
lensing.
NASA that's talking about deviation and definition of a linear aircraft model. And basically, it's explaining how this shit only works off of a linear, non-rotating Earth.
Oh, but that's just to simplify the maths, bro. You know, because our mathematicians are so brilliant that we just
those numbers were so complicated they couldn't figure it out, so they just said, "Yeah, it's
Well, I mean,
flat."
if you put the
numbers,
curvature in there, it becomes a
definitely not
differential
reality.
equation that's 5 pages long, and we really don't need that to travel.
Yeah, exactly.
So to answer your question, what Globers want is to go to nautical miles and then claim it only works on a globe. That's what they do. So they ask you, how does it work on a flat Earth, right? And then you refer to the almanac and it uses nautical miles. And then, how did you get the nautical mile? That's only possible on the globe. That's what they want. That's where they want to go.
Yeah, but the funny thing is, nautical miles is just time over speed. You know.
It's based on the sky, not on the ground. It's based on the sky. They deny or reject perspective, right? And then say, well, Polaris moves down because you're moving away from it on a curve. That's what they say. So miles only works on the globe, but it's all based on the sky and perspective, of course.
So this is a document from August of 1988. It's called the NASA RP 1207.
Yeah,
Basically,
we all know it well.
it's a classic meme of the flat Earth everything, because it's our own government acknowledging in the fact that aircraft only work in the design of a rigid aircraft model over a constant mass flying over a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is in our own government's documents, and people want to talk shit about, whatever the fuck they're talking about. I'm just like, our own government acknowledges
You're
this.
talking about the military instructional manuals, flight
Exactly.
manuals.
This is
Yeah,
this is from
1207.
NASA. This
When
is
they
from
tell
the
you how to read.
USAF. This is specifically from our own military operating government on the fucking, you know what I'm fucking saying, the fucking military industrial complex.
Then they would attack your
Freaking saying,
terminology of saying it only works when they say you should view it as.
I'm not saying that what they say is
That's
correct.
another.
I'm just saying
No,
that
I'm
they
saying
are agreeing
you're
with
not
us.
saying what they say word for word, and they'll attack that. So you have to
Facts.
stay true to what they say, and even
Right,
then they'll
I'm
just
looking
say.
at it right now. I can read it right now.
Even
It says
then,
linear
I've
system
read it 100
equations are
times, dude. You're
derived in
preaching to the
equality.
choir. You're preaching to the choir, okay? I'm just trying to help you out. So they'll just rip apart your semantical stuff, your specifics, and they'll say it's just a simplification.
No, facts.
Yeah.
I'm just saying. So our own government acknowledges this shit.
Well,
So why
they
are
instruct
we
you
in this
to view it
position?
as a non-rotating surface. Yes, a flat level plane when flying. Yes, they instruct you that's how you should fly.
Which is strange. Like
Which
that
they'll argue isn't an
is that
acknowledgement,
not
it's a
something that we should be
simplification.
discussing about? Like, why
No,
is
never
our
mind.
government saying that this is the ideal?
I'm gonna light up. All right.
I totally talked over you and couldn't hear you at all right there because I'm
Do you have
sauced.
any
Yeah.
copies in the house?
Well, listen. I say it's an instruction manual. When they instruct you to fly, you refer to it as a non-rotating level plane. And they'll just tell you that's a simplification. And because you say they acknowledge it or they say it only works that way when that's not what's said, they'll ridicule that, ridicule you, and then just tell you it's a simplification to make it easier to learn.
No, absolutely. I'm just like that's
So
sus.
our
Like
best
that's massively sus. Like our own government is saying
our
it's one.
best efforts are to represent the information as true as we can to what it says.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just such an anti-government skeptic. I just find it hysterical when they want to present us the truth and then immediately turn around and say it's something other than what we're seeing with our own eyes.
Well, it's the same way with navigation and portal land charts. They tell you to ignore longitude and latitude and ignore curvature, and this can be done safely. Because if you don't, you'll have divergence and you end up 1,000 miles from where you want to be. But that's not a recognition in their mind. It's just a simplification.
Which is so illogical. Like that just makes
It
no
is.
fucking sense at all. Like how the fuck are they supposed to say that with a straight face? Like I just don't understand how that's even said, and people are like, oh yeah, like yep, that because they
Dude,
said it just makes no fucking sense
in
at
the
all.
first few years of this server, you know how many times we posted that and nobody ever even read it?
I bet a number of times. It's just a
You know how
shame.
many times we got people who spam all day long? I'm trying to help you out. But I've posted, I got PDFs full of all this stuff. I rarely
Right.
do I see a new thing. I post it constantly and refer to it, and they're always, what are you talking about? And I'm like, my citation I gave that I made mention I was given. because I mentioned it, and I'll give you a citation. It's Livestream Boy Tech. They
Yep.
never read them.
Yeah, they never read them.
Some of them do, and if those guys do, I try to give them my pet project role and keep them on the server because at least they're honest.
Yeah, power to them.
Gotta
It's
respect an
just
honest person.
yeah, no, absolutely. I just think
Gary,
it's
are you a peer-reviewed, published scientist glower?
say that again.
Are you
Professor
a
Phil,
peer?
where's? I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
So, are you a peer-reviewed, published scientist glower?
Not on globe shit specifically. No, definitely not.
Okay.
The only shit I'm peer reviewed on is phage bacteriophylum research.
Interesting.
Professor Phil, can you hop in the VC chat instead of DMing me, please? I don't feel like texting. Call it
So if he knows about bacterial macrophages, then you probably know about the irreducibly complex argument about how the single-celled organisms are far too complex to have arisen organically.
So I've only done specific research in extracting and amplifying bacteriophages in a search of it's called phage research. Some people use these as phage therapies as an alternative to like an antibiotic. So that's the only reason, like that's the only area I'm published in and have somewhat of a level of expertise in. But it's really just a matter of doing dilutions and trying to, doing blots and trying to replicate things. But I want to ask what the question was. I'm sorry. I feel like it was something related to sciences and globe Earth, which I'm not versed in at all because I never believed it and I never went forth in any of my research towards that because I knew it was a farce.
You never saw space-time bending in your laboratory, man. What's wrong?
Definitely not.
Never?
Definitely not. At my
What?
college, university, I definitely never examined that. No, I cannot say that for sure.
Well, that's another piece of evidence from my side for the globe. It's the space-time continuum.
The only time
Because of
I
it, we have gravity.
The only time I see space-time bending is when I bend that G-string.
Atomic clocks, right, bro?
Yeah, Mike. Time dilation. Thanks,
Atomic
bro.
clocks,
You're
motherfucker.
reading my
What's up?
mind. What's
I
good?
ain't never
Time
seen
dilation.
it.
We proved that when you go up mountains, time dilates. It gets bigger.
Hey, wish you move it. It makes the space-time continuum go boom. Da-doing, doing,
Last time I pulled the G string, I got slapped.
Yeah, just think if the sound is traveling through, if the sound is traveling through time, if I can bend the sound, what's up?
It travels through time backwards, actually. How about that? Well, anyways, not kidding. Just messing with you.
So we can hear history. Is that what it is?
No, history's already been there. You're just a point in time.
All I'm saying is in college, I isolated a fucking coronavirus and got it published at an electron microscope. And that shit was bitch made. And now our whole fucking society got analed because of fucking the colds. And we're just supposed to sit here and get fucked.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Is that a nice way of saying bent over? Like, effed in the, you know what? It doesn't sound like it. And then when you ended it with the FUCK, I thought it was
I
my
look at
spidey
it
senses
like
are tingling now.
oh my
Yeah, I'm
god,
definitely
dude,
not.
it's such a joke. It's like it makes me just want to be like, oh yeah, like they're really covering this Epstein up like crazy. Like
in the military, there's a term, and it's what is that called? An anagram? Letters that stand for something?
Yes, that's correct.
So, there's a military term needs to be interjected at this juncture. That would be BOHECA. BOHECA stands for bend over, here it comes again.
I already knew.
BOHECA. Don't ever forget.
How could you forget?
You got 5 minutes to take that.
Hey, Professor Phil. Hey, get in here, man. I'll take you to the continuum, bro. Come
I
on.
think
Solve the
pretty
tensors,
sure
man.
they still got him banned.
Oh, man.
See, Mike knows exactly what I was talking.
We're going to get into the no-mass universe, right? The Schwarzschild solution, yeah? Right? Universe contains no mass. Yeah. Or
I'm about to buy one of those fake globe liquor cabinets because I just think it's hilarious at this point. I'm gonna fucking store my booze in it. These fucking idiots. I'm just gonna laugh at them.
Drink with Globers and friggin' flat smack them after they've had a couple.
I'm more of a dry martini kind of guy, but I mean I get the sentiment. I don't know. I used to have this one professor in college who was all smoked out about the flat earth stuff and would always like say stuff like hinting it towards it during class, but like would never explicitly say it, but like I could just tell this guy was smoked out. He was such a guy. He used to work for fucking Boeing and like all these aerospace companies making fucking crazy tech. And then he, retirement college bullshit, but like he used to just tell the craziest stories in class and then would like joke about flat earth stuff. And I would just be like, bro, are you joking? Or is this like suppressed consciousness right now? I don't even know what's up with him.
Hey, man.
I'm still in contact with him on LinkedIn. I still talk to him sometimes. He's pretty based.
Big Fat Carrie.
What's up?
What is your thoughts of the shape of the Earth?
I don't fucking know. All I know is whatever the fuck they told me it was isn't accurate.
Yeah, I like that you're honest, man.
That's just kind of where I'm at with it. It's like until I see it myself, I couldn't really tell you what it is. And like I want to think it's one thing or another, but all I know is it won't be discernible until I see it for my own eyes.
Have you ever went on a plane?
Oh, plenty of times, and it looks flat as fucking hell. But I haven't gone past 30,000 feet, and it's like I wanna.
Well, you haven't went past 30,000 feet.
Exactly, yeah, because commercial flights aren't.
Well, what would you do if I showed you? What would you do if I showed you raw footage of 100,000 feet in the air?
Well, trust me, I've seen that footage too,
dude. I've done 43 in a commercial flight, bro.
I just also don't believe it. You know what I mean? Like I've seen all the videos. That's great. They can get fucked. I'm not gonna believe it until I see it myself. I'm certainly gonna watch videos though. I'm gonna see what they say versus what the government says versus
It's not even a say. It's just a random video. The thing is, it has like 600 views, and it's like from 8 years ago, so it's not.
No, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I'm saying like yes, like it can like ingest that media and watch that and make your own decision, because that's just my whole thing. Like I'm not here to tell you how to think. I'm not some end all be all. But all I know is whatever the government tells me, I know is inaccurate and is meant to mislead me to think something else to serve an ulterior motive that benefits them. So that's how I know anything they tell me, 95% of the time, the opposite is true. So when they tell me the earth is one thing, I immediately think, okay, so it's got to be another, and there's got to be something else going on. And it's just, okay, let's critically think about that. Let's examine some evidence. Let's see what I can observably prove in my own universe and go, okay, let's work from there, you know? And it's like, don't go crazy with it. Don't ruin your whole life trying to figure this out. Like I'm a huge proponent of like control what we can control in this little game that we play that's called life and fucking make money and blah blah blah. Like the last thing government and the powers that be want us to do is to fucking go to the gym, get ripped and be successful. That's the last thing they want us to do. So I'm about to sit here and make as much money as fucking possible and spread my belief system to as many people as I fucking can. And it's just, hey, like, we know that they're dishonest and there's reasons behind that. So let's start prodding that. Let's start going towards, why. And it's not, whatever anybody else says is correct. It's just, we know what they're saying isn't correct. We know they're lying for a reason. And let's start to try and come up with our own ideals out of our own critical thinking as to what this is. We're allowed to guess. We're allowed to be wrong. We're allowed to think abstract thoughts and think, hey, I think it's this. That's the best thing about this whole reality, and that's what I love so much about it. So I'm very open to the open-ended aspect of that question of just what the fuck is going on. I don't know. I'm certainly trying to figure it out, though, and I think everybody else in this Discord is also trying to figure it out. And it's the fact that we're asking that question, which is the important part.
Well, go ahead and check the distance to the horizon.
What do you mean by that?
See if it matches the globe's claim.
Oh, well, I'm not even going to look at that because I know anything that they're saying isn't accurate. That's a waste of my time. Something that I know is worth my time, however, would be something that would get me some money or get me some other bullshit that's going to get me advantages over other people in this society. I already know what they told me is not correct. I know it's not.
But look, you'd learn something amazing if you went to the nearest coastline somewhere and saw it for yourself. You'd take their handy-dandy little Earth curve chart with you to find out how much of a drop there's supposed to be.
Well, that's the thing. I already know what they've told me isn't correct. I already know their drop chart and whatever that shit is a lie.
I heard that 5 times. Okay, we got that part. But now the next step is if you see it for yourself, you're going to be astonished. You'll have a totally different viewpoint on it. I guarantee it.
No, it's not that I don't. I'm saying from what I can observe, it looks like something completely different from what they're telling us it is. And that's what I'm going to continue to believe it is. It's just a matter of our own discernment, right?
Well, you can go and verify it once and for all. Just, 5 minutes in the camera.
I mean, yeah, pretty much. The P900 kind of solved that problem, I think, for a lot of people. But that's just my thing. I'm not going to spend, every waking minute trying to spread this doctrine on to other people and doing all these other things. I'm going to come to that conclusion myself and understand, okay, yes. That's when it leads to that bigger question, begging the question of, okay, so why are they lying about this? And that's kind of what I was alluding to before. And that's what I'm more so focused on asking, why is this being lied about? Why is this the thing that is the big misdirection of blah blah blah? I think that's the
Why's it got to be a
question.
lie? How come it's not? They just believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Got it. Why can't it be why is this what they got to believe?
Well, that just doesn't make sense because everything they do is to serve a greater purpose and to serve an ulterior motive. So they never do anything just because the powers that be.
All right, you want to know why?
As in the world governments
so
and blah blah
the
blah.
government's got our best interests at heart. Why would they? Why would they lie?
Fuck, man. I mean, look around you. I mean, they like you.
I mean, that's why taxes are so high.
Well, because they give it back to you.
They love us so much,
Yeah.
exactly, because they care about us so much. That's why they steal from us as much as they can.
Well, it's not
to give
stealing
back.
if
To
you
give back.
Openly give it away.
Right.
Well, I never signed anything, and I never openly gave
you don't
anything. I
unsign
just
it
know
either.
when my paycheck comes, it's fucking gone.
It's
so
already
they stole
signed.
it from me. Exactly. All I know is when I get my paycheck, it's already gone. So they're the best fucking scammers I've ever seen in my goddamn life.
See, I work for myself. I gotta take it out and give it to them, or they don't get it.
And
just buy.
Why do we even pay tax when they've given themselves emergency authorization to print $100 billion a month, and they are printing at unlimited amounts? There's literally no cap on what they can print. So
they can do whatever the fuck they want.
I think they said 30 to 40% of the US currency has been printed since 2020. So all of
80%.
worldwide, was it 80? I'd heard 30 or 40.
It's 80% to today. 80%.
So now why do they still take it out of your paycheck? Why don't they just print another 100 billion or another 200 billion? Why don't they just...
It's all about power and control.
Because, yeah, they need
And
you to know
suppression.
that you're their bitch. That they can
need
do
you to
whatever
remain
the
weak.
fuck they want to you. They want you to know that they can touch you in any way they
Hold on.
fucking can,
We have
and
a
you
new
can't
member
do
in the house.
shit about it.
Well, let's say hi to the new guy. Yo, Fatty. Flatty. I thought you were Fatty.
We got a new guy?
Yeah, you're unmuted, Flatty. With a PH.
Hey, hey, Don.
Hey, Don. It didn't work. I saw your mic flash. Come on. Don't be mic shy.
How's it going, guy?
I'll mute you again. So.
What's up, Flatty? Come on, Flatty. Say something.
Come on. We're friendly.
I know there's a lot of shit talking here, but it's wholesome 100.
All right. Look, I'll leave you unmuted for a little bit. You know,
No, we don't got to bullshit the guy now.
Get comfy and hop in. All right.
Get us sued for false advertisement or something.
What?
Who was the guy?
We're nice guys.
It's definitely, it's not wholesome though.
Yeah, you guys are actually really smart too, so we appreciate that. Ladies are too. I love listening to the ladies on Ladies Night.
You don't find a lot of ladies in here, I feel like, and I love hearing their opinions because it's just such a different way of thinking, at least for me. I enjoy getting that different perspective.
We have some.
Fat Carrie,
Sure, the
were you... Sorry.
Oh, go ahead, man.
I just wanted to ask, Fat Carrie, were you the guy who was talking about the biological, the bacterial macrophages, and about that you also couldn't determine the shape of the Earth? Was that you?
Probably. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I did a bunch of bacteriophage research in college. Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah. What I just wanted to ask is, you know, a lot of people come in here saying as though they couldn't, that they'd never be able to determine what the nature of our realm actually is. And when we say just go out and measure it, like Sonny said, take the curve calculator with you, go and look at an object 10 miles or 15 miles away, and then calculate what should be hidden from that. Then go to Google Earth, check the elevation above sea level for the thing that you're looking at, and see whether any part of it should actually still be visible. That's going and doing a measurement. So if I drew a little four-sided figure on a piece of paper for you, and I said to you, go measure what shape this is, you could measure two sides and a right angle and know if the two sides are the same length, you're dealing with a square. But if there's a right angle and one side is longer than the other, you know it's a rectangle. You don't have to sit and look at the square and say, it could be a circle, could be a rhombus, could be a rectangle or a square, but I'm not going to measure it. I'm not going to simply place my ruler on the top line and simply place my ruler on the next line and then know without a doubt that that's a square. Now, what we're saying is when you go to this realm that we're in, they've given us a circular radius, 959, which means it has to curve at this rate starting at mile 1 in all directions. So whether I face east,